Hey, what's up? A lot has happened this year and we wanted to try something new, and that is a mega review video. We actually created about 84 videos this year, which on the main channel alone, which is insane. And sadly, YouTube only lets you upload 12-hour videos as far as we could tell. So we've actually had to trim out a few videos from this year. I don't actually know how many we ended up with, but this is close to 12 hours of video reviews throughout the year. I don't know. We wanted to try the video out and see how it does. Thank you for an amazing year. 2024 has just rocked our world, and in fact you can see my desk is in a different place than it was, and that's because we actually bought a studio. So this is one office of a two-part room studio here. So 2025, we've got big plans, more reviews, more fun videos, and we're just super excited and blessed to be doing this. So enjoy the mega review volume 1. Let us know if you like this in the comments. That will be super helpful. We are going to try and put all of our affiliate links to all of these videos, products, whatever, in the description down below. But thank you all very much. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and God bless. Previously, I reviewed a portable monitor from UPERFECT, which I have really enjoyed. In fact, I'm literally using it in my studio as my monitor to watch all that goes on here. So if you ever see me looking off to the side here, I'm actually looking at the UPERFECT monitor, 4K. I love using it, especially here in the studio, a nice big display so I can see what you all see. They have sent me their newest display, which is actually a folding 2-in-1 monitor setup. Use one cable, plug it into your laptop, and now you have 3 screens, portable, anywhere you want to go with this. This is their U Station Delta folding monitor, dual portable display, built-in stand, VESA mount. So lots there, but if you're a tech geek, you know sort of what all that means. I'm gonna unbox, give my first impressions, get it hooked up to my MacBook Pro, and just talk about what I think. Use cases, things like that. I'm doing too much talking. Let's get into the unboxing here. So they sent the package in the mail. Let's go ahead and open. All right, perfect your life. Perfect your life. All right, so here we have the box, fairly big. All the sides here, UPERFECT, perfect your life. Made in China, some stuff there about that as well. As I said in my last review, they do a great job packaging, I feel. Nice and padded up here at the top. We'll slide that down. If you hear my dog, he's chilling with me here. 15.5-inch folding monitor user manual, very short, easy to understand. Something I am interested in with this monitor is if the laptop can power it efficiently. With the current one I have, the 4K one, you can get up to about 70% brightness, I believe, before it just kind of shuts off. I think it's trying to draw too much power from the MacBook. But I was also using a MacBook Air at the time, so it could be the MacBook Air itself wasn't able to supply enough power. Maybe the MacBook Pro can, I'm not sure. First thoughts, it's a little bit heavier than the single 4K setup, which makes sense. We've got 2 screens here. It's about the weight of my MacBook Pro, I would think. So if you're throwing this in a bag, obviously it's slim, it's portable, but it does add about double the weight of your MacBook. Here in the box, we have the cable to charge. Looks like they actually sent me the European version, but that's okay because I have another brick just like this, but the American version. So I'm not really sure. I think that's just like UK uses that type. Don't quote me and don't get mad at me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong there. So we'll put that aside. All right, it comes with USB-C to USB-C, USB-C to USB-C, a UHD or HDMI to, I guess, mini HDMI or micro HDMI. You get 2 of those as well, and then you get a USB-C to USB-A. They always send a lot of cables, and I have found these cables are really great. So it's nice that they send all this different variety of cables to use. But that's all that comes in the box. We'll put the box aside there. Now, what it says on the website is that you can power both these screens through one USB-C cable. So I'll be testing that. I believe them, but we'll have to test it for ourselves. Let's get into the actual monitor itself. All right, so here is the back. It comes with a nice kickstand. That's really, really strong, very sturdy, it seems. This is all metal here. There's your VESA mount areas there. Back here we see display and power only. So you can hook up to different, I guess, computers to this if you want, or maybe you want one of the screens being like an Xbox and the other screen being your computer. You've got your HDMI there as well. So those are your two things there. On this side, we've got two little rockers, I'm guessing one for each screen. You can push these rockers and you can toggle them as well. And then there's two buttons next to those. There's also padded rubber here as well, because I think another way that they kind of encourage use is actually putting it up and down like this. So then you have two vertical mounts. Let's go ahead and just crack it open. First impressions, it looks really nice. It looks like the screens kind of have a little bit of anti-glare to them. I could be wrong there. I think this folds all the way, yeah, all the way back around. I don't know why you would want to do that, but you can. You can do it like this, maybe if you and a friend want to watch across a desk, or maybe you're giving some sort of presentation to the table around you. You can look at this screen, they can look at this screen. That's pretty neat as well. Sort of the basic ways this gets used. I'm excited to potentially use it like this, where one screen's literally on the table and one is up, but with the stand here, you can sort of do this vibe, which is sort of how it's mostly marketed, which is really nice as well. So if you can imagine chilling, you know, in a coffee shop and you've got, you know, your MacBook here and then two screens here. I forgot to mention this before, but if you check the link in the description, you can pick one of these up for yourself, or really anything off UPERFECT's site for yourself. There's a ton of different discount codes according to how much you purchase. So check out all those discount codes and grab the monitor that works best for you. All different portable kinds, all different screen aspects and ratios. Interested to see if this is powered by the Mac. Allow accessory to connect, allow. There's no signal up top. I don't know why that is. Right, so as you can see, I fiddled around with it a little bit and I actually ended up plugging in the power to the bottom here and then actually their HDMI to micro or mini HDMI over here to get both screens working. I have read reviews online and things that say that a MacBook Pro can for sure power two external monitors. I just haven't really figured out how to make that work yet. Obviously that's ideal to just have one cable. By the way, don't I look nice on two screens? There's three of me going on here, that's crazy. I'm mostly excited about potentially using this in my work setup on my desktop and having these as either set up this way or maybe set up in the way where the screen's on the bottom. So yeah, my first, you know, sort of impressions of this monitor, same awesome build quality. I love all the metal. These are premium products and they have a high price tag, but they have worked, at least the 4K one I have right here has worked perfectly for me and what I need it for. I could see coders, people who need multiple screens, or anyone who really just needs to sort of multitask, or if you want to watch a YouTube video here, have your dual screens here, you know, be on a Zoom call here, YouTube here. This isn't touchscreen, which the 4K version that I previously reviewed is a touchscreen. I never used the touchscreen. I don't know really why you would use a touchscreen because the input's a little wonky. At least for me, a Mac user, using the touchscreen is actually just me moving the mouse. It's almost like a trackpad, which is strange, but I think these are really cool. They look professional. They look sturdy. They are sturdy. They sort of match the aesthetic of the MacBook, at least the one I'm using here. So yeah, again, if you want to pick up your own, these things are great. So that's going to do it for my first impressions and unboxing of the UPERFECT U Station Delta. Again, you can pick yours up at the link down below. There's a few different codes to get a good chunk of the price taken off for you. I'm gonna mess around with this a little more off camera. If you have any questions about it as I'm sort of checking it out, drop them in the comments down below. Logitech MX Mechanical Mini for Mac. So I'm gonna hop right in, unbox, give my first impressions and first sort of review, and then compare it to some other keyboards that I have set aside here and tell why I think this is the best keyboard out there for the average worker who wants to just have something a little bit better than maybe the Apple Magic Keyboard, something a little more old school with the mechanical feel to it. So without further ado, let's dive right in. All right, let's cut it open now. So I went with the black version. There's a sort of light gray, white version as well. Also on the box, I didn't really do a little workaround here, but long-lasting comfort, tactile quiet keys. I believe these are brown switches. Smart illumination, which is pretty interesting. If you wave your hand over the lights, they turn on. Let's go ahead and unbox here. All right, comes with a little create the ultimate setup for Mac. Shows some of their mouses as well. Just a little upsell promo there. Here's the keyboard itself. We'll lay that aside. Since this is the Mac version, it actually doesn't come with the USB dongle, which is fine by me. I'm all about that Bluetooth, and it does have 3 easy switch Bluetooth options. So in this little box, you get USB-C to USB-C, which is always nice. A little bit of help setting up, how to put it together, all that kind of stuff. So let's move all this aside and get into the keyboard itself. Interesting choice with the tissue paper. I don't really understand that, but all right. So there is the keyboard. Like I said, there's brown switches, so it's a little bit quieter, which is good for an office environment. You do have your 2 8-degree sort of prop up deals there. I don't know what you call them, which makes typing a little bit easier. I'm gonna go ahead and turn it on. I'm not really gonna connect it to my computer or anything today. I just wanted to kind of get a feel for the feel of the keyboard. So basically the smart illumination, I don't know how this works. There's probably some sort of near field sensor kind of deal here where when you do run your hand, okay, it just worked there. If you step away, the lights turn off, and then as your hands get close to the keyboard, it turns back on. I believe if you have the light on, it lasts a few weeks. And then if you turn the light off, which I'll probably do in my office at work, I have lights. I don't really need the keyboard to be lit. It'll last like months and months. So that's pretty fantastic. It's what I'm going to be using it for. I will say I enjoy the look of a 60% layout better. This is a 75% because you do have this added function row up here and then this side, your page up, page down row. 60% is only like delete to control here, which I think looks a little nicer ratio wise. I don't know why. I do have a Newfie keyboard I'll talk about in just a second that is 60%. But I want to point out some interesting buttons, keys on this keyboard that I think is fantastic. You have a do not disturb mode switch that if you hit that, it turns your computer into do not disturb mode, which I think is fantastic. A little bit extra, you have your emoji key up here, screenshot key, you can dim and brighten these lights on the keyboard itself, which is cool. And then all the usual kind of stuff. This looks like a maybe mute switch here for your microphone. Other than that, it's a pretty simple keyboard. Up top, I think this is aluminum around the edges here. Everything else is plastic, as you can see. Nice rubber trail here, and then these have rubber, and then there's rubber there as well, so it doesn't move around on your desk so much. Super nice. A little bit of Logi branding here. I don't like this strip up here. I'm sure it's needed for whatever reason, but it just adds a little more to the keyboard itself. It's not my favorite looking keyboard, but I do like how minimal gray. It looks just really simple there, which I do like. Something I will notice looking at it right here, it has the illusion, so the keys themselves are like flat. They do go flat, and as you can hopefully see in the overhead camera, this is sort of what it looks like from the side. You have those shallow keycaps. But when I'm looking at it here, the keys look like they kind of go like in an arc like that. As you can see, it's just straight, but it gives this sort of feeling, which I don't know. I don't know why that is. It just sort of feels like the keyboard's rounded a little, though it's not. So you can actually swap out these keycaps if you want to. If you have a keycap swapping tool, that's probably better. And as you can see, these are the brown switches. Let me turn that off. So it's a nice and quiet sound that they've gone for here. Personally, I think this is the perfect keyboard for me. I wanted the mechanical keyboard feel. I wanted something low key. I do work in an office, and though I close my door a lot of times, I don't want to be just like clacking away super loud where people can hear. So like a blue switch, something like that would just be too clicky and loud for most people around me, I would think. Minimal. I mean, I don't like travel with keyboards. I'll talk about that in a second as well, but this is something you could throw in your bag. It's not too heavy. It does have a good weight to it though, like it doesn't feel cheap. I really enjoy the Logitech brand, and honestly, that's why I have gone with this keyboard among others. I have tried, and I'll go ahead and pull some of these out. This Newfie 60% layout is something I was really excited for, and I purchased for work, and I used it for a bit, but honestly, this is the version 1. It had a really hard time picking up my keystrokes, which sounds weird, but I see how I like the layout. Something about the ratio just looks better to me. I like the longer, and I do like how Newfie just has this bezel that's the same size all the way around. There's a lot I really enjoy about this Newfie keyboard. I like the color scheme. I like the feel when typing. But I was like, normally I would be typing and it would just be missing keys. And it could be a me issue that I'm not banging away as hard as I need to. But I don't like type really like gently. I'm usually like, you know, and it was missing inputs. So I don't know if that was a me issue, but it felt more like an issue with the keyboard itself. So ultimately what I decided to do was go with Logitech. And the reason why, Logitech's been around forever. They've made tons and tons of keyboards. I just wanted to go with a brand that has been around for a while and has done the same thing, make keyboards, make desk accessories for years and years. Newfie is kind of new to the game. They've made a few different versions, but it's still, you know, Kickstarter release for a lot of these. I've done the Keychron keyboard, which I actually really liked, but that one was like really loud, and so I traded that in because I was actually working in the same like office cubicle thing with someone, and so that was just a little too much for them to handle. Good on them. They sort of bit their tongue for a while, but eventually they were like, dude, that thing is like so annoying. So like I said, I really like this Newfie. It has a weird texture to the keys, which this Logitech doesn't have. I don't know if it's just kind of like slightly, I don't know. It's not smooth. These are really smooth, and I like the smooth feel better. Obviously it looks nice. It's more stylized. I think I could honestly change out these keycaps if I wanted to. Let's pull up some of the other keyboards I have here. And the only reason I'm bringing them into frame is 1, they're Logitech, and 2, I'm going to be giving these away. So as a giveaway on this video, if you want either of these, subscribe to the channel, comment down below why you could use either of these keyboards, and I'll get into them in a second, and tell me which one you would like. And I will pick 2 lucky winners to receive each of these. You have to be in the United States. I don't really know all the details of shipping outside the country, so if you're in the US, I'm happy to ship these to you. So the first is this super thin mobile Logitech keyboard. I had an iPad for the longest time, and I would take this with me to coffee shops and stuff. It's so thin and just practical for on-the-go stuff if you want to have an actual button keyboard instead of, you know, typing on your iPad screen, or if you just want to, you know, be able to put this anywhere and not have to be stuck to your laptop. keys. It has a similar typing experience to the iPad smart keyboards. If you've ever owned one of those, it's got that sort of like this whole layer of like suede-ish kind of feeling, tactile. Not for everyone, but it's a great iPad keyboard to type on. So if that's something you'd want to be able to throw in your bag, comment down below why you would use this, subscribe to the channel, and you might just be a lucky winner. The next one, I don't even remember why I got this one. This, I think, is marketed as a TV keyboard. So if you have a smart TV and you do a lot of like, I don't know, web surfing or using certain apps on your smart TV, it's got your keyboard here, and it's also got volume and then an actual trackpad over here. It's not the best trackpad, but it works. I don't remember why I got it. And there's also a left click button for your mouse up here in the top left corner. So if you're like chilling on the couch and you're like, hey, and you can kind of hold it like a controller almost with your thumb and choose things and then left click there. So, I mean, it works on a computer as well. This is very light. I can see you throwing this in a bag as well. But yeah, comment down below which one you would like best. I'm gonna be giving these away. If no one wants these, that's fine. I'll probably just give them away to friends or something. But I thought I would let you all pick your favorites and I'll be shipping these out to you. Right, so the last thing I wanna do here before I leave you guys is just a little sound test, if you will, so you can hear the differences between all four of these keyboards. So yeah, I'll leave you all with that little sound test, and thanks so much for watching. I appreciate each and every one of you. Like this video if you enjoyed, subscribe if you're new, and I'll see you all in the next one. God bless. If you're thinking about buying one, go ahead and do it. Don't waste your time. This thing is awesome. Legitimately. There's a link in the description. Grab yours today, 10% off. Now let's talk about why I think you should just go ahead and buy the UltraHuman Ring Air. I have been wearing the Apple Watch on my wrist since I got the Series 0 in 2015. I've been completely content. I had the Series 0, the Series 4, the Ultra, and now I have the Series 7. And I just love Apple Watch. I think it's super convenient. And honestly, when these rings started to pop up, Aura, UltraHuman, Raycon, I just didn't really think I needed one. I really didn't want one. I was like, my Apple Watch can do everything that can do. Why would I need a ring to do the same thing? However, my thoughts on these rings changed when I decided I desperately needed a break from notifications, technology, social media. For about 6 months, I was trying to cut away with these things, and I was actually really interested in smart rings again because look, no screen, no notifications on this guy. It tracks your health and sits on your finger. It's perfect. I really enjoyed tracking my sleep with my Apple Watch Ultra, and all of the health tracking, exercise tracking, all that stuff I'm still very interested in. I didn't want to just throw that away. So in getting rid of my Apple Watch, I knew I needed some kind of fitness tracker to keep up with that data. Coincidentally, it was literally at this time that UltraHuman reached out and asked if I wanted to review the UltraHuman Ring Air. And I was like, oh my gosh, yes, please, this is perfect timing. And what I decided to do was get rid of my Apple Watch for an entire month, just have a regular, as you may have seen, Casio watch on my wrist, and allow the ring to do everything that it could that I was used to with my Apple Watch. So I went an entire month with no Apple Watch, just wearing this ring, and these are the great things that I have found the UltraHuman Ring Air to be. I'll also share some of the cons here in a minute, but I just want to talk about the reason why I think this thing is awesome. First off, I've been wearing this for a month, and I wanted to do a little bit of comparison between the UltraHuman Ring Air and the Aura Ring Generation 3 and how they hold up over a month. So here is the UltraHuman ring after 1 month of use, and here is the Aura ring after 1 month of use. As you can tell, huge difference. No, I'm actually joking. I don't actually own the Aura Ring Gen 3. I was literally at Goodwill donating some clothes and saw this in the parking lot all scuffed up and gross, and probably bad on me for taking it, but I thought it'd be funny to use in this video and potentially review this maybe at some point. I'm not super interested in Aura Ring, especially because of their subscription that you have to pay on top of buying the ring. We'll get to that in a second. The biggest thing that I like about this ring is the sleep tracking. Wearing an Apple Watch, though they're pretty comfortable, especially during the day, I found while sleeping, they really aren't that comfortable. It builds up sweat underneath the band while you're sleeping. That and the battery doesn't last very long, so I was having to find weird times during the day to try and charge it while still wanting to be able to track my movement and health data. I was having to charge it when I didn't really want to. So the biggest thing about the ring is really comfortable. Honestly, I mean, I have a wedding ring. I wear jewelry. If you don't, it might take a little bit of getting used to, but I have found I didn't really notice it while sleeping, and I loved being able to have that super insightful health data while sleeping. It's got, you know, some motion added in there. It does your skin temperature. There's your heart rate. It calculates a lot of different things to really show you how well you sleep throughout the night. The next biggest thing, or maybe it's the first biggest thing for me, no distractions. It doesn't vibrate. It doesn't do anything. It just sits on your finger and collects your health data, which is fantastic. It's not distracting. It, you know, blends right in. Most people don't even realize that I'm wearing a piece of technology on my finger. I will say at first, when I first got it, it was super shiny, and I didn't know if I really liked how shiny it was, but as has kind of happened with my wedding band, it's gotten tiny little, you know, nicks here and there, and honestly, they're not very big at all. Just little scratches here and there, mostly on the bottom side where I'm placing my hand down on the table. And with fingerprint smudges, everything like that, I just kind of like that worn-in look a little bit better. But I mean, it's super low-key. It's a little bit thicker than my wedding ring. Most people don't even notice that I'm wearing it. So super convenient and distraction-free. I think one of the main points that UltraHuman is better than the competition, or at least the things that surprised me, was actually within the app itself. The amount of not only data that it tracks and shows to you in nice little graphs and stuff, but it has insightful information on what to do with that data, how it might be affecting your well-being, why you might be more tired, if you need to rest, if you need to push a little harder today. The other day, it even gave me a notification that I might be a little stressed, or I might be doing too much activity. Definitely wasn't doing too much activity, but definitely was feeling a little stressed. So that was really interesting that this ring picked up on my stress level. Another one of my favorite parts of the app is it actually tells you based off certain data points while you're sleeping and throughout the day when you should be drinking caffeine and how much caffeine you should be drinking in order to, one, get the best effect from the caffeine throughout your day, but also so you don't have too much caffeine in your body when you go to sleep. So when to taper off of those stimulants so that you get the best sleep possible. I think that is so valuable because I love coffee and I drink 2 to 3 cups a day usually. So it's nice to know when I should stop, when I should start drinking caffeine, stuff like that. Super interesting stuff. Let's take a step back. I think UltraHuman as a brand, as a company, is focusing on health in sort of a different way. I feel like with Apple, they've sort of gamified health, right? Like closing your rings and sharing it with your friends and competing, which I think is great, by the way. I still enjoy doing that on my Apple Watch. And I think that other health trackers sort of count steps and they do this kind of quantitative approach to health. I think UltraHuman is looking at health as a complete individual, as a household. In fact, yesterday they announced at CES that they are going to be releasing this home system that has a smoke detector, temperature sensors, daylight sensors. There's all these different sensors to tell you how your body and how you are living within your home itself and the health of your home and how that affects us and our bodies. So I think UltraHuman just has a really unique sort of whole body approach to health, which I'm super interested. Not to mention their glucose monitor, which I haven't really had an interest in trying, but kind of am interested. So they're building this sort of ecosystem of devices and software that gives you a really good picture of who you are health-wise, which I think is super interesting and different in my opinion. Another huge thing that I like about the Ring compared to Oura Ring, for instance, as I mentioned earlier, there's no subscription, right? So I know Oura started out, you just bought the Ring and that was it. They recently introduced that you have to then subscribe for I think $5.99 a month to be able to see your data after buying your $350 Ring from Oura. UltraHuman does have a subscription, but it's more on the lines of, you know, if you break this thing, can you replace it? So kind of like Apple protection. There's a few other little things roped into their subscription as well, but you don't need it to get the benefits of the Ring. You buy the Ring once, you get all of the great features and things that updates, all that kind of stuff that are going to be coming to the Ring in the future. So I'm wondering if Oura Ring kind of shot themselves in the foot a little bit by adding the subscription, but they are top dog in the industry, so maybe they're able to do that. But with newcomers like UltraHuman, Raycon entering the market, I'm interested to see if UltraHuman doesn't sort of leap over Oura Ring as the front runner. We'll see. That's a topic for another day. The final thing I want to mention really quick is the customer support. So actually within the app itself, you can send a chat message to the team at UltraHuman, and I've asked a few different questions here and there about battery life, about, you know, kilometers and miles and all this kind of stuff, but they're super responsive. And I know that the company is based in India, I believe. So even still throughout the day, I usually don't have a problem getting in touch with them. And I love that it's right in the app. I don't have to send an email, anything like that, look for a phone number. You can just chat right in the app, and they're super responsive and helpful as well. So I love that. In fact, I recently asked in the chat, hey, if I was going to, you know, leave my phone at home for the weekend and go on a trip with my family with the light phone or some other device, how often do you have to sync the Ring to your phone? Like, can it store a weekend's worth of data before you have to sync it to your phone? And they said, just make sure to sync it before the battery of the Ring dies. So it can go 3 to 4 days without syncing to your phone, hold that data within the Ring itself, which is still wild to me that that much technology fits into that small a space, but then sync it when you get back to your phone and you should be fine. So that was one, super interesting, and I was interested to know the answer to that. And two, they answered me within like 1 minute of me asking that in the chat. I think it was literally like, hey, and then 5 seconds later, hello, and then we kind of went back and forth a little bit. So super nice that they have that customer support right there. Right, so let's get into the cons, because it isn't all sunshine and daisies, especially in my life. You know, it might be different for you and what you might need. I recently have gotten back into using MyFitnessPal to track my food, and the app itself is interesting. It can pull that data from MyFitnessPal into the UltraHuman app, which is nice. I don't really need that, but it can. But the biggest thing I think about MyFitnessPal is it's all about consuming calories and burning calories, right? So I'm putting in my food to show how much calories I've consumed, and then when I do a workout, I want to know I've gained calories back into my daily intake because I've burned some. The problem is all the data that can be pulled from UltraHuman at this point, and their activities are labeled beta, so I'm sure they're working on this in the future, but it just pulls in step data. And so with MyFitnessPal, it wasn't accounting for if I went on a 30-minute walk with my dog using the Ring's, you know, workout feature. It wasn't counting that in MyFitnessPal. So there were calories I was gaining back, but I wasn't able to see. So that was kind of a bummer, but honestly, not that big of a deal. And I'll get to that in a second, why it wasn't that big of a deal. The second thing is it really is in beta testing for workout activity. So I think the Apple Watch definitely does a better job of, on your bike, really just doing any exercise. This Ring doesn't really seem to be geared towards an exercise tracker more than other aspects of health. So going back to my watch for exercise tracking was kind of a necessity there. Another thing is, I mentioned earlier the coffee stimulant caffeine tracking. So on the graph itself, it doesn't actually show you like, hey, you can start drinking coffee around 7:20 a.m. It just shows this tiny little bar that moves across throughout the timeline, and then it gives you a notification, hey, it's a good time to start drinking coffee if that's something you do. I wish it would give you a time so that I can sort of think about, okay, great, I can have coffee in 20 minutes because I'm really feeling like I need it right now. Things like that. So maybe that'll be fixed in a future update. I know they're always updating. They're able to do that, still a small company, and do those software updates, which is fantastic. That's one little quirk that I wish they would fix. So UltraHuman, if you're listening, please just add when you're saying that stimulant window, can you add a start and end time? Even if that changes compared to activity and stuff like that, just have something there so I can sort of get ready and be aware that, hey, on my drive to daycare today, in 10 minutes I can start drinking caffeine. Something like that would be really nice. The last con, honestly, is that I forget I'm wearing it, which I guess isn't really a con. That's kind of a plus. It's just super non-intrusive. Nothing like wearing a watch, it just feels like a ring on your finger. One thing I'll note, and this is kind of a little pro tip, if you're actually going to buy one of these and you're thinking about what finger you want to wear it on, first they recommend you wear it on your first finger. I wanted to do my middle finger because I like the way it looks, and also if I get a little bit fatter I can move it to my ring finger, and if I lost weight, which was my goal, I could move it to my first finger. But I want to mention in terms of comfort with the ring, I'll try to sort of show this here, but I'm going to use the top of my fingers to kind of show my point here. But on your middle finger, you have two other fingers pushing against the ring. So you can see they add these gaps here. And that's just the case. If you wear it on your ring finger, it's the same. Now, it's not as profound as that when you're wearing it down here. You can see all my fingers can touch. It's not an issue, but you can feel the ring with these two fingers. Now, if I were to put it on my first finger, you can see that this finger pushes against it, but then there's room over here for the ring to stick out. So in terms of picking the right finger, I think data-wise, they recommend it being on your first finger. They say first, middle, or ring as the top three. But in terms of comfortability, that is the least obtrusive. But it's a very minuscule thing. I rarely feel it on here. I can just tell the difference between there and there. So as you're picking out your ring size, I would recommend the first finger, unless you're like me and you just like the way this looks. Or if you want to be symmetrical and you have a wedding ring, get it for your ring finger. Whatever, doesn't matter. It even looks good on your thumb. So if you're a thumb ring kind of person, I don't know about the data tracking, if it's as great, but so kind of the last thing I wanted to talk about. Actually, my father-in-law commented on my last video when I talked about that I was going to be ditching the Apple Watch for this for a month and said, hey, great, test it without Apple Watch, but then bring Apple Watch back in and talk about the experience of wearing both at the same time. Thank you, Johnny, for the recommendation. That's exactly what I did. So the great thing is I don't wear the watch to sleep anymore. Put it on the charger, it charges overnight, and I still have a health tracker. So I'm always wearing a health tracker. It's cool that I have some sort of thing monitoring my heart and my skin temperature and all that kind of stuff at all times, which is nice. So having two devices is great. As I mentioned earlier, using the Apple Watch more so for tracking exercise data just seems a better product at this point. Maybe once the Ring comes out of beta, it'll be a lot better. I'm not sure the plan's there. Or maybe this is just, kind of a match made in heaven if you're able to have both of these devices. There are things the Ring definitely does better, especially in the software department, and there are things that the watch does better, especially if you're interested in notifications and things like that. Obviously it's going to stand out there. Lots of thoughts here, long video. Like I said at the beginning of this video, this ring is awesome. I think it's the best of the smart rings out there right now. I truly believe that. I didn't want one for a very long time, and then I had my mind changed, and I'm super glad that I have one now. I've really been enjoying talking with the team at UltraHuman, hearing more about the Ring from their folks there. They're super kind. I love the way the company is moving, and like I said, that new product should be coming out around June or July, and I hope to get it on the channel and review it for you all. So this is the Light Phone 2. Very interesting device, and today I'm going to talk about mainly who I think this is for, whether it's good or not, and if you should buy one. Stick around to the end of this video and I'll let you know specifically the perfect person for this phone. Light Phone caught me. I found myself in this place where I needed a break from my iPhone and all the distractions that it can hold, and so I saw this little e-ink phone as a cool opportunity to take a step aside. Not to mention that Light Phone as a company, their branding, their videos, their promo stuff is just really cool. And the idea of a tiny little phone that hits the nostalgia point of a dumb phone era and the e-ink display that I love about my Kindle, and just the fact that it can do very little and it really has no distractions to it, all of those sort of put me in a place where I found I really wanted to try this out. So I reached out to Light Phone and they sent me this review unit to try out for a little while, and here are my thoughts about this interesting little device. First, let's talk about design and build quality. First of all, it's all plastic. It feels a little bit like a toy. In fact, my daughter's picked it up and pretended to use it as a phone, which that's what it is, quite a few times. And I mean, it's got some heft to it. It feels nice in the hand. I love how small it is. When you put it in your pocket, you barely notice it's there, especially against the weight of something like one of these iPhone Pro units. It's just way smaller, and I don't know, it's just kind of cute, you know? And there's a lot of value to having a device this small. As you can see, the e-ink display is way teeny, and honestly, using an e-ink display on a phone doesn't make a ton of sense to me, and I'll get into that here in a minute. I love the idea and the concept and the theory because I do love my Kindle, and looking at something like that and the idea of the amount of battery it probably uses as an e-ink compared to a regular full sort of OLED or LCD kind of panel, the idea is really cool. But let's talk a little bit about user experience. Typing on this e-ink display is appalling. And what you'll find in this video and my review of this dumb phone in particular is there are friction points to dumb phones, like texting or typing takes a while. You will make mistakes. It takes a little bit to back up and correct them. It all makes you want to use your phone less, which is what Light phone is all about. And I get that. And for that specific goal, it does that very well. If you want to never use this device, then get one. If you, gosh, that's so mean. But it kind of is the point, honestly. Going in between screens does the whole e-ink flash thing. It takes a hot beat, a hot minute to get from screen to screen. Even while you're typing out text, it's a little delayed, and everything is just slower on this device. Intentionally, maybe, but for me, and probably you, I don't know, it would probably be a little frustrating. Now, you'll notice, no camera. That's a big problem. For me, I'm a dad. I love taking photos. My wife loves taking photos of our kids. Our kids love taking photos. There's no camera, so this means I carry another device with me to take photos with, which isn't all bad. I understand that as well. And I understand it wouldn't make really any sense to have a camera on this phone because you wouldn't really be able to view the images very well on the e-ink display. So I get why there's not a camera, but for me, in my lifestyle and what I need, I kind of really enjoy having a camera on my phone. Even if it's a dumb phone, having a camera is just something I have kind of found is a necessity. As a father, I want to create these memories and I want to capture them. And so a camera is pretty big for us. Let's talk a bit about features and functionality. So I am glad they've gone with a podcast app on here as well as a music app. The music app, you have to put just your own music files that you own onto the device itself through the online dashboard. But with the podcast app, you can sort of look up on the dashboard certain podcasts that you enjoy, and it will download new episodes automatically. I think that's a nice touch. I think those are two apps that they can be distracting, but more than anything, it's something you kind of do in passing while you're working on other things. And the fact that the device has Bluetooth, you can have Bluetooth headphones connected. You can also plug in a headphone through the headphone jack, which is a nice touch. So there are certain things like that I think the phone got right, and I would hope that they'll continue to work on things like that, listening to customer feedback and adding apps over time to the device itself. Certain things, it's just really hard to do. There are maps or directions on the device, but it's turn by turn. Like I said, it's very slow. I can't imagine actually driving somewhere using those turn-by-turn instructions. I feel like it might get delayed, and I didn't test it, so don't take my word fully on that, but judging by the rest of the phone usage, I wouldn't really trust the maps feature on this. Maybe if you're walking, that would make a lot of sense for sure. Something I hit on earlier, it has a surprisingly terrible battery life. And I say terrible because it will last you all day, potentially. And honestly, it's a small device, so there's only so much battery you can cram in here. But you would think with the e-ink display, lack of camera, lack of data usage, that this thing would last you like a week, like dumb phones used to on a single charge. But I found if I put this in a drawer for more than 2 days and came back to it, it would be dead. and I wasn't even using it. Could be a problem with this unit. That could always be the case on, you know, reviewing these products that companies send me. But for my usage, battery life, not great, which is just kind of a bummer. Something I'm also finding as I'm testing out a few dumb phones on the channel. If you are an iPhone user, Apple has done a great job of making it really hard to leave the Apple ecosystem, especially their phone. Because when you use iMessage, email and phone number are attached to iMessage. In order for me to use my personal phone number and switch it over to this device, I would have to deactivate iMessage, which means that all of my group messages get notified that I'm no longer in iMessage. Those groups turn green. Everyone sort of hates that when you're in a group full of iPhone users. It just tears things up, and I know I've heard news that Apple is sort of moving towards a way that can be a little more friendly between Apple and Android and other devices, but for right now, it's a big pain in order to do that. So if you are thinking about picking up a light phone or really any other dumb phone that isn't Apple, you do have to think about that big switch you're going to have to make. Again, thinking about the practicality and use cases for this. If you want to start using a light phone, there's a few things I could see it doing well. For instance, if you want to use it as sort of a weekender device so that you can be more present with your friends, family, or whatever it might be, personal, alone time even, or in the afternoons after work, for instance, I would recommend getting a second phone line, which you probably don't want to hear because it costs money. You can get some low data phone lines for a relatively inexpensive cost per month, but I would get a separate phone line, a separate SIM card, and use that just for the light phone. The problem with that is you then have to notify all of your immediate friends and family that you would definitely want to be able to communicate with on the weekends or at nights, that you have a new phone number, and if they can't reach you on your regular number, they need to try that number. Again, that's just a little annoying for loved ones around you, but if you don't have that many close friends or family, I could see that being an option. That's one way you could do it, and that's something I'm going to be trying out with the light phone, with another dumb phone that I have as well, and seeing what that kind of works like. Another thing I would recommend is, I'm married and my wife has an iPhone as well, and so being with her and having access to a smartphone that has data, you know, it's not mine, and I'm not gonna just be like using her phone to get on Instagram. So if I needed to use data for whatever reason, I could use my wife's phone. Or if you have a close friend, just being with someone in case you need sort of emergency services, especially using light phone. And I'll admit too, because of how slow light phone is with texting and even getting to the call screen, typing in a number, this is not a good phone for emergencies. If you needed to get a hold of someone very quickly, this takes a beat. It does. And that concerns me a little bit, especially as a dad and a husband, which sort of leads me into my final point here, which is, who is this thing for? I like the idea of a weekender phone, something that doesn't have a lot of distractions, but it's too slow, and it's just lacking a little bit. I see light phone as a great option for a single person who doesn't have kids, who doesn't have a lot of responsibility outside of themselves, to be in communication with others. If you're going on a weekend trip somewhere by yourself, or with your wife maybe, you know, and you don't have kids yet, and you don't need to get in touch with anyone really, this is fine. You can shoot a text here and there to a parent or someone, or give someone a phone call, which is fine too. But someone who doesn't need things to be quick, I could see this working for them. I tried even using this for just a few nights texting with friends, and it was just so cumbersome to write out messages. And I'm a big believer in being in community with people and being able to have conversations with friends and loved ones. So this hinders even those essential tasks that we're used to having on a cell phone, and so that bothers me a little bit. But again, if you don't have those responsibilities, I could see this being a great option for someone. Secondly, if you just want to be that person who just takes that leap and fully transforms into this phone fully. You don't have a separate line. Your friends and family know that you have this phone now. You tell them you're taking the leap. You tell them, hey, I'm going to be less responsive. I'm going to be shorter in my responses via text. If you're making that switch fully, I can see it working for you as well. But there are a lot of people you would need to notify to make that sort of change in your life. And that just doesn't work for me, but it might for you. However, I love the concept. I love the idea. And I think that a distraction-free device that does the basics is a great idea for us in this super distracting world that we live in. I think a future iteration of Light Phone 3 or 4, maybe if it doesn't have e-ink, which I kind of find hard to imagine they would go that route, could be something more along the lines of what I would use it for. But for now, Light Phone 2 is honestly just not for me. The phone is $299 brand new, which take it or leave it. I understand companies have to make money. That seems a little steep for me for this device itself, but it could be perfect for you. So that's all I got for this video. Thanks very much for listening to me talk about the Light Phone 2. I will be reviewing more dumb phones in the future. This is the 135 RGB version. LCD display, dual power supply, which is interesting. You can do battery or you can plug it in, which is nice. First thing we see here, some paperwork about the LED user guide. That's all it says. We've got an accessories box. So it looks like this is the light itself. I'm not sure the best way to pull this out here. Hold on to the, that's all that's in the box, it seems. This looks like the light. We'll set it here for now and look at our accessories. Okay, so basically your plug into the wall and then your converter, whatever this thing is called, adapter as well. And I think that is it. Both of these lights do run off of an app, so that's super helpful. And I don't know if they come with a dedicated remote or not. Not seeing one for this guy. Wow, my first impression is this is very small. Wow, look at the size of this light. So small. I actually love that. On the back, you'll see you've got your input and then you'd have 2 slots for batteries as well, on and off. Sort of a menu button, scrolly wheel, and it also clicks in as well. Let's see if I can't. Usually there's a release. There it is. And there is the LED sort of layout there, if you all can see that, which is really nice. Wow, I'm just kind of amazed at how small this is. I don't understand the point of this little tag here, but it is what it is. Teeny. Look at that. I love it. You got a nice adapter here to put it on a C-stand, whatever you might want, and so for now, we will set the light itself aside and look at what we get here. So this is just sort of your normal, let's put that aside as well, sort of bright light option if you're not going to be using a softbox. If you want a more direct, harsh light, there is the light itself, which is really nice. Now we will move on to the big brother here. Sort of a different, I mean, same sort of packaging, but you don't have the graphics on the front and the sides. Inside the box, first thing I get to is power cable, which is a little bit heftier and bigger for this one. I'm assuming a lot of what goes on in here is done inside the body of this one in terms of the power. Little guide here, app control instruction as well. And then let's see if I can easily pull this out. Okay, that's all in that box. This one is quite a bit bigger as you can tell. Let's pull off this side of the packaging. Quite a bit heavier as well, but this will be sort of like your main light source, I would think, for a video, your key light. Whereas I feel like the smaller light could be a bounce light, it could be a light for behind you, it could be a hair light as well. I'm excited to sort of figure out how I'm going to use these lights in the studio. Right, so first thing you can see here, I guess, is you do have the ability to have the umbrella attachment here on the bottom of this guy. Let's go ahead and loosen the stand. On the back of the light, you've got your on-off, clickable, plus minus switch here, your fan speed. That's interesting. Never seen, or at least my newer light doesn't have a fan speed option. Bluetooth reset, FX, temperature. So there's that. Let's go ahead and, man, this guy's a beast. And there are your lights for this version. It does come with a kind of a shield for those LEDs there, which is interesting. We'll go ahead and get this out as well and pop this on and get the full sort of effect of how big this guy is. Now again, this is 350 B Light is what it's called, and yeah, that's a big guy. It's about, I'd say about double the size of my current newer light, which I reviewed on the channel before. But here are the two lights side by side. Wow, that's really cool. That's awesome. So yeah, I'll definitely be playing around with how I want to set these up in studio. I think this definitely for my key light. I do still have my newer key light as well, so that could be my bounce light. I don't currently have a hair light with this setup, as you can see, and honestly, behind me here, this is literally just a lamp that I set here to shine up against the back wall here, the backdrop, and sort of just give me some separation from the background. So I could potentially use this in place of that, or I am super interested in having a hair light. It just gives that much more separation from the background. But I'm really just excited to get into these lights, test them out, and see what we can come up with. New video, new outfit, new backdrop, and another quick unboxing. The company also sent me a softbox and I think a handle. Let's just see, this might just be the softbox here. All right, so it's actually both. So first thing here is, if I can get it open, this is actually a handle for the small light. I guess in case you're doing any sort of like run and gun on the go, if you're out shooting maybe at nighttime or something, to be able to have the battery powered light on a handle. If you want to have effects where the lights are moving, you can kind of do that kind of maneuver as well. I will kind of get this set up with that in a second so you guys can see what that looks like. Put my knife away. The company also sent me this soft box for the lights as well. It is Tolifo branded, which is pretty neat. This one looks like a circular design. I'm not even really sure how does this, oh wow, you pull out each individual one like so. Interesting. So you can see here on the back, each sort of individual thing has a little tab that you push to sort of unlock these, or you just pull them out and pop them into place. I do like this design. To take apart my previous softbox, which I'm using right now, it takes a long time to sort of make it into a shape that is easy to be portable, if that makes sense. So there is the softbox kind of fully out here. It is a little bit smaller here, but that's okay. I'm probably going to be using it as my bounce light kind of vibe. It does come with the, I don't know what this is called, egg carton grid something. This helps direct the light a little bit better. I do have one on my softbox up here, and then the actual and center cover of the light itself, just to get that nice diffusion with the Velcro around the inner lining here. Right, so here for me is the fun part. The other day when I first unboxed these lights, I played around with them for a few minutes after setting them up and just had the best time, because these two lights can change up the entire vibe of any video just by playing with color, with warmness, coolness, different brightness levels. And I will say, currently I'm shooting on my old light that I use, and this is actually full brightness of that light. That is a 60 watt light from Newer, and let me just say, I'm gonna switch out this light and I will show you the difference from the Newer 60 watt and the Tolifo 350 watt. Right, so I've got the color matched, everything like that on this light, and currently with the same sort of brightness level, I am at, nope, that's the one behind me. So currently with the same brightness level as the Newer was, I'm at 20% brightness. So just to give an idea, by the way, all of this is controlled through the app, which is super nice. They also both have buttons and screens on the light themselves, so you don't have to have the app, but it is really nice. Let's go ahead and just crank this all the way up and see how this looks. 50% brightness, 75% brightness. That is 100% brightness on the Tolifo 50 watt. You can tell, like, I am at 320 ISO. I am wide open at 2.8, 60 shutter speed. I'm running at 30 frames per second. And this is just way too bright. Like, I would basically need an ND filter to run this. As you can tell, like, my face is all blown out. So let's go ahead and get this back down to where I need it to be at 20% brightness. The thing with the key light, the 350 watt, is it only has like white levels. So I could go a little bit orange like that. I could go a little bit cooler. Well, that's like daylight, which is kind of as cool as you can really get with this kind of setup. I can go, oh, actually that's 6500. So this is a little bit cooler, like we're outside. This is more, not outside. What am I trying to say? More blue light, like that would come from your phones. This is obviously more so natural daylight is what I set my camera to at 5600 Kelvin. You can go really orange, like we're sitting under a tungsten light. That's 2700 Kelvin. So really cool stuff here. Something else I'm gonna keep it at this yellow. I know it's probably kind of gross to look at, but the cool thing about these lights too is all the different effects. So this is candle. We've got explosion, which is wild, like explosions happening off in the distance over there. A campfire, which is pretty neat. Flame. I'm not really sure I understand flame. I don't know. The color's different. SOS signal. Paparazzi, right? Like I'm on the red carpet. A faulty bulb. This one's pretty interesting. Kind of like fluorescent bulb situation. TV, which just kind of like flickers in different, you know, weird patterns. Lightning, which is pretty cool too, like that. You can set the speed at which these things happen. You can set the intensity at which they happen. But I'm going to go back just to our normal setup here. This stuff's really cool, especially if you're a filmmaker, right? If you're wanting to make videos to have effects, maybe you're trying to give off the idea that it's lightning outside, or that there are paparazzi, or you are by a campfire. Like, these are really cool options. They're baked right into the app themselves. But I had a lot of fun, honestly, with this little light back here. This is the 135 watt full RGB. And the effects on this guy are really fun to play with. So same thing here. I'm running at 3200K behind me to give a little bit more of an orange background. I can go a little bit whiter like that, and then I can actually match the same as the key light with that. Go a little bit more orange, all the way orange to 27. Currently this intensity here, I just have it shooting, if you can see, I just have it shooting against the back wall at 15%. Let's go ahead and raise that to 100, and you can see, like, wow, that's kind of super bright. It's funny, I've got the zebra lines on my camera so I can see when things are way blown out, and there's just like a perfect zebra circle all the way around me, which is funny. Let's come back down to, where was I? 15%. In fact, let's go up to like 25 because I want to get into the different colors of this guy. So I actually found the color that I use in my YouTube thumbnails and, you know, changed it from the hex code to RGB to put it here, or HSI, I guess it would be called here, hue, saturation, intensity. And this is the color of my channel. Obviously this back wall is gray, so it's a little bit darker, a little bit more saturated, but this is kind of the vibe of my thumbnails, and I've thought about potentially going with this color as my background to match the thumbnails. Let me know in the comments what you think has been best of all of this setup so far, and we'll work through some of these as well. So you can just do different colors, right? Like there's red, yellow, green, there's a light blue as well, dark blue, kind of magenta-y purple. You've also got just your little like slider here to pick whatever color you might want. There's also gels. And I don't know a ton about cinematography, things like that, but it looks like Lee and Roscoe, these are maybe people who are good at lighting feature films. I have no idea. But they've got these different 600 series, 700 series. They're basically like presets for gels that you would put over lights in movies. So looking through some of these gels, here's silver, full CT, platinum, urban sodium. We've got a 700 series, perfect lavender, lily, electric lilac, color correction, which is interesting, like adding a certain ND filter, yellow, flame green, cosmetic, silver rose, aqua blue, color filters, pink, yellow, Roscoe as well as another section of this, cyan, green, another green, blue, Cinelux, which is interesting. No color straw, pale gold, flame, golden amber. These are all really cool. Color corrections as well. Steraro collection, versus red or VS red, VS orange, VS green. But again, this is the cool part. These different effects. So here's pulse. Again, you can do lightning as well, which is a pretty cool setting there. Lightning somehow coming from behind me. TV, right? I don't know. A faulty bulb. So like, oh man, I shouldn't be playing these. If you have problems with this kind of stuff, I'm sorry. There's paparazzi, okay, which that's actually kind of a cool look, bouncing off the wall. It looks, well, I guess nothing's flashing on my face. SOS, flame, we've got fade, which is a pretty cool look. Here's campfire again. So if there is some kind of campfire going on behind me, I can actually turn down the intensity, I think, a little bit. That's a little better. Explosion. If the explosions were happening behind me. Candle. One of my favorites is cop car, right? So you can kind of like you could bounce this off the ceiling. In fact, let me just do it. Like I could bounce this off the ceiling and you get a really cool like cop car effect, right? A party is just kind of like running through all the colors. You can have an ambulance, which is nice. You can turn down that speed, right? Fire station, same thing. Turn up the speed there. That is wild and it looks really weird on camera. An RGB loop just runs through all the different colors as well. Right, so I did want to kind of point this out again. Here is the handle that they sent me. It's very basic. I'm sure you could pick up another one of these handles somewhere online, but the cool thing about this 135 watt is you can either run the power cable in or actually run with battery packs here. Two of them, 2 slots for that. So it can be fully handheld. As I mentioned before, you do have all of your settings right here you can play with, or again from the app entirely. I could definitely see an on-site shoot, something where you've got to be quick with movement and everything, or like, you know, I could literally see turning this on to like the police lights going off and have someone like run by the scene holding this or something where it gives the impression of a moving police car. I will say, if you listen carefully, it's not super loud, but you can definitely hear the fans in this guy, and I think because it's behind me, you might, I don't know, I'll have to check this footage after. You might not be able to hear it so much in the microphone while I'm doing these talking head videos, but this is the 135 version, and you can hear those fans. Not super loud, like I said, and I can't hear at all the 350 watt, probably because I'm only running at, you know, 20%. What did I say it was? Like something so low like that. So here is how that looks with the softbox. Again, this isn't super heavy. Like you could definitely have someone holding this kind of lighting setup for you out shooting on scene, on set, something like that, and hold it pretty steady as well. So there's the full sort of setup there with the softbox. Right, so you can tell like there's a lot that these lights do. You can have static setups like this. Obviously you might not have the colors changing behind you like I am right now, but there's a lot you can do. I literally have a key light right in front of me, kind of angled down, and then behind me facing, splashing up against the wall. I will tell you too that my little studio here is 1, in my basement, and 2, I've got literally just a piece of cabinetry wood on top of 2 like boxes of things. And I've got about, between my key light, my camera, and my back wall, there's probably like 8-10 feet. Like I'm not working with a lot here, but I'm able to get this clean, minimal studio setup mostly because of the lighting that I'm using. If I didn't have this nice, soft, white light shining down here on me and the table, and this sort of back wall that I can now change up the color if I want to, pick a color, play with different colors, like you can do a lot with these 2 lights. You can also set up these lights with a key light maybe off to the side, doing that 45-degree angle, which I've played with a lot. You could use this, what I'm calling hair light. It's not a hair light, but I've just labeled it that for whatever reason, as your bounce light. You could put it up on the ceiling and have it hitting your head as the hair light to sort of separate you from the background. You could do what I'm doing by just flashing it up against the back wall to add a pop of color, separation there. There's so much you can do with these lights, and I will say I used the newer CB60, so 60 watt, for basically every video since maybe a year, 2 years ago. I was at my old job, so I guess it's been over 2 years at this point. But this light has been great, and there's a video you can watch here if you'd like to check out this light. I honestly would like a little bit more versatility and brightness, which these bring to the picture, and I think pricing wise, they're very similar in price. So yeah, I mean, this thing's done me well. I might set up a different configuration with this, maybe have a hair light or something, but honestly, I think you could get away with great videos with just these two lights, and I'm excited to see if you do end up purchasing these lights. I want to see what your setups are. I'm not really on social media, so I don't know how you'd send them to me, but maybe just tag me in one of your videos, something like that, so I can see your setups if you do end up using these lights. My final question here is, which color do you like behind me? It's kind of been running through. I could do that blue color, which is kind of this-ish color, which is similar to my thumbnails. I could just do a regular sort of off-white kind of deal. Let me come back over here. I could do this vibe, which is a little warmer behind me. I could match my key light, which is 5600 Kelvin, which just kind of gives a very minimal kind of look. I can change really anything. I could use one of these gels, one of these more tuned down gel kind of colors. I'm interested to hear your thoughts and opinions on what you think looks best behind me. And again, don't forget to pick up a highly discounted Tolifo 350 watt and 135 watt in the link down in the description between February 1st, February and March, and use my code that's also down in the description for 15% off any Tolifo product, I think from now until the end of time. It's truly a really good deal that they're running right now, and the value of these lights, I think they're actually worth the price. So the big key light is $379.99. The RGB one is $209.99, and again, they're gonna be highly discounted off of that price. I personally would pay, now that I've gotten to test these and play around with them and I see how well they fit into my studio and the way that I make videos, I personally would pay that price, that full price for both of these lights, because I think they're just going to improve the content here so much more for you guys. So again, check the links in the description. I think you're really going to enjoy these, playing around with them, and really just up your ability to make videos. Otherwise, that's going to do it for this video. Today, we're talking about this, the WisePhone. If you've seen my review of the Light Phone 2, you will probably remember that that phone is just not for me. I found it caused a lot more problems than it did good in my life. If you want to watch it, I'll link it here, but then come back to this video, because this phone, in my opinion, is the better version of what Light Phone 2 is trying to do. So to begin with, WisePhone is created by a company called Techless. Techless is dedicated to creating technology that enhances life without the distractions of conventional smartphones. Their flagship product, the WisePhone, emphasizes simplicity and functionality, offering basic tools like calling and texting while eschewing apps and the internet to minimize distractions. With the upcoming WisePhone 2, users can expect an evolution of this philosophy, focusing on essential communication tools, privacy, and a design that supports a more intentional and less distracted lifestyle. So that's a little bit about Techless, which I just wanted to share to give perspective on why they've created this phone. By the way, at any time in this video, if you're interested in pre-ordering the WisePhone 2, this is the first edition, the first model. It's based on a Motorola phone, so it's basically just showcasing the operating system. WisePhone 2 will be its own complete device created by the company, but if any time during this video you would like to pre-order yours, check the link in the description for an extra $25 off of your pre-order, and there's already a deal running right now on the phone, so get it while it's hot, while these deals are still on the table. Today I'm going to talk about why I think WisePhone is the dumb phone that we're all after. But to make this more fun and not drag along for too long, this video, that is, I spent an entire weekend with the WisePhone. I took my iPhone 13 Pro, I put it in my bedroom, and I switched fully to this dumb phone to see what the experience would be like. Stick around to the end of this video. I'm going to talk about how I wasn't really ready for what happened during that weekend. I'm excited to share with you all what happened. So what I did during that weekend was I actually took notes on the phone itself as I was experiencing the phone, as I was finding things I was missing out on, as I was finding great things about the phone. I took notes on the phone in the notes section itself, and I'm just going to run through those quick fire. Before we dive into that quick fire section of the pros and cons of the WisePhone device itself and the operating system, I did want to kind of walk around the phone to give you all an idea of what the operating system is like and sort of what we're working with in terms of what's available to us currently with the current iteration of WiseOS. So as you can see, there's no tap to wake. You do have to hit this side unlock button. It's got T-Mobile, which is the carrier that I'm currently on for it. You've got a few different battery, Wi-Fi, and cellular data here, as well as that the phone is in vibrate silent mode. You have the time, you have the date, swipe up to unlock. I have basically added all the possible, they don't call them apps, but whatever you want to call them, tools into this sort of tool bin that are available. I just went ahead and put them all on here through sort of the parent portal side of things. To give a bit of reference, this phone was designed specifically for children, but I think more and more minimalists have found value in it, and I think WisePhone 2 really leans into that. We might talk about that a little bit more later, but there is a parent portal, a locked sort of portal area where you can add and take away these tools. You've got a basic clock, which just tells you, you can add different parts of the world. You've got, of course, your alarm, stopwatch, timer, calculator. I use a calculator on my phone all the time, so I'm glad this is on here. Maps is actually way better, again, than the Light Phone 2 was. It's an actual map system. I can get directions. It'll take me to where I'm going. Very similar to Google Maps. I'm not sure that they have fully decided on who they're going to use as their maps provider for WisePhone 2. This Maps has worked great for me in my testing. Music, so there isn't Spotify streaming music, but you can add your own tracks to the phone itself through the USB cable. Notes, as you'll see, this is where I did my WisePhone experience notes, which we'll get to in a minute. You do have a camera on the phone itself as well. Pretty basic. It does photo and video. You'll notice there are two cameras actually here on the back of the phone, but you can't switch between them. I guess it's locked to the sort of basic main lens there. You do have a flashlight, which is cool, something I recognize, which I was gonna talk about later, but if you shake the device, the flashlight comes on, which my daughter had a lot of fun with that feature. Photos is interesting. It's just photos you can swipe through like this. There's not an actual gallery, which I'll talk about in a second as well. Settings, also very simple. If I can open it up here. Restrictions, display, sound, and you'll see there's very little you can really do with this thing, but that's kind of what it's all about, right? It does have Bluetooth and Wi-Fi as well, so if you want to connect your headphones to the device, if you want to connect it to your car for that kind of audio listening, those are options as well. Finally, you have your phone, which, click on it, you get your main contacts here. You can favorite contacts, you can just dial a number, you can look at your recent calls. Messages, very similar. I've got my messages here, and just to open up, what that kind of looks like within the system, very simplistic. Your person you're talking to is over here on the left, and what you send is on, so very simple. Here's sort of what that looks like. Hey man, awesome, great. So that's gonna run through, that's pretty much all there is on this phone. There are things that could be missing. Obviously, if you have any questions about this, let me know. But now that we've sort of run through the device and what's available there, let's go ahead and look, my friend just texted me back. This is a cool feature too. You'll notice these two little dots up here. And if I turn it off and on like this, you'll see those two, maybe hopefully you can see this, those two teeny dots that lets you know that you have a notification. You have either a message or a phone call. And then when you click through, you've got your messages here. Jonathan still thinks I'm using the Light phone. All right. Back to the home screen and locked. On the side of the phone, you do have your volume rocker, your lock awake. There is a fingerprint reader on the back of this specific WisePhone 1 device. Again, this is a Motorola device. They've just used their own operating system on. Fingerprint reader doesn't actually do anything. SIM card tray here. speaker grill, microphone, and a regular sort of micro USB. You do have a headphone jack and a microphone on the top as well. But again, this device currently is not actually able to be purchased. They've sort of pushed that to the side. They sent me this unit. Thank you, Techless, for sending me this to kind of get acquainted with the software and look forward to WisePhone 2 when it comes out. But without further ado, let's walk through my experience, quick fire, of what I thought about this phone on the weekend that I used it, specifically when I put my normal smartphone iPhone away, and when I need to, I'll refer to the phone to show examples of things. First and foremost, this is the thing I sort of complained about with a light phone, and I think for any iPhone user, Apple user coming from an iPhone to a device like this, it's hard to make the transition. You can either fully transition over, bring your SIM card and tell all your friends and family, hey, I'm no longer gonna have the blue bubbles, I've got green bubbles now. Or you can do what I did. Thankfully, Techless sent me sort of a 3-month prepaid SIM card through T-Mobile, I think it was, and it's allowed me to have a separate number. And I think for really any user who's not trying to completely change over to a dumb phone from their current smartphone device, this might be the best bet. Obviously, you're going to be paying for a phone plan separate from the one you're currently on, which that's an added cost per month. But there are some really, really cheap phone plans out there, especially when you're only using, you know, talk and text and maybe a little bit of map data. So that is an option. I think that's best. What I did was I told my friends and family, hey, for the weekend, this is going to be the phone I'm going to be using. If you need to contact me, here's that phone number. You know, just telling your friends and family. Obviously, this is a story for another day, what that sort of unpacks, how that relationship works out, and how you should probably appropriately notify people that you're going to be switching devices for the month. Definitely missing Spotify. I listen to Spotify a lot, especially on the way to and from work. Whenever I'm in the car, my daughter kept asking me to play songs from Moana, and I couldn't because I had this phone, and that kind of hurts. I don't like having other people have to basically have pain points because of my, you know, shunning a smart device. That's another conversation for another day as well, but hopefully there would be an option for streaming music in a future update, especially in the WisePhone 2, but I did miss Spotify, but again, you can add music to the device itself. I could have connected this to my car's Bluetooth and added music. I never got around to doing that, but that's something that you're able to do. So one thing I found was typing out messages on the phone wasn't super accurate, and the screen, like, ability to read touches wasn't super accurate as well. Now, I think this is definitely going to be fixed in WisePhone 2 when they make their own devices. Hey man, how is it going? So, hey man, how is IR going? Not too bad. I had worse experience typing on this, but that's kind of the extent of it. Like, you'll miss things here and there. You kind of have to go back through and use this little bubble thing. Normal typing, it just doesn't pick things up as well. You kind of have to peck a little bit harder than I do, say, on my iPhone. All right, let's see. I'll also say the camera shutter. So as we open up the camera here, the shutter is pretty slow. So you can see I just took a photo and it just now took it. All right. And it's a little like slow and buggy with taking a photograph. With kids, that's a little annoying. You want to catch them right in the moment. I will also say the camera's not too great, but that said, WisePhone 2 is touting a like 64 megapixel camera, I think. Really big, nice camera. It's going to take great photos. As a dad, as someone in the family, it's good to be able to take great photos, and I want to be able to do that and not be lacking that because I've, you know, left my iPhone in the bedroom for the weekend. I wish there was weather here. I did wear my Apple Watch during the weekend, and I was basically at home for most of the weekend, but when we did go out and about, obviously my Apple Watch doesn't have cellular data and it can't be tied to the phone itself, so I had no way of knowing what the temperature was outside. I wish there was weather on here. I will take this time to say that on a WisePhone 2, they're working on sort of a beta thing where there are requested applications that they highly vet, and will be potentially available to you. So let's use weather as an example. If enough people say, hey, we'd love weather, that's obviously not really distracting. It's just a tool that we would like to have on the device. They go through a rigorous process and be like, you know what, yeah, weather would be nice to have. Let's allow that to be available, and they'll work on that. So they're kind of opening up what's available in terms of apps on the device, kind of, but it still all goes through them. You can't just access an app store. They're gonna have sort of their own tool drawer or something like that they're calling it, that you can, again, pick and choose from as future updates come around. I also wish there was a calendar, and if it could be connected to my iCal, that would be fantastic as well. We use Calendar a lot as a family, me and my wife specifically, so if we were able to have that, that would be amazing as well. I wish there were podcasts. With the Light phone, you could actually subscribe to a podcast RSS feed, which would have been really nice on here to be able to have some sort of data pulling episodes down, or even while you're sitting on Wi-Fi, I can pull those episodes down to listen to. You obviously can't open links. I had a couple people send me like links to things and you can't click on them because there's no browser here, which that's just kind of the way it is. You could either text yourself to your smartphone and look at it later, or have the person send it to your smartphone instead. I found with this, because there was very little to do on it, I read books more often than I used to. I wasn't scrolling, doom scrolling. I wasn't checking email. I was just using the phone for communication and then putting it down when I didn't need it. In fact, funny story, I actually went into Maps and just started like saying, how far would it be to walk to Aruba from here? Like, that was something I did when I didn't have access to a book or something and I was bored. I was just using Maps for entertainment. So that's the kind of separation from the internet that I am looking for. Again, this is a Motorola Moto E device. I've actually really liked the device itself. I know that WisePhone 2 is going to be their own device. By the way, it looks fantastic. I know you've already seen it in this video, but it looks really nice. I love the design. But in terms of this phone, it was light. I didn't like the case. It's just, I've never really liked these kind of cases anyway, but I didn't like the case too much, and it wasn't super comfy because there's like the places that it was cut in the mold is kind of scratchy when you're holding the phone. It does give that all black look, but I also really don't mind this blue look either on this Motorola E device. So just a few little things that I noted on that as well. Pretty nice to hold, pretty slim. I like the rounded edges here. It's just a little bit, here, let me show you compared to my iPhone. It's just a little bit taller, a little bit wider, and actually a little bit thinner than the iPhone itself, but there's the comparison there. I didn't notice that big of a change in my pocket. You can see the dimensions of the WisePhone 2 on their website pre-order page. One thing I wish there was, and I don't know if this is going to be on WisePhone 2 or not, but there's no like swipe to go back. If you're like deep in a message, so like say here I'm talking to Jonathan, I can't just go home like this. I have to hit back, and then I have to hit back, and now I'm home. I wish there was just a quick go home button, which is interesting. It could be they're changing that for WisePhone 2 and that operating system in the future. As I said, there's really no photo gallery. You just have to swipe through them, which is a little strange. I think it makes you more intentional with how many photos you take, but I mean, I would just like to be able to pick through a gallery and then send off photos to family and friends that way instead of having to swipe, share, swipe, share. That takes a little bit of time. The phone calls itself, I talked to my mom and dad for like an hour one night on this device, and it was very loud and clear. I mean, that's more to do with the phone than really the operating system, but calls and texts have been great. No worries there. Battery life was really good on this thing. I think this could probably last 4+ days with, you know, regular sort of usage on this device. Again, with the Light phone, I had some issues with, I put the phone in a drawer and like a day and a half later I went to get it and it was completely just dead. This you can leave around and it will last even longer, but when you're actually using it, I found I used it for 4 days and didn't have to recharge at all. Another thought that I had quickly, what if instead of buying an iPad, you kept your smartphone and then bought the WisePhone instead? Because then you have a more intentional device than just another larger version of the smartphone you already have. That was just a quick note I wrote. I've had iPads in the past and they're such a strange piece of technology. I don't really know how they fit into my life specifically, but a dumb phone that I can use on the side, now that sounds a little bit more enticing to me. It's cheaper than an iPad and it allows you to be more intentional with your life. So, just a thought. One thing that I noted was all the apps are on the left side here, which would be nice if I was left-handed, but I'm right-handed, so I thought I was having to reach over and touch these, but you can actually just touch on the line that it's on. So I wish there was a way even still, to be able to move these over to the right side potentially, or even have them centered more like the Light phone, but it's really not a big deal because as long as you hit on that sort of hit bar that's a line across, then you're able to open the app, no problem. A few more things. You know, the wife wanted a better camera. She didn't like the photos that this took. I caught some really cute photos of my kids on the phone, sent them to my wife. She was like, I wish this was on your iPhone. Again, with WisePhone 2, it's got a way better camera, so I'm not worried about that in the future. Auto brightness is slow to brighten out of pocket, at least with this device. So what I found was, like, when I have the phone in my pocket, I pull it out, it takes a second for the brightness to come on. And that was a little frustrating, but again, it could be built into the OS to cause you to slow down a little bit. So I don't know, could be a good or bad thing. Another thing that my wife wishes was on this phone was a lot of times, and it might be creepy to you all, maybe this isn't a problem for you all, but we like to be able to check where each other is on, you know, iCloud, to be able to use the Find My service and be like, oh, he hasn't even left the church yet, you know, or maybe, oh, he left the church, he's almost home, let me get this thing ready, or whatever it might be. We like to see each other's location just to check in on each other, and obviously Maria couldn't do that. I had a meeting somewhere and it kind of went over, and Maria was like, I couldn't see where you were. So it was a bit of concern for how we work. It doesn't bother me. It might be creepy to you all, but a cool feature with WisePhone is if you're using it for your kids, there is a sort of trackable feature for parents to be able to log in and see where your kid has been, kind of thing. But in terms of obviously using Find My, which is an Apple feature, you can't do that on this phone. The last thing I will note, which is kind of silly, is when you go into, where is it? Advanced settings, date and time. If you switch to 24-hour time, and this probably doesn't bother a lot of you, but the number is not centered. 1249 is not centered. So Techless, if you're listening, I use military time just because I don't know why, I just like it better. And the number's not centered. However, if I come back in here and I turn it to not 24-hour time, that number is centered. I think it has something to do with that PM being justified to the right or something. But I ended up, because I'm so annoying, I ended up just going with regular non-24-hour time because I'd like things to be centered. I just want to give some closing thoughts on the device itself. So the WisePhone first edition, WisePhone 1, whatever you want to call this, has been out for 4 years now. And from what I can tell, what they're implementing in the OS and in WisePhone 2, the device, is directly related to really the issues that I had with this while using it. But from what I understand, I think everyone who has tried WisePhone 1 has created these concerns or issues or things they would like to see changed, and WisePhone has addressed those intentionally. Yes, like they're not just going to open up access to the App Store. That would ruin their whole purpose. But they've listened to their users and they're making those changes with the second device. It's a great company, a company that listens to its users but still holds firm to the core values and their beliefs and why they set out to make things in the first place. So I personally am super duper duper excited for WisePhone 2 because it checks off a lot of the concerns I had while using this a few weekends ago. Which brings me to how it was using this for the weekend. I was not ready for how much I truly enjoyed this phone. I think because I had tried the Light phone and it caused a lot of issues, I was not super excited to try and put all my eggs into this basket for the weekend, but I was present with my kids, with my wife. I was able to be reached by friends and family. I did text some friends. In fact, at night while my wife and I were watching TV, when I would usually be scrolling, I just texted some friends, asked them how their day was going, tried to be friendly and social because that's all this can do. There goes the flashlight. That's all this device can do. So it really fits the bill of what I was looking for in a dumb phone, and I really love the idea. I think I will probably, and I didn't have a lot of issues when I told my family, hey, I'm switching to this number for the weekend. It went over really well. I think it could become a common practice for me, especially when the WisePhone 2 comes out with what, obviously I have to test it first, see if it actually does everything that they are hoping it will. But I think this could be a normal thing that I do on the weekend. Put my smartphone away, go with this dumb phone, and just be there with my family. Be present. I thoroughly enjoyed this phone. Pre-orders for the WisePhone 2 are at the link in the description. Again, you'll get an extra $25 off. My code, if you choose to put that in at checkout instead, is just SPENCERSCOTTPUGH, all one word, and you'll get that $25 off. I think they're literally $50 off right now for pre-orders, and the cost of the phone is really just cost because of how they've set up pricing there. So it's a good deal, good bang for buck. It's more than anything going to be priceless when it gives you back your time. So I'm in love with WisePhone. I'm in love with Techless and what they stand for. I'm excited to see what they come out with in the future. UltraHuman, a brand that I love. I've been wearing their Ring Air for almost 3 months now. Can't recommend it enough. Seriously, if you're thinking about getting one, link in the description, 10% off. But I've been super excited because they recently released their glucose monitor. Sent me one to review here. So today I'm going to be unboxing, applying the glucose monitor to my arm, and getting ready to test it for a couple weeks. During this video, I'll also come back after those 2 weeks is up and sort of share my experience. But for right now, time for unboxing. We're gonna dive right in, go ahead and get the thing set up. I'm excited to see what this device can show me about my glucose and my health in that way, and how that pairs with the Ring data as well. So I do have here the box that it came in right away. It says Deep Health Insights, UltraHuman, got their brand, and that's all. Let's go ahead and take the top off here, put that to the side, a little bit of stuff here. So this does work with the Abbott Freestyle Libre 3, which is going to be the device itself that we're going to be applying. The app is going to use the data pulled from this device to give us some deep insights in the same UltraHuman app and dashboard that we're used to. So I have already been sent the sensor, so have a sensor start now. Set up guidelines, set aside 15 to 20 minutes. Best time is after you wake up when your glucose is stable. It is lunchtime, but I haven't yet eaten. Apply before eating anything, as glucose stability helps minimize calibration errors. Avoid eating or exercising during the 60-minute sensor warm-up period. How to apply the sensor. Little tutorial.
To the UltraHuman M1 live sensor application tutorial.
Go ahead and open it up.
Product insert, sensor application, alcohol wipes, and protective hypoallergenic patches. Before we begin the sensor application, here are a few guidelines. Set aside 15 to 20 minutes for the Libre 3 setup process. The best time to install the sensor is upon waking up, when your glucose is stable. Apply the sensor on an empty stomach, as glucose stability helps minimize calibration errors. Avoid eating and exercising during the 60-minute warm-up period. Now let's get started. The Freestyle Libre 3 sensor and applicator already comes assembled for you. All you need to do is simply unscrew the cap and set it aside. Do not put the cap back on, as it may damage the sensor. The glucose sensor needs to be applied to the tricep area of the arm. Make sure that part is shaved and does not contain any scars, mold, stretch marks, or lumps.
So I will say, there is a little needle in here which applies the little thread that will be in the arm, but as they said, it shouldn't hurt whatsoever. And all right, so let's go ahead and try and apply the applicator here. Let's see. There we go. Literally didn't feel anything, which is awesome. It's funny, I'm using my camera's monitor to do everything. There we go. Make sure that's on there good. All right, and there we go. I think I put that on there right. It's right on my tricep, which is good. All right. I have already downloaded the Libre app here. Let's hop over to Libre, apply a new sensor. Next, scan new sensor. Okay. All right. Ready to scan. Something interesting, it says don't take high doses of vitamin C We take emergency a lot here around the house. That's good to know. Sensor ready in 60 minutes. So I do have sort of a wait period, an hour, while the sensor warms up. Other than that, we'll keep watching the tutorial here.
You're now an UltraHuman cyborg.
Whoa! All right, let's go over to UltraHuman. All right, you did not hold it up like that. I have downloaded the Libra app, mark as complete, activate the CGM sensor on the Libra 3 app. I did that. Let's connect Libra 3, continue, basically pairing the data over here. All right, so we've connected our data, connection established. That's it, you're all set, let's go. I have read, yes. I understand that this is not intended for actual medical use. So sync successful, no new data was found. Data may be delayed up to 20 minutes from the Libra 3 app. Remember to keep the Libra 3 app running in the background. Basically, what this is Libra 3 and the data is being pulled into UltraHuman so that UltraHuman can make use of that data and how it applies to the Ring, as well as any new products that UltraHuman might come out with. Basically, I've got about 55 minutes before I can see anything. So yeah, I'll take a little break and be back with information once I have it. Right, so it's actually been 2 weeks that I have been wearing the glucose monitor, the M1 from UltraHuman, and I wanted to walk through a day where I did a really good job of logging everything in the app and kind of walk you through the app and show basically like the advantages of wearing the M1 CGM. I did finally take off, so basically these sensors last 2 weeks. I got the package that has 2, so basically it'll last a month. So I did take off the monitor, which I just kind of did in my bedroom. I'll show that video right now. Painless. I was actually really surprised at how sticky the actual like sensor was. The adhesive that keeps it on your arm. I don't even know if the included patches from UltraHuman are completely necessary. I've seen a lot of people wearing the Libre, whatever you want to say it, 3 without an added patch like that, but it definitely just gives you a little bit more confirmation that it's not going to come off, and these are waterproof, stuff like that. So anyway, I took it off and I have 2 weeks of data here, but I wanted to walk through basically the UltraHuman app and how it works with the M1. Each day you have your sort of metabolic score at the top, and I think one other thing it shows as well. Since I'm not currently wearing the device, it's saying that it's waiting for glucose data. But what I did was I went back to Friday, March 1st, which was the day I did a good job of logging everything that I was doing. And kind of what you can see here is the first thing, which is pretty cool, you see this graph and it pulls in this data from the Libra 3 app and the sensor and what it's picking up. And you can just kind of see over throughout the day how my glucose was spiking and going back down all the way till when I was asleep. It goes down low. You know, there's not a lot of food and things happening while you're sleeping. As your body's digesting, you're not adding really anything more to your body. But I think you can get the most out of this app when you do a good job of logging the foods that you're eating for each snack, each meal, each piece of candy that you might consume throughout the day. As much as you are able to log that food, something I will note is it does pair nicely with the MyFitnessPal. So if you're already using the MyFitnessPal app, logging your food, stuff like that, it will pull in that data with a good amount of information. So you can see, as you can see at 8:55 that evening, I had a glass of wine, which I actually logged in the MyFitnessPal app, and it was able to pull that in. And you can click through and kind of see this food score, right? So a stable response to that wine. Food optimizer is interesting. It'll show you how, what you can do to pair that wine or that cupcake with something else to sort of make it a better conscious decision, which is pretty interesting. I might click that here in a second. But you can kind of see wine was the last thing I had. It does show you when different crashes are detected, and basically it's along this graph here that those things are happening. So here, a crash detected at 9:07 a.m. and it was basically when I was coming down off of my breakfast from that day. I think you can click in here. It gives you a little bit of more information. You can always click learn more. A ton of information on the UltraHuman app. One of the reasons I love it, it doesn't just shoot a stat at you. It goes into detail, and you can go in even further detail to understand what those data points mean, how your body's being affected, whether you're wearing the Ring or something like the M1, or coming this summer, their home device as well. And interesting stuff like this, right? So finding yourself constantly exhausted, a decent sleep tonight could have you waking up more energized tomorrow, obviously, but little tips and tricks like that throughout the day are really nice. Let's see, it's reminding me about my activity volume. Here I had for dinner, pepperoni pizza, strawberry smoothie. Interesting dinner, I know, but I didn't eat a whole 14-inch pepperoni pizza, but basically just log, see it says 2 slices. I had a cup of strawberry smoothie. It shows you your calories, fat, carbs, fiber, protein. And by the way, you can log all of this food within the actual UltraHuman app itself. It doesn't have to be through a third-party thing like MyFitnessPal. But what I have found is I don't know that the library of saved sort of off-the-shelf foods in the UltraHuman app are as vast as something like MyFitnessPal, which has been doing that for forever. So they have a lot more off the shelf where people have already logged that food. As people use UltraHuman more and more over time, and they add their own unique foods and portions to the app, that library will continue to grow. Not super worried about it. I rarely had a point where I couldn't find some form of the food I actually ate. This is interesting. It'll show like the strawberry smoothie and how other people react to it. You can try the food optimizer, right? This is going to basically say how to consume it without glucose spikes. You know, pairing the pizza with a side salad with greens, tomatoes, cucumber, opt for smaller portions, add some fiber. Instead of the strawberry smoothie, try a green smoothie, right? Consider swapping. It's not just like, here's how this food made your glucose spike, or this food made your glucose spike, right? Well, great, I knew eating a burrito would do that, but it gives you insights on, hey, how can you eat this food to make that spike be less of a spike? Or how can you pair these things? If you're very interested in your overall body health, this stuff is cool to take notes on, to remember. Next time you do go eat a smoothie and a pizza, you might think, let me have 1 slice of pizza and instead have a side salad. Or let me have half this smoothie and or add more, you know, spinach to it, something like that. So drink a glass of water before and after the meal to help regulate blood sugar levels. That's a great tip. Take a short walk after, right, to burn off some of those carbs. So the insights you get within the UltraHuman app is really what makes this whole M1 system shine. On the Libra app, you see your valleys and your mountains, but there's not a ton you can get from just that data. It's good to keep track of, but really where all this shines is within the UltraHuman app itself. So coming down to lunch, you can see like a combined event is when you're eating like a meal. So like Hawaiian roll, banana, pasta, right? It'll sort of add those into a combined score for your meal. It was a medium spike. I was out of range for at least 40 minutes. It's just really interesting stuff like that. You can see, you know, that's what I had for breakfast. I had something at 12 a.m. Is that right? I don't know if that's right. You've got your sleep data here, and you can see total sleep, minimum glucose, maximum, average, which is interesting as well. Here's some trends. I think, yeah, there we go. There's my weekly, my 2 weeks. Come back daily and kind of see how my trends go, metabolic score, glucose variability. So I don't need to get super deep into this stuff. I think ultimately I just wanted to share that you're going to get the best results out of this if you log your food, because then you can go back and see how your body reacted to different types of food or different food pairings, and definitely the deep insights on how you can ingest those foods. As I said before, really the power here is in the app itself, and I will say wearing the ring helps with the sleep data, all that kind of stuff, exercise data, basically everything the ring does. If you pair it with the M1, it's fantastic. But now I want to move into a section where I'm going to bring in my good friend, Dr. Jonathan Barrett, to talk about really who we think this device, this application is for. I've been waiting to bring Jonathan on the channel for a long time now, so let's move on to that. Super excited to have Dr. Jonathan Barrett with me today to help sort of talk more about the product and the idea of what, you know, glucose monitoring does for normal people who it's usually geared towards, all that kind of stuff. But he's also a good friend of mine, so I'm excited to have you here, Jonathan. You want to tell him a little bit about who you are?
Yeah, so I'm Jonathan Barrett. I'm a family physician in Roanoke, Virginia. So with family physician, I do a lot of like primary care, bread and butter things like diabetes, hypertension, chronic disease prevention, and I also specialize in skin procedures as well. So, but glucose monitoring, and I encounter it every day in my practice.
Yeah, so I am in the dark with a lot of this stuff, and I'm super excited to be trying this product. And I know UltraHuman sort of gears it more towards the average consumer, someone who's interested in just having a different way of checking in on their health. Much like a ring or a watch kind of shows you fitness or sleep tracking, this is kind of a way of, in sort of a single-ish data point, showing how, you know, food kind of affects your mood, your body, things like that. I'm gonna let him explain a little bit more, but I wanted to bring Jonathan on. He's tried out the Ring as well, so he has an idea of how the app works, that kind of stuff, but I wanted to just hear more, a couple things. One, who is this sort of monitoring usually for? And then, you know, as UltraHuman sort of positioning it as kind of an average consumer, everybody can use this, how, I guess, normal people could benefit from this type of technology or, you know, health data point, if you will. I'll just let you kind of go through your thoughts.
Yeah. First question, who is this normally for? And I would say normally this is for people who have diabetes. So in, you know, very quick overview of glucose metabolism. So we all need sugar, and basically when we eat, the sugar gets absorbed into your system. And I want to be clear, I'm not telling you to eat a lot of Skittles. Just like when you eat a normal lunch, like if you get your sandwich for lunch, the carbohydrates and it gets absorbed into your bloodstream. And we need essentially that energy to get absorbed into your cells. And how your body does that is through insulin. In type 1 diabetics, you don't make any insulin, and so therefore we treat with insulin. In type 2 diabetes, you do make enough insulin, but your body is resistant. So it's kind of like I'm tapping Spencer on the shoulder 100 times and he's ignoring me because he's annoyed. And so basically it gets resistant to that insulin. And so, and how glucose monitoring helps is, especially in people with diabetes, it can help to help keep their glucose in a healthy level, because at high levels of glucose for prolonged periods of time, you could have damage to your heart, to your kidneys, to your arteries, to the nerves that help you feel things. And so glucose control is really important. And typically something like a continuous glucose monitor, like Spencer's been wearing, is used in people with diabetes.
That's great. Yeah. So how can, like, me, I don't have diabetes, but I've been wearing this thing, and it's interesting to see how different types of food will, like, spike your hyperglycemic events, things like that. Even some things like you wouldn't expect. Like, I ate a really bad meal the other day, I don't even remember what it was, and thought it was going to be terrible on this chart, and it was not bad. So what can this teach, like, the normal person about food and exercise and how that affects?
Yeah, I think the way that UltraHuman has kind of marketed this, it's for, hey, like, let's wear this all the time. You could kind of see when I eat a giant burrito, how it affects my blood sugar. But I think it probably has more of like a niche role, and it's probably more of like a one-time use where you could wear it and see how different foods affect your diet and then how your blood sugar is affected. You know, talking about the burrito, like, hey, I ate a giant burrito and my sugar was fine. Like, burritos must be good for me, right? It's like, it's not quite that simple. I mean, it does have to do with calories, and yes, maybe your body could handle those carbohydrates or those proteins or things like that well, but it doesn't mean that it's good for you. And I think, well, maybe like, hey, when I eat, you know, 3 bags of Skittles, my blood sugar, like, does go up. Like, yes, that might reinforce that that's not a good choice for you, or, hey, maybe that's why I feel sluggish or tired. But I think it does kind of have a limited applicability in kind of the general population.
I've also seen, like, UltraHuman has partnered with some, like, biking groups for the Ring and stuff like that, and they've partnered with them for this as well. And I kind of see a space for people who are either, like, ultra athletes, people who are super interested in how any sort of, I guess, input affects their body. Right. And so something where you are wearing this all the time to see the slightest changes in glucose, stuff like that. Even like those interested in like sleep and how that affects exercise and all that kind of stuff. Right. There's an audience for that, which I see definitely benefiting. And I know UltraHuman has like a subscription model for this type of monitoring where you can pay monthly and get, basically these things are good to stay on for about 2 weeks before you need to switch them out. And so there are subscription models for that. I think Jonathan and I've talked a little bit about this, and I think to his point, I don't know if wearing it 365 days out of the year as a normal average person that isn't, you know, really too concerned with that makes a lot of sense. But I definitely see the value in like what I've used it for. I've never done something like this. So to see how different kind of foods, even just I've just been eating kind of my regular diet to see what that does to my body and how my body reacts to that as kind of a check-in. And then from there, you know, over the next few months or something, I can maybe say, you know, take note of the foods that really spiked it and try to cut back on them.
Right.
So as check-ins every now and then seems like a great use of something like this. Would you agree on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe even just like doing it once or twice, or if you wanted to do it maybe like once a year and be like, hey, here's how my sugar changes. There's a couple issues that I have, you know, with doing it all the time, and the first one's cost. Like, these things are super expensive. I think with new technology, these things are going to get more available, they're going to get cheaper, they're going to get more accurate, and I think down the road it could be something, and especially with that, like, you know, the ultra level athletes, like you know, NFL players or elite cyclists, things like that. And I also think the data, we're still learning about those high performance populations, as well as what is actually useful, because you could track something and look at it, but the question is, how's it going to change what you're going to do? Does it actually improve performance, or is it just a cool data point? Me as a physician, like, that's what I think. It's like when I have a patient with diabetes who checks their sugar, and it can be really reinforcing to them, like, hey, I'm doing the right things, like medication's working, my lifestyle interventions are working, or whoa, I had no idea that food did that. And that's where these monitors have been really helpful, especially for my patients with type 2 diabetes, to reinforce those dietary habits.
Can you talk a little bit about the Libre? Because technically, UltraHuman, it's not an UltraHuman product. They're using the sensor to then import that data into their app, and then kind of, like as Jonathan was saying, it's like a dashboard for a lot of different things. And they're able to use that sensor as a piece of the whole picture, especially if you do have the Ring. They have an interesting home sensor thing coming this June, so you can start to see like your home is affecting your health and stuff like that. So obviously there's a lot of value in the app itself, but what's sort of, if you know any of the history, or like how do you normally use Libra, if they're well known?
Yeah, absolutely. They're extremely well known. And so this is a common device that I use all the time with my patients. And so it's kind of a really simple application. You remove this kind of film, it's kind of like a sticker almost, and you remove that, and there's a tiny sensor or tiny needle in the center of it, and you place it on your arm, and they normally last for 2 weeks. And so you change them every 2 weeks, and it pairs with a reader, which is something you could use, and you swipe over top of the device, and it gives you an instant reading of your blood sugar. For patients with diabetes and who routinely check their sugar, this is a game changer, because you're not always pricking your finger and having to play with the test strips and trying to get it. And it also gives you real-time feedback, like they have their own, of course, their reader, they have a integrated app as well. And so, I mean, I've had patients in the room, they have an alarm on the app, and it's telling them when their sugar is low. Or especially for some of our younger patients who have type 1 diabetes, it's giving their parents notifications that, hey, their blood sugar is low. And so it's really, the technology is a game changer and really does help with diabetes management.
Sure, that's cool. I like the parent thing.
Yeah. I think one other thing I'll say, just kind of thinking about insurance coverage, I would say this is something for patients with diabetes that is generally covered by commercial insurance. We can occasionally run into some issues with Medicare depending on their supplemental plan, things like that. But it is something that's generally covered, where when you're looking at the M1, they have a subscription fee.
Yeah.
And so they're pretty expensive without insurance. So.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I mean, it's like we've kind of been saying, like when tech first hits the scene, it's usually fairly expensive, and over time, that cost comes down, it becomes more available to people as well. And I see, you know, recently, I think UltraHuman came out where the Ring itself is FSA, HSA, which will help pay for that. And I'm sure they're, if they haven't already, working on that with the M1 situation. I don't know too much about that, but they keep up with all that stuff on their site and newsletter if you're interested in updates there. But that's all I got. What about you?
So stoked to be on Spencer's video today. One thing I will say though, I am a family medicine physician, but I'm not your physician. And so the information today is not intended to be medical advice. This is for informational purposes only. And if you do have questions about whether this device is right for you, you need to ask your doctor.
So thank you, Jonathan, Dr. Jonathan Barrett, for being on the video today. Hopefully he was able to explain things a little bit better than I can from a medical perspective. I kind of want to try to start doing that when I'm out of sort of my realm of knowledge on a product, something that I'm actually interested in reviewing for the channel, bringing on someone who would know a bit more about it. So thanks for being
Yeah, of course. And I love being on here, and Spencer's a dear friend. Great.
You'll see him again.
Yeah, I'll be back. I'd say if you have specific questions for me, just like hit it up in the comments. I'd love to reply. I think wearable tech is going places, and so I think this is a cool place to get in. So my overall was, I think this was a great experiment, and I have fully enjoyed using it. If you're really on the edge of if you want to buy it or not, I think definitely I can't recommend it enough for even just an average person like myself to at least give it a shot. But, you know, the price tag is what it is. If you are interested in picking one up, click the link in the description down below for an extra percentage off. Special thanks to UltraHuman again for sending me out the M1 device. I've really enjoyed what I learned through the app and the device itself, and I'm excited for all the other things that UltraHuman has coming out this year and in the future. According to a quick Google search that I did, I found that Americans on average spend between $300 and $2,000 a year on Starbucks. Here at the Pugh household, we have been doing something we call Starbucks Fridays, which means every Friday morning we buy around $27 worth of Starbucks. That's a couple drinks for the adults, a couple breakfast sandwiches for the adults, and a cake pop or a donut for our daughter. Now, if you multiply that by 52, as in 52 weeks out of the year, that's $1,400 spent on Starbucks each year. And that's not to mention the one-off visits or the occasional Saturday where we go to Starbucks to pick up something, or even in an afternoon as an afternoon pick-me-up. With 2 kids in daycare and a teacher and admin salary, we are constantly looking for ways to sort of cut costs. So recently I've been looking around for a way to bring Starbucks to our home, the coffee shop vibe to our home. And guys, I can't make this stuff up. As I was researching coffee espresso machines from DeLonghi and Breville and other companies like that you might have heard of before, Ultima Cosa reached out via email and asked if I would like to review their machine for the channel. So this is an all-in-one grinder espresso milk steaming machine from Ultima Cosa. Today we're going to be unboxing it and setting it up, playing around with it. At its around $350 price tag, this machine could be a game changer for those of you wanting to bring the coffee shop experience into your home. So we're gonna look at how easy it is to use this and how it stacks up against some of the other well-known brands out there. I'm really excited to bring my dear friend Samuel Copeland along today for this video to talk about the machine, talk about our thoughts and opinions, talk about the price tag, and how this compares to something like the Breville machine, the DeLonghi machines that you might be used to. Ultimately, today's question is, can the Ultima Cosa espresso machine compare to something like the Breville DeLonghi at half the price? If so, you might just be in luck. At any point in today's video, if you are convinced that this might work for you, check the link in the description to order yours today, and you will receive a discount through my affiliate link. All right, let's go make some coffee. Hello, here we are. Here I am with Sam Copeland in Sam's kitchen. Thank you, Sam, for allowing us to be in your kitchen. Yeah.
Do you want to tell them a little bit about yourself?
Hi, my name's Sam. This is my kitchen, and Spencer and I are friends.
We sure are, and we share a love for coffee. I'm going to let Sam talk a little bit about his Breville machine, what it's called, and how much it cost, because he's been using this for how many years now?
We got this about 3 years ago. This is the Breville Barista Pro. I think that's the full name. And we got it because my wife and I both love coffee, and especially my wife, after we lived overseas for a couple of years, got very accustomed to drinking espresso and likes frothy, milky drinks. Nice. I'd been mostly a pour-over drinker, and then we got into espresso at home with the Breville Barista Pro.
One thing I wanted to do really is just let Sam shine on this part of the video, because he's been making espresso-based drinks for longer than I have, and he's been using this Breville machine for longer than I've obviously had the Ultima Cosa here. Really, what I want to do in this segment of the video is just talk kind of like comparing the two. Sam, what are your first thoughts about these two machines and how they compare?
So the Breville is expensive. In the world of espresso machines, all of these at-home espresso machines pale in comparison to how expensive a real, I don't know if real is the right word, but like a pro-grade espresso machine would be, but still not cheap. If you can get like a drip coffee maker for $50 on Amazon and make coffee, this is definitely a luxury item. So the pros $850 retail. I think just like first impressions, now that I've seen yours out of the box, this has like the same vibe and looks of the Breville machines. And like Breville has tiers. So there is like one with a more like manual gauge in the Breville line that might be a better direct comparison, but like the parts and features very similar. But I think the Breville machine has a lot more like stainless steel components. This has like some more plastic. Even these, like, I don't know, we haven't turned it on yet, but I'm curious to see like how these buttons interact, since they're not actually like depressible buttons, touch sensitive, but I don't know. Which this one does have a digital display, so it's not even totally manual, which made me a little bit worried in terms of like which is going to break first, a digital part or like a mechanical part. But it's been great. We use it almost every day for the past 3 years and have loved it. I don't know. Other than that, like you could look up the tech specs and like look at these on pages next to each other. So I'm not really going to go like that far into it in terms of like how much water it holds or that sort of stuff. All the other features seem very similar. So you got like the grinder built in, you've got a steam wand on both. You've got a couple different grind sizes on both to pull a single shot or a double shot. You've got a tamper. This has got like a little magnetic one hidden under there, a couple different basket sizes. So like all that stuff looks super similar to me.
Indeed. Yeah. I mean, I like to, you know, face these reviews from sort of like an average consumer perspective. And I think, you know, the biggest noticeable thing I think, which Sam hit on, is just like the quality of materials. Like pretty much every inch of this is some kind of metal or, I don't know, really sturdy plastic. And you'll see on the Ultima Cosa, really just metal down here where the water touches. Even this sort of chrome look here is just a plastic itself, plastic pretty much all the way around, which you got to cut costs somehow when making these things. So I think that makes a lot of sense. Obviously, this one kind of, if you're really into how it looks and the materials, this is a more premium look. But as Sam said as well, it is the Pro model, whatever that means in their lineup over at Breville. But really what matters to me today is, do they make coffee and do they do it well? And if we can tell a difference, that's pretty massive, I think, or at least me, if I can tell a difference. I think next we're just going to fire these machines up and I'm going to let Sam make me 2 cups of coffee and we can both taste them, of course. But yeah, so let's move on to that.
Okay. That looks pretty good. Not clumpy or anything. This thing is dense.
Good or bad?
I mean, I guess if you're new to tamping, good, because you have like some built-in weights. You're not like really pushing it down more than it needs to be pushed down. That all feels pretty clean and nice. Let's see what it looks like.
This is a double shot, yeah?
Double shot. That looks pretty good. Creamy, good in the pressure range that you'd want. Maybe a little bit fast, but see how it tastes.
So it takes a second to heat up, I have found.
That's interesting. It is taking a second, but it is blinking to let you know it's working. Just getting this wet to clean it with later.
Pro tip.
And you always want to start with it in the milk
So it doesn't splash everywhere? What kind of temperature are you feeling for?
basically just trying not to let it get scalding hot. So right now I'm trying to create some foam by letting some oxygen in, and then as that starts to froth, I can plunge it deeper in just to heat up the milk. But I think with how much steam I'm getting out of this, it probably is not going to be super foamy. Cuts off very fast. Always want to clean your tip. What that looks like.
Nice.
Let's see what we can do here.
How good are you?
To find out. Okay, we got something on top. It's a shape.
Spade. All right, that's what we made from the Ultima Cosa. That's what Sam made. I just stood here.
Cheers. You want to try it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not bad. It smells good.
It's coffee. It's good to me.
It does feel a little bit lower quality than what I'm used to. Just like the function of the butt, like the way this turns and stuff. It's just a feel and interaction thing more than anything. I do think a big factor is like programmability, like how hard is it to change the grind size and the dose that you're getting out of it. And then speed, like this is pretty warm right now because the boiler's been going for a minute. Like how quickly can it pull a shot and then recharge to steam? How many could you do like in quick succession? Those would be some things I'd be interested in testing. Because you don't need a ton, but maybe if you're hosting people, you need to make 4 or 5 or 6. Probably every morning you're making at least 2. So how quickly can you pull 2 out of it. I think a lot of these, it's just like a single hole on the bottom of the steam wand, which I was struggling to get like good foam. So like this is not super frothy on top. You can see it's like very thin foam, and then you're down into the drink. It's more of a flat white than a latte or anything.
Is that user error? Is that fully?
It may be. Like I'm not used to using this, so like maybe you could do better over time than I just did. But with just one hole, you're also not getting that much steam at one time.
Yeah.
So
Is that how the Breville is?
no, so that was a big factor for us going from like the standard Breville up to the Pro, was that it's got a slightly better steam wand.
That's
But I
a
think overall, like that's a good cup of coffee. There's nothing wrong with that cup of coffee.
Nice. I thought so.
Yeah.
All right. That's a good transition. Let's see what the Breville can do. Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Okay.
Should we make another one?
Yes.
Let's do it.
All right. What differences are you seeing?
I mean, my workflow is really fast with this because I use it a lot, so I'm comfortable kind of with my process. I think that shot was a lot slower, which might just be dialing in your machine a little bit more, getting the grind size right and getting the extraction right. Because I think from what I've read, you want like a 25 to 30 second extraction to get it like good creamy espresso. At least on this machine, so you could check that for the other machine. And then this machine's also really fast. Like I think that was a little bit underrated in what I was looking at. Like you can see how quickly it's already steaming, and then even how quickly it turned on, how fast you can pull a shot. The technology in the Pro machine, I think it says like it's ready to pull a shot or ready to steam or do boiling water within 3 seconds of turning it on. That makes a big difference. If you remember, we just had to wait a while with the other steam wands for it to start going. This one's a little bit quicker. Doesn't necessarily mean better, but then I do think we are going to get a frothier steam out of this one. You can already see it looks fuller in the picture than the last one did at the end. But that's a much foamier kind of wet paint texture. And then we'll see if we can get any good latte art out of this one. A little fast on my part. Could have done that better, but a little more
Gorge.
distinct. But again, really just comes down to how does it taste? So let's see how you think, but I think the espresso comes through a lot stronger in that one, which again, just maybe getting the dosage right on your machine, but a little stronger espresso taste, more foam.
I think I agree. Definitely more foam too. Even just like feeling how thick the top is. And I know they're different temperatures now, so this might not be best, but I think, yeah, for sure more like espresso. Yeah, stronger. Do you want to compare the two?
Sure.
But I don't know, like, it's almost like a preference thing too. And I'm, like you're saying, settings wise, I'm sure you can mess around.
Honestly, as this one's like mellowed out, cooled off a little bit, this one almost just tastes like warm milk. Like just not enough coffee taste. Yeah, again, some of that might be preference. Like this might be too intense of a coffee taste for you, and you might want a little bit of a thinner espresso or a different bean.
And you can, like, obviously this has a screen, which you can kind of visualize what you're doing. In the menu section.
This is like a little bit more, you can even change the temperature of the water, so like your shot comes out a certain temperature, and that also plays into the boiling water dispenser. But then you can also mess like with the grind size is all on the display.
Interesting.
And that's going to affect, if I remember setting this one, and I think yours was the same when we were just messing with it, like really all you have to play with is your grind size to change your extraction. So you get your dosage right in terms of how much time elapses to get the grind amount that you want.
Yeah.
And then in terms of how long it takes to get it out and how much water comes out, the only other variable, so you set the water just like you set the grind, how long it takes to pull.
And you can change, so I'll explain this too, you can see it. All of this is done through this menu button, which of course there's no screen. And you're kind of, I mean, we went by the handy instruction manual here. It's just a matter of, you know, button pressing. And I will say you can set time on each of these. You can set time on each of these, and then you can actually change the temperature as well. The Ultima Cosa is around $350, I think. And this one you said was
$850.
Do you think this coffee was that much better than that coffee?
That's a hard thing to say, to admit to myself that to me it's worth it. And I think it comes down to like who you are as a consumer, whether it's worth it to you or not, because that is a huge price jump to go from one to the other. So,
Yeah.
but that's going to vary depending on who you are and what you want from it.
Sure.
So,
And it'll vary like how much you actually want to get in here and play around with these controls and stuff. And I think for a lot of people, especially if they're going to be spending like $350, they're just going to want to hit buttons and have their coffee made in a really fancy way. Yeah, there's a lot of preference here. I think it's great that both machines, you can dial in a few different things. Obviously, like I said, this one's a little more exact, I guess, as you're looking at the screen itself. But
and I would say from like a setup perspective, like the pain is going to be in the initial setup. Because I think with this one, like I don't go around changing it all the time. Like I said it when I first got it, and probably in the past 3 years, I haven't changed it at all.
yeah, as soon as you can kind of dial in your preference. I think I'm happy with it, at least, and I'll, dial it in like we've been trying to do. Sam, thank you for your help today.
Yeah,
and your expertise in the coffee realm, which I don't have. But it's been fun. Definitely interesting putting these two drinks side by side. Definitely, it's taught me I need to dial in the settings more on mine a bit more. And I think we were talking about like getting a stronger coffee taste. And I think that really comes down to grind size. Yeah, and we were still, I guess, pretty coarse. We could have gone smaller. Yeah, to have that stronger coffee taste. But anyway, this has been fun. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Anything you want to say to people watching this video?
Drink more coffee.
I love it. Thanks, dude.
Or less, depending on your situation.
Yeah. Thanks again to Ultima Cosa for sending me their espresso machine. I really enjoy this machine. I've been using it ever since Sam and I shot that video. I've really been enjoying experimenting with different flavors of syrups and just straight up coffee, just straight up espresso, just straight up lattes and flat whites and things like that. Me and my wife have really been enjoying this. Honestly, I think, in my personal opinion, this is a really good machine. It hasn't let us down yet. Granted, we just got it, but I've really been enjoying it. I think the coffee tastes great. Obviously, a lot of that depends on the bean you use, all sorts of different factors, as we kind of went over in today's video. But yeah, in my opinion, I think this machine holds up pretty well against something like the Breville lineup. I would argue probably against the DeLonghi lineup as well. I haven't actually tested their machines. I had one back in the day, but it was very different from this. But in my opinion, it's worth it. The price is pretty good, and of course you'll be saving on all that Starbucks that you buy throughout the year if you're anything like us. So if you're interested in this machine, feel free to click the link down below for a percentage off. Thanks again to Ultima Cosa. Really enjoyed working with these guys, and hopefully you will get a machine. And if you do, let me know how it is. Let me know any espresso recipes that you might have that I should try. Thanks so much for watching. Okay, so if you're like me, you've tried out tons of different daily planning, productivity, to-do list, apps around the internet, and you're looking for the perfect one. Look no further. Seriously, Sunsama is the best one I have found of all time. I will be using this for years to come unless something else comes out that's better, but I've tried a lot of the competition. No one comes close. So check the link in the description. You'll get a free 30-day free trial. If you sign up on their website, normally you get a 14-day free trial, so 30 days on me. Today I'm gonna dive into just how I use it and why I think it's the best out there. But link in the description, check it out. It would help the channel as well. But no, not kidding. This is the best that I have found out there on the market today. Let's dive into why. So just starting out here, I am on what is called the planning screen. If you hit the keyboard shortcut P, you get this screen. It also is what pops up every day when you log in. You're able to look at your calendar events, which live on your calendar, and you can pull them into your tasks list for today. Or really none of these I need to put on here, so I would click next. You're able to now see your today set of tasks, tomorrow and next week. And in this area it says what can wait. The idea is to focus on the most important things each day. So if there's anything like I don't need to get done today, I could move to tomorrow or to next week. I've actually already gone through and done this with my plans for today, and I've locked in all this stuff, but it's as easy as dragging and dropping, and it will actually set the day that it's on your calendar. Well, not on your calendar, but in your to-do list. It also over here on the left side shows you predicted workload, right? So each one of these, it will sort of use, I guess, AI magic to tell you, this little area right here, how long it thinks it's going to take. You can obviously adjust this as well. But after each task has an amount of time associated with it, it will show you what your total workload for the day looks like. It'll show you your earliest time to shut down work for the day, and I have my preferred shutdown time as well. If I were to come in here, you can see today is about at 2 hours and 30 minutes. That's not quite accurate. So if I were to say, you know, setting up my optimization meeting with Vicky is going to take 30 minutes, you can see that it's going to increase that time there. And if I say that maybe this is going to take 6 hours, you can see it's, you know, it's way over. It's giving me this little yellow light saying, you know, today's going to take 8 hours and 30 minutes. Let's say this is going to take, let's try a different one. Inbox 0 would take me 6 hours. Now we're getting in the red here. It's, you know, the earliest I could shut down for the day is 2:25 a.m. So therefore it says caution, unrealistic workload. Try not to plan more than 8 hours of work per day. I can defer some of this work to tomorrow. All right, so much more manageable. And again, you can just click these or throw it over to next week. So my day looks pretty good here. I'm gonna go ahead and click next. Finalize your plan for the day. So something you can do here, which is what one of the aspects of this app that I love probably the most, is the automatic scheduling. So I can of course take this inbox 0, which I'm actually gonna say is gonna take probably 30 minutes. And I can come over here and drop it on the calendar wherever I want. Another thing I could do is I could put it on the calendar again. So I could put it down here as well if I know that I need 2 of those 30-minute sessions to get it done. Another thing you can do though is if you just have your tasks and you want Sunsama to kind of do the work for scheduling for you, you can actually hover over the task you want and click X, and it is going to fill in your day in sort of chronological order, but you'll find too, it will kind of use AI and things you've done in the past to adjust those different times as well. Or if a task, say, is gonna take 4 hours and you have 2 2-hour blocks in the day and you click X, it'll actually split that task up to fill those 4 hours into those 2-hour chunks. Those 2 2-hour chunks. So that's one of my favorite features. Once I have all of my tasks down for the day, I'll literally just go through and hit X on all of them. Let Sunsama kind of suggest what my schedule should look like for the day and adjust accordingly if I need to. But that gets a lot of things done that really helps me to get focused personally on my workload. I think it's easy to look at a long task list and be like, well, I guess I'll just start now and work until I have a meeting come up. But I think actually putting them on the calendar allows you to feel structured, almost like you have your own personal assistant that is making sure you're getting done the most valuable work first. So I love that feature about Sunsama. And something I'll note too, say I think inbox 0 is going to take me 30 minutes. When it only takes me 15 minutes, it feels so good to check this off the list, which I'll get to in a second. And now I have 15 minutes. Now, Sunsama can then push all your other tasks back, which I've seen that happen before too. I've planned like 20 minutes for something. I'm like, oh, that only took 5. Sunsama will then rearrange your tasks so you can get right into the next task. Or if there's just a little bit of time left, I'll usually take that to take a walk around the parking lot, go get a coffee, something like that, because I've now opened up time in my day. You can add your shutdown time. I'm going to add it to 3:45, which is right here, Sunsama shutdown. Looks good for the day. Now, this is pretty cool too, especially if you work with teams or if you have a boss who kind of wants to know what you're up to. I can share this now, either on Teams with Microsoft or Slack, or I can just copy and paste it into an email and really just show, hey, this is what I have planned my workload for today, and this is what I'm thinking it will probably take me to do that. And here are maybe some obstacles in what I'm seeing. Maybe I need some answers from creative team, or maybe I need an email reply from this person. I'm not gonna be able to do these tasks unless I have those things. So noting those as well. And then finally, get started. This is sort of the default look for Sunsama. I will say the phone app is really well done because they don't try to fit all of this into the phone app. In a way, it's all on there, but they really have just the day view. It's a great place to just drop in tasks so that when you get back to your computer, you can then sort of figure out more of the in-depth stuff. Functionality-wise, it's all in the phone app. I'm not saying you can't just use the phone app, but I think this definitely shines best on desktop. But like I said, this is how it's laid out. You have your month up here. The blue highlighted is what we're looking at currently. I have my calendar over here to the right. And then I have my channels, which is basically, you know, how I would sort my tasks into my 5 priorities in my life, which are faith, family, social, work, personal. And as I come through, let's say tomorrow, I want to call Sam. I really love how you can just type that. I also love, one of the biggest things I look for in an app like this is to just have all keyboard shortcuts as you're making tasks. Because if I have to now go over here and say, click with my mouse and then say social and then come back here and add a time, that clicking and typing in the in-between, it might sound like a small problem, but for me to be able to say call Sam, hashtag family at, you know, 2 p.m., you know, or like at tomorrow, like being able to do all that on the keyboard allows you to work super quickly when adding tasks to your to-do list. And there's not this like type, pause, click, 15 minutes, click, faith. Like you can do it all from the keyboard with the keyboard shortcuts. Hit enter, it's on there, it's ready to go. I can then click X, which this is for tomorrow. So let's look at tomorrow. It drops it at 9 a.m., which is actually a great time to give Sam a call. So just the quickness is something I really love. Again, being able to do everything on the keyboard is huge. I've tried like Todoist. I used Todoist for a long time. I've tried TickTick. There's a lot of features in these different apps that are really great in and of themselves, but putting them all together into one app is fantastic. And I think this app sort of shines with all of those features that I look for and might be on Todoist but not on TickTick, or might be on TickTick but not Todoist, and I'm not about to have 10 different to-do apps running at a time. So say today is done, I'm gonna hit O, and I'm gonna look at today in review, okay? So I worked for 30 minutes. This else is not accurate, of course. You can see how that time was split up with what I worked on and then what I didn't get to, right? And then I can click next. I can wrap it up. I can send this to my superior or just have it as a note for me. I can also, you know, it'll show like this little ticker here too. Another feature of this app, you can actually time tasks to actually get the exact time it took you to do them. I don't much use that. I feel like spending the time to start that takes a little while, but I will talk about Pomodoro timers and stuff as well here in a second. So you can click wrap up and it says I'm done for the day. Gives you a little quote, which is nice. But coming back here, some other things you can do. So say I want to hit T on the keyboard, gives me just what does today look like. Not worried about tomorrow, not worried about what I did yesterday. Here is my, you know, calendar next to my tasks, a very focused way of looking at this. Another thing we could do is look at the calendar instead of the tasks and see everything that's been done there, which then puts the tasks over here. So the calendar view versus the tasks view. Something else that I'll do, like let's say sending this media plan, right? So I can come in here, I can, here's my plan time, here's my actual time. I can hit the plus button, which gets me into this focus mode. You can either just time yourself doing this one specific task, or my favorite, Pomodoro method, 25 minutes of work, 5-minute break, 25 minutes of work, 5-minute break, and you can literally live and work within a task for that time until it's done. Hit that check icon to show that you have done it. This thing kind of floats around too, which is nice, and you know, you can check it off, you can hide that, or you can stop it as well, which is nice. That's another feature that I think they've added recently, is if you put your mouse over here to the side, you actually can get a peep of what the day looks like if you need to be like, oh, do I have any, oh, I do have a meeting coming up, right? So just being able to check that without getting out of the focus mode is a nice little peep feature, and I do like that. So let's say cancel. Let's go ahead and hit also close pops up, right? So we can close that, exit out. That's a nice, really good way of, you know, you see all these tasks, it can be overwhelming, but if you have, say, time boxed time where I'm going to work for an hour on a project and I'm not going to look up until I do, those focus modes are great for that. And you saw you can add subtasks within those tasks. It's a really good way of taking everything that's going on, getting you focused so that you can work on that specific thing until it's done, then move on to the next thing, which I love that as well. And I love that they've added the Pomodoro timer. It's one of my favorite ways of time boxing and working on things basically until they're done, which is kind of just how my mind works. So that really does it. I'll say too, over here on the sidebar, they do have different kind of widgets. You have these weekly objectives, which when you set up your week, which every Monday morning, it opens up sort of a similar thing to the day start, but it also gives you an option for these weekly objectives. So I really, I have a lot going on at work this week. I want to make sure I'm focusing on the family. I want to make sure I get all 3 proposals out that I need to do. I wanted to create that sales pipeline, which I've already done, figure out my YouTube Shorts plan with my pal Ben Farmer. Hey, what up? Shout out to you, bud. So you have the weekly objectives as well, and you can actually work on those on each day as well, which is super cool. So I can, pop that over and be like, let me make sure I focus on family today kind of thing, which is nice. So weekly objectives there. You can actually go to your backlog. If you don't get to tasks for a certain number of days, and you can turn this off, by the way, because it was a little scary to me, it'll actually put them in their backlog. Like, obviously these tasks weren't super important. We've put them in the backlog. You can come back and pull them out whenever you want. This happens after a certain amount of time, I think. Oh, sorry. Archive is where that happens. Backlog is a place where you can manually throw things into, I'll get to this at some point, back burner. Archive is what happens after 4 consecutive days of you not even touching that task. Loud motorcycle. So that's kind of cool. Again, you can turn that on or off. You can actually even look at your email, which is interesting from here. If you're someone who takes a lot of tasks, or when you're looking at email, they give you tasks, you can click in here to email. You can even click and drag emails into, which is kind of wild, into your to-do list if that's sort of how you work. I don't condone using your email as a to-do list, but if that's just kind of a way you work, it's all right here, and you don't have to have 2 windows open. So again, that's a fantastic feature as well. They have other widgets, which are kind of hidden behind the button that you probably can't see right here, which is my recording software. But there are other widgets and integrations you can add. I usually just keep the calendar open. I'll hop back and forth between this and that sometimes. I don't really use the mail feature. I just don't use my email in that way, but if you're someone that does, that's fantastic. So I want to wrap up today's video with just some thoughts. There's more to this app that I haven't even gotten into, more functionality that they're adding. They even have a little section here that shows you the latest updates. They're continually working on this thing, which is fantastic. But I want to talk about some little parts of why this shines. So obviously the functionality is fantastic, but some things that really have stuck out to me with Sunsama that maybe these other apps don't have as well is, one, it's designed really well. I think the functionality is there, the design is there, it's not clunky at all, it works smooth as butter. Like doing any kind of this action, it all just works. And I think there's a lot of intentionality that they've put into this with, even in the focus pages, how you can get focused, you can peep over here and see what's coming up in your calendar. You can get, they've just done a lot of things that I agree with when it comes to working productively in these ways. And this software works wonders for me. And I've only had it for a little under a month. And I already am in that phase of I can't go back to something else. I don't care how much they charge me. If pricing changes or something in the future where it's $100 a month, this has already become a tool that has been so helpful and just works the way I need it to. And I can't recommend it enough. Seriously. I love the design. I love the functionality. I love the phone app, how the functionality is there, but also I kind of just use it as my wife's hey, will you pick up toilet paper tomorrow at the grocery store? I can just throw it into the app, forget about it, and then the next day when I'm doing my daily planning, I see, oh yeah, I need to do that today. That sort of just being able to add tasks as sort of my inbox, my input on the phone app, and then later be able to go in and actually sit down at my desktop as I'm starting the day out and get those things done is fantastic as well. Really, that's kind of it. Honestly, I think I've shared everything I want to in this video. If you have any questions about anything, drop them in the comments below and I'll try to answer them as best I can. And if I don't know the answer, I can reach out to Sunsama and get the answers for you. But I love this thing. Definitely just give it a try. You know, free 30-day trial with the link in the description. If you decide you don't like it, no harm, no foul. You're not paying for anything. So, but I think if you're like me, it'll only take a couple days for you to realize that they have done this well, they're continuing to do it well, and I'm excited to see where this company, where this app goes in the future. What a great tool. And I'm not joking. I feel like I'm being really salesy, but like I'm not joking. I'm just singing the praises of this because it fits into my workflow better than any other productivity kind of app like this I've used in the past. So Sunsama, great job guys, seriously. Thanks for watching this video. Again, if you're thinking about buying one, go ahead and get it. There's a link in the description down below. If you haven't yet seen my full review of the UltraHuman Ring Air, check out this video here where I unbox, give my first impressions, walk through the app, all the features and functions that this tiny little piece of technology holds inside of it, and all of the interesting app insights that are there as well. There goes my dog. Give that a video a watch, come back to this one, or watch this one first, then go watch that one. I think you'll learn a lot from it. It's been my favorite smart ring that I have seen on the market. Today we have a very special review of their brand new colorway, model, whatever you want to call it. It is their raw titanium look. I currently have the, I think it's space silver or something. I wanted it to kind of match my wedding band, so it's kind of got that same look. But if you have one of the new iPhones, you know that raw titanium look is really big, looks really nice, and I'm excited to see UltraHuman's take on that raw titanium look. So without further ado, we're gonna crack into the UltraHuman Ring Air in raw titanium. Nice pull tab here. I love when unboxings are easy. So just the basic sort of matte black finish look we have going for the box. That's all that comes in the package. Very Apple-esque packaging. Logos, light branding on the back. Size 11. Hopefully it'll fit on my forefinger. Raw titanium. I have the size 10 on my middle finger here now. So let's get our first look at the raw titanium, which that looks really cool actually. I don't really know what I was expecting, but that looks really nice. Again, it's light as can be. Just, again, it just blows my mind how much technology they've been able to fit into these rings. Fits like a glove on my first finger. Just as a comparison here, I can put these side by side. It's got some smudges on this one, but that's a nice look. Interested to know if any of you all have the latest iPhone in raw titanium, if it kind of wears over time, how that sort of metal looks. Super lightweight, about the same as mine. It might even be lighter. I feel like it should be, right? Titanium's pretty light. There's the ring itself. Let's see again what else comes in the box. So you do have your welcome to the Cyborg family. Hello Cyborg. Just some paperwork, user manual, how to align it well with the charging dock, how to get set up with the app and Bluetooth. USB-C to USB-C in a nice new kind of braided material, which is super nice. USB-C to USB-C. I'll put that aside. And then finally, the little puck that you charge the ring on. It fits nice and snug and will light up here to show you that it's charging. That is the UltraHuman Ring Air in raw titanium. That looks really impressive. I think that looks really nice. A short video today, just wanted to unbox the new colorway, the new look, the new material of UltraHuman Ring Air. Again, 10% off in the description down below if you want to pick yours up today, or if you want to pick up the M1 glucose monitor, that will also be 10% off with my affiliate link and code. But thanks so much for watching. I know that UltraHuman has another product coming out, I think this summer. It's a home device, which will tell you about the ambient light, dust particles, all sorts of crazy noise pollution stuff that goes on in your homes, and I will be reviewing that hopefully as well. But that's going to do it for this video. Today we're going to be talking about my work bag, what I take with me to work on a day-to-day basis to and from the office. Everything I need for the day is in here for YouTube stuff as well as my full-time job, which for reference, I'm a media buyer, digital advertising, so most of the work I do is on my computer. First and foremost, I guess, number one, we'll get this out of the way. This is the Hydrate Spark water bottle, 17 ounce. I've been rocking this forever. You've probably seen it in multiple videos at this point, but love this thing. It glows to remind me when to drink water throughout the day. The app shows me how much water I've drank throughout the day. I love it. Favorite water bottle, built like a tank, does its job. This piece comes out, it charges, battery lasts a while, and I've always loved this thing. So I'll put that to the side. Next is this Tom Talk bag, which is just, I don't know. I saw someone at a conference using one of these and I was like, you know what? I just need a bag to basically just fit my laptop in. And you'll see I might have a few more things in here than I normally would. It's usually not this thick, mostly because of the notebook I have in here, but it carries a lot. Big front pouch here. Inside is nice and padded, which these corners are really nice and padded. There's a lot of fluff and really just protects the laptop from the elements, I guess, in a way. Which brings us to my biggest tool that I use each and every day. This is the MacBook Pro, the M2 MacBook Pro, I believe, just base model version, 512 gigabyte, I think. And this thing is honestly a beast. Before this, you might have seen on the channel, I talked about the MacBook Air, the M1 MacBook Air. Still an incredible MacBook, and I would recommend it to most anyone. I just wanted a little faster speeds and something that would just get me into the future. Also, since I've been shooting more 4K videos for this channel and the other channel as well, I just figured, you know, just having a little bit more space on board. In a second, I'll talk about how I usually edit videos, but this thing is awesome. I love it so very much. I've had it for maybe a year or so at this point, and it's just perfect. Minimal, easy enough. I have two monitors, one at work and one at home that I can plug into. I think they're 32-inch monitors from Samsung or something. I can't remember, but that's my baby. This is where I do any and all of my work for YouTube and my 9-to-5 job as well. Next thing I'll talk about is this pocket here in the back, which usually just if I have any documents, papers I need to slide in here. But lately in meetings, I've found I just like to throw stuff on paper. I'm usually doing the Zoom meeting on my computer or whatever, and so I just like to have that tangible place I can write in. This is the finisher's journal. If you're an entrepreneur or someone who needs to get focused work done, this is the most focused system I have found. I love Javier, the owner. We've worked together for quite a few years now, and honestly, I can't recommend this enough, which, by the way, if any of these items pique your interest, they'll all be in the description box. Description box, yes, down below with links, Amazon, affiliate links, help out the channel. I'd love you forever. This Finisher's Journal will have an affiliate link to the actual website, Finisher Secrets. So next, getting into the big pouch here, which is really all there is left. I guess I can say with the bag, it does come with this nice sort of loop to carry it over your shoulder. Most of the time, I'll just kind of do this crossbody vibe. And anyway, in this front pocket here, you got quite a few things. So first, I want to talk about these cables from Magtame. We're going to say Magtame, maybe it's Magtame, I'm not sure. But the idea behind these cables is they're magnetic. So usually cables can be kind of messy and all like this, but the idea behind these is, you know, you wind them up like so, and that actually sticks to one another in these nice little, you know, easy to throw in a bag kind of uses. These were sent to me by Magtame, but they sent me the wrong ones. I don't know. I got two of them, and maybe I'll do a giveaway. I don't know. Let me know in the comments if you want one of these. We'll see what we can do. This is a USB-A to USB-C, so, you know, everything's going the route of USB-C nowadays. I do know, like, this braid is really nice. They have a few different ways these work. This one is kind of like the coiled look, which goes kind of this way and stacks on top of one another. They have one, too, that's a flat cable that actually wraps inside of itself. So these are really cool. You know, I thought about doing a whole video on these, but I figured, you know, just a short little stint in this video would work well just fine. Throw that into a bag, it stays together, nice and neat. The magnets aren't super impressive, but they get the job done. So that's that. I'd love to have one to charge up my
iPhone, so maybe I'll reach out to them and see if I can't finagle that kind of deal there. But put that there. Nice box here. That's in the black gray color. Mini size, portable, magnetic, self-winding, neat and tidy charging. Great. Moving on here, I've got, of course, my charger here for the MacBook itself, the MagSafe charger in the space gray variety. So keeping the MacBook charged up is always nice. This is a recent purchase. I found when I'm doing media buying, I'm usually using a mouse or typing with one hand, and I usually have like a pen or something in this hand. So I figured why not look into, you know, a fidget spinner or something. And this is the pop socket, little magnetic thing, the jigger. I don't know. It's just kind of fun to play with. You can pop these up and it all sticks together, and it's nice just to do this kind of thing while I'm working on the computer. I got it off Amazon, so I'll have a link to that in the description as well if you want one. I like it. Always gotta have my AirPods Pro. Love the noise canceling. These are actually the first generation, and they actually are like dying on me and like doing this weird crackling sound. So maybe I'll invest in the generation 2 that came out. Something I just love. Like, this is my favorite headphone of all time, and I do have over ears that I keep at work, but these can't be beat. They're just awesome. I love work. Finally, I've got just the Uniball Vision roller pen. That's my favorite kind of writing utensil at this point in time. Sometimes I like felt tip, but this has been really nice. I like the way this writes. Lots of good dark black ink. So earlier I mentioned that video editing on the MacBook Pro in space. I actually edit off of this Samsung T7. I think it's just a single terabyte. Basically, I keep Final Cut Pro on this and all my project files on this, and I edit off of this drive. It's super fast with the included cable, so there's no lag or anything. And it just keeps files and cache and all that kind of junk off my computer itself, so we can have as little used space as possible when editing in this, you know, 4K world that we live in. So I love this thing. I've been using it for years. I can't recommend that kind of system enough to anyone. Keep your video editing software on a fast external SSD, and it's just been amazing for me. Talking about SSDs, the last thing I have in here is honestly just because I forgot to take it out, but I have an actual like hard drive, just an inexpensive Toshiba. I think this is also just a terabyte, 2 terabyte. This is where I'm backing up my videos for this channel. Once I have the finished product, I back up the finished product to this. It's more of that long-term storage than the fast editing SSD vibe. I like it. It's fine, fast enough. You know, USB-C here in my computer, so easy enough to transfer over those video files once they're done. And that's kind of it. This comes with, you know, 3 little pockets in here. 2 of these, one's stretchy, one's flat. This is like a pin kind of area here. You have plenty of room in front of those pockets as well. Little keychain hook thing there, and that does it. Really minimal, really simple. This is the stuff I use on a day-to-day basis, and yeah. So let me know if you have any questions about these products. Again, links to all of them will be in the description. Should have links to all of them. And yeah, thanks so much for watching this video. I hope you enjoy. Need I say more? Today we're checking out the E6 desk from FlexiSpot. Thanks so much to FlexiSpot for sending me this desk to review. I had been looking for a different sort of desk setup in my studio here. I'll show a picture right now of what the studio used to be. It was literally a piece of cabinet wood that I just sanded down and put some like finisher on. And I literally had it on top of an IKEA A-frame easel thing, and then like tubs, like packing tubs for clothes and stuff to put in your basement. So the biggest things when FlexiSpot reached out, they wanted to talk about their new E6 model because of how strong and sturdy, not just the tabletop itself is, not even just how sturdy the frame is, but how strong the dual motor system is. They say that this desk can lift and lower up to 355 pounds. I did a little testing myself, which I will show now, and I could see it maybe happening, but I think it's a little bit of a stretch personally. All this being said though, I think even lifting my whole body weight of 210 plus pounds is pretty incredible for a desk that you're mostly just going to be doing work on. It's strong, it's sturdy. I'll show a clip now of me actually comparing bumping into this desk versus my Beflow Tenon, which is like a thousands of dollar desk. And I think this desk is outshining a lot of others in the market right now. I also want to say, if you're interested in picking up this desk for yourself, there is a link in the description and in the first line of the comments that you can pick yours up for a discounted rate today. So let me just read off some of the specs that FlexiSpot sent over for me to share with you all. This is the E6 desk, the dual motor system. They say that the dual motors can effortlessly lift up to 355 pounds. I think maybe if you had stationary like a PC or something solid, or like maybe a 3D printer or something like that that isn't actually moving like a human is, and maybe the weight is a little more distributed, you could get up above 300 pounds, but you kind of saw the speed. Just being honest with this review, you saw the speed this thing has with me sitting on it. And I weigh 210 pounds and I'm not lying. Add 10 pounds for my clothes and shoes, maybe. I feel like that's a little much, but even still, that's 220 pounds, and you could see that. It says that it can withstand impacts of 355 pounds over 20,000 times with a tensile strength of 28,000 PSI, surpassing even steel in endurance. Right, so again, this is bamboo. It's beautiful. I love it way more than my little makeshift desk that I had before this. I think it looks really nice, and I'm really excited for those overhead shots for reviews on this channel. I think this would look good at anyone's like home. I have the black legs that they sent me. There's white legs as well. There's many different tabletops too. You don't just have to do the bamboo. They have some darker colors, some lighter colors, some I think maybe even white and black options as well. Maybe even some glass tops for some of their other desk options. So plenty to choose from to make it fit perfectly in your space. However, I feel like this bamboo look could look really great in any space. Some other things I want to share. So they have a 15-year warranty. FlexiSpot is confident in that, and that covers the desk frame and motor, and 2 years for the control panel and electronics itself. Finally, we do have our control panel here, which is very simple, very minimal as well. You've got up and down switches you can hold. You've got a sit and stand programmed button too. So I've programmed it to my height when I stand and where I'd like to be when I sit. And there's 2 other modes, 3 and 4, that you can program as well. So maybe if you have like an exercise ball you like to sit on, it's a little lower, a little taller than your chair, that could be mode 3. Or if you've got a stool you like to sit on, that could be mode 4 that you program. Each button does light up and have a little circle of light around it so you can see it in a dark room, for instance. And other than that, the desk came with a lot of cable management. Let me show you really quick. So these things right here, if you can see that, are like game changers for cable management. Basically, there's a sticker. You put it up on the bottom, you loop your cables through, and then you kind of pull it tight, almost like a zip tie, but you can reuse it. The problem I've had with these in the past with desks are the tape isn't that strong and the cables pull it down with gravity. However, these have a hole in the middle, so you can actually screw it up under the desk, which I did, and the packaging, everything comes with screws for this as well, so I have no doubt these will hold. They also sent a big roll of this sort of Velcro tape, which I've actually used to hold the cable for plugging it into the wall against the side of the frame. This desk also comes with wheels for the bottom of it. I wouldn't recommend putting that much weight on these wheels. I think the desk can carry that much weight. I don't know about the wheels. Potentially, it's, in their instructions for showing off the strength of this desk, they said, have someone sit on it and then wheel them around. So potentially these wheels can hold that much weight. I'm interested in putting these on the desk just so when I'm not filming, I can slide it up against the wall, or if I ever need to move the desk around for different sort of product shots, I would have that availability. And then finally, there's actually this guy, which I'm kind of excited, and I haven't figured out where or how I'm going to use it yet, but just another little cable management thing you stick on there. It can hold charging cables or something like on the edge of the desk, so you can pick those up and pull them back. I will say, in terms of cable management for like products that you're actually using on the desk, there's not a basket or anything. It's very minimal what the desk comes with. However, I'll link down and below in the description some baskets you can buy off Amazon for cheap and really help with that cable management on the undercarriage, I guess, of the desk itself, and have sort of your cables sliding around the back. I'll say in the Buffalo Tenon and some other desks I've seen before, Artifox is another one. There is a slit in the desk where you can put all your cables down through there nicely. This is just a solid piece of wood. There's no slit for cables, anything like that. You just kind of run them over the back, which up against the wall is fine. And again, if you have that basket underneath, even out in the open like this, even in an office space, that wouldn't look too bad, running the cables under and into a nice basket. I will say, you know, being a minimalist and enjoying minimal design, this is as simple as it gets. And I actually really do like just the two legs, super sturdy. All the cables are tucked up nice underneath the desk itself with the provided cable management products here. Simple, they don't have to be crazy. Personally, I am just super excited to use this desk for this YouTube channel. I think it looks really nice. It has that look that I was going for. The bamboo is just such a nice texture and a nice brown color that I was looking for. Plenty of space. This is actually the 72-inch wide model. They come in all various different lengths and sizes, and they also have shorter, I think, widths as well, potentially. So pick and choose whatever sizes best fit your space. Thanks so much for watching.
Every once in a while on the channel, a product comes along that I review and I love it. And I tell you all that I love it. And you all buy it through my affiliate link and you love it. And guess what? I get paid through that. So I am even more encouraged. It's like the perfect partnership. Now, I wouldn't lie. If there is a product that I don't like, then I would tell you all, and I like being honest. The UltraHuman Ring Air is one of the products that I love a lot, and you all loved it too. And that video continues to do well, sales continues to do well. Today's product, however, that is not the case. Today we're going to be talking about the Xreal Air 2 Pro from Xreal and how I'm just going to come out and say sort of like a summary of this review so you can hear it and move on, or you can stick around and hear my reasons why. The concept of this device is awesome, and I would even say to some extent the execution on this product is awesome. However, the effect that you think you're going to get from this product is far from what it's actually like. And it let me down, and I'm going to talk about that today. Today I've got a package from Xreal. They make AR glasses, so if you've seen the Apple Vision Pro, you've got an idea of what that looks like. Again, the Apple Vision Pro is around how much? $3,500, almost $4,000. So we're gonna kind of compare this against something like the Apple Vision Pro and give an idea of what a lower, more affordable version of AR glasses can be. If at any time you want to pick up yours, you can check the link in the description for an extra percentage off your order. So I, like most, was obviously very interested in the Apple Vision Pro and the idea of augmented reality. I think it's a cool place that we're getting into with the future of things here, but I don't have that kind of money, honestly, and I don't know that a lot of friends and family do as well. So I was really excited to hear from Xreal, who sent me their Air 2 Pros. So I'm just excited to get into this guy. From what I've seen, I love the way they look. I like the packaging. And as you can see, it comes with this dongle, which is actually called the Xreal Hub. Hopefully you can see that there. This allows a little more convenience in charging for the device that you're using along with the AR glasses. So first and foremost, this packaging is just incredible looking. I've seen some reviews online showing this off, but like this is just unique. It's different. I love the look here. Xreal Air 2 Pro. I will say that Xreal just came with their Air Max, Air Ultra, something like that. So it's a little bit more expensive, but it does a lot more functionality. I'd love to get my hands on that in the future to check out that product as well. But again, today we're checking out the Pros. That's nice. I like that. All right, let's see how this sort of opens up here. Wow, kind of reminds me of like the Apple Watch unboxing experience. So you'll see that, ooh, what is this? All right, we've got, oh, extra nose pieces and then prescription glasses piece right there. Put that aside. What do we got here? Some quick start guides, a cleaning cloth as well. I'm just gonna set the box aside. I think that's everything. Yes, even the inside looks really cool. I love that. Unboxing is such a fun thing to do. It's a cool experience. multi-function key to switch the tint level. That's right. So with these, you'll have different levels of tint, which we'll get into as well. Get ready to use AR with a little QR code and some quick start guides here as well. So now that we've got all that done, we can actually, I'm going to open up this here. So here are the prescription lenses. There you go. If you wear glasses, this is how they do their prescription lenses, and you put those in the product itself. We'll put those right there. And we have a couple extra nose pieces as well. So we'll pull those out. Small and large are these. I'm not sure which side I'll need. Nice and squishy. That's cool. It looks like that's going to be kind of comfortable to wear. So some more packaging, stuff like that. Let's move this over to the side. And finally, let's check out the actual product itself. It comes in this nice carrying case, which will be cool just to throw into a bag. We'll open up here and we're met with the product itself. Nice and wound up. Here, a nice microfiber lining on the inside of the packaging, which is nice. And let's see how this all comes apart here. It drops down, arms come out. We have our charging cable. So from above here, here is, we'll pull this off here. This right here is actually an added feature which fully blocks out light, but there is the product itself. It looks like the old Wayfarer design of sunglasses you may have had before. There's different angles you can wear here which help. And again, like I said, different nose pieces to make sure that they fit. So my first impressions here, well, first of all, let's see how this looks. Nice. It looks a little strange because they do have to sit off your face a little to give the appropriate distance from the actual screens inside. But as you can see here from the camera above, hopefully, you do have these little angled lenses here. And what's happening is all the projector housing and stuff is all done up here at the top. And then it fires down into this angled glass. And then what you actually see is in front of you. So I can clearly see you guys. I can definitely notice like this little area here that shows the projector itself within. But anyway, that's the look that you're going for there. I know that there's a little IR reader here or a proximity sensor so that it knows when you're actually wearing them on your head. You do have your downward firing speakers that go right into your ear. And I've heard you can't really hear it if you're sitting around. These are nice and flexible and comfortable. I'll say they're fairly lightweight, which surprises me. I thought they would be a little bit heavier, but that's a cool look, right? What else do we have here? We have a single button up front, which changes the tint. We have a volume rocker and display brightness rocker as well. So yeah, that does it really for unboxing and first impressions. They fold up nice, just like that. But I'm gonna get to testing and I'll be back with you all in a bit. These glasses just look cool, man. Like that is a Ray-Ban, you know? That is nice. And when I put them on my face, like that could be sunglasses for all you know, right? And I loved the design, and I will happily say, upon receiving the product, playing with the product, I've been using for a couple weeks now, build quality is amazing. The speakers coming out of this thing is amazing, super comfortable to wear, easy to set up and use. But I think the experience I got, and I have while using them, falls short. It's not what you would think it would be. And I wasn't imagining like a virtual reality world where I put these on and now I'm standing on top of Mount Everest. I understand it is literally just putting a screen in front of you. It's the same thing as plugging your laptop into an external monitor, except the monitor are two little monitors right on your eyes, right? So that's what I understood. The problem here was, one, when I reached out, I was connected with their affiliate person or whoever my contact was, who is, I wouldn't say unresponsive, but definitely takes 2, 3, 4 days to respond to my emails. I asked if I could review the product. I did my normal stuff, right? Like working with Xreal. These glasses in and of themselves, plug them into your computer. It puts two screens, or I guess it looks more like one screen. It is two screens. It looks like one screen. Puts one screen in front of your face. It's literally just projected onto this tiny piece, tiny 2 pieces of glass or plastic right here. feels more like glass. And that just follows you around like this. They have a product called the Beam, which actually adds way more functionality to these glasses. It allows for a few different viewing modes. It allows for there to be, there's a mode where like, if I turn my head quickly, the screen follows, but kind of like, it's not like an exact following. It kind of does this. And I've heard a lot of people talk about, like with VR goggles and stuff, the fact that it can cause motion sickness a little bit. And I will say I've experienced that a tiny bit with wearing these. And so I wanted to try out some of those other view modes. I asked if I could review the Beam, and they came back and said, hey, we're discontinuing that version, so we're not going to send it to you. Later on this year, we're going to have a second version. And I'll also say that Xreal just came out with their Xreal Air 2 Pro Ultras, I think. So there's already a new model out that has cameras. I can't speak for that new model. I can only speak for this one. There was that. I will just say my experience talking with Xreal hasn't been the best. Not super responsive. I told them that I wanted to try out the Beam because I like the functionality. I really wanted to give this product a full review, which is fine. I understand like they don't have units just to send out. They want to sell them. They want to get rid of them. All that said, I can't review this product fully with the Beam because I don't have it. So I can only talk about the product in the capacity that I have it in. So here's the thing. I thought I was going to be able to use this for work. I thought it'd be really cool going on a plane, sitting, responding to emails, which you can definitely do. The problem is, and I've heard other reviewers talk about this, first and foremost, around the outside of the image is blurry. In the corners, it's blurry. You know, playing video games or watching movies, that's kind of okay, but I'll take it a step further. I don't know if it's my device, if it's my eyes, if it's the way my face is shaped, but for some reason, the bottom left like section of the image itself is also blurry. I can't, like if my eyes look down there, it's super blurry and I can't tell if like the projector's messed up. It's not like a smudge on the glass or anything. I just can't tell. If I like push the glasses like this a certain way, I can see it. But there's something where I just can't see down there clearly. And when you're working with text on screen, like I said, responding to emails or trying to read something like an article, it's just not the best for that. And it's not super clear. So that's sort of my first qualm, was the image quality is a little blurry and not as nice as I thought it would be. Now, what I don't understand is you have the full size of the glass itself, right? Like a regular, this whole section. However, the part that gets projected onto is smaller. It's about a third of that whole section. And by doing that, you're trying to fit the whole screen reflection on those small sections. And I found like this piece is just not big enough to show the image that they're displaying. And I don't understand why they wouldn't just make the entire inside of the glasses part of that. It's hard to explain, and it's hard to explain without showing you, and I can't really show you this experience. The other thing is, like, when I'm wearing these, AR is supposed to be like passive, right? So I should be able to see it. I can see everything, but one, it's like wearing sunglasses, even with the like extra dimming turned off. Extra dimming's turned all the way off, it's not even plugged in. It's like wearing sunglasses with glasses, with two pairs of glasses underneath those sunglasses. Like there's literally 3 bits, either 2 or 3. Either way, you're looking through 2 bits of glasses. Because of the way they're tilted down, I can see a reflection of everything my hands are doing right now. I can see the reflection of this desk. So I'm looking through glass, looking through my desk, looking through the front sunglass piece. Now I can see the camera. That's distracting. And this part of the reflection zone is super clear too. So then it's almost like looking through bifocals, because there's a huge lot, like white line right here, right in the middle of my vision too. So that's distracting. So I think the novelty of being able to watch something while still seeing the world around you is just, it's not quite what you'd think. You'd think that when you put these on, you're talking to a friend and there's just a screen over top of them, but it's not just a screen. It's like that line I talked about. You're seeing the reflection of your hands. There's a lot of outside light, another point, that comes in through the sides and bottom. So even if I fully dim this, even if I fully put on like this covering, which makes it almost opaque, there's so much light. Like yesterday I was watching Dune Part 2, laying on my couch, and I was like, I need to put literally a blanket over my face to cover. to cut out all this extra light. It was just so distracting. And again, now what this does solve, this guy here, is I don't see as much of this reflection because of these little guys on the bottom, right? Which is helpful, but I'm still seeing a lot here. I'm still seeing those two white lines. I don't know. I don't know. It's not a great experience. Not to mention, now I understand like Apple Vision Pro deals with this too. You put these on and you're not ready to go. Like I can't just walk around. I also have to clip on the cable, and then I have to have this, since I don't have iPhone 15 Pro, I don't have an Android device, USB-C, plug it into my computer. So in order for me to use this, I have to get my computer out, which has a screen on it already, put these on, plug them in, be tethered to my computer. I understand the reason that you have to be tethered and stuff. I'm talking about the experience of using these. It's not great. It takes a lot of time to set up. Not set up, but kind of plugging multiple things in. You're tethered to your computer. If your computer has to charge, you're tethered to the wall. In a lot of ways, again, the Xreal Beam product that goes with this helps with a lot of this, right? You can just plug that in and put it in your pocket. Then you are kind of hands-free walking around and stuff like that. However, I wouldn't walk around with these on. I just wouldn't. They're too distracting, too dark. Anyway. So I'll go back to what I said at the beginning of this video. The speakers are fine. The buttons are great. It is what it is. Without the Xreal Beam, it's literally just a monitor. It's just a monitor that's right on your face and not really done super well. In theory, and the idea is super cool, but again, the experience you get and what you expect, I think is lacking. And I really do. I hate to like rant and leave such a poor review on a product, because I've been watching the company. I follow a lot of their people on LinkedIn. Like I like them as a company and as a business, and I'd be super interested. And I reached out and asked if I could review the Ultras too. They obviously won't let me do that after watching this video, but I think that next iteration and the next one and the next one, they're only gonna get better, right? I'll just say, as their second or third generation or fourth generation product, it's still not quite what the marketing shows, which is how everything is, but it's just not there. It's not there. It's as light and as comfortable and as easy to use as it is. It isn't though. It's uncomfortable and it's not easy to use, and it's something that you think would make your life easier or make you more productive, and really it just gave me a headache. I'm gonna continue trying to use this. I played Minecraft with them one night, which was fine. I think if mostly all you're focusing on is the middle of the screen, it's okay. So like maybe playing shooter games and stuff, but working with these, no. And there's an app too on the Mac where you set it up and it allows you to see like 3 monitors, and that's cool. It just still wasn't the experience you think, because there's only so much field of view. And when you're looking over here, the rest of your monitors are just absolutely just cut off. They're not just over here blurry in your peripherals. They're just not there. And so it's kind of just gimmicky using that app as well. However, I will say, benefit of the doubt, if you've got money laying around, you want to try out a new piece of tech, this is a stepping stone to the price of the Apple Vision Pro. Get some, play around with them. I would recommend getting the Beam. Again, I didn't get to test it, but because of the functionality it adds, I think it would make this product, I'd say 50 to 100 times better than the experience without. All that said, build quality is great. There's a lot of thought put into these, and I mean, I'm always amazed. The amount of tech in these smart rings is blowing my mind. The amount of tech in this device blows my mind. The speakers sound fine. The image quality is fine. I mean, it's 1080p, and the brightness and the colors I was happy with. It's not quite there. All of this said, if you ignored everything I just said, or you want to just try it out for yourself, feel free to grab yours from the link in the description, play around with them. It's definitely neat. And I think if you're someone who's a gamer or wants to watch some movies in your free time alone, again, it's a whole other argument to how personal this device is if your wife is sitting in a room with you. Yes, you can see through your screen at her face, but like, come on, you're not focusing on other people while you're wearing these. Fun toy. If you've got money laying around and you're just one of those people who likes to try out new tech, new products like I do personally, pick yours up down below. and let me know what you think of these in the comments. I also know that a lot of you are going to disagree with me, and I'd like to hear your arguments down in the comments as well. Thank you very much to Xreal for letting me have these and reviewing them, and honestly, all the best to the company. I'd love to try out the Ultras and see how they've improved. So that's going to do it for my review of the Xreal Air 2 Pros. Today we are talking about the Valen Rev 2 Fat Tire electric bike from RetroSpec. I have now reviewed a few electric bikes on the channel. I've reviewed 4, including this one. This one is my favorite. So without hearing any more of the review, there's a link in the description. Click that link, learn more, buy yours through my link. It would help the channel. You're gonna love this thing. That's all you needed to hear. Go ahead and buy it. If you want to hear why I'm saying these things, stick around for the rest of this video. So I've had this bike for a few weeks now, and I've really been enjoying riding it. There's some things that I absolutely love, some very minor things actually that I think they could add to make this bike better. And as always, this is my perspective on this product. You might have different needs than I do, but I'll try and point out everything that I loved and everything I didn't love so much about this bike in this video, and let you decide whether to pick one up for yourself or not. So I'm gonna just start with looks. This thing looks really cool. I told RetroSpec, I said, send me whatever color you want. They have a really cool Riptide blue, which I was kind of hoping for just because it really pops and stands out. They also have a slate color, which I think looks really nice, especially with that brown seat. The one they sent me was the matte graphite. You can't go wrong with matte black. I love the graphite next to the black battery, the black seat, and the black tires. I think it's a nice contrast, but not too contrasty, right? It's still low key, still low profile. I think this thing looks awesome. I'm a big sucker for e-bikes that sort of have that moped motorcycle kind of look. Super 73, I think, is the one that sort of made this idea famous, but I've seen a lot of companies, even RetroSpec, come out with bikes that look this way. I think that RetroSpec has done something really nice here to keep the price down. I think it has a lot of great features, but they have cut some corners in a good way to keep the price down. And I don't even want to say cut corners. I think they've intentionally left some things out that would make the bike more expensive to keep the cost down. But I would also argue they just make the bike better. So let's get into one of those things, which is this is a single speed bike. A few things when you're looking at this bike on the website, it looks like it has suspension with that front fork. It looks like there could potentially be some suspension with the back. There's no suspension on this bike. I will say the tires are fat enough that if you let out a little bit of air, it gives you enough cushion while you're riding. It's not gonna jolt you. I rode this thing through the woods, over tree stumps and all that kind of stuff. It's great. I'm not a huge hardcore mountain biker where I need tons of this action going on. For cruising around, for getting to and from work, for taking it through the woods on some paths, this thing is all you need in terms of that. Going back to the single speed functionality, I tested the Juiced Hyper Scrambler 2 that had a full 7-speed gear shifting. It had shocks and all this stuff that went into it that definitely made it feel like a tank and had a lot going on. I find when I'm using these bikes, I'm on the throttle more than anything. I just like cruising around on these, getting from point A to point B as quickly or as slowly as I want to. And I just don't have a huge need to really pedal. If you need to pedal, single speed, it does a great job. I just found that with the Juiced Hyper Scrambler, I wasn't changing gears because I didn't need to be changing gears to go up hills and stuff. The motor does a lot. I personally like the single speed better. It cuts down on the weight of the bike, cuts down on the cost of the bike. Everything you need in a pinch to pedal is here. That said, we have some big hills here in Roanoke, Virginia. People come to Roanoke from all around. It's kind of like Asheville, North Carolina. They come here to mountain bike. There's hills all over the place. The steepest hill, I don't know what the incline is or anything like that, but it's the steepest hill in my neighborhood, which is really steep. I throttled only up this hill and was still going about 10 miles an hour. That's the slowest I got. So this thing has a top speed of 20 miles per hour, and that's full throttle or with the pedal assist. And the battery itself has a range up to 49 miles. I have only charged it once and I've been riding it all over the place, so that's super nice. 5 pedal assist levels, right? So that's another thing. You can change how quickly the bike goes when you pedal. You do have your small quick access controls, which helps turn the bike on or off, put it into walking mode. Something that I really like about the bike is you can take the battery off. So that's enough about the specs. You can go on their website, again, at the link below, to find out more about this bike or their other bikes. There are other bikes as well if you want to learn more about the specs, the size of this bike, things like that. I just kind of want to talk about my experience, some things I like and some things I didn't like. So I love this bike. I think it's like perfect for me. I'm a minimalist. I love minimal design. There's not a lot going on, single speed, a very nice design of this bike. I think it looks fantastic, especially with that sort of cross deal going on in the frame of the bike. I think that the motor's great. I think comfortability is great. I think the saddle is very comfortable as well. Pedaling is very comfortable. Really, I can't rave enough about how much I love this bike. So let's get into what I don't love so much about the bike. So I think something that really makes an e-bike shine, honestly, in my opinion, is having a nice HUD, a heads-up display that shows how fast you're going, how much range the battery has, things like that. This is one of their lower cost bikes. Like I said, they found a lot of nice ways to cut down on cost so that it's more affordable. It doesn't have a display or anything like that. It just has a little unit that sits next to the handlebar that shows you your pedal assist functionality and whether the bike's on, things like that. So you don't really have an idea of how fast you're going. Now, the way I have gotten around that is Quad Lock makes a motorcycle mount that I bought a while ago for my bike. Took it off my bike, put it on this, have the Quad Lock phone case on my phone. You swap it in there, and I have an app, which I'll link to the app down below. And if I can find the Quad Lock accessory, I'll link to that down in the description as well. The app is just called Bike GPS. It does everything that I said. It shows you your speed, your range, even the weather, stuff like that. So that's nice. I usually like to have my phone there anyway to play music, or if I'm using maps, something like that. But I would like to see a bigger heads-up display on an e-bike. And again, I understand why they went without it. Some other things about this. The biggest problem, I think personally, is the amount of time it takes from hitting the throttle or pedaling till the motor actually kicks in. This can be a preference thing, and I don't know if you can change this or not. There's about a 3-second delay from hitting throttle to actually the motor kicking in. So you're cruising along, you're about to hit a hill, boop, 1, 2, 3, brrr, and then the motor starts up. That doesn't really bother me when I'm riding around town or like cruising around, but there were times, like in the woods especially, where I was coming up to a bunch of like roots, for instance, and I wanted to almost fully stop and go really slow to get around them. And then once I'm through, I want to pick up speed because I don't want the bike to completely stop and me fall off the bike. So I would like get through and then start to pedal, or I would hit the throttle and it would just be delayed 3 seconds. So I would want that immediate, like, great, through the roots, let's go. And I would have to wait 3 seconds for that to happen. That's just a small thing that I noticed. It's a little weird. It's not like it's got me in any wrecks or anything. It's just something that has really stuck out to me. And I wonder if they can cut down on that time. Those are really my only things. Without dragging this video along too far, you know, there's some things that I would want in an e-bike, right? Maybe having more suspension, things like that. But honestly, I haven't missed them. And when you start to add that stuff, the price adds up. And this is coming in at a cool $12.99, which if you look at other bikes on the market, it's really not that bad. But that does it. I love this bike, the Valen Rev 2 fat tire electric bike from Retrospect. I've really enjoyed working with the company. Would love to do more reviews of their bikes in the future. If you have any bikes from Retrospect you would like me to review, leave them down in the comments. Again, first line of the comment and in the description, link to pick yours up today. Otherwise, thank you so very much for watching. I've reviewed software on this channel before. In fact, Sunsama was one of them. I really love that software as my to-do list, my get stuff done list. I don't think I've ever had a software that I have enjoyed more and has been more helpful to me personally than Descript. And if you've heard of Descript before, great. I'm going to walk you through how I use it. If you haven't heard of Descript before, literally it's free trial, and I think there's a free plan too. Just go ahead and get it, the link below, seriously. This is going to change your life. If you're a video editor, if you've ever needed to edit any sort of video, if you're wanting to get into podcasting, if you're wanting to get into YouTube, I will show you how I use this to basically sit here like I'm doing now, record a video, throw it into Descript, let it edit the entire video for me, then I publish. It's literally a few clicks, and AI works on my behalf to make my videos way better than they actually are, okay? So if that sounds interesting to you, stick around. We're gonna walk through all the cool little tips and tricks that I personally use. There's also way more stuff you can do with this program, this platform, that I don't use. So like I said, it's free to download. Grab your download of it to your computer at the link in the description and play around with it. But before we dive in today, if you are interested in tech and software from an intentional perspective, feel free to just subscribe to the channel. That's all we talk about here. And like this video so we can share Descript with others and also convince the algorithm that my channel is actually better than it is. So thank you guys for watching. Let's dive in. So as you can see from my screen here, this is sort of your dashboard. I'm going to go ahead and load up a new project. We're going to click here, add file, and we're going to come over here to my desktop and find, I have a lot of stuff on my desktop right now. This was a video of me filming for another channel called On Living Well. I just set up my DJI Osmo 3, put it on me, and I talked for 10-ish minutes. Made this video. I'm sure there's a lot of ums and stuff that I'm going to want to take out of this video, but as you can see, it's currently transcribing, which is a big part of what makes Descript great. It's going to upload the video and transcribe everything that I said in the video to this left side here of the editing platform. The best thing about Descript is you can fully edit your video based off your transcript. So what you said written out, you can edit the video that way. While this is transcribing, for those of you who have used something like Final Cut before, which is where I'm coming from, you can actually click this button down here on the left, show timeline, and actually see your video more in the usual fashion. You have your like blade tool to cut and slice and range and slip and hand, and then your, of course, select tool. So that's sort of what you're more used to. I usually do all of my editing up here with Underlord, which we're going to pop that away for a second. That's the biggest, coolest thing about Descript is Underlord, which they just recently switched it to calling it Underlord. That's the AI tools and helpful stuff there. So as you can see, it has loaded everything. Here's me sitting on my porch swing with a very serious face on. As you can see already in this video, there's lots of ums. There's lots of areas where I was just not talking. Hello, welcome back to On Living Well. So this is really cool because this allows you to sit in front of your camera and talk and then come in and edit very quickly. So the next thing I do personally, like I said, I'm going to walk you through how I use this to make a video. And you can use this in many different ways, especially if you're a podcaster, you've got guests on, there's tons of different things you can do with this. But the first thing I do when I get my video in is I come over here to Underlord. And what I'm going to do is I am going to remove my filler words. You can see I have 55. Now it categorizes even stuff like, I suppose, you know, I guess, like, those kinds of things too. But what I'll come through here is I'll pick out the ones I want to keep. I suppose, I mean, I guess, I'll leave, so, like, well, definitely don't want ums or uhs. I'll take out repeated words too. So if I'm like, have you ever seen the phone that, it will take out the first one. Now there's 42. I'm going to hit remove all. Done. Now another thing you can do, which Ben actually showed me, is instead of actually deleting them from the script, you can say ignore, which just strikes through them. It takes them out of the video, but they're right there if you need them. However, I have found that if I say, whoops, let's go back. If I say delete remove all, they're actually taken out, but you can come in next to where it deleted it, right click and say restore moved media, and it'll pop back up. So that's another way. Don't get scared if you delete your but you actually want it for emphasis or something, you can add it back. The next thing I'll do with Underlord is I will remove my word gaps. So you see all these sections where I just pause and I'm thinking? I can set, so this is kind of like if then. If there's a pause of 1.25 seconds or more, I want you to cut that down to 2.25 seconds. And there's 16 instances of this. So shorten all. Now you can see that there's still some pauses in here because, giving our wives a break with planning. I find that to be like a natural pause in my videos. If you edit like Mr. Beast or somebody, you might be like, if there's any time I pause for more than 0.25 seconds, then cut it down to 0 seconds, right? If you're a quick, faster talker, stuff like that. But as you can see, this video has gone from almost 10 minutes already down to 8 minutes. Okay, which is wild. Now let's keep looking at Underlord. There's a thing here where you can actually edit for clarity. So remove filler words, digressions, blather, all the obvious cuts. So this is almost like you can skip the first two steps I gave you and just do edit for clarity. Now, what else it will do here is it will cut out where maybe I said the same thing twice, or maybe I reiterated something but I didn't need to, sort of redundancies, or as you can see, I start out this video and then I say, wait, I need to start the video all over again. I don't like how I started that. It literally picked up on that in this edit, okay? So like, it knows that I restarted and it cut out the first section, which is wild. So I'm gonna go ahead and say apply edits to script. Now the video is 7 minutes and 30 seconds. So it's come through here and found areas where I repeated myself, rephrased things it thinks are redundant or not important to the like main point I'm trying to make. And this is all, like, I haven't even like edited. It's done it for me. It's fantastic. You can add studio sound. If you don't have the best microphone, it will apply compression and different ducking and stuff like that, which will help your audio sound better. Remove retakes, right? Shorten those word gaps. Another big one for YouTube is chapter markers. So I'll actually come in here and say, I want you to add chapters to this so that later when I have your AI make the description for my video, those chapters are numbered. So I'm going to add those to the scripts. Now we've got balancing career and family. We've got introduction and channel update, new direction for On Living Well. So it sort of used AI to see what I was talking about and give those headers for those chapters. Some crazy stuff they can do is eye contact. So say you're reading off a script that's slightly over there. You can actually have AI like fix your eyes to stare right at the camera. It looks a little strange, but it's actually gotten better and they're continuing to work on that. So something to play around with. Center the active speaker. So say you're more vlog format, you have people moving around in the video more, it will actually kind of focus on your face and move the frame so that you're in the center, which is super cool as well. Obviously green screen features, you can cut out the background, you can generate images, right? If you're wanting some quick B-roll to put over your shot. And some of the biggest and coolest things I've seen creators use, especially long form content creators who want to make shorts or TikToks or reels off of their long form content, is you can literally say create clips. You can sort of set parameters of how many clips. You can set your template, how you want that to look. And you can say what kind of topics would you like these clips to be made out of, and it will do a really good job. Another big one is just to create a highlight reel, pick out all the best parts. We're gonna go ahead and do that. We're gonna pick, let's see, a very simple, we'll go with that template. We'll hit submit. Underlord is thinking. So here I have my original composition, but then I also have my highlight here, which will go ahead and resize everything. It will add my text, which that's another big feature. You can obviously add your subtitles, your captions, whatever you want to call them. And they have just given me a 2-minute long highlight reel of every sort of main point and topic in my main video. So, right, so you have that. You can obviously edit your different text styles, you can edit your sizing, you can come in here and change your positioning. There's all sorts of stuff you can do by way of that. I usually just set a template for my shorts, set it and forget it, have it do whatever it needs to do to have AI actually edit it down for me and stuff like that. I know Ben, my editor, uses Descript to find some of the best clips and things for my longer videos. If anything, it's just a good starting point as you're editing out those shorts content clips. But we're going to head back over to my main video here, my long form video. Now, something I don't like about this is I think the framing is a little off with the DJI, so I might click and drag this and maybe put me a little more in the center. Boom, simple as that. Video's good to go. Let's come back over to Overlord and check out some more features. Find highlights, right? You can translate your captions, so that's great for YouTube if you want to upload specifically into Japanese or German or something like that. You can have it draft titles, summarize it, right? Create show notes if you do have a podcast. I do like that they're doing this little thing. That's nice. I think that's new in the latest update. I've got to show you one of the craziest things that Underlord can do, that Descript can do, which was one time I was filming a video for a company, if you've seen it before, the headphones with the EEG, and I was calling the sensors electrodes, and the company and I were both like, wait, they're not electrodes, that sounds kind of bad. I don't want to have to go back and film myself saying sensors, so what can I do? And I actually realized there's a feature with AI voice. So in Descript, you can set up an AI voice. You can set up this speaker, right? So I'm going to go ahead and pick Spencer 2.0.
It has you read a chunk of text, and then now it has an AI version of your voice. Right, so say in this video, I said, here we go, and I have this sentence.
And I have personally come up with some tools and tactics on how to do that.
Say that I didn't mean to say tools and tactics, I meant to say tips and tactics. Okay, ready to have your mind blown? We're gonna highlight tools and we're going to replace it with an overdub that is instead tips, and click overdub. It's gonna take a few seconds to apply my AI voice, and it's literally going to change what I said. Are you ready for this?
And I have personally come up with some tips and tactics on how to do that.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
And I have personally come up with some tips and tactics on how to do that.
Do you hear that?
And I have personally come up with some tips and tactics on.
That's insane. That's like one of my favorite little things here. If I ever say something wrong in a video, I can literally change what I said after I've recorded it, which is super helpful in my situation where I'm working with brands. I need to say the right things and not represent things incorrectly. So being able to go back after I've sat down and filmed an entire 10-20 minute long video and change one spot where previously I'd have to find a way to cut it out or re-record it, which is the worst. So that's super cool. Anyway, I just wanted to show that other little thing that Underlord can do, that Descript can do, which just like, who else is doing that? I don't know. But it's all here in one package. And I think that's the best thing about Descript. It takes a ton of different tools that I've found around the internet for video editing and just boop, puts them all in place. And I think they're doing it the best, as one of the best, right? All in one package. It's fantastic. Say I'm happy with this. Say I watch it back. Let's watch a little bit of it.
Hello, welcome back to On Living Well. Today is just a quick video, which is more of an update, which is that On Living Well is becoming bigger than I originally planned in a really good way. Originally, On Living Well was just a place for.
So that's cool. Like, let's call it done, right? I haven't edited anything. This has. Let's call it done. It's now a 7.5 minute long video from the 10 minutes where I guess I blabbered on quite a bit. So what I'm going to do now is I am going to create a YouTube description, submit. You can add in little like directions and stuff like that, but boom, just like that, I've got my timestamps on my things. In this update, we discussed the exciting new direction for On Living Well. All that's written out, copy and pasted into YouTube. My next favorite part about, and as you can tell, like I haven't even gotten into like project, scene, layer, captions, media, music, B-roll, any of that stuff, which you can explore around with. I'm just showing for my channel On Living Well how I edit, because I don't want to spend a lot of time editing or filming. I want YouTube to be a fun process where I can quickly go from an idea to publication as quickly as possible. Which, by the way, I'm going to throw in this quick ad here. Ben, my editor, and I are actually launching a class on Skillshare called The Lazy YouTuber. We're hoping to have it go live July 1st. That's sort of our deadline. I'll keep you updated if it does go live then. So if you're already a member on Skillshare, you can watch it for free, obviously, with your subscription, or sign up for a free month and watch the class for free. And basically the whole idea of this course is what I just said. How can you start a YouTube channel that's consistent, that builds an audience and gets you started on a platform that maybe you've always wanted to be on, or if you wanted to start a new channel as quickly as possible. Anyone who's ever been interested in starting a YouTube channel, this is the course for you, because Ben and I love making content on YouTube. We have multiple channels. There's just something about having an idea that doesn't exist, creating that video, publishing it, and then having a conversation back and forth with others about topics that we love. It's fascinating. And so we want you to be able to do that too. Descript is our editing tool of choice because of everything I've just shown you. It's so easy. Check out this. Ready? That's enough for the little promo ad there. Check it out July 1st. I'll keep you updated. And if you're watching this video after July 1st, I'll try and remember to put the link to the Skillshare course in the description of this video. Back to this video. If you click publish, you can actually go, let's say I want it to be 4K, and let's say I want it to go ahead and publish to my YouTube channel straight from Descript. And I'm going to tell you right now, there have been like Final Cut to YouTube takes a really long time, and there's a lot of like limbo where you don't know if it's uploading to YouTube. You set export to YouTube and you're waiting, but you're not seeing it show up. This gives you an actual like percentage of uploading, and you can see it uploading and then go on your YouTube channel and see when it's finally in there. And it's actually very quick. Even I have found with 4K content, it goes from here to YouTube fairly quickly, which is fantastic. You can change your category. You can go ahead and add your tags. You can go ahead and let's go ahead and do this. We're going to grab all of this and copy it, or you can click this button here, publish. We're going to say YouTube. We'll go ahead and change the description to boop. And I can go ahead and sign it to YouTube and then actually publish it to YouTube. So as you can see, I sat down in front of my camera for 10 minutes. I talked about a subject, threw it into Descript. It edited the entire thing. And now I'm already publishing to YouTube. You should be able to, with this, and if you take our course, to go from ideation, so the idea of even just a channel, to having videos on that channel under 2 hours. I try to keep all of my videos in under 2 hours. It's part of the reason why I hired Ben to be my editor. I want to spend as little time as possible on the ins and outs of YouTube so that I can concentrate on creating, doing reviews well, and also I have a 9-to-5 job and 2 kids and a family and things going on in life, so I don't have a ton of time for YouTube. So I am a lazy YouTuber. This software has helped tremendously. And if anything, get in there, play around with it. I literally can't speak highly enough of it. It's only crashed a handful of times, and honestly, it crashed during this video because I'm using Descript to edit myself. No, I'm using Descript because I'm screen recording through Descript while it's recording me doing that editing, and I think it was just a little too much, but it's only happened once, and I can't sing its praises enough. Descript, let's be friends. If any of you all see this video, I want to join your company or something. I don't know. You guys are doing really great work for creators, and I love this. And for you watching, I think you will too. Again, free to sign up, free to use, link in the description. Test it out. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, what you think about Descript, if you've been using it, if there's any problems you found. Their recent update was a really big one with UI and everything, so it's beautiful, super easy to use, intuitive. I love it. Can't say enough about it. Thanks so much for watching this video. This video is not for you if you like to mow your own lawn, or if you like paying a ton of money to have someone else mow your lawn. However, it could be for you if you like those things, because I personally really love mowing my own lawn. I love to do it to listen to podcasts and audiobooks and just have an hour or two away from the family to just kind of be in my own little world for a bit. However, TerraMow is a very interesting product, and we're going to get into today why I think it's literally fantastic and why I think you need one. So this product is currently on a Kickstarter, and you can actually click the link down below to learn more. There's super early bird discounts. I'm not sure if it's currently this way, but it was like 45% off at one point. So make sure to click down below as soon as possible to know kind of what sort of early bird stage they're at, and get one of these while they're heavily discounted. So as you can see, my grass badly needs a cut. I have issues with my push mower cutting grass this tall, so we'll see. I'm excited. Didn't take anything to set up. I didn't have to build anything. I just pulled it all out of the box. There are a few pieces of stuff here. So it did come with quick start guide, which is nice. I will do this and probably get back to you all in a minute, but I'll show you some other things it came with. We've got some charging cords. We do have a full manual. We have stakes, which I'm assuming more of the power cable there, and then tiny screws. So I'm sure all of these have a function and reasons for being. Here's a couple more things, more little screws. Looks like some kind of barrier film you can put down, and then just little bits and bobs. Those are like plastic covers for some things, extra blades for the mower itself, with screws for that. So I think I will try to get this thing plugged in and sorted out, and then I'll get back to you all with, we'll fire it up and see if we can't get it mowing some of this grass. Catch you guys in a minute. Okay, so it's pretty hot out here, but I just wanted to show you all. I got it set up in between these 2 bushes, and it's currently charging. I kind of wired it around the house down to the garage. I'm gonna use the app now and set it up and see what we can do. I'll go ahead and open the TerraMow app. I've already kind of logged in and set up my stuff. So add TerraMow. It says it's searching. Might have to hit a button on the mower itself. Let me check. All right,
So I'm going to click can't find my mower. So I need to go to settings and connect to its Wi-Fi. It's connecting. Cool. I'll come back to the app. Cool. So it's actually found my Wi-Fi. Go ahead and do that. Type in my password if it will let me. Okay. So it just said very loudly, I should have been filming, sorry, but it said connecting to Wi-Fi. It has a really loud speaker, which is probably a good thing because it's going to be mowing grass and it's going to be loud. Successful. Nice. App update required. Update. Okay, weird. I'll just say not now. Here it is. I might go ahead and record my screen so you all can see what's going on here. So it says that the mower's fully charged. It says no map yet. So my cutting height, I'm gonna set it as high as possible, 2.8 inches, because this grass is really tall. Let's go into settings just to see what's going on here. Voice language, we want English, save. Oh, okay, commanding, waiting for response. Child lock, probably do need to put that on. But for now, we'll just see what happens. So it says no map yet. The directions say just to start, stop. It says connect to Wi-Fi and click start mowing. So that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna move some stuff out of the way just for the first test run. Sorry, I'm super sweaty. Some things I should mention. I moved some things, but you can see like there's a dollhouse there. There's a little water table. There's even a hose I have running along here. My dog's out here and he's probably gonna go crazy. But I just kind of want to see how it does. And honestly, if I have to move stuff before it mows every time, it's still better than me mowing every time. Let's go ahead and I'm going to flip you guys around. We're going to open up the app and just say, click on the app here and hit the play button. All right, here we go. This first time it mows, it's going to kind of map the area as well. This is really thick grass and it's really tall, probably like 8-9 inches. If not more. I won't be too mad if this has a hard time cutting through this grass because I usually don't wait this long to cut it myself, but we're gonna find out. So I'm gonna let it just kind of do its thing. I might set up a time lapse and we'll see how it does on this first mow while it's learning the ground. So maybe you've looked into robot lawnmowers and maybe you haven't. There's a few different ways these lawnmowers work. Sometimes they have a wire that you put in your ground, kind of like that invisible fence you can have for your dog and stuff like that. Sometimes they have these beacons that sit up out of the ground and you kind of use them as waypoints for your lawnmower. This mower from TerraMow is fully AI vision powered. So no wiring, no RTK. There's real-time obstacle avoidance. There's auto mapping of your yard. You can control the mower with the app itself. It can do things on its own, or you can literally remote control it like a toy. And you can mow in multiple different mowing modes and things like that. This thing is cool. Like, first impression, I'm impressed. I didn't even know if this thing would be able to move through this tall of grass. So I think the thing that really sets TerraMow apart, and this is kind of their thing, is their AI vision, their Terra vision, as they call it. I won't get into the weeds and the terminology of AI semantic perception and real-time mapping and all that kind of stuff. Basically, it's using really nice cameras to create a 3D world around it as it's mapping out your yard and the fences and the people and the ball that you accidentally left out. And in real time, it's mapping these things. Even after it's mapped out your entire yard, it's able to sense these things as it's going along because of those real-time AI vision elements. So a few more little specs for you about this mower. So it actually only has about an 8-inch mowing blade width. It can go between a 1-inch and 3-inch cutting height. The maximum slope it can go up is a 45 degrees, which is actually kind of wild if you think about it. It takes about 120 minutes to charge from 0 to 100, and it does have a 2-year warranty. Now let's talk about this thing. It's smaller than you might think it would be for a lawnmower. With an 8-inch blade width, that's only about that much. Now that seems like crazy, and I will say with my yard, it's about 4,000 square feet, my backyard. It takes about 7-ish hours for it to mow the whole yard. Now, that's insane, right? When it can take me an hour and a half, 2 hours to do the backyard and the front yard. But when you think about it, I'm not the one mowing. This thing doesn't get tired. It's not out there sweating. When it runs out of battery, it goes back to the base station, charges up to 80%, and goes back to its task. So though it might take a while, you can have this thing mowing multiple times a week, every day of the week, and taking its time. It's not a huge issue. It is super quiet.
Start the blade disc.
Wow, that is really quiet. it's just in the background and it's mowing my grass for me. If that doesn't get you excited, I don't know what will. I think this is more exciting than the robot vacuum situation, just because it's really satisfying to watch this thing go. And I got in a lot of trouble with my wife for just sitting and staring out the window and watching this mow my grass, because it's so satisfying and so fun to watch it, especially when it's first mapping the yard, sort of navigate obstacles and figure things out. And if it gets stuck a little bit, watching it kind of maneuver around that and then make a note, let's not go there next time. This thing is super cool. It's super smart.
Now, something I'll say too, over here in my yard, sorry if the wind is bad, there are some holes from either like an old tree that used to be there or like moles or something that have burrowed and made these deep divots. So I'm a little concerned about that. Not sure what it's having trouble with right now, but it could be one of those holes. I will say it ran over this tennis ball like a champ. Lots of tennis balls because of my dog. At least I'm not having to push it, you know, it's doing it on its own. I'm excited. Kind of giddy, if you couldn't tell.
Here's some pro tips. If you do pick one of these up, as a link down below in the description or in the comments, the first thing you're going to want to do is map the front yard. The mistake I made was I clicked immediately to start mowing, which is fine, and you can do that. My problem is my yard is fairly large and there's lots of holes in my yard. As it was mapping out and first mowing the yard, it would get stuck in those holes a lot, which can happen. I mean, it would be impossible for a robot lawnmower to not get stuck in a hole like the ones in my backyard. But what it does is, when that happens, it pings me on the app and says, hey, the robot's stuck. It will automatically put a suggested like no-go zone on the map, and you can either accept it or deny it. As you'll see, I'll take a screenshot of my current backyard. There were a lot of places I had to sort of put like no-go zones or map off sections of the map where I didn't want the lawnmower going because it would fall in the hole. Once I did this a few times, and I will say, keep in mind this thing moves slowly. It takes 7 hours to mow my grass-ish, and that's mowing and charging and mowing and charging. It has to charge about twice. This took a long time, and it was a little frustrating, especially for my wife, because I kept having to run outside and pull it out of like the hole that it was in and map it out and stuff like that. I will say, if you do the mapping feature first, it will actually take wider, it's not cutting the grass and trying to cut every blade, so it takes wider paths down the yard and leaves spaces because it's just visually mapping your yard. That's the pro tip. Do that first. Don't just go straight into mowing. But even if you want to go straight into mowing, that's fine too. Just know you're going to be going out there every so often to pull it out of holes and things like that. There's some accessories that the machine comes with. There's some sort of no-go zone tape that it comes with. You can do all of this in the app too, which is what I kind of ended up doing. I just mapped it as it was learning, and now I have these no-go zones. My plan is to let this thing mow my grass most of the time and then go out there with the weed eater and go through those no-go zones just to clean up the edges and things like that. All in all, I really like this thing. It is really interesting. You can find out more information on their Kickstarter site. You can learn more about their AI process and all that kind of stuff if you want to at that link down below as well. But just from my perspective, you know, I'm a dad of 2. I've got a 9-to-5 job. I do this YouTube channel. I've got other businesses that I'm interested in working on. So I don't have a ton of time for anything. So really anything in life that I can find to help me be more intentional and use my time more wisely, I'm always interested in that. If you're wondering about price, like I said, there's a bunch of early bird pricing you'll check out down below. The retail value is a little steep. I think it's for the larger model or the upgraded model, I guess. It's almost like $2,000, which is a lot. But I'll ask you to do this. I asked my friend who pays someone to mow their grass every week, and it costs $50. 50 times 52 weeks out of the year. That adds up. And if you have this machine that requires very little maintenance, that can mow your grass year round for free after you pay for it, then I don't know, it might be worth it, but that's up to you. Like I said, link in the description if you want to pick yours up today. I love this thing. I can't recommend it enough. I'm excited to see other people review it and geek out about it the way I have. I was literally using it in the front yard the other day, and I saw a guy walk by with his dog, and he was just filming it. And I went out there and talked to him. He was like, what the heck? This thing's amazing. Like, he loved it. I love it. My wife, after I got it all mapped out, loves it because our backyard looks really nice. And I'm excited to continue using this thing through the summer and into the fall. And yeah, that's going to do it for this video. Again, link in the description. Thanks so much to TerraMow for sending me out this unit to review. I'm really excited for you guys. I was pleasantly surprised at how great this product actually was. My expectations were down here and you guys delivered. So congrats to you. Good luck with the Kickstarter. Hope you sell a bunch of these things. UltraHuman Ring Air is a piece of tech that's been on my hand for 7-8 months now. Whenever I made the first video about it on this channel, I still love this thing. Today I'm going to be giving sort of my long-term review of it, how I'm using it too, but we're going to dive in today. I'm going to start by saying this. I still love this ring and I still think that you should get one. There's going to be a link in the description for a discount, and actually what's really exciting, and I might have to read a little bit here, is UltraHuman is celebrating 1 year of the UltraHuman Ring Air. So there's a big campaign celebration of the 1 year going on from July 1st, so Monday, July 1st, until the 31st of July. And what you get for that is, if you click the link in the description between those dates, the first 10 purchases made through that link will receive a present from UltraHuman, which I think I can say this. It's the UltraHuman Blackout Eye Mask. They've made this super comfy sleep mask. You know, one of their big things is sleep tracking with this. So you get that for free. You also get free 6 months of the UHX membership, which includes a host of benefits such as extended coverage, 3 months of examine. And you do get a % off of the ring itself, as well as my discount code below. So that's going for you as well. I will say it's only in those dates between July 1st and July 31st, and only if bought through the actual UltraHuman website, not Amazon sales. So the first 10 of you, hurry up, grab it down below, and you'll get the free gift, the discount, and all that great stuff as well. So let's kind of talk about, now that that's out of the way, now that that's out of the way, let's talk about what I really love about this ring. I've got the app open here and I've got a list of new features, and that's going to be the biggest part of what I'm going to talk about. This ring has, you know, a temperature sensor, it's got the heart rate monitor, it's got step tracking, all that stuff, and these sensors that are built into the hardware, which can't really be updated. But the company, I swear, it's almost every week they release a new feature, a new measurement in their app. So the fact that they're able to take the data that's gathered from the ring and compile it in different ways, measure it in different ways, look at it in different ways to keep adding these features is what's been really exciting for me. I think it's easy with tech like this, and I'll be honest with you, I don't check the app every day, but every time I log in, there's so much data here to look at, and it's not overwhelming either. It's laid out in this nice sort of chronological-esque kind of scroll here on the home screen. They just keep adding these features and new ways of sort of understanding how your body is reacting to things and functioning based off the sensors that are in this ring. The fact that this super light, this is the titanium version, this super light ring can do so much. Like, there's so much tech in here that doesn't compute in my head. I did want to walk through some of the new features, and I have them written out here so we can go through them because some of this stuff is really cool. So the first is the dynamic recovery score. So basically, like, your recovery is not static, it's dynamic, and it depends on what you eat and how, you know, energized, how much sleep you got, how much time you've spent working out in the past week. So this score is changing, so they give you a dynamic recovery score every day, which is, you know, resting heart rate, temperature, HRV, that kind of stuff, and it creates this score for you to kind of get this benchmark of where you are each day, which is super cool. Breathwork mode is something they added as well. You're actually able to see your stress rhythms, how stressed you are throughout the day, and you can do these breath workouts which actually help to lower your stress, which is super cool because you can see sort of where your heart rate is sitting and how stressed you are in the day. Do one of these workouts and in real time see your heart rate come down and you become more fluid and relaxed, right? And that's super cool to be able to visualize that and see that. So that's been something new they've added since I've made a video in the past. Your stress rhythm, which is a whole new way to understand your daily stress in context of your body's natural cortisol patterns. You can see it on the app, learn more about how to leverage your stress for improved cognition or calm it down a little bit, you know, so you can get better sleep at night. Cardio age, which is interesting. So like, I'm 30, but I'm pretty sure my cardio age here is like 28. It's interesting. It just kind of shows how strong your heart is currently and how, you know, old your heart age is compared to you and the actual time you've been here on Earth. So that's interesting. So shift work, these are for people who might be working in medicine where you're having to work night shifts and then switch to day shifts, or maybe you fly back and forth across time zones for work. This is a way of sort of adjusting that shift so that your sensors here aren't like, whoa, you didn't sleep at all last night. It's like, well, yeah, it's because I was working, right? So Vision is actually a desktop app. Kind of shows you everything here, but more displayed out in more of a dashboard setting. So you can log in there and see that kind of stuff. Even if you're wearing, you know, your M1 glucose monitor from UltraHuman as well, that kind of data is put in there as well, which is super cool. Locate my ring is a new feature as well. So you're actually able to use your smartphone to find, maybe it fell in the couch, or maybe you left it at a friend's house, you don't know where it is. You can use your phone to find the ring. They've got tossing and turning insights. So as you're sleeping through the night, you can see where you were flipping back and forth in the bed. Maybe you didn't have much restful sleep, and you got kind of see like, wow, at 1 a.m. I was tossing and turning a lot. I wonder if I was having a bad dream, or maybe I had too much caffeine that day, whatever it might be. But that's a super cool fact to know as well. The last one, which is morning alertness. So they say, you know, this is potentially the first time ever conscious marker for motivation, right? So you're able to see on a graph how alert you are and motivated to do your job or your activity or whatever it might be. It's based on the sleep inertia algorithm. It's affected by motivation levels, sleep habits, sleep environment, stuff like that. So we're going to dive into my app here real quick and just kind of walk through what my body looks like. But I truly enjoy UltraHuman. I just really love working with them, and I love this product. And yeah, we've been going strong for months now, and it's got little dings here and there, you know, as you get with a ring when you've worn it for so long. So it's starting to get a little bit of character, but it's working just as well as the day that I got it, which is really exciting. And the fact that they just keep packing features is exciting as well. So for those of you who maybe haven't seen the app before, I'm just going to kind of walk through what it looks like for me and click into some of these things and kind of show everything that this software can do with this piece of hardware that's on your finger. So you do have your movement, right? It's tracking how active you are throughout the day, which is super interesting. Your steps, activity, hours, workout frequency. Stress rhythm is really interesting. Like I said, it'll tell you if you're relaxed or stressed or you're doing activity. I'm a little more stimulated, I guess, than I was a few minutes ago. And you can kind of see it on this graph throughout the day as well. Dynamic recovery, right? Like we talked about that. You can see all of these different stats and how they work together to create these different scores. You can start your breath workout here. There's plenty of options, which is super fun. This is a big one, right? Sleep. It's super comfy to wear this thing while you're sleeping at night. So to be able to look through this and see how you slept last night. Looks like I was kind of in and out of REM. I didn't move around a lot, so that's good. Here's my morning alertness scale there, average oxygen saturation. There's a ton of like nerdy health technical stuff in here too. And I've said it before in the video, this is one of my favorites, your stimulate permissible window. And they actually, I'm gonna say they listened to me and added this in, but so basically what this does, if you don't know, it tells you when it's a good idea to start drinking caffeine for the day and when it's a good idea to stop drinking caffeine. It'll also give you a list of the types of caffeine that it would be okay to consume right now. Basically so that you get the best rest and recovery, because if you drink a bunch of caffeine the night before bed, obviously you're not going to rest, you're not going to recover as well. I had requested in a previous video that they add an actual time, so I know like, okay, at 8:14 I can start drinking my coffee, because before it was just this graph, it didn't have a time. You can kind of see at the bottom it has this like timeline, but it was hard to know when that actually was. It'll send you a notification and tell you now's a good time to start drinking caffeine if you want to, but I really wanted them to add that, and they did. You can thank me for that. No, I'm sure a few other people asked for that as well, but it's cool that the company listens to feedback. Neutral impact of light and activity. This is neat too. How does light affect us? Is it good to be reading super blue light before bed? No, right? It's good to have more natural light during the day, and at night more tungsten kind of like bulbs, you know, to calm your mind down and stuff like that. So phase delay, your minima, phase advance. You can get into all this stuff if you want to. And I think what's cool too is like each of these sections, you can obviously open up these little eye buttons and learn more about what they are. You can do workouts. It is in beta, as you can see here. I haven't had any issues with it personally. I haven't used it a ton, but I've used it a handful of times and never had any issues with the workout. Individual markers, right? You've got your BPM, VO2 max, your temperature, skin temperature, that kind of stuff. You can set these SMART goals and see if you're hitting them throughout the day. Hit the plus icon. You can add food and weight, activity, workout, sleep. And as you can see, I probably need to charge my ring. They recommend keeping it between 30 and 80%, just like a Tesla. Yeah, that's a quick rundown. Over here, if you have the M1 glucose monitor, this is where your dashboard is for that. I did review that on this channel. If you wanted to check that out, I'll put it up here, wherever. Wasn't really for me, but it can be for quite a few other people, I think. So that's cool. And especially seeing this data matched with the ring data, I'm sure that's super insightful for some people. Zones are where like you can kind of compete or at least see your friends' data too. So my friend Sam hasn't worn his ring today, but kind of see where your scores are and kind of like Apple Health. Discover. So these are all these free workouts you can do, which is fantastic. You can download this app and do these workouts even without the ring, which is super cool. That's the quick rundown of the app and where it sits currently. Phew, so that was a lot. I do love this ring. I'll say it again, July 1st, July 31st, special gift to the first 10 people who buy through the link. You get my discount, you get a free 6 month of the UHX membership, which is super cool. So don't delay, grab yours down below. I hope you enjoy your UltraHuman ring as much as I have. As always, let me know in the comments if you have any questions about the ring or the app or the 1 year celebratory campaign that's going on in July. This thing is honestly like if you're going over to a friend's house to watch like the Olympic Games or something that's coming up, this thing, it's perfect. Like throw it up on the wall in the garage or something, watch it with your friend. This is really cool to sort of bring people together, throw the Olympics up on a big screen and watch that together. I think that's super cool. What's going on? Welcome back to the channel. Today we have the Nebula Capsule 3 laser from Anchor, who bought Nebula. This thing is really neat. It's literally a projector that is almost in the same form factor size as like a soda can. So here's my water bottle. You can already tell my water bottle is bigger than the projector itself. So really excited about this. I will start by saying I've never owned a projector, always wanted to. So this is not only me reviewing my experience with this projector specifically, but also projectors in general. So keep that in mind. If I'm amazed by things that like all projectors can do, just take that as you will. We're gonna unbox it, get it set up, and do a little bit of testing, and I hope you guys will enjoy. Check the links in the description if you would like a certain percentage off for yourself. Let's get into this thing. First of all, the packaging is pretty cool. It does have this plastic liner here. I'll take out my disgusting knife that my editor Ben hates. Still haven't cleaned it, so that's fun. So yeah, we've just got the Nebula projector itself, which does run off battery. We'll get into that a little bit here in a second. There's an idea of how big it is. So Android 11 for Android TV runs on this thing, DLP display technology, laser light source, which is different than a bulb light, for instance. 1080p resolution, which we'll have to test, but I feel like that's plenty for a projector screen. There are 4K versions of this out there, but this is the 1080p version. Battery 52 watt hours, 20 volt input, connectivity USB-C, HDMI, auxiliary out, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, Chromecast built in, which is fantastic. I have also already downloaded the app from the App Store. Laser bright, pocket sized, Android TV, has OK Google as well. So yeah, laser powered. Let's see what this unboxing experience is like here. Put that right there. All right. Little pull tab. Ooh, that's nice. Like the red marking. So this looks like paperwork. You do have your remote that comes with this, which is nice. Got a little Google voice assistant there. We have here. So this is for getting the app set up. Quick start guide, which has everything that we kind of need. Really what I'm looking for with this experience is easy setup. Can you set it up anywhere? Shine it on any kind of wall? How bright does it get? There is the projector itself. Look at that. That's a projector. You know, those huge things that hang off ceilings in conference rooms? Well, look at the size of this guy. So something I notice here, which doesn't really matter, but the camera is like off center. I'm sure it's just the way that the hardware sits in this cylinder frame, but that's just something that is sticking out at me. That doesn't matter whatsoever. I'm pretty sure this sensor on the bottom is how they set up the screen itself. It's almost I think it's a little tiny camera. I'm guessing, by the way, speculating. So it can see the image and see what it needs to adjust to get the perfect image. It is pretty hefty. I don't know how much it weighs, but it does have nice grippy bottom to it and a threaded area here so you can put it on something like a camera stand. It's about the size of... Whoa! I turned it on accident. It says Nebula. Didn't mean to turn it on. That's okay. So it's going, doing its thing. I don't really want it on right now. Can I turn it off? Just pressing and holding down the power button here. I don't know. Well, you all will be able to see from above there how this works. I think I did turn it off. Oh, no, I didn't.
So that's cool. You can see on the table down here, remote control connection. All right, so you do, we'll get into all this in a second. Power button, it looks like a pairing button, Bluetooth pairing, something like that. You do have your volume controls here. It's all touch capacitive, it seems, which is fine. You do have USB Type-C, HDMI, and auxiliary out. This is what we'll do. We'll turn this off. We'll actually just go ahead and start playing with this, because why not? Let's pull it over here. All right, it is trying to do its thing. Wow, that's cool. Can I set it back a little? It's cool because every time you move it, I'm going to try to get it in frame. There we go. Every time you move it, it realizes you're moving it, and it's adjusting how it looks on the screen. All right, really quick, something I forgot to do in the unboxing was show off the power brick and the USB-C cable that comes with the projector. One little thing I forgot, but other than that, that's pretty much everything. Here's the little guy. I also, I apologize if this looks blurry to you all because the camera is actually focusing on my eye. But I think when I look at the screen this way, it's doing it. So it's obviously not doing a whole lot right now, but it's really quiet. So that's nice. So some things I'm looking for, honestly, like startup times, switching between apps and stuff. Like you want it to be snappy and quick. But with something like this, you're basically starting up a movie and watching it, or playing a video game, and you don't need the system itself to be, like the software itself to be super snappy, because it is a very much hit play and forget it for 2 hours, right? So I'm not super concerned about how quick and snappy the UI is and stuff, but it's always a plus if they've been able to do that. So as this thing boots up, we'll kind of see what we're working with here. Okay, hold the 0 and minus buttons together for 4 seconds till you hear a beep. Connected, great. Oh, there's my beep. Wi-Fi connection may result in higher energy consumption. We keep it connected. I'll do it for now, just so we have everything running here. Network privacy, except make the most of your TV. I'll skip this for now, but I'll do it later for sure. Let's see what we got here. I've done all the things, I think. Not yet. Okay. I'll skip that for now too. Okay. All right, it's adjusting. Cool. Press confirm to fine tune the picture. All right, install the following apps. Sure. Okay, let's walk through the features of your device. How fun. Autofocus and keystone correction. There's literally a button for that right here. There's also one thought on here. Oh, it was on the phone. So if I need to do that, I can hit that button again. It will run through its little thing to get the picture just right. Nice. Cool. Bluetooth speaker. That's cool. You can use this as a Bluetooth speaker as well. If you just want to listen to music. I have the app. TV app, Nebula Play. All right, finish. What's our home screen look like? Cool. All right, personalized ads update. Gotta love ads, right? It does look, let's see if I can change the brightness. Brightness, oh wow. We're only at 40, so let's come up here and see what 100 looks like. It's kind of hard to tell. Let's pull up a video. So this can get to 120 inches, I think, easily. We're probably looking at about a 45-inch screen right now on the wall here. So Spencer Scott Pugh, Spencer Scott Pugh, Spencer Scott Pugh. There we go. There's me. Oh, look at that. Is it a market? Does that look familiar? This volume's at 20%, by the way. Or download in comments. And I'm gonna try to put one of these videos out once a week. We're gonna see how the idea is to keep it really simple, but let's see what happens when I go to the screen share. And it's really bright. Maybe it's free, not digitally thing now. I'm so excited today. Like, let's back this up a bit and see how big we can get it. Yeah, my buddy Reagan Rose, who also maybe just like this as well. Go check out his channel. That's sweet. They answered a lot of problems that I had with the device. All right, so here's the thing. I'm gonna play around with this. I'll probably watch a movie with my daughter and my family. Might even take it to my parents' house and watch a movie. I'll come back to you all with sort of my thoughts. I'll try and kind of vlog using it kind of thing and just get sort of my everyday use, how I would use this thing. First, my first impressions are I'm actually very excited for it. I think that it's really neat. The fact that it's running off battery alone, getting a little hot now, but not too bad. Yeah, I'm just really excited for this. To be able to throw a projector in a bag on battery power and take it to a campsite and watch it on the side of a tent, like that's really exciting. And this whole like it figures itself out thing, also super exciting. So anyway, I'll be back with you all in a couple weeks once I've given this thing the full review, but there it is, the Nebula Laser 3. I'll see y'all in a bit. All right, so let's talk about this Nebula Capsule 3 laser. I'm gonna talk about what I love about it, talk about what I don't like about it. I've been using it for quite a few days now and literally have been almost using it every day for my daughter in her playroom, which is really fun. But let's talk about the things I love. First of all, 2.1 pounds, I think it is, super light. The fact that like this is my water bottle and this is a projector is crazy to me. I love that, and it packs a huge punch. The speakers, they're great. You get what you can fit into something this size, right? Not super tinny, there's a good amount of bass. You can do different sort of, audio modes and stuff through the software, which leading right into that, I think the software is great. I mentioned earlier in the video that I wasn't expecting a lot from the software to be super snappy or anything, because really you just kind of pick through something, pick it, and then watch the content. But this has been snappier than my brand new smart TV. So if that tells you anything, this has been cool. The fact that this is all, you don't even need this is all you need to watch something is crazy to me. I think that this little camera here that helps set up sort of the tilt and pan and can avoid obstacles. Like I have a guitar hanger in the playroom that I've been using this in, and it will like go around that. It'll fit the screen to a place where it's all nice and clean on the wall. That's super cool. I haven't had any issues with that. All you really have to do is kind of nudge it a little bit and then it will auto do that. All of these sort of settings you can turn on or off, but there's also a button right here on the remote that will reconfigure the focus and everything like that too. So I like the touch capacitive buttons here on the top. Hasn't been an issue for me whatsoever. I would say startup isn't super quick, but faster than maybe I thought it would have been. You do have your auxiliary port here, your HDMI, and your Type-C port as well. I have found, so it says on the website that plays video for 2.5 hours, and I think that is true if you're using sort of, I wouldn't call it eco mode settings, but the automatic settings. It's just a little less bright, and honestly, if you're watching at nighttime, that brightness setting is fine. The thing that we've been doing in the playroom is during the day watching TV on the wall. So I turn the brightness all the way up, and I would say it gets about 1.5 hours with the brightness all the way up, which for me is fine. I think definitely, like I said, if you're going to, a campsite or something and you just have this battery, you should be able to watch a 2-hour-long movie, no problem, because you're not having to go full on brightness there. So it's 1080p, which I didn't know if I would really be that bothered by that, but I'm not. The quality is fantastic. It's crisp, it's clean. The walls that we shine this on upstairs are actually a light gray, kind of similar to this color, and the colors are great even on that. So even on a non-white display, we've been watching a lot of Bluey. My daughter's really into Bluey right now. I'm really into Bluey, let's be real. And that's a bright show with lots of colors, and this thing just shines, pun intended. Like, it just does really well. I don't know if it's this laser technology or what, but crisp, clear, 1080p. To me, honestly, it could be 4K. It looks just as good, if not better, than my brand new 4K TV. So I'm satisfied with that. And the fact that it has fast charging, like, one morning my daughter was watching and we had watched the day before and the battery ran out. So I went and quickly plugged it in the kitchen and we ate like breakfast or lunch or something. And then after that, it was completely, I don't know if it was fully charged, but it was enough to get us through the next little viewing session. So this thing charges quickly. I definitely have been charging it like twice a day if we just accidentally leave it on in the playroom or something. But, I charge it over the nap lunchtime period and come back and it's still working. So some things I don't like so much, and this could easily be fixed, is one, I think the cable they gave to charge it is only about like this long, the USB-C cable. If that was longer, it could reach the outlet better. I've just been using an extension cord, to be honest, when it starts to run low on battery. And you do need a good amount of output, I guess input into this thing to really charge it while it's being used. I tried to use an old battery pack, which I was like, ooh, cool, I can just plug in my battery pack to this thing. And the battery pack actually couldn't keep up with the power that was being pulled by this. So you do need something with a little more juice, which I'm sure on their website it tells what kind of input this thing needs. All right, here's the thing. The last thing I don't really like about this is the price. I think it's kind of justified because the quality is great. And again, the fact that this is all you need, that's the projector, is crazy. There's a lot of tech packed in here. I wouldn't say it's lightweight, but 2.1 pounds is crazy. You can easily put this into a book bag or something. So it's $799.99 retail, which is a little pricey, but right now they're running a coupon code here. And I'm guessing they run discounts like this all the time. So what's crazy is Nebula is actually offering you all through my link 20% off. I don't know if I've ever gotten 20% off for people who watch these videos. That is like the biggest discount that I think I've seen, which is nuts. So this thing can easily come down to $600 some. And then I don't know for sure, but maybe you could layer on a coupon code on their site and get it even more percentage off. So I can't say enough good stuff about this. Again, I'll say this is my first projector that I'm reviewing, and honestly, the first projector that I've owned personally. So it could be like a lot of the features I love about this are pretty standard across the line of projectors, even some cheap ones on Amazon or something. But I would probably guess the quality here, especially the screen, you know, the display quality is a lot nicer. And just the thoughtfulness that went into all of this, like the fact when you nudge it or if someone bumps into it, it automatically readjusts. Stuff like that is really cool. So we've really been enjoying this. I'm excited to continue to enjoy it here at home and take it to like fall tailgates and stuff, like throw up football games on the side of someone's house, stuff like that. I think it's going to be super fun. So thank you, Nebula, for sending this out. Again, 20% off at the link down below. Grab yours today. And yeah, as always, if you have any questions about this product, let me know in the comments. I'd be happy to answer them. I'm going to be honest with you, I'm actually really impressed. These are the AirPods Pro first generation. I've been using these for years, and they're finally starting to crap out on me. Meaning when I put them in, every time it goes, oop, super loud, super annoying. But I've been thinking about making the investment of paying the $250-ish again to get maybe the second gen version of this, and I just haven't done it yet. So I was super overjoyed when Raycon reached out and asked if I wanted to try their new everyday earbud. They did end up sending me the everyday earbuds and everyday protective case. I'm excited to unbox these and test them out for a week or so. Funny story about Raycon. I first heard about them when I was in college, and one of my favorite YouTubers, BOOX100 is his official name, BOOX, actually did a couple sponsored videos with Raycon talking about how great they were. And if anybody here knows who BOOX is, let me know in the comments, because I love that dude. And you might not expect me to be the type of person that watches him. Maybe you do, I don't know, but I digress. We're going to unbox these, get an idea of how they feel in terms of build quality and everything. I can tell you that these are way more affordable than the AirPods Pro, and they have a few of the same features as the AirPods Pro. So I'm going to be trying to kind of compare my experience using these to the AirPods Pro, which probably isn't the best like apples to apples comparison, but this is where I am in my life right now. And as you know, on this channel, we talk about tech from an intentional living perspective, and the experience of using tech more so than all the ins and outs and intricacies and battery life and how big the battery is and how big the drivers are on the earbuds. Like, do they sound good? Are they comfortable? Can they replace my AirPods Pro? Yes or no? That's what this video is going to be. Enough talking. Let's hop into the unboxing of these guys. So let me clean my knife, Ben. First, we're going to put the case aside and we're going to open the actual headphones themselves, which will be nice. So I do like how small the packaging is. That's kind of nice. Pull the little pull tab. Of course, I have it backwards. I would, right? Power up. All right, first thing we have here is some paperwork. Exclusive Perks Club, Raycon Everyday Earbuds, Quick Start Guide. A little bit of information on tapping them and what all those different taps do. And here are the earbuds. Same kind of form factor as the AirPods Pro, put these away. I just kind of wanted to show the similar sort of packaging. Something that is cool, this is wireless charging capable, I do believe, which is nice. My first gen AirPods Pros aren't. We have extra ear tips here and a charger and a nice little Raycon sticker. Power up your everyday. All right, let's check out these earbuds. How do you open this box? From the side. Discover your perfect fit. Don't mind if I do. So this is kind of cheap plastic, but I'm actually kind of surprised at how nice this sort of like little setup here is. So here's our different fits here. We can try out the different sizes. I'm sure my ears are kind of normal. And then the cable is here, which should be, well, a very small USB-A to USB-C. There's all the stuff so far. We'll go ahead and hop into the protective case as well. So there was a green color that I liked. I'm a minimalist guy. I usually go with black or gray. Well, that wasn't the best sort of opening. That's all right. Okay, cool. So the protective case actually comes with a lanyard kind of thing to wear around your wrist or as a keychain, which I didn't know. That's a nice little touch. It's like they didn't build it into the case here, but it is in this protective case. It looks like there's actually some adhesive on the lid of this, which is a pro move because I had a case for the AirPods Pro before and the lid would always come off. So the fact that there's like either some like an actual sticker or what that is, let's pop this off here. Yeah, that's nice. I'm actually gonna put this on. Excited to see how this kind of looks. So we'll slap on the protective case and that's what it looks like with the concrete kind of look there. And here are the everyday buds from Raycon. So they do charge in the case, and I think, let's see if it tells, somewhere it's going to tell you how much battery life, because it's actually kind of insane if I remember correctly. I'll have Ben, my editor, put on the screen here the battery life of these things, and then how much the battery life the case can also supply. So what I'm gonna do is pull it out. This goes in my right ear, ANC mode on, active noise cancellation. All right, so they don't stick out too much. That's a nice look. So I'll go ahead and get my phone out over here. All right, let's come into Bluetooth here. I probably should use the quick start guide, but if you're anything like me, you probably feel like you got it. Let's see if it's already down here. My Osmo Pocket, Raycon Everyday Earbuds, connected. That was fast. I like that. All right, let's play some music and just kind of get my first perspective here. Watch House used to be Mandolin Orange. Great band.
Two friends, side by side on a creative quest. Spencer and Ben putting their skills to the test. With cameras, hand and dreams in their eyes. Embark on a...
You know, AirPods Pro isn't the best sound quality I've heard. I'm a normal, average kind of audiophile. I'm not even an audiophile. Sounds good. Good bass. Let's check out what our buttons are here. Okay, this is weird. So on the right side, you turn the volume up. On the left side, you turn the volume down. I think that's a little strange, but the fact you can change the volume is nice. You can't do that with the AirPods Pro. Hey. All right, what else we got here? Triple click to skip. Yeah. Triple click to go back. All right, takes some getting used to. There's actually, like, you can kind of see it here as well. You literally have to, like, tap right on the logo. Okay, you can't just tap. Wow, I think it's capacitive. Like, you actually have to put your finger on the thing. It's not like a tap the whole headset kind of thing. So that's good to know. Whoa. So I held this and it said bass sound. So I guess that adds bass. Now what does this one do? All right, we're in awareness mode. Wow, okay. So pass-through mode. That actually sounds really good. Yeah, that's really nice, actually. Better than I thought it was gonna be. So they do have pass-through. Man, that's actually really surprising. I think what's like super surprising is like, it's really like blocking out external noise. Like it's just got such a snug fit in there. So the active feels strange. All right, it's got awareness mode instead of pass-through mode or something like that. So, okay. So you have awareness mode on, awareness mode off, and then ANC mode. Wow. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm actually really impressed. I think the biggest thing is gonna be like, do they stay in my ears as I'm doing everyday things? How easy is it to pop it in and out? So it doesn't actually stop the music if you take it out. So there's one thing Apple does a little differently. And when you put them in, you do touch the sides. So that's good to know, but not a huge deal. Yeah, definitely interested to see how long they last me, like in a real use case throughout the week. This is gonna be my daily driver for a bit. So I'm really excited to try these. And I think the price is like 90 bucks or less, which, by the way, if at any time these seem like something you'd like to try out for yourself, which I'm going to be honest with you, I actually am really liking these things. So at any time in this review, check the link in the description, get a certain percentage off your order using my link and code. And yeah, thanks to Raycon for sending me out these everyday earbuds. I'm going to try to use these for a week or two and get back to you guys with a full review.
So I've been using the Raycons for a couple days now, and I just wanted to, one, compare them to the AirPods Pro, but two, just talk about my experience with them. I do think, I'm just gonna come out and say this, better value compared to the AirPods Pro. You're getting enough in this to make the price tag of $80, $90, whatever it is. It's obviously a quarter of the price of the AirPods Pro, give or take, and it does enough. In fact, it does more than I thought it would. So let's walk through what I like about these first, and then we'll talk about what I don't like about the Raycon everyday earbuds. So we're just gonna kind of go quick fire here. First of all, I like how small they are. I like the charging case. I like this silicone case that you can get with it as well. And I actually kind of like this. It's easy just to grab them like that. Throw it in your pocket. Also, this silicone is just like really smooth and nice. I kind of like this concrete kind of look. They charge quickly. If you leave them in there for like 10 minutes, I think it is, you get an hour and a half of charge, which is kind of wild. There is wireless charging on the back of this. So you can lay it down on a Qi wireless charger, which is super cool. I think sound quality is fine. I've really not really noticed a difference. Wearing them for long periods of time is also fine, very similar to the AirPods Pro. And like I said, there's multiple different tip sizes you can choose from. I've moved around quite a bit with these in my ears. They haven't fallen out. Again, that might be different for others, but for me, again, very similar to the AirPods Pro. And I think the look and the feel, very minimal look and feel. You pop them right in there. I'm putting this one in backwards because I'm being an idiot. Put them in just like that, done, and they're ready to go. A big thing I was concerned about was connectivity, and actually it works very much like the AirPods Pro. Say I have it connected to my smartphone. If I just go like this, it already goes ahead and connects. So I don't even have to pull these out for it to connect. Very quick, very fast, and similar to the AirPods Pro. Pop them in, my phone changes to these to listen to audio, hit play, and we're good to go. Some other things I really like, you have volume controls on here. So if you tap on the right side, volume goes up, tap on the left side, volume goes down. AirPods Pro don't have that. You have to ask Siri to do that for you. There's tons of different controls actually on the devices here, which I think is super helpful. Look great, feel great, they're light, don't hurt your ears sitting in there for a while. I love them. Okay, I really do, and these are going to be my daily drivers. So long AirPods Pro for a little while. Now we're gonna move into the parts that I don't like about these, which basically is only kind of because they're not an Apple device, but we'll get into that in just a second. So one of the things that you'll miss is that spatial audio that you get with AirPods Pro. If I'm watching a movie here and I turn to look at my wife, it keeps the sound here. It plays with the headphones where it like knows where the sound is coming from. Not that big of a deal. I think it does help with immersion, but that's not something you really notice when you're sitting and listening to a movie or something for a long period of time. And honestly, I don't really miss that, but no spatial audio here. Okay, another thing is these are kind of sensitive. The buttons, they're not actually buttons, they're just touch capacitive, I think is how you say it. Kind of sensitive, so even when you're putting it in your ear, a lot of times you'll just push it in by putting your finger on the button. Not a big deal because when you long press on either side, it just changes ambient mode or the type of listening mode. There's like bass mode and like true sound mode and stuff like that. So you can push those on accident. I haven't like tapped them on accident, but there are times where I went to like push it into my ear further or something and I touched it. I think what I quickly realized I needed to do was just kind of hold it like this when I push it in, because then my finger is off that button. Just a very quick learning curve kind of thing there. The only thing that really annoyed me, and this doesn't really pertain to you if you're only going to be using these with just one device like your phone per se, is the other night I was watching TV on my smart TV. I connected the Bluetooth to the TV. It was great. It worked totally fine. But then this morning I went, and it's all, so you can connect two devices at once. I connected to my smart TV. It was connected to my TV. This morning I went to do work on my laptop and I was trying to connect the Bluetooth to my laptop, but because it was already synced to two devices, it wasn't in pairing mode. So I literally had to go downstairs to my TV, go to the Bluetooth settings and say, forget this device in order for that second Bluetooth pairing station to open up with my Mac. Now again, if you're not switching between 3 devices or anything that often, not a huge deal, but that's something that I did notice, which you know, AirPods can connect to like 80 different devices on the same account kind of thing. So there's that. I'll curtail this with something me and my editor Ben, what up my dude, have both agreed on, and that is like the app switching that AirPods Pro do. So if I'm listening to music on my MacBook, I decide to get up and go to the coffee shop, I can just pick up my phone and walk out the door and my AirPods will connect to my phone automatically. That's cool in theory, but what Ben and I have found is a lot of times we'll be working on our laptop, boop, 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 listening to music, we'll get a text or something, we'll look at our phone, and it will change to our phone, and we don't want that. And there's no way of turning that off, as far as we know. So that's kind of more annoying than helpful in my opinion, especially if you're not on the move a ton. Also, like, I kind of just plan to keep these connected to my MacBook and my iPhone. I shouldn't have a problem switching between the two. I just do it on the phone or on the MacBook device itself. Battery life has been fine. This case, like I said, it wirelessly charges. It charges the buds themselves very quickly. So battery life on this thing is great. And I literally am going to be using this as my daily driver until these get run over by a car or something else crazy happens. So thank you, Raycon, for reaching out and sending me these and for literally taking place of my AirPods Pro. I truly think these are up there with the AirPods Pro, at least the first generation. That's what I'm comparing these to. If you would like to pick these up, discount at the link down below and it will help the channel as always. They also run these crazy bundles where you can get like headphones and earbuds for like insane discounts and stuff. So go through the link down below, check out all the options they have going on, and I really appreciate you all for watching. I hope if you pick these up, you will enjoy them as much as I have. As always, let me know in the comments if you have any other questions about these guys. I'd be happy to answer them. Thanks so much for watching this video. If you enjoyed, please hit that like button, subscribe if you're new, and if you like tech from an intentional and minimalist perspective. I appreciate you all for watching. Watch this video next. I think you're gonna love it, and I'll see you all in the next one. Today we are giving a review of the BOOX Note Air 3C. There's a lot of products like this hitting the market these days. People love the idea of the Kindle, the e-ink, e-reader situation, and with a company like Remarkable, who seemed to me the first to hit the market with like a version of that you could actually write on. Been a lot of companies bouncing around with that. BOOX to me is one of the leaders, and they were kind enough to send me the Note Air 3C. I'd love to review some of their other products as well, so let me know in the comments if you'd want me to do that with the Palma or maybe one of their just regular readers. This is one specifically for taking notes, and what's cool about BOOX and what sort of sets them apart from someone like Remarkable is they do have the whole Google Play Store. So if there's any apps you're used to using on your laptop or maybe your iPad, but you want to sort of dumb down that experience, you can get them here. So I'm going to walk through, I've had this for a couple weeks now. I'm going to walk through sort of how I've set it up for my use cases. And I know there's a lot still that I need to sort of realize and figure out and play around with this thing to get it, but I'm in a good spot now where I feel like I know what I'm doing with it daily. I've set it up in a way that I like, and I want to talk about like the good things and the bad things about it. So at any time during this video, if this seems like something that you would like to check out, as always, check the link in the description. You will get a certain percentage off your order, and it will help the channel. So win-win for everybody. I will also say I do have an official newsletter now, so you can check that out in the description as well. I think you guys are really gonna love it. I've tried really hard to make it not just a regurgitation of these videos and sharing them, but to be more behind the scenes look at what we do here on the channel, what we have coming up in terms of product reviews, and even deeper thoughts on these reviews in themselves, as well as shout outs to the community, all sorts of fun stuff. So feel free to subscribe to the newsletter down below. So it looks like we have got a cover for the product. We have the product itself, and then what are these? Some extra marker tips. So I'm excited. I do believe this comes with a stylus as well. So let's start with the cover. I know that's not the most fun part. Now the cool thing about this e-ink device is it's actually colored. So you're gonna get an interesting, seems sort of dimmed down color palette, but color nonetheless on e-ink, and I think that's super exciting. So here's the case. Feels very premium, feels nice in silicone. I know there's some interesting reading methods and stuff you can do here, and I've heard that the magnets are really strong here too. That's sort of a good portfolio look that
hopefully we'll keep the thing protected. All right, let's check out the product itself here. Let's get out my dirty knife that Ben keeps telling me to clean, and I will keep ignoring him. All right. I've never had a tablet quite like this that you can write on, so I'm super intrigued to try out this product. Simple packaging. There's books right there. Pull off the cover. Got some nice foam there to protect the thing. And here's the tablet itself. Very thin, very, I wouldn't say light, but I think that's a good thing. I think it's got a good amount of like heft to it, so it's not just like flying all over the place. So that's my first impression there. We'll put that aside. In this box, we have the stylus itself with a rubber tip. Okay, really quick. I say itself so much in these reviews. Here's the tablet itself, the stylus itself, the marker itself, the Apple Watch itself, and it really bothers me. So I'm either gonna have Ben start to edit them out, or I just need to get better at it, which is actually what needs to happen. I won't put that on Ben. All right, what else do we have here? This is a pen tool, I guess, to get into extra storage. And then the charger itself. All right, and then over here is our various pieces of paperwork. Let's first look at this writing tool here. It's pretty nice, pretty light, little nib or whatever you tip, whatever you want to call that. It does have, I don't think it has batteries, but it's magnetic and will stick to the side of the tablet, which is cool. And then you do have the tip cover, which I think is nice as well. Nice touch. All right, let's get into the actual device here. See what this is all about. Can you just slide it out? You surely can. Wow, that's very interesting. Like I said, I've never had anything quite like this, so I'm super excited to see what this is all about. All right, so you have on the outside here, along the, you can hold it this way, and this will be the bottom, but most of the time we'll probably be using it this way, up and down. But either way, on the side or on the bottom, you have your door here to, I guess, add some extra storage. I don't think this has cellular data, but I could be wrong. Ben, check me on that. Here is USB-C charging port. These look like some microphones, and then you do have double speakers here, so I guess a stereo sound. Around the bottom, nothing, side, nothing, but this is where the pen actually can connect. And I mean, that's pretty solid on there. That's where that sticks. And then you do have on and off button here, and then it looks like another microphone, and then around back, Note Air 3C with a little bit of information on charging, and then a serial number or something. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't love the orange coloring, but I thought this was more orange, and it's actually kind of like a pale pinkish red salmon color. And I actually really like that. I don't know if that shows up well on camera or not, but that's actually more of like a salmon color, which I love way more than the orange that I thought it was. So there's that. Let's just see what this thing is like to boot up. It says power off, which is cool. So I'm pushing and holding there, Onyx. Nice. So that's a good look. And that's in there too. All right, device is starting. Yep, so we're in the United States. We go ahead and hit next. User agreement, privacy policy. So far, I really love this. We're not in Beijing Eastern time. There we go. Date. It is not 3/27. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna hit cancel, and I'm gonna say set time automatically. And I'm hoping when we connect to Wi-Fi, this will all write itself. Auto sleep 5 minutes, auto power off 15 minutes. Let's go ahead and just keep everything standard for now. So let's do bottom gestures. All right, so we got back on the right side, back home screen in the middle, e-ink center on the left, volume, back, cool. And then over here is brightness, I like that. Up and down swipe gestures. Oh, I want to turn these on. I think those are cool. Setup is now complete, cool. All right, initializing the library. So I'm gonna sort of like stop it here, at least for now. I'm gonna come back to you guys in a few weeks. You know what, I'll do one thing. I'll start a new note, create a notepad, blank, create. and I'll just write. Do you want it to connect to Wi-Fi to activate AI recognition? Oh yeah, I'm gonna turn Wi-Fi on. I don't want to miss any of that. All right, let's see what it's like to write on this thing. Oh, that's weird, man. Let me describe this because I've wondered how this feels ever since I've watched a few reviews on these type of things. So not only does it have a certain sound and grippiness to it, but there's also, wow. There's also a certain, like, if I can show you with my hand, when you push, it feels, and I don't know if it's the tip of this or if it's the screen itself, but it feels like you're kind of pushing into, like, this is silly, but it feels like you're kind of pushing into, how's that for a visual effect, huh, Ben? It feels like you're pushing into the page. Like, it feels like, you know when you have like a stack of paper and you're writing on top instead of like a piece of paper on a table? That is wild. Okay, give me a couple weeks. I'm gonna just use this thing nonstop and I'll come back to you guys with my experience. Super excited to try this out. Thanks to BOOX for sending me this. This thing is cool. First of all, I think something that I didn't realize is I've kept it in the case. I think this is a nice look. It's a nice feel. It's definitely kind of hefty. And I think when I first opened the tablet itself, I thought it had a little bit of heft, but then I used it in the case for like a few days and then actually took it out of the case and I was like, oh, whoa, the case actually adds quite a bit of heft to this thing, but it's not unmanageable. Like this is nice. And in fact, I kind of like the heft. I think it could be a bit lighter, but I know they just released their Go series or something, which is more of a competitor to the Remarkable 2, for instance, and it's lighter and thinner and all that good stuff. But I really wanted to test out color because this tablet does have color, whereas, as you can see here, a nice color display, whereas that new device is black and white only. And I have some thoughts about color with e-ink, but here's the device. I've been using it, like I said, for a while. I love the materials, and I think I mentioned earlier, I love this salmon color, which I thought was going to be bright orange. I definitely like the salmon better. It's pretty thin. You've got dual speakers here. You've got a microphone and a slot here if you want to add extra storage. The pen kind of does this weird thing where there's like 3 different places it can snap on. I don't know why, but that's nice. I think without the case, it's a little scary being on there. You might lose it, but the case kind of adds a little buffer to it, so it's not as hard to knock off even without. See how that works. And then this helps a lot too, so I do like that. I think something with the newer tablets they've done with this is make the whole thing removable, because that's kind of annoying, but you can lock that back there, which is super nice, so I like that. So if you open it up here, this is completely off. It has standby and then off time, which playing with those settings is going to help this thing last longer if you put it into off mode more often and let it stay in standby mode for less time. It will save more battery. Because it is e-ink, it sticks on this image and will stay here, I think, indefinitely until the end of time, maybe. So you can pick this, you can pick your standby image or platform layout, whatever. This is what I currently have. I've played around with some photos and stuff, but ultimately I thought this was nice. So when you first boot it up out of off mode, it does take some time to boot up because it actually is off. So you're starting it back up. When it's standby mode, you can just tap it and it's right back to where you left off. But we're gonna go ahead and jump in. I'm gonna go ahead and move, just for aesthetic purposes, move that off. And I have found the different ways you can use the stand. I think a really cool way you can use it is this way here. So let me show you while this thing's still booting up a little bit. So this is an interesting look, and it's on their website and stuff. Like, I'm not showing you anything new here, but that's cool, especially like if you're reading some kind of recipe or something in your kitchen. My wife actually said, ooh, that's cool. Like, I could do recipes on here, which is super cool. And then you can have a version of this in landscape too, just kind of your normal looking this deal that goes on too. So that's an option. This, I kind of just want to walk through how I have it set up, because I want to show you sort of how I've been using it and experiencing it. Like I said, it has the availability to get the whole of the Google Play Store as far as I know. Obviously, I've talked about this before on the channel, with this sort of dumb device movement, you have devices
that limit what you can do on them, but then you also have devices that are so dumb that even though you can do everything on them, they just don't work as well. This is one of those devices where, like, yes, you could play a video game or watch a YouTube video on it, but like you don't want to. It's not a pleasurable experience. So I've sort of picked the apps that I use on a regular basis for work, such as email, Sunsama, which is my checklist. I have the Bible app here, Notion, and Kindle. And I'll say things like Notion, because of how it's laid out and like the transparency and stuff they use, it's not the best experience. So I've used Notion sparingly on this, and maybe I can show you. I'll hop in here and you can see how kind of long it took to load, which is fine. That's network and all that kind of stuff. But something you can do with each device is look into, I think it's in the e-ink center. You can change these settings, which is like the refresh modes. If you want it to be faster refresh, so when you scroll, it does a good job with that. It feels more like, you know, I don't know how to explain it, a higher refresh rate. So if you're scrolling on like one of the newer iPhones versus one of the older iPhones, it's a lot smoother. But if you can imagine an e-ink device, or you can have more of this balanced or HD mode, which makes the image a lot more high definition, but it's way more ghosting going on and slower to scroll and things like that. But you can see it's just, I think for Notion, where I'm in here like clicking around really quick and stuff like that, it's not the best. I will say I haven't paired this with a Bluetooth keyboard, which I kind of want to try out. That could be really cool, especially for Notion when you're writing notes and stuff like that. But I haven't been using this too much because I just like a faster workflow in Notion. So I still just do that on my computer. There's different swipes and stuff you can do. I've changed mine. Before, there's bottom swipes, which I found I was accidentally hitting with my hand a lot. So I actually turned those off, just as something that I've done. What I've used this for the most is the Bible app on Sunday morning. That's super easy and convenient. The Kindle app for reading books, which is nice. I haven't been reading a lot of Kindle, but recently my wife and I have decided to read more before bed. So it's been really pleasurable reading on this. And it does have, you know, the backlight, which you can change with this little side swipe kind of feature here, which is nice. But what I've been using this for the most, and I think what it's catered towards the most, is notes. So I've kind of come in here and let me see if I can change the way this looks. Cover mode. I've made these little different covers for my notes. I've got meeting notes, which is for work, brainstorming, which is just a blank canvas with no lines where I can just write down thoughts and do math, and even some meetings I'll use that just to plan. Sketches are for drawing and fun. Sermon notes for church. Scratch pad is if I'm like, ooh, that's a good idea, I need to write that down somewhere. I put that there. But anyway, I'll hop into meeting notes here and just sort of give you like a feel for how I use this. So this is nice. This is a template that I've set up that I can use for every new sort of discovery meeting with a client. This is what I use. I'm using this ballpoint pen, which I've found is my favorite pen. I have, you know, a highlighter, and then I have a red ballpoint pen. So you can do that. There's different ways of erasing. You can either erase like you normally would, or you can lasso things to erase them, or stroke eraser, which will, whatever line you touch, it'll erase that whole stroke that you took. Now, what I found is, and this is kind of what problems I've had with like writing on like an iPad mini, for instance, is I don't write super small. It's harder for me to write really small. Adjunct, that's not even a word. And that's a cool erase feature too. So what I actually do is I have my page set up, and I've been using this like business letter page. It's been my favorite, but I actually will turn it sideways, which makes everything a bit bigger. I can write a bit bigger. I'm going to keep going with adjunct. Is that even a word? And then when I turn it sideways, it actually makes it smaller. So when I'm done writing, I'll do that. But I also love this amount of space to write on, and then when I need to scroll down the page, I just kind of swipe up and keep going. I haven't used a ton of this stuff. I actually took this last time I went to church. I took this to service, and my niece and nephew were there, and they kind of played with this and were using some of the different tools, and that was really cool. There is an AI feature that will, you know, there's a few different things you can do, especially like that scribble through eraser, but it will actually do text recognition. I found, especially if you're adding lines and stuff like that, it's not, oh, this is also a template, so it's not going to show up. It's not the best thing in the world, but I think if you have better handwriting than I do, it could work a little bit better. And of course, that stuff will get better over time. I haven't really had a need to use it because I actually just sync this to the cloud, right? I think that kind of happens automatically. And I can access these notes on my computer, or literally you can just decide to like send your notes off via email, which is fine. You can actually, like I'll show you, you can say this, share and export. You can pick whichever one you want, select, and then you can export. I think you can even, the other day I was able to actually share this from the email app that I use on this, which I use for everything, which is Spark. So in terms of what I thought I would use this for, I'm using it mostly for note taking. That's really all I've been doing, scribbling down thoughts. I found when I'm in, Zoom meetings with clients or in-person meetings with clients, I always brought like a notebook, even though I had my computer, because I would use my computer to like show them a web page or something, but then I would take notes on a notebook, but then I didn't really have any way of sending that without typing them up, and I don't like doing that two-step deal. So like the other day I took notes during a meeting, and then I just exported the note in an email to our sales rep so she could have those notes that I took as well. And that's been the main way I've been using this. Something that's pretty interesting too is there are search features. So if you come to like the whole notes area, you can actually like search for words and stuff even in your own handwriting. So sometimes when it comes to a meeting, I'll actually do like hashtag client, and then I'll search hashtag client. So I'm creating these like handwritten tags that I can then search through as well, which is super cool. Or if it's an internal meeting, right, I want to be able to section those off. So that's something cool that I realized you can do, which is helpful. Something that I really enjoy about working on a computer or something like this is, and it's going to be kind of ironic here, but I love being efficient. So for instance, Sunsama is my favorite, task software. I'll leave a link in the description if I remember to, because everything can be done on the keyboard. You don't have to go back and forth between clicking and choosing and keyboard. Everything can be done with keyboard shortcuts and commands like that. So you can just run through to-dos and planning and stuff like that. If you need to erase something, they do make a pro version of the marker pen, whatever you want to call this, that you can flip it over and erase with, but you can't with this one. So if I want to erase adjunct, which isn't a word, I would select the eraser tool and do it that way. However, they did add this AI way of doing, which I showed you earlier, which you just kind of scribble through it, it goes away and you can write it again. So that's cool. There's not a lot of like things that have to interrupt your conversation and note taking as you're going. Really cool stuff, just like line creation, or if you're trying to create shapes, things like that. Like those are all done really easily on this as well. Another one too, so like let me take this word, I'll circle it, it's going to select it, I can move it down. So like all this stuff is done just with this, and I think that's really powerful. And once the note is done, you can click sync. I've found this kind of syncs automatically, which is really nice. And you can also like hide these toolbars and stuff too, which is cool. Like you just have a blank canvas, which just feels like a blank sheet of paper, which I really love. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna pull this over. Oop. You just hit that to start a new sheet. Basically, like you can come in here, templates, recent, blank, boop. And now I've got a blank sheet of paper. I can hit this, and now I'm fully just uninterrupted writing things that I need to. That's it. I will say, like, I thought I was gonna enjoy the colors a lot more than I have. I think I do still like having colors, because if I want to, for instance, use red to underline something, even though the colors aren't jumping out at me, I actually like how dumbed down the colors are and how dull they are, because I think it just gives a better aesthetic and a better like peaceful kind of experience. I don't know really how to explain it. But when you do go look at this on the computer, where it is sort of kept in the cloud, these are more vibrant colors, what you would expect from a red, for instance. So when marking things up and like adding notes and stuff to send to people, it makes a lot more sense to have those colors. I don't read a ton of like graphic novels, though I have looked. I was reading like a Nightwing one the other day, and that was really cool. I heard someone else reviewing this say like it really feels like you're reading like old school comics where the colors were kind of dull with the printing and the paper wasn't as glossy. And it was really special. I really got into it. I don't read a ton of those, but I could see if you do love graphic novels and stuff, this would be a really cool reader to view that on. So I've done light emails on this. Typing, of course, is slow and kind of clunky, but
you can get it done, especially when sending off docs, like adding in someone's email address and stuff like that with a quick note. That's totally fine. I mean, going down the row here, you do have a certain amount of storage, which 64 gigs with this version, but like I said, you can add a micro SD card. They have like your library of documents you may have saved and stuff like that. In the store, that's actually just books that you can buy, as far as I know, and they're all these like classics, like Canterbury Tales and poems of Sir John Davies and like William Shakespeare, which is kind of cool if you're into the classics and stuff like that, but there's not a ton here. So the fact that you can have Kindle or other things, I'm assuming, I don't know, whatever's on the Google Play Store is really nice. I will say a couple days ago, they released a new firmware update, which changes a lot of, I wouldn't say the UI, but in a way, the UI changed quite a bit. They just kind of updated it, made it more sort of technical, which I haven't gotten that update yet. They apparently rolled them out. So hopefully I'll have that soon. I don't know if I'll make a follow-up video. Hopefully I can continue working with books. But anyway, that's kind of my feel. I've enjoyed this. It's definitely what I was kind of wanting and looking for. It's checked off the boxes. If you're looking for a note-taking digital platform to do that type of thing and have the ability to get other apps and stuff, this is great. Battery life's been awesome. The experience of using it has been awesome. My wife's enjoyed it, and my cousins or my niece and nephew enjoyed playing with it. So I really like it. I think the pricing is very reasonable, but you can check all that information down below in the description. There will be a certain percentage off for you if you use my affiliate link. And so that's gonna do it for the BOOX Note Air 3C. Again, let me know if you have any questions, as always, in the comments. And if you'd like for me to review other devices from BOOX, let me know as well, and I will let them know, and hopefully we can keep doing that into the future. Thanks again to BOOX for sending me this device. It has been a pleasure to use, honestly, and yeah, if you pick one up, let me know in the comments. Today, we're going to be reviewing the cordless robotic pool cleaner, the Aper, I think that's how you say it, or AI-Per, or Aper or Aper, Scuba S1 Pro. This isn't my normal setup. In fact, this isn't my house. I wish. It's my parents' house, and they recently, literally meaning yesterday, finished putting in a pool in their backyard. So, strangely enough, Aper reached out and asked if I wanted to review this, and I was like, yes, I do. We're gonna get into this thing. For any of you who have a pool at your home, obviously this is more so for you than someone like me who doesn't. We're gonna see what this thing can do. It's similar to your robot vacs that you have at your house, or as I reviewed on the channel before, robot lawnmowers, but it cleans the pool. And without further ado, let's get into it. Here we go. Let's see what this thing is all about. It was strange timing. I need to move this bench here so I can stand up. It was strange timing that they reached out to me, and I'm starting to think brands have a way of knowing when reviewers are looking into certain products, because I was looking into robot pool cleaners for my parents. So there's that, just a little thank you with some QR codes on how to set it all up. Very nice looking, whatever that would be called. I'll set that right there. We get some documentation, see what this is all about. So nice little package there with the manual. Looks nice. By the way, if at any time during this review you want to pick one of these up for yourself, check the link in the description down below and you'll be able to get a certain percentage off your order. All right, there's a little box here on the side. This says retrieval hook and charger. So that's kind of nice. Ooh, so it's a retrieval hook. So I guess if it gets stuck at the bottom of the pool, or if you just don't want to bend over and pick it out yourself, this actually connects to like a skimmer rod that you would use in your pool. So that's a nice touch. And then we have the charger, which just goes into the wall like normal. So that is all there and accounted for as well. I like this blue color they've gone for. Kind of matches somebody else's blue color, if you know what I'm saying. A little bit more teal, but it's a good look. All right, here's the, you know, I love that about products like these. That's all there is in the box. You know, you got your charger and you got your device. All right, let's get this thing out of this huge bag. Wow, look at all these sensors on this thing. Does it give anyone else mini tank vibes? Because it sure is me. This thing's cool. I know very little about it, and I'm excited to get into the app as well to control this thing. I know you can schedule time with it, all sorts of fun stuff. So we're gonna take all the fun sticker paper off of it. So we have an on-off button in what looks like a touch capacitive area. It's not like a scrolly wheel.
I'll try and get some close-up shots of this too so you can see. Dry the charging port before charging. That's good to know. So this thing uses like some fans and grippy stuff in order for it to stick to the side of the pool, because it does clean the sides and the bottom. Here's what the bottom looks like. So this is sort of the vacuuming area that sucks in all the dirt. This, of course, is sort of scraping it off the walls and doing the deep cleaning there, which is super cool. And then it catches and sort of funnels in here. But it looks like we have sensors here and here, which might be it actually. Oh, more protective plastic that I forgot to take off. Overall build quality is really nice. I mean, this is like it's legitimately a tank. Let's see how you get into all this. So, top pops right up just like that. And you have your casing here for all your debris that gets in there. And then you can, of course, open it with this back lid deal and empty that into your garbage disposal or trash can. And then a filter here as well. Doesn't look like there's any other filters, but I'm assuming you can buy more on their site if you need to. It says, rinse the ultrafine filter after each use to prevent debris buildup. So that's a good thing to note, and I'll make sure my parents know that as well. Cool. Super simple. I would hit the power button, but I don't really want to do it on my parents' countertop here. I think that's probably a good play. Overall, this thing's neat, and I'm excited to see if it has any charge. It looks like there's also 2 sensors on the back as well that shoot out the corners, your back rubbing area, and then you do have your treads, tank style, to maneuver the thing around. Up here on the top, you have your vents, which allow for the suction to occur. It's shooting water that way so that the bottom sticks, and I'm assuming that's how it works. And you do have your power button and everything there. So I'm gonna go ahead and go off camera for just a second, see if I can't set this thing up, maybe plug it in, see how much charge it has, set up the app as well. Yeah, we'll go from there. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and set up the app with you guys. So forgive the mess here. Let's see. Opening up the app, I'm gonna go ahead and create an account. I'm gonna use my info and then hopefully I can transfer it over to my parents. Cool, so now we're in this dashboard. Allow Aper to find Bluetooth devices, allow. Now what I kind of want to do is look into this quick start guide because I don't want this thing to like turn on and start running. So press and hold the power button for 2 seconds to turn on and off the device. I'm scared that it's gonna, let's just do it. My parents can get mad at me later. Ooh, nice little blue light there. So what do I need to do to pair? I'm gonna hit this plus button, searching for devices, Scuba S1 Pro. Oh, please don't start moving. Still a little scared. Allow Aper to use your location. I think it's weird you can't choose from a Wi-Fi list. Here we go. Connecting to network. It's making really interesting noises. Okay, the device will lose connection underwater and can only reconnect once it's back on shore. Auto mode, floor and wall cleaning, floor cleaning only, wall cleaning only, water line cleaning only. Wait, so this thing is a skimmer as well? Or is it like the water line around the outside? I'm not sure. And then eco mode, clean pool floor every 48 hours. That's pretty cool. Will this thing, no. I was wondering if like you could put it on like a charging station and then it just like drives off the edge and dives into the pool by itself. All right, auto mode, we've got 69% battery. So I think we're gonna go outside and put this thing to work. All right, Aper, Scuba S1 Pro. We're gonna go outside and test this thing. Really quick, let's talk about build quality. It's heavy, like for sure, which there's probably a reason for that. The plastic is nice. It's mostly plastic and rubber, which is also good for kids. There's no like crazy blades or anything on this thing where like someone could get hurt. There are spinning blades, but they're way down in here. So like I can't even touch that, which is nice. There are a few buttons on the top here, which you can choose cleaning modes without having to even use the app. It's low key. I like the touches of like this like turquoise though. I think that's really cool. And I do like this front light it's got going on here and the cool sensors around there. And then of course on the back, you have your charging area, which is waterproofed. Well, let's let this thing update and then we're gonna head outside and throw it in the water. Here's what we're looking at up close. You do have these rubber kind of brushes here. Here are your options in terms of turning it on and different functions you can do. There are the fans down deep in there. Other than that, yeah, we've got treads here that you can apparently replace, which is good. These are the sensors that I was talking about. So there's 4 of those, 1 on each corner. Open up here, and here's the basket that collects, and then filter as well. Here's what it looks like inside. There's where the suction comes through. Nice. All right, so I charged it up to 80%, and we're just gonna go drop this thing in. There's no instruction in the manual on how you're supposed to start this thing, so I'm gonna take a wild guess and hopefully it works out. So here's the pool. It's beautiful. They literally just finished it yesterday. I did get permission from my parents to do this thing, so I'm not too worried about it. Okay, here we go. Let's see what we got here. Starting to sink, which is what it's supposed to do. All right, auto mode, doing something. Shooting out water. Oh, there it goes. I guess it's cleaning. I don't know. So it's moving. I thought I was gonna have to put my iPhone in the water, which I still might do. Let's see what it does on these stairs. Interesting. It's pivoting on the stairs. All right, let's see if it's gonna try to climb. It is. Wow, look at that. It's gonna climb the stairs, huh? Interesting. It's so weird looking. Also, hi. Wow, look at that, huh? What you gonna do? Oh, it knows what it's doing. I was wondering if it got stuck. Let's see what direction it takes off in now. I guess it's just gonna clean the stairs. I'm assuming this thing knows what to do with stairs, since it is indeed a pool cleaner. We'll have to see. I might just let it do its thing, maybe set up a time lapse. It's still a little too early to tell, but it's doing its thing. I don't know what to expect really. I'm gonna let it go. Apparently when it's done, or when the battery gets low, it goes to like a wall and just sits against the wall at the bottom, and you actually have to use the hook on the end of like a pool cleaning rod to pick it up out of the water. So that's something you'll have to do each time, which is, it's not ideal, but it's also not ideal to clean your entire pool by yourself either. So I guess there's really no other way that it could, it wouldn't be able to get out of the pool on its own. So let's check out what it's doing now. All right, still working on these stairs. So you're probably gonna have to scrub the top stair yourself, would be my guess, because every time it senses that it's in the air and out of the water, it backs up and goes back down to the bottom. All right, we'll keep an eye on it. Okay, it's still going. It's been maybe 45 minutes to an hour. I put on the hook, which just goes on like a normal pool cleaner, like I said earlier. I'm gonna try to catch this boy. I might wanna go over on the other side. Really heavy. Okay, let's see what we got. If you'll follow me down here. I really love this camera, by the way. Let's see how this thing did. Here's our filter. Yeah, look at that. Got a lot of like tiny rocks. There's a little caterpillar in here. I don't know if I can show you guys this. Yeah, so that's actually picked up more than I thought, especially a ton of dead bugs. So I am curious to see how much battery this has left on it. I have the app here. It says it's got 40% battery left. We started at 80. Go over to, can I go to history? Cleaning records. Oh, it went for 1 hour, so 61 minutes on auto. So 61 minutes will bring it down 40%. That's good to know. It was really close to being done. It just needed to kind of do that last wall over there, I think. I don't know, I'm pleasantly surprised. Here's what the filter looks like. As you can see, it's yellowed a little bit, and they are gonna wanna rinse that each time. There's that. You know what? I think I'm just gonna drop this back in the water, let it finish off, and my parents can pick it up when they get home today. And maybe, who knows, maybe I'll have them FaceTime me and tell me their sort of review of this thing. I don't know, first impressions, it's really cool. Very straightforward, very easy to use. The app is nice. I think it's strange that the app has to disconnect from the robot itself while the robot's underwater, but that kind of makes sense. Like, I don't know how good radio waves or frequencies or
whatever. I don't know how good that stuff is underwater. So other than that, we'll wrap this up. Just sort of my final impressions and review of Scuba S1 Pro. So I don't have the Scuba S1 Pro here with me. It's been a couple weeks after, unboxing and setting it up. I left it at my parents' house because it's a gift that I'm giving to them for their new pool. They've been using it almost daily. My dad loves tech like I do. He's just like put this thing in the pool and sat out there and watched it clean for hours on end in his free time, which is funny. So much like my dad in that way. But from what I can tell, when I was there testing it, I think this thing is robust. It's going to last a long time, it feels. And my dad has mentioned a lot how, they just got their pool done. So they had a ton of this like sediment, dust and stuff that just collected in the bottom. And if you think about a pool, it's not, in a way, I guess it's like the ground. Like if you sweep it up, it kind of floats up in the air and then rests back down. But a pool is even worse. So if you have a ton of stuff on the bottom of your pool and then you get in there and you swim around, it like puts all this stuff up into the rest of the water. And then after someone leaves, it settles back down again. So something, like cleaning your pool, in my opinion, especially with it being that dirty in the start, or if you had some like runoff or something, it get into your pool, which I don't really see happening with their pool because of the way it's built. But you get a ton of dirt in there, it's going to take quite a few cleanings to get everything out. And so that's, my dad's been running it daily just to kind of watch what it does, but also like he's tested just doing the sidewalls and just doing the bottom and just doing the water line, and he seems to really enjoy it, and I think it was exactly kind of what they were looking for. Some things I wanted to mention, though, is the app, and I might have mentioned this before, but the app doesn't really do a whole lot. Like, you can't remote control it. It actually disconnects from your phone or the app while it's underwater because it can't connect through the water. So really, all the app does is it allows you to sort of order more replacement parts, or if there's any software updates that the Scuba needs to, download, it does it through the app. So it's actually, that might be a bummer to some of you, but honestly, it's really cool how this thing works. You pick your mode and you put it in the water. When it detects water, it cleans. It's very get it out of the box, put it in the pool, and it does its thing, which is just, it's not complicated by any means. And even setting up the app, my dad did it right in front of me, and it was easy for him to do. So very easy to use device. And it's not something like a smartphone where you want to spend all your time playing on it. It does its job. It does it well. And I'll talk about that here in a second. And I think it's enjoyable. You can swim around with this thing going, cleaning the pool. It's not going to like crush any toes or tear up anybody's feet. It has these nice, rubber brushes like I showed you all. And it just does its thing. It's not super loud as well. Like obviously when it gets to the surface, it just kind of, but then it goes back down. Silent again. I really enjoyed using this, and every time I go over to my parents' pool now, I want to like throw it in the water and use it just because it's fun to watch. So in terms of like cleaning out the pool and actually getting a lot of dirt in it, I showed you all what that looked like with the first little like half cleaning that I did. But my parents have been having frogs get in their pool, which apparently is a big thing. I was talking to Ben, and it happens to his parents' pool too. Anyway, the other day my dad went to clean out the basket and it had half a frog in there. It does a great job cleaning, and it picks up small and large debris, which is awesome as well. I think it does a good job of kind of going around to different like drainage or like the ladder going up. And it's one of those things where even if it's missing pieces here and there, it's kind of like those vacuums you have on your floor, it'll hit it eventually. So something that's pretty cool is, one, it's made for large pools. So on their site, it says 2,150 square feet is what it's good to clean. My parents' pool is a little bit smaller than that, I think. It has, obstacle avoidance. One of the cool things is this eco mode, carefree maintenance. So it'll clean 3 times a week for 45-minute sessions. And I think you literally just leave it in the bottom of the pool until it runs out of battery. So it'll just chill there and clean. You can obviously check out their website for more of this stuff, like the 100 GPM suction power. It's cool to watch. It does a great job. I think it's definitely priced fun, and I think it's something that's going to last you a long time as well. Working with Aper, I keep calling it Aper. I think I heard someone call it Hyper. Either way, I've enjoyed working with them. They've been great. And yeah, I just think it's a great product. If you have a pool, this is kind of a no-brainer. It doesn't require any wires or to be connected to anything. It does its own thing. It has this kind of like AI vision going on. And so anyway, thanks so much to Aper for sending me this to review. I know my parents have loved it, and it was kind of cool that I was able to gift this to them for their new pool. and hopefully I'll be able to use that pool a lot. I've already used it twice now, and it's really nice and really fun. Anyway, that's going to do it for this review. If you have any more questions, leave them in the comments, and I'll try and help you out, answer those the best I can. I'll also encourage IPER to be down in the comments as well to answer any questions you all might have.
Today we are unboxing the Remarkable 2. This is a device that's been on the market since 2020. I actually had pre-ordered this device. I got served an ad back in 2019 on Instagram, I think, and I loved the marketing of this. I thought it was a really cool looking thing. I had never really seen a Kindle type device that you could draw on before. I've had my eye on Remarkable for a while. They seem like kind of the OG in this space. Some things I'm going to look at is, you know, it's been around for 4 years without really like a hardware update. So we're going to try to see how this thing compares to maybe the BOOX Note Air 3C, which I just reviewed recently on the channel. And, you know, take it with a grain of salt, knowing that this thing has been on the market for a while. See what the use cases are, see the build quality, all that stuff, even now in 2024. So I'm really excited to get into this. Thank you so very much to Remarkable for sending me this device. Without further ado, we're gonna hop into this thing. Let's get into it. I do have the box right out of the packaging here, and I did this for a reason. I wanted to kind of open this on my own, and I have always really liked how this company has done things. And the fact that the packaging perfectly encapsulates the tablet right here, as well as they sent me the typing folio and the Marker Plus pen. We've got kind of like the full suite of what you could want with this device, which I'm super excited about because I think I'll be able to test it fully. But what we're going to do is we're going to start here with the pen. It says Terra here. I really enjoyed the way this was packaged. Let's get into the pen here. Should have a little bit more features, I believe, than the just basic marker that it comes with. So built-in eraser, if you flip it on the other side, designed to deliver paper-like friction, no charging or setup needed, which is cool. These kind of devices that don't need charging are strange to me, but really, really neat. So, all right, here it is. Ooh, it has an interesting feel to it. It feels nicely weighted. And here on the end, so this is the eraser, and I don't know if you can see this, but like, it kind of pushes in, which is interesting. I guess it's kind of like a button, and the nib is right there. It says marker tips. Oh, so they've added a lot more, and it looks like a way of taking it out, which you just kind of slide it along there. That's a really nice look in this sort of glass deal here. And then, whoa, you like go like that. Oh, that's super cool. So it says on the directions on the back, you bend it out like this and slide in the new tip. And we'll keep our little marker tips up there. So there is our pen tool. So we also have here typing without distractions. I'm really excited about this because I think it takes this sort of like focused handwriting experience to a focused typewriting experience as well. I'm excited to see how quickly it sort of responds to typing and things like that on the screen. Take focus notes and keep your Remarkable safe with Type Folio. Snaps into place, no charging or cables, perfectly designed to protect your paper tablet, 3-position for focused typing, reading, and writing. All right, so in the same vein here, it says Terra here, so I'll go ahead and do that. I really like this color. I'm a huge saddle brown leather fan, and this is sepia brown. It seems very similar. Let's pull this bad boy out here. What is this? Interesting smell. I don't know if this is real leather, but it smells pretty interesting. Okay, that's a really interesting feel there. So you can do that, and then I guess this slides out the back. Feels chiclet style, of course. Feels similar to like my Mac, kind of my MacBook experience there, so it's not bad. It's actually very light. It won't add too much bulk or weight to the tablet here, which is nice. Take notes, read, and review documents with unparalleled paper feel designed to help you focus. Paper like writing and reading, convert handwritten notes to typed text, nice. Take notes directly on PDFs, also great. No distractions, just you and your thoughts. I will say, again, I reviewed the BOOX Note Air 3C, and it has access to the full Google Play Store, which I think has its pros, but I think in a lot of ways it can also have its cons. This is sort of locked down, and I think if your goal with this is to take notes distraction free, to type notes distraction free, I'm interested to see if I actually enjoy this more. So that's just a little caveat there. I remember when they were first putting out their marketing and stuff, pre-orders. Ben still haven't cleaned my knife. Here we go. Let's open up the flap. Welcome. Nice. All right, let's see what's in our little welcome here. Cool. Welcome to Better Thinking Community. Like I said, I think Remarkable was one of the first in this sort of e-ink writable tablet realm. I could be wrong there, but basics, set up your device, navigating using hand gestures. We have our intro and our welcome. Down here in the bottom, it seems so it says Terra here. Okay. All right, so our charger, which is USB-A to USB-C. Wow. Okay. Okay, so here is the device. Even this is really nice. I don't know, it feels very Apple to me. But I'm just gonna, if I can, slide it out. It's pretty light. We designed Remarkable to not get in your brain's way, to help you think. So it is a very focused device. All right, we do have little prongs here on the side. Nothing here on the bottom, but right here it seems is how you charge. So no other buttons on the sides or the top, just this single button here. And then these little prongs here, which I'm guessing is how you use the type folio. So it says hold the power button to get started. Ooh, I like that there's like little rubber feet here. All right, so let's hold the power button to get started. Remarkable is starting. Fantastic. Welcome to Remarkable. Express yourself. Write, sketch, or scribble below. It seems like the pixels aren't as dense on this. Like the writing looks a little more pixelated than what I'm used to. It feels interesting. Definitely feels like paper. I know I'm really making a show of this right now, but it is okay. I don't know. All right, let's continue on here. Here it is. All right, looks like we've got about 4 out of 5 bars of battery. Quick sheets. Let's go over here to this little menu and see. All right, so this is literally just notes. It is what it is. I guess the last thing I want to test before I leave you all for a little bit and come back to you with a full review is throwing it in the case. So that's nice and snug. That's a good look there. I really love this color. The pin still sticks. Yes, it does. Let's give this a test. So pull that up and there. That's a little strange. Ooh, look at that, a keyboard just as focused as you are. Let's see if I can do this so you can see it a bit better. You successfully connected a type folio. Set up the keyboard exactly how you like it. Okay, let's choose our preferences. I like Mac, or do I just select it? Oh, I select it like that. Okay, cool. Start typing without distractions. Digital text handwritten. All right, cool. So, oh, it kind of automatically changed here. So let's see. How does this work? There once was a ship that put to sea. Interesting. Billing of tea. Man, I could see me just like writing letters to people and like writing all sorts of stuff just in a focused mode here. It's weird that it doesn't really go around the writing that I've done or anything. I don't know. I'm gonna have to play with this a little bit. I'll get back to you guys in a couple weeks once I've sort of run this thing through the works at work and in life. And yeah, so far, first impressions are good. Seems like a very focused device, which is interesting. And I know my editor, Ben, used to have one of these, and he said, when you're taking notes, it does that really well. Anything outside of that, there's not much you can do, which could be a good or bad thing depending on who you are and what your needs are. So I'll get back to you guys in a bit with my thoughts on the Remarkable 2. I'll see you guys then. Here's the thing. I've had this for a week or two now, and I love the Remarkable 2. And if that's all you need to hear to buy one, link in the description. Go grab your Remarkable 2 tablet. If you want to know why I love it so much, stick around for the rest of this review. So yeah, one thing I think is going to be kind of hard to do is the tablet that I reviewed before this, the e-ink tablet, was the BOOX Note Air 3C. It's a color e-ink tablet, which is really interesting and intriguing, and I really did love that tablet. But when it came to, like, if I had to choose between the two, it's a hard choice, but I'm going to try not to compare the two so much in this video and just talk about the Remarkable as its own thing. So I was super excited when I got in touch with Remarkable and started talking to them about what this review could look like on this channel. And something they asked was like, what products, right? And I said, I feel like I need the keyboard case because I want to give like the full review experience. And I'm really glad that I asked for the keyboard case. And I'm really thankful to you, Remarkable, for sending me the keyboard case, because though I think the tablet and maybe just like the folio case would be amazing in and of itself, the keyboard adds so much more. Like, I think it adds double the amount of joy, because what you get, and maybe what I'll dive into here in a second with Remarkable 2, is you get very focused note-taking, period, which is what I was after. There are no apps on here. It's just notes, and it organizes them well, and you take notes and they sync to the cloud, and that's what I wanted in a device like this. Now, add the keyboard case, and now you get focused typing, which the experience of both of these things and using them at the same time as well, like typing and then annotating your typing, is also awesome. Whenever I really need to sit down and write something, besides, you know, using ChatGPT or something, I just want to have my own thoughts pour out onto the page. This is my new favorite way to do that. I can take this, some headphones, go sit in the office, go to a coffee shop, go wherever, and type undistracted the entire time. I was a little hesitant because there aren't apps on this system. It's just note-taking, and you've got all your files stored away nice and clean, and I really love the way this looks as well. You can obviously do like a grid kind of deal. I actually liked this list view better. There's no frills here. Go in here, you hit that, you open up a new note. There's my yesterday note right there. I add a new page. I start writing. It's very focused. My favorite way to use this actually is to hit this little button here, which is awesome. Like, there's literally nothing on this page. And that is so nice when I'm trying to engage with a client and listen to them, when I'm listening to a sermon in church, when I am thinking up ideas for my business, and I might be researching stuff on my desktop, but I want to be taking notes, doing math equations, little things like that. These are all the things that I do in my day-to-day. At my job, I'm constantly doing like tiny little math problems to figure out budgets for clients and CPMs and CTRs and all that stuff, which I won't bore you with. But this is just such a great way of having a scratch piece of paper that is endless, right? I just really enjoyed that premise. And I think one thing I'll say as compared to the BOOX is the BOOX does have access to the entire Google Play Store, which I think in a lot of ways that's great. Like, I can check my emails on it. I don't love to, it's a little clunky, but I could. I can check my Google Calendar on it. Same thing there. Notion you can use with the BOOX Note Air 3C, and that's fine. It's not really, Notion's not really made for an e-ink tablet, and you can kind of realize that if you get to use one and use Notion on it. But there are certain things that I thought were maybe cooler to be able to have access to the whole Play Store. And what I found was I downloaded a few apps I thought I would use. I didn't use them. And it's not like having access to the whole App Store is like a bad thing. It's just I didn't use it. I was just using the BOOX for note-taking as well. So between the two, I feel like this tablet, though it's now 4 years old, build quality, intentionality, it's all there. And that has me very excited for the Remarkable 3 tablet whenever they come out with that. I honestly don't know if technology has improved enough. I have one thing I'll say about it, for them to even update the Remarkable 2 for the foreseeable future. E-ink is about how it's been since this came out. And I think because of the time they took to make this product and the premium feel and look, and I mean, that just looks so smart. And I think this is a huge difference. And I think this is the upgraded. I think the base model or whatever of this pen, whatever you want to call it, is white. This one does have the eraser on the back, which I have enjoyed using the eraser on here. I'm not going to lie. That's a nice touch. Now, something I missed from the BOOX Note Air 3C was with that one, if you write something, you can scribble through it and it will erase. I think that's a really cool thing that maybe Remarkable should bring over as well. You know, if this thing was like 10 pounds and super thick, maybe let's move on to the Remarkable 3, but it's thin, it's light, the e-ink is good enough. The fact that everything is so minimal, like let's go back and here's our battery percentage in airplane mode, and you can like screen mirror this to your computer. Coming over to settings, there's not a butt ton of settings. Like it is all it needs to be. And I love that as a minimalist, as someone who loves design and intentional thought that goes into a product. They're not trying to give you access to everything. They're trying to give you access to what you need to be intentional, to be essential to your workflow. And in all honesty, I love this, and I've really enjoyed using it. I've enjoyed like taking notes during meetings and sending them to my sales rep or to a client. That's pretty cool as well. It beats having to write down on a pen and pad, having to go type up those notes and then send them off. You just do it all from here, which is super nice. I use ChatGPT quite a bit nowadays as my workflow, as a check, as fixing grammar, as rephrasing things, as giving me prompts to write about. I think you can kind of go with how easy it is for this to sync to the cloud. Like the other day I sat down in a focus setting and I wrote out like a long blog post or whatever it was, I can't remember, article or something. I then went on my computer, went onto the cloud, took it, put it into, ChatGPT, and that's a few extra steps, but the distraction-free work that I was able to do before that, like that can't be beat, right? So that's kind of the pros of this thing. I think the writing is great. I think the erasing, I think there's a couple little tiny things that I think I'm still kind of comparing to the Boox Note Air 3C when I say these things, but I think that's okay because my points are maybe these three things are what makes this a little dated. So the first is like if we go back in here to a note. So when I look into my pen tools here, there's only 3 widths that I can choose from. I can choose this one, right? I can do, and I like the fine liner, I also like the ballpoint. There's only 3 options, whereas something like the Boox Note, you have a slider and you can get more precise, I guess, with the size that you want to work with. I want something in between those two. The thickest and the second thickest. I just want to be able to do that. Now, I think in the same fashion of how this is designed, how Apple has designed products, they give you the 3 things they think are best and we get used to them, right? I was talking to my editor, Ben, about this compared to the Boox Note Air 3C, and I said, I feel like the Boox is more PC, this is more Apple. Apple has always kind of been in this space, especially with their first computers, where they're like, you're not going to be able to get into this thing and mess around with it, or we're not going to give you 1,000 ports to plug in things. Like, we're going to give you what you need to use your personal computer, and it's going to work for you. Whereas PC has always been like, go in the back end, mess with what you want to, add as much stuff as you need, take things apart, put it back together. And I feel like Boox is like, here's the whole Play Store, here's how you can customize it to your heart's content, whereas Remarkable is like, here's how it works, use it as a tool. It's not going to be confusing, there's not going to be an overwhelming amount of choices to make. You got 3, pick your favorite and use it, right? Which can bug a lot of people, and that's what bugged a lot of people about Apple as well. That's one of the things that I honestly have gotten used to. I've been using the middle one. I think that is the best thickness for me, especially writing. I'm so used to the dotted journals, that bullet journals and stuff. I've been using the dotted more than really anything in this system. The next thing I'll point out, I don't know the proper term, and don't get mad at me for this, but the amount of pixels per inch, PPI, right? Or is this DPI? Isn't it different for e-ink? It's not as many. So you can kind of see, especially on like very slight curves, hopefully you can see this, I'm not sure. You can kind of see like it's Minecrafty, right? It's kind of pixelated when you write. Whereas with the Boox, it was a lot more smooth. And I think that's because of the higher amount of pixels or whatever they're called in the Boox compared to this. And so it's a matter of technology advancing, I think, becoming more affordable. They can pack more into this. So I would expect Remarkable 3, whenever it comes out, to have a higher density of pixels here, so that doesn't happen as much. That was one of the first things I noticed. Honestly, it doesn't really bother me. It's something I got used to very quickly, and I think the pros outweigh that one con. As you all know, I'm pretty new to this market of like e-ink tablets and devices, and so something I didn't realize with color tablets is there's an extra layer they have to put in to add that color kind of illusion almost, and it makes the screen itself darker. So I was way happier with how bright this screen appeared, especially like in darker settings, like sitting on my couch with the lamp over there at night. I can see it clearly. It feels very much like actual, like a book or a notepad. Of course, when it's pitch black, you're kind of screwed unless you have a flashlight, because there's no front light on this thing, which that's something to note. But I honestly don't use this in my bed while my wife's asleep in the middle of the night, right? So I'm only really using this in well-lit settings, and I prefer this look. And I think I'm finding, as cool as color e-ink is, I prefer the sharper image, the less grainy image, the brighter image in black and white compared to color. And again, I'm not an artist, I'm not using color a whole lot. And even within this, like I can choose red, and then when I go to look at this on my computer, it is red. So it's not like completely void of color, it's just while you're using it, it's without color. And this isn't really made to be some sort of like art device. It is made for focused note-taking. And that's why I love Remarkable 2. Really appreciate Remarkable for sending me this. I'm excited for Remarkable 3, but honestly, I'm happy with this. It's been a pleasure to use. The typing experience, the writing experience, everything. It's great. I could talk more about this, I think, but if you have any questions about this, let me know in the comments. If you have any questions about this compared to the Note Air 3C from BOOX, let me know in the comments. I might make a comparison video in the future. I'm really not sure about that one, because I do enjoy both tablets a lot. There's things I like about the BOOX that I don't like about this. So that's it. That's my review of the Remarkable 2 tablet here in 2024. It's a device that came out in 2020. It still holds strong today. I truly believe that. It's been an absolute joy using this. I wish I had picked it up in 2020, but I'm glad to be using it now. Thanks again to Remarkable for sending me this product. Again, if you want to pick yours up, grab it at the link down below. You're going to really enjoy this. I do recommend getting the keyboard if you have a little bit of extra cash. I think it just adds so much more to the functionality in that focused work environment that you're probably after if you're looking at something like this. So yeah, let me know if you have any questions down in the comments below. Check out this video next. I think you're gonna love it. Subscribe to this channel if you like tech from an intentional living and minimalist perspective. Like this video for more, and I'll see you in the next one. So today we are reviewing the Outin Nano from Outin. And first of all, I've brewed a shot with this and it's a lot of fun, but you saw the unboxing. I just want to kind of talk about this case that it comes with. It's an accessory that you can add on if you want to. It doesn't actually come with the device, but I think that it makes a lot of sense, especially if you're traveling, just to have a bag with a handle to just throw this into your car, to your RV, whatever it is you might be using. I just wanted to quickly talk about the product itself, and then I actually already had the competitor from Conqueco here, so I'm going to kind of compare the two, talk about what I like about both, what I think this actually does better than Conqueco. Conqueco? I don't even know how to say it, but before I get any further into this, if you want to pick yours up, there's a link in the description. You can grab yours for a certain percentage off, and it'll help the channel, of course. And thank you to Outin for sending me this device to review. So far, I've had a lot of fun with it. Basically, first things first, I think that this just brand and design quality and I don't know, just the aesthetics and the feel in the hand is so nice. And it's a sort of a hard plastic here. I will say inside there's a stainless steel area where the water heats up, which is super nice. I have the scooper in here. Right, so let's get into it. So I did want to quickly talk about the case too, because you have your charger, you have your little brush here that will help kind of clean the device. And then this is actually kind of cool. So these do use Nespresso pods, and you can kind of load these up in these little holes here too to keep them from sliding around, and you'll be ready to go flailing all over the place here for your next camping trip, whatever. And then you do have, which is interesting, and we'll talk about it in a second, you actually have a grounds coffee pot deal here as well, which is something that sets this apart as a machine. But right, so let's get into it. And of course, I'm going to brew a shot from this machine and Conqueco as well. So just wanted to talk about this. You have this nice plastic cup here, and I can confirm that you can brew it like this. You don't have to do anything special. It just brews in this cup. There's plenty of space at the bottom of this to hold your shot, so you don't have to worry about it like overflowing or anything.
Most of this is kind of hard plastic. You have your charger here. You have your button here, which is actually the O from Outin, which I thought was a pretty good design, and some LEDs here to show battery percentage as well as sort of the steps along the brewing process that the device is taking. Easy enough to unscrew the little basket here and then up, just pull out this. And then of course your pod actually just drops in there. So nice and simple, super easy. I really love this. It's fairly lightweight too, I'll be honest. And I think it's because they've gone with stainless steel where it matters. But outside of that, they've gone with this super high sort of density plastic, which just sort of brings down the weight of the product. So yeah, there's that. And like I said, you also have your basket, whatever you want to call it, for actual coffee grounds. So if you decide to use your own grounds, or you already have sort of like a pour over machine or an espresso machine at your home, you can go ahead and just kind of get a little mason jar or something full of your coffee grounds, take that with you on your trip, and or wherever you're using this, in your home, in your office, in your hotel room, which is kind of cool. I might be using this on some trips I have for work coming up. And just be able to use your own coffee, right? If you prefer your own grind size, maybe Nespresso is a little bit smaller than you like, whatever it might be. There are options here. Let's go ahead and bring in Conqueco, I think is how you say it. Conqueco. I don't know. Congecco. So one thing I'll note is here is the device from, and it is pretty much all metal, which I think is in some ways an advantage. I will say this is like IPX. I think I had it written here. IPX4 waterproof. So you can't throw this in the water, but rain, stuff like that, it's not really going to hurt it. I don't think the Conqueco is necessarily waterproof, though it is made of metal. So there's that. It is so much heavier. And I think it's because of the all metal design. It's quite a bit bigger too. Let me just, not too much bigger, but I think like wider, definitely heavier. The charging port is open here, so you can't really let water get in there. There is a certain way you have to sort of set this down so that it brews properly and doesn't overflow there. So just in terms of like ease of use, and I would say I think this design is so much nicer. It's a little bit more minimalist, and of course I went with the green. They have many other colors. There's a few colors with this device too, but honestly, and I'm being completely honest here, I like this design better. I like that it's lighter. I think for someone who's going camping or hiking, any sort of weight matters, right? And I think just this being a little bit lighter than this matters a whole lot. Just my own little opinion there. This is a little bit interesting. You do have, it's only got the one way of brewing, which is through the espresso pod, where again, this is able to do grounds or Nespresso, which is nice. And then it's actually a little interesting. I don't know why. I guess maybe you could buy a different adapter from the company at some point, because you can actually take this Nespresso basket off. They have a couple different loading mechanisms here that they use, but I think maybe in the future or maybe on their site even, I just went with the regular Nespresso pod because this is so easy to just go pick up some from the store and it's the appropriate amount, all that kind of stuff. But anyway, so yeah, each of them has this basket. This brewing tank here is actually made of plastic on the outside, which that doesn't seem as fit for me for boiling water, but it's been fine. I don't know the ins and outs of the science there, but so anyway, those are kind of the things I wanted to hit on. I do think I like this design better, and I'll probably be giving this away to a friend or family member and keeping this one for myself. Some other things, because the Outin has the ability for grounds, with this basket here, you do have an actual like measurement scoop, and you fill it up to the top, dump it in, and then actually use the bottom to tamper, and it fits in perfectly in there to be able to tamp that down. They say fill it up to 80%, tamp it down, and you're good to go. So we're going to brew with both of these. We're going to see they take about the same amount of time, see which ones are louder, see how easy it is. We'll start, let's just go ahead and get the Conqueco put together here. Make sure that's on there okay. All right, so that pod is ready to go. I will say something I've noticed is this is a little not super safe. I don't know what the word is. Go ahead and push this in here, push it in. Push it down really good. And then this goes up under here. I'm in need of another coffee, so this will be good. Screw that on nice and tight. That sits nice like that. All right, let's go ahead and get our water filled up. We'll do about 50 mils for each. Interestingly enough, the Conqueco has 40 mils. So I'll do a little bit above that. It just says 40 mils and then max, whereas the Outin actually has 50 mils, 70 mils, and max. All right, we've got both of these machines primed and ready to go, except need this one back down there. All right, press and hold both of these. All right, and yeah, we'll let these guys brew. Something I will note is that I kind of wish this was clear. It's just fun to watch the coffee spill out. Now, I do know that you can just pick this up like this and watch it if you want. It doesn't have to sit down in there. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that really matters all that much. But anyway, I will say like this feels a lot more steady than this, which is something I've noticed. Another thing you can see, like this does have a light here showing that it's on and heating. But something I like better about the Outin is it has these 4 LEDs here, which you can see as it's progressing, these will light up across. And it's also showing you the amount of heat. I have that somewhere using the trusty guide here. Let's look at our LEDs. So this will show you the battery percentage, which 25, 50, 75, 100. And also as it's heating, the first light is 68 to 104 degrees, then 104 to 140, 140 to 176, 176 to 205. When it gets to 205, it extracts. They both really aren't making any noise. So basically what's happening now is the water's heating up in the pots up at the top. So you do want to keep these upright. You don't want to be splashing them around while this is happening. But yeah, I'll let this kind of go along, and yeah, we'll get some espresso to drink here in a second. This just concerns me. I don't know why, but oh, okay. So Outin's going first here. Distracting. Can't really see, but I did start these at the same time. So if speed is something you're after, I guess the Outin wins in this competition. I don't know that it matters that much to me. I think just, and I also say too, I'm not like a coffee like aficionado where like I can taste subtle differences and blah, 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 blah. But I think with these machines, I don't know if the coffee's delicious or not. I would just say, all right, this one's starting now. Just being able to have espresso on the go, that's the value here, right? All right, the Outin is done, which looks really nice. It's got a nice bit of crema on top. There's just a few drops of water still left in the top, which is good, I suppose. All right, the Conqueco is still going here. So let me go ahead and I'll go ahead and taste the Outin. Strong, nice and hot. Let's give this a taste. Can't taste the difference, honestly. That could just be a me thing. I don't know. Both options are great. As you could tell in this review, I kind of lean more towards the Outin. Again, they did send me the product, so take that as you will. But honestly, I just think the design, the size, everything about it, the weight is a big thing, I think. Which, I mean, they're not heavy. I mean, they've got an espresso machine in this small amount of space. Both of them do. But I just like the design of this better. I think it's more user-friendly in a way. This seems to still be leaking, so that's not fun, whereas this one is not. So that's a thing, maybe, to consider. I don't know. But anyway, I want to say thanks to Outin for sending me their travel espresso machine here. I've really enjoyed using this product, and I'm excited to share it with friends and family as well. If you want this product, please select the link down in the description. You'll get a certain percentage off. And yeah, hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. As always, if you have any questions about either of these products, let me know in the comments down below, and I'll try to answer them as best I can. Raycon Gen 2. Let's talk about it. At any time during this review you want to pick yours up, check the link in the description. It's currently on Kickstarter, and then after that, it'll be available for pre-order. So get it while there's a heavy discount on Kickstarter at the link below. Without further ado, let's get into it. So I do want to give a super special thanks to Raycon for sending me this unit to review. I'm very excited to
get into this. I did get size 10 in matte black. So I'm excited to dive into the ring, and ooh, I like the packaging already. All right, ooh, very Apple-esque pull tabs here. That's nice. I do like that. Pop this off. Wow, and there's the ring. It is quite a bit smaller than the UltraHuman, but we'll get to that in a second. Let's see what all comes in the box. Of course, you have your paperwork. I am excited to see the app and everything that's included in this ring. I do know that they come with these really cool wireless chargers, which can give the battery like a ton more battery. Like you don't have to charge the ring in a wall situation for a very long time. So that's nice and metal feeling, which is cool. Good materials, it seems. A good braided USB-C to USB-C cable, and I think that's all that comes in here. So it is super lightweight. In fact, it feels lighter than UltraHuman. I don't mean to compare to UltraHuman, but you kind of have to. You can definitely tell it's thinner thickness wise. It does have that square design, which is kind of becoming their thing, it seems. So it is actually a little tighter than my UltraHuman ring, which they're both size 10. I didn't do a sizing guide for this. I just assumed they'd be the same, but I was a little worried because of the sensors here. So just so you know, when ordering, if you have UltraHuman or if you've used UltraHuman sizing kit, this does run a little bit smaller, the Raycon does. So I'll probably be wearing it on my ring finger, which that's a good look. That kind of very much mirrors what I've already got going on the other hand, so that's cool. It's matte on top, then there's a little bit of like a shiny matte, a shiny black, and then another matte on the complete side. So it kind of does go like this, step down, then all the way flat on the side. So, and I do see an actual QR code in here, which I think is nice. I think Aura does that as well, which I think allows someone who, if they find this, they can scan that QR code and get in touch with you. I'm not entirely sure, don't quote me on that. I'll have to look into that. But I will be testing this ring out for a couple weeks. I'll be back to you all in a little bit to give you my full thoughts and review on the Raycon Gen 2. Let's talk about this thing and why I personally really like this ring. There's some things I love about it, things I don't love about it. But we're gonna start today with the pros, and then we're gonna move into the cons. So the first thing is it's really light. It's lighter than the first generation. It's thinner this way, width-wise, I guess, than the first generation. And honestly, I went with this sort of matte black look, which I want to make a side note here. With matte black, with matte anything like this, especially a ring, I scuffed the bottom of it really hard the other day, and there was a huge gash in the bottom, and it was almost like this brown color, and it is not there anymore. And I don't know if I'm going crazy or if this has like self-healing powers, really not sure, but honestly, I've scuffed it a few times and it's really kept up with my normal day wear and tear. Before I go any further, the thing I want to note more than anything right now is, let me record my screen. In the app, when I got this ring, I put it on the little charger to pair it to my phone, and then I put it on my finger. I've been wearing it ever since, haven't charged it once, and we're at 36%, and it's telling me I have 3 days left. I don't know how accurate that second part is, but I've been wearing this since last Friday, and it is Tuesday, and so I haven't charged this once. It was not at 100%. In fact, Ben, if you'll show this, if anywhere in the video where I was doing the unboxing I showed what the battery percentage was at, that's what we started at. Now we're at 36%, haven't charged it once. So, they say this thing can last quite a few days without charge, and in the case that it comes with, the charging case, it can last up to 150 days without plugging it into a wall. That is insane. I'll say it again, I've said it before on this channel, the amount of tech they can pack into these tiny little form factors blows my mind. So in terms of size, it's still a little thick this way. I think it's actually gotten thinner than the first generation, but it's comfortable to wear. I've been wearing it on my ring finger to kind of just add the symmetry here. I've worn other smart rings. I've worn those on my middle finger. I wanted to test out the ring finger this time. Before we get into the software and a little bit more features and stuff like that in terms of what the ring can actually do, I want to say too that I was pretty interested in the form factor and design. The top of the ring itself is concave. which helps with getting scratches on it. When you put it here, it's going to hit those two sides first before it scuffs the middle. However, on the sides and on the bottom, it's convex, which means it's a little more comfortable when you're wearing it. I think it doesn't dig into your finger in that same kind of way. That's an interesting design choice, and I will also say a little sort of nod design choice that I really enjoy is the charging case itself is also designed this exact same way. The front is concave, and then around the sides it's convex, which I think is super cool. And I know someone did that intentionally, and a nod to you if you're watching this, whoever designed the case, to sort of mirror the ring was a really smart choice. So other than that, you know, with this design, there's two little bulbs here with the clear, I don't even know what this is called, polymer or something here to let those sensors sort of dig into your hand, not in a bad way, but just stick into your finger a little bit more, which feels a little bit different. All right, last thing is the ring is more square-ish than normal rings. It does have this kind of rounded square kind of look to it, which actually doesn't bother me as much as I thought it would. And you really can't tell that it's like that when you're wearing it. It's not an issue at all, in my opinion. Just a little different. Right, so I pulled out my notes here, have a little bit. I will start, you know, we're still in the pros section of this video. I'm gonna go into kind of some features this ring has that maybe others don't. I know for a fact it's the first smart ring on the market that has sleep apnea monitoring. How that works is you have to click this start monitoring button before you go to bed, and you'll see it's gonna monitor throughout the night, and then you slide to end. Let's just say end. And you can kind of see, for me, one time, no abnormalities detected. You can learn a little bit more about sleep apnea. Here was sort of my SpO2, the range, the duration, all that kind of stuff, which is interesting to know. I don't deal with sleep apnea. I've never thought that I've dealt with it. I know that I have family that's dealt with it. I know my father-in-law is interested to test this on himself as well and see where he is on that. I have no abnormalities, but the fact that this little tiny smart ring can detect that is pretty interesting. The ring itself is IP68 water and dust proof, which is super nice. I've been showering with it on. I've been to my parents' pool and swam with it on. No issues there. Right, so the crowdfunding for this Gen 2 version of Raycon started August 1st and runs until September 14th. So again, grab yours while it has that huge discount at the link down below. Right, so you have the hardware. It's great, it's light, it's small. It's crazy that they pack so much hardware into this little thing, especially 10 to 12 days of battery life is blowing my mind. But let's look at the app, which is where we actually get our information. So one thing I do like is this sort of wellness balance. It's showing you this just little graph of sleep, vital signs, activity, stress management. So this is, it's a very simple app, I'll say that, but all your information is right here front and center. I've got my sleep data from last night. You can scroll through this, expand upon different things. Activity here, just, you know, step counting, things like that to check how active you are throughout the day. It does calories and steps. If you want to do fitness, like an exercise, it is still in beta and there's only 4 options here. It says we're working to develop more diverse sports modes coming soon. I have done the outdoor walking and it tracked GPS, all that kind of stuff. The stuff you'd expect from, you know, a smartwatch or another smart ring. Stress has been really interesting to me. I haven't delved, is that the right word? I have not dove into what stress means per se, but I can say yesterday I was in a few social environments having to talk to other people, and you can see when those happen, my stress kind of spiked. So I'm not the most social person, especially with small talk, so that is actually really interesting and makes a lot of sense. You do have your heart health here, heart rate, SpO2, oxygen saturation, right? So they have that as well, which is nice. And then HRV as well. And then finally, yep, sleep apnea monitoring. I will say something I do like is it sort of automatically adds these sort of like health timeline updates, which is pretty interesting. Haven't been doing too much there. You can also add, you know, in your own note if you want to sort of make this into a sort of health diary as well, which I think is a cool feature. And then add tags, photos, that kind of stuff as well, just to keep them, you know, in this nice one place for all your health sort of tracking. All this said, you know, you do have trends as well, which is showing you your sleep over time, your stress over time, all that kind of stuff, your notes as well. You can review those. And then you do have sharing, which you can share with friends. You can also have weekly and yearly reports as well. Finally, you do have a few different settings in here, goal settings and widgets. These were set automatically. I haven't adjusted these at all. Widgets are just like on your home screen, which I do actually have 2 of them here, which is really nice. I've been enjoying seeing just at a glance where I am with these. Even just the battery life of the ring has been really nice. Notifications, ring settings, all that kind of stuff. But that kind of is it. You know, you have your badges, which is always fun with these kinds of devices. But I think the app is very minimal, which, you know, I think in a lot of ways, health trackers can get a little convoluted and overwhelming for people. I think Raycon has done a good idea of keeping this simple. I am excited they're still a fairly new company to see what they do over the next few years with this, if they add more features, more tracking into their rings, how they sort of qualify that data and all that kind of stuff. But I will say I've enjoyed the app, clean, simple, no hiccups so far, anything like that. I think that does it for the pros of this ring. Now, what's interesting is I think the cons are kind of in the same categories, just little tiny things. So let's talk about the build quality again. You have to get used to these little bulbous things sticking out, and the thickness of the ring definitely doesn't compare to something like a wedding ring. Like it is a little bit thicker, and you can feel that. I know a lot of these trackers say to wear it on your first finger, which makes a lot of sense actually for many reasons, tracking purposes mainly. But when you only have one other finger pushing on the ring, it can take up more space on the outside. I've said this before in a video on the channel. The fact that I have 2 fingers pushing in against the ring makes you feel it a bit more. So I would recommend probably putting it on your first finger if you can size that up correctly. I'd be interested to see if this works as a thumb ring. I haven't really seen anyone doing that, but potentially. I know that these 2 fingers, these 3 fingers generally are okay for tracking this kind of stuff. Most accurate data will be on the first finger, but that doesn't have to do with cons. Just the fact that you can feel the thickness. I think the design is interesting because on the sides is where the ring is thinnest, and then the corners is where they kind of bulk it out a little bit to maybe add more battery, stuff like that. But that's a smart design, a very good intentional design in my opinion, because nothing touches those corners of the ring, right? There's nothing pushing on them, so that makes a lot of sense to me personally. I'll say the only other con, I guess 2 things that I can think of. One is the fact that the app is so simple. I know that, you know, Aura's been around forever, UltraHuman's been around for a little over a year now, I think, and I don't know about Aura. I haven't tested their rings or anything like that. I don't know that I even want to because of their subscription service, which I know turns a lot of people away. I just know UltraHuman's app is so robust and there's a lot going on there. I'm not trying to compare the 2 in this video per se, but you know, depending on what you want, I also think because UltraHuman's app is so robust and full of data in different sections and they're continually adding new things like that, that could get a little confusing, or there's a lot of data points that you might not actually really care about. So it's more of a preference thing. If you want tons of more stuff in your app to explore, I guess, you can with UltraHuman. This has all of the main things right here front and center, which a piece of me really likes that. Like, it doesn't do more than it needs to do. And you guys know I lean minimalist and intentional with things, and I don't know, I've really enjoyed this layout. Yeah, I don't know. I've been kind of back and forth. I've really been enjoying this. I've only been wearing this since Friday, and honestly, I've really liked it. You can sync it with, I think, Google Health and Apple Health as well. So it will sync all that kind of stuff for you. So anyway, that may be a con for some people. For me, I think it's kind of a pro that it's actually more minimal and slimmed down. I do really enjoy the widgets as well. I think they're done really well and they are updated really well as well. So in terms of, you know, overall, just what's my overall review? If you're looking for a smart ring and you want the cheapest option out there, most affordable, we'll say that, this is the way to go. Like this, it's good. It is good. So overall, yeah, my review is completely positive for Raycon. To be honest with you, I didn't know if it was gonna hold up because it is more affordable. It's less expensive, and I didn't know if it was gonna be as good as some of the bigger players out there. But you know, Raycon's holding their own. They are on their second sort of iteration, which in some ways puts them ahead of the competition, who only have, you know, like UltraHuman, for instance, who only have the first Ring Air model out there right now. So definitely interesting. Again, link in the description if you want to pick yours up for a highly discounted rate. And again, You can continue to use my link after that for more of a discount, even outside of the Kickstarter campaign. But that's going to do it for this video. Today we have a very special product from Even Realities. It's their G1 AR glasses. I have been really excited about these, was very excited that I was able to get in touch with the company and get them to send me this sort of early pair to review for you all. I know a lot of you all liked the initial video where I was talking about the product, and I'm excited to get into it. Really, all I'm going to do right now is give sort of my first impression of what it's like my first impression of putting these things on. Then I'm going to take a week and kind of get used to these things before I do my full review for at least a few days. A lot of back and forth with the company. It's been a lot of fun. But anyway, the idea of these is, AR, but in a glasses form factor, like what we've seen in the movies of old with science fiction. This is the product right here. This is actually a charging case in here as well with conductive charging or inductive charging, whatever it's called. And that's the product. So yeah, I've got the app here, which I'm going to go ahead and get fired up. And let's see what all I need to do. Update complete. Please put on your G1 now. Okay, here we go. Should I be nervous? I'm a little bit. Ooh, they're very comfy. What G1 will display? G1 won't disturb your view when you get a call or message or an upcoming event. Ooh, please refer to your phone and follow the instructions. Wow. Okay, this is wild. If you want to see more information, just raise your head up. Okay, please select an option on the phone to experience simulated scenarios. Okay, so experience a simulation of using head up. Let's do the dashboard. Hint, head up to see your dashboard. Whoa. Wow. Wow. It's literally floating. Whoa. So, okay. I just have to say this. I've reviewed the Xreal Air 2 Pro, whatever this is called, which is a cool idea. This is next level. Like, this is cool. What does the touchpad do? You can interact with G1 by using the touchpad. Next, we'll dive into various ways of interaction. It says I have 40% battery. I don't know. Whoa. Here's my desk. Oh, that's cool. Dude, this is cool. I can't explain this to you. This is about 2 arm lengths away from me, floating in the sky right now. The font is pretty easy to read, and when you put your head back down, it all just fizzles out. How's that look, huh? Sunnies. And there's my dashboard. I'm excited for this, and I'm gonna get back to you all when I've played around with this, and this is an exciting piece of tech. I'll see you all in a second.
Holding the first eyewear ever designed to blend stunning aesthetics, amazing wearability, and useful functionality. At Even Realities, we continuously explore the human relationship with technology. How old is Ryan Reynolds?
Right, so here's the thing. On this channel, as you know, I don't talk about, as much as I can help it, I don't like talking about specs and stuff. You can find those in other videos. I talk about products when I can. I try to be intentional with this. Just talk about how I experience products, the way they make me feel. Do they make my life easier, harder? Are they easy to use, difficult to use? That's what we talk about. So that's the lens, pun intended, that I'm going to look at Even Realities G1 AR spectacles through. The first thing I'll say is this is a very interesting piece of tech, honestly, as you probably know. This form factor holds a lot of cool tech, and much like smart rings, how I'm continuously amazed by how small they are with the amount of tech that's packed into them, I would say the same about these glasses. I mean, wearing them, they're a little bulky as glasses go, but are flavorful. I don't think most people, and I've worn them out and about in public, no one has said anything about them other than my mom saying, "Oh, did you get glasses?" Meaning she thought I bought these glasses because I need them for my vision. So that's interesting. And the fact that there is so much tech packed in it made my jaw drop, as you all saw when I first put these on. And I do think you need to experience them for yourself by putting them on. The fact that I have a heads-up display while walking around with something that doesn't look like technology in and of itself is amazing. Right? I can go like this and see a recent text that I had, right? What is this one? Hey man, still down for tonight. That is so cool. And then just like that, it's gone. It fizzles out, it's gone.
So I'm sitting at a coffee shop doing work. Text message. It looks like I'm looking up to think about something and I'm reading a text. Back to my work, right? That's really cool. I think one could obviously make the argument that that's too much tech. Like, why do we need to have text messages literally floating in front of our faces? But I think the point of these is that this technology exists now, right? The company's already working on their next generations. They're working on potentially a color display, right? This has a green single monochrome display that floats in front of your head to cut down on weight, to cut down on bulk, all that stuff. They've made it as simple and as intentional as they possibly can, with the hopes of packing in more and more tech as they go. I think that this is more the AR future that we are looking for, and less, sorry Xreal, but like, don't necessarily want to watch YouTube videos while I'm walking down the street. I can, but I don't want to. And the idea of I am fully in my surroundings using this. Even when I do this, even when the screen is in front of me, I can see through it. It's just text, right? And I think there's a lot of value in that. I think there's a lot of value in hands-free, right? I don't even have to do this to see a message. I just look a certain direction, right? I just look up and I can see, you know, the time, the weather, how many notifications I have. I can see some notes. If I'm walking downtown or riding a bike, I can have it all here, right? I can see my navigation in front of me. And those things are really cool. And for that reason, I definitely recommend these. I'll say this. If you already wear glasses, prescription, this is kind of a no-brainer. They look good enough that if the battery died in them, you could still wear them and look stylish. So I do think that, and I think because of their price point, it's a little bit more than prescription glasses already, right? So that's my one thing. For me, I don't need glasses, or at least I haven't my whole life. I might now from the amount of time I spend looking at screens, but I don't need glasses. So when I wear these, people are like, why is he wearing glasses? And that's not a huge deal. People get new pairs of glasses all the time, right? But when I'm not in a mode to be taking advantage of this heads-up display, I can easily choose not to wear them. Whereas someone who needs glasses, it makes a lot of sense. They have to have these on, right? And you can silence it, triple click on the side. You can silence it, so even if I do this, I can't see anything. And you can change the sort of like amount that you have to look up to see your display. I will say a con, and they could change this with software, I'm assuming, is there's the lowest amount, which is right there, just showed up, which is like when I'm driving, like I'm right there, and it pops up a lot while I'm driving. Not distracting, by the way. Just want to put that out there. It's not like I'm getting in wrecks out here because there's a screen. There's not a screen. It's just some text, right? Super cool. Anyway. And then the second is standard. There's three. There's low, standard, and high. Standard feels a little too high to look up. And then high is literally like looking at the ceiling, which is just kind of silly in my opinion. I will say this. They're already doing updates to make the product better, which gives me a lot of hope for them continuing to put out updates with feedback from customers, which I think is huge for any company to do that, especially a company that makes a cool specific kind of hardware that can then use software to make it better and better over time. Actual battery life, I have found by the end of each day, wake up at 6:30 and put them on, and then I think I took them off at 7:30 or 8, and they were at 56% battery. So I think these can definitely last a full day, and the charger is the case. So for those of you who do wear glasses, you know, like when you don't wear them, you put them on your nightstand. Why not just put them in the case and let them charge? The case itself also holds a charge. The attention to detail here, and like on the app, it even knows if the case is closed or open, if the glasses are unfolded or folded. It's pretty cool. Like those little pieces of tech they've put in here, which has been cool. So there's another question I had from, all right, so the actual battery life was Matt. Thank you, Matt, for that. Actual UI is Pizza King GT. Thank you for that. This is Ajani Amato. Sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, but
how does the UI look in different light conditions? Super bright, super dark. So you can do automatic, which it will change. I found it kind of stops with the light, which I don't love. I've just kind of kept it on the lower end, unautomatic, set it myself. At nighttime, it can be really bright, and other people can see the green really showing up at nighttime. During the day, I haven't actually done full brightness in the daytime, but even still, I can still read it at like half brightness in the daytime. So hopefully that's helpful. And then, yeah, navigation. So Commander Coup. Navigation literally just came out yesterday, but I did put in my work address and it's cool. It is cool. I want to try it actually try it out, walk around the neighborhood or something and see how it looks. But to answer y'all's questions, that's all you've asked, which is cool. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is definitely interesting tech. I think the product itself is good enough for you to purchase it now. I don't think it's wait till Gen 2. Like, I think there's enough value here, again, especially if you already wear glasses. Prescription lenses, get those. Let these be your actual glasses throughout the day. Right, so some tiny little things I'll note, and that's literally because these are right in front of your eyes. You can see the area that actually shows the heads-up display. You can see it, and it's a little bit more noticeable than honestly, I was surprised at how not noticeable it was, and then I was surprised at how noticeable it was. So it's really not a big deal. And honestly, I think for any like stranger looking at them, like that could just be a bifocal kind of lens if they even notice, which you kind of have to get close or catch it in the right kind of light to notice that kind of thing. Ooh, another question I had from someone was, as a stranger, can I read what the glasses say? And it would be really hard to even catch a word. Like, you can kind of see green popping up, but like, I'm not even getting it now. I'm going to say no. Like, you can kind of see hints of green and maybe some word, like the idea of a word, but it's really, I don't know. It's hard to explain. No, the answer is no. You wouldn't be able to read. You watching me couldn't read what they say. You can't read that, can you? Reflections on today. Had a lot of time at work today, but feeling mentally exhausted. That's one of my notes that I made. So back to this area here, the display area. It is a slightly different tint. It's more yellowed, which you really only notice like when I'm driving around. You can just see slightly different tint, which may bother some of you, maybe it won't. The last thing I'll say is in between that area and the regular rest of the glass is a hairline outline. And when your eyeball looks through it, it's a tiny bit blurry. And when I'm driving, I can go like this and make some things blurry around me. Not, oh no, I can't drive, but I'm doing it right now with my monitor. I'm making my face blurry. So about this big of a space at this arm's distance is blurry, which that's just a tiny thing. I don't even think most people would notice, but I think because I've been wearing them for a couple weeks now, it's something I've noticed. So there's that. Another thing, I guess, a qualm is the tapping. I have found there's a certain way that helps when you're either tapping and pushing and holding, or when you're tapping to double tap or triple tap or whatever, to tap through notes or to tap through messages on this side. Because this is back here, it's not like a normal place that you tap. I have found that if you grab the area and then tap, that's the best way to ensure, and you kind of get used to like the distance your finger has to be. I've found that's the best way to ensure the right tap, because I was kind of missing and getting a little frustrated with not hitting the right area. I just turned it on silent. Ooh. Oh, wow. Hold on. Silent. Activated. So that's another thing that has showed up in a recent. Before, you just triple tap and then it would just stop working. You wouldn't know if you actually did it. Now it actually says silent with a little moon and stars. That's nice. And then activated. So anyway, it's a little finicky. You really kind of have to tap right on this. There's a little raised line. Tap right on that line to get the functions that you want. It is cool being able to see what's coming up on my calendar. That's probably the biggest thing that I like of the heads-up display. Of course, the time, the date, the weather is nice. It just gives you the temperature and the status of the cloud coverage or whatever. I wish and I hope there's a little more customization over here on the right side of the display. It keeps like half of the display are your notes that you make, your quick notes. So I wish you could maybe change that to your last recorded AI question answered or something like that. Or again, I wish you could answer text messages, and that could be a feature in there too. But so I hope this has been helpful. I've tried to be as thorough as possible. As always, if you have any questions about these glasses, let me know in the comments down below. I'd be happy to answer them or find the answer for you. You can check out their website, of course, link in the description. So check the link down there and grab yours. Unlike some other things I reviewed on this channel in the AR field, I think this is the most closely we've gotten to like AR of science fiction movies and things we've seen in the past, where like Tony Stark, heads up display floating in front of you, other people can't see it. It doesn't really look like it's unassuming. This has been fascinating for me, so I really appreciate Even Realities for sending out this unit for me to review. I've loved it. I'm excited to keep them and to continue getting those software updates and see if they add things in the future, as well as keep up with the company to see what future iterations look like.
So special thanks to Tolifo for sending me out this Palm LED studio light, as I'm going to call it. Basically, here's the thing. You can go on their website, link down in the description. You can pick yours up today, get a certain percentage off. I just want to quickly run through why I think this thing is great. And you can check out the specs and stuff on their website to see how bright it can get, all that kind of stuff. Biggest thing for me is I have a lot of friends who are just starting on YouTube, or maybe they're not even on YouTube. I have a good friend who is literally a salesperson, and he just finished writing his book. He just started a YouTube channel, and he wants to just create content to support the book sales. So I recommended to him that he pick up, a nice key light, studio light. Sometimes these things are really expensive. This model right here, I think is $179. It has full RGB lighting. It's got all shades of white light, right? So my biggest thing is, I think getting a key light was one of the biggest things that I ever did for my YouTube channel. It's great being able to sit next to a window and use natural light. It's fine, but being able to control the light, especially in a studio setting, is so much better. And so I think what's great about these Tolifo lights is you can control them with your phone, which is great too. So not only does this have like a nice screen on the back here that you can, we'll turn it on and you'll be able to see all of the various different things you can do. You can do the fan settings, you can do your HSI, your max, your special effects, you can have your different colors, you can have your dimmer to make the light brighter or dimmer. All of that you can see here, and it's great. But if you connect it to the app, there's a lot more functionality, and you can keep the light somewhere and not have to really look at the back, which is super nice. Just use the app, change the colors, change the effects, all that stuff, which I'll kind of show you the app here in a second, or maybe we'll lay it over top of me talking about it just now. A lot of functionality there, and especially if you have multiple Tolifo lights, which I do now. I have one over there, I've got my key light here, which is my main light, and then I have this one now. And here's the biggest thing. If you're just starting out on YouTube, the value in this is fantastic. First of all, it looks cool, right? And I think what's really great is, say you're not like a studio YouTuber, or you're not doing these sort of studio setups. I think what's great is, say you're more interested in run and gun or maybe documentary style. It comes with this nice little handle here, which allows, a gaffer or whatever the person is that helps you with lighting and stuff. They can stand here and hold the light, right? Also, on the bottom of this, you're able to actually screw it into a mount, like an actual, lighting mount. I don't know, like a C-stand, whatever you'd want to call it, which is super nice too. So not only is it a handle, but you can put it on the mount and it can be there. And if any time you need to run and gun, scoop, you're running around with a handle already. I think that's actually really smart, really cool. The biggest thing for me, I think, with studio lighting, with a key light like this, is I have this huge diffusion box, this light box that it's octagonal, whatever. It's got the grid on it. It's really nice. That style light in most Bowens mounts are bigger than this one. So this is actually considered a mini Bowens mount. But I did a quick search on Amazon. There's plenty of mini Bowens soft boxes you can get. But that said too, with this version, the 179 RGB, it actually comes with this little gel that you can put over the top. And this actually works pretty well as a diffuser. It's not gonna be as great as something like a huge softbox like I have here, but
in a pinch, or if you don't have a lot of space to work with, this is actually a really nice sort of diffused light here, if you can work with it, or if you can turn it down quite a bit. So, and we can kind of see, turn a little bit more orange, a little bit more white. It's really fun. There's a lot of special effects and stuff. I think another thing that I want to point out is they were intentional with this. So this, as you can tell, has a battery in it, which is nice. Again, check out the specs on their website. But not only is there a USB-C for charging, I could leave it plugged in via USB-C and use it that way, but they've also added just a regular like 5-volt, what you would get with a lot of this type of electronics cord there too. So if you wanted to have more of a set it up in the studio and leave it where it is, leave it plugged in, that's a great option for that, and not having to use USB-C, which, I don't know, USB-C cords can be a little bit smaller. I'm sure there's different reasons. I'm just glad that they thought of this intentionally. I think that's great. As I sort of mentioned before, it looks really cool. Like they've added this sort of like faux leather. It's kind of like vintage looking, kind of classic. Like that almost looks like a 8mm camera of like the old days, you know, which is kind of cool. So I think the biggest thing for me is price. And I think the power you get for the price is pretty impressive. I'm not gonna lie. So this is a fairly new product to them. This type of thing would have been so amazing for me when I was just starting out. If you can hook yourself up with a key light, this, with a softbox, you can work on this kind of stuff, or like fill light, whatever later on. Having just a nice key light is just going to improve your video quality so much more. So I've had no problems with this. I've charged it once and the battery is 3 out of 4. So I don't know if that really tells you anything, but again, if you want to pick yours up, link in the description down below, learn more about it. I think this is a no-brainer, even for someone like me who has other lights. Having an inexpensive RGB light, or even just color variant white lighting that I could use laying down for product shots to add another sort of harsh light in this way, or maybe I just want to kind of fill up this space up here because it's a little dark. Like just having extra lights, very inexpensive, battery powered, and I honestly have really enjoyed working with Tolifo. So last thing I'll mention is I think the app has great functionality. Like I said, you can control everything that the lights can do within the app. You can even set up like smart scenes. So I literally have been working on building out my studio a little bit more. By the way, if you want to be a member on the channel, I'm going to do some behind the scenes stuff. So once memberships launch, make sure to become a member if you'd like to see that. I've been building out the studio a little bit more. I've got different light setups, and then I have an old iPad sitting over on the desk over there. And when I come down the stairs from my 9 to 5, I have a few different options or scenes that I've set up. One is like get to work. The other is playtime's over, which is the end of the day. The other one is studio, or time to film. So when I hit that one, this light goes to its brightness it needs to be on. I have to turn that one manually. That light comes on in a certain way. So it's cool to like set these different scenes. When I'm ready to film, I hit a button, everything's set up as it needs to be. When I need to go, because it's 4 o'clock and I need to get upstairs and help my wife with the kids when they get home, hit another button, all the lights turn off. Lots of functionality. I think this thing's great. I think you'd be silly not to grab one if you have the budget of $179. They also make the $159, don't quote me on that, version of this, which doesn't have RGB. And I don't think it comes with a handle or this. So they found ways to cut costs even more for you guys so that you do get the power of the light itself. Again, thanks so much Tolifo for sending this out. So I've been playing around with the Supernote Nomad A6X2, I think is the full name, for about a week now. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I love this more than I thought I would. Link in the description if at any time during this review you wanna pick yours up. This thing is really nice. And yeah, I'm just gonna stop talking and we're gonna get into it. I'm really gonna talk about a lot of the things that I like and then maybe throw in some cons at the end. Before I even open up the notebook itself, I wanna talk about this, which is the pen, the stylus, whatever you wanna call it. This thing's really cool. First of all, ceramic tip, never have to replace it. Second of all, I don't know if I can really show this, I'm gonna try. It actually goes in when you push, which I think gives it an added amount of realism when you're writing. Because if you think about a ceramic tip, it's very hard. And we'll get into how they do that, make that even better in just a second. But the weight and feel of this is really nice. And like I said before, I think this is the Samurai pen. I love the way it looks, the way it feels. I love just playing around with it, opening and closing it, which is probably really annoying to you and to everyone who sits around me at work and at home and stuff, but it's just really nice. It feels really nice. Like I want an actual ballpoint pen like this. I want to talk about the size. It's small, like it really is. And I think for people on the move, for quick notes, for light journaling, to-do lists, this makes a lot of sense. And I could even see they're gonna be releasing a 10.3 inch, like a larger size at some point. I could even see wanting to get that size and have this size just because this can be with me all the time, quick notes. I would even wonder if they could do an even smaller one, maybe the size of the BOOX Palma or the Hisense or whatever all those other ones are that are small, just so you have even like of a smaller situation. But I really like this size more than I thought I was going to, but it is small. So keep that in mind. I'll be completely honest and just come out and say it. I really love this system. First and foremost, the writing experience takes a second to get used to. It feels different than really any other thing in this genre that I've written on. Remarkable 2, BOOX. It's got more of a rubbery feel, especially as you're pushing down on this thing. And the whole like self-healing nature of this screen protector is just wild. Some other things to get used to. I do really like this feature of erasing, but I will say these touch areas are they can be a little finicky at times if you don't like get them perfectly. So there's that. Maybe I'll do cons as I go here as well, but I like this system of having touch features off screen, but at the same time, they're a little bit finicky. So one thing we like with tech, right, is for bezels to get smaller and smaller, and obviously they're making great use of these bezels here, which I like. And I don't necessarily know that I would want smaller bezels on this because I do like this. There's that to toss around. I think the overall design is really nice. It's a little bit thicker than something like the Remarkable, but it doesn't bother me. I think the only real place you notice is when writing off the edge like this, but even still, it's not like the thickest thing in the world. It's not a huge deal. I actually, with Remarkable, a lot of times I like to take it out of the folio and write on it. This, I just left it in there. I don't know if it was a matter of not really caring or what, but I don't know. I like this case a lot. I like how it turns it off, and when you open it up, it turns it back on. I actually really dig the pin loop. It is like a little, it's not as, like this is a little weird, right? A little dangly, a little loose, but honestly, it's physically keeps the pin in much better than something like the Remarkable with the magnetic side. So I do that aspect. So quickly you will realize like there's no go home screen on this thing. So there's not like a swipe to home. You have this sort of swipe to dock, which is your home. From here, you can see your quick access notes, your last opened. You can create a new one on the fly, recent files, your files, digest, mail, to-do, calendar settings. I have my Kindle app here. There's 2 apps currently you can get on the system, Kindle, and then you can use your finger. That's another thing I found is touching it isn't as nice as just using the pen, the stylus for everything. Let's go over here to apps. The App Store has Atelier, is how I'm gonna say that, and then Kindle. I haven't played around with that much. I don't draw as much as I used to. I've heard really great things about it though. Battery's been great. I've charged this once since I've had it and we're at 50%. I've been using it daily. Battery's been way better than I even thought it would be. You can do your Supernote Cloud, which is what I chose to use, but you have these 3 other options as well: Dropbox, Google Drive, OneDrive, which is nice. So linking here, you can edit the name. There's some, you can do side loading, I think is what it's called with apps, add different apps, blah, blah, blah. I'm an average consumer here. I don't really get down deep into the nerdy aspects of tech, so I don't even know what those terminologies are. I don't know how to play around with them. I just know you're able to put other apps on here if you want to, but it's not in the App Store per se. I do the single swipe up on the right side to refresh. That's just super nice when you're messing around with settings and stuff and you get a lot of that ghosting, just to be able to quickly whoop. Or if you like do something like this and then you do erase it, if it's ghosted a little bit, which it slightly is here, you probably can't see it, just to get rid of that and just feel clean is super nice. I guess the closest thing to a home page here is files. So if you click here, you have your whole file system. All I've really played around with is Note, right? And I've started building out my folders, and then even within like work, for instance, I have my 9 to 5 meetings, I have my YouTube channel meetings and notes, that kind of stuff. You can always get back to those by swiping down. You also have your sort of URL linking trail up here too, so you can go back by navigating across the top.
which is super cool. I think much like Remarkable, it's just simple. I have checked my mail on here a few times, which is fun, pretty slow, which is fine. I didn't play around with the calendar. I have a good calendar system on my Mac and my phone and stuff, but it's cool that's in here. You can add Outlook, Google, all that kind of stuff. And then To Do is cool if you wanna put a lot of your planning and organization and documents and notes on one device. There's a lot here. There's actually, I think they've checked off the most important boxes of like information, tasks, thoughts. A lot of you maybe have heard me before talk about Do More Better by Tim Challies. It's a great book. I'll link it down below if I can remember to, but it really helps you with your productivity by helping you start with your life's priorities and then putting things in the right place first, and that can really help with productivity. I still go by a lot of the rules from that book, and I think those apply well to this device as an all-in-one encompassing device as well. Something I have found, which I don't know if I'm able to show it on camera right now, Ben, if you want to, you can add this in if I can remember to send you screenshots. But when I found the written notes, when I send them to my phone from Remarkable or like PlayStation 1 graphics, it doesn't look like handwriting. It looks like a weird font. This feels way more, oh, that's handwriting someone wrote on an e-ink tablet. So it looks more true and real. And I've played around a little bit with the like handwriting to text feature, but I have found when I'm using this, if I want text, like typed text, I'm going to use my computer. If I want handwriting, distraction-free, focused, brainstorming, drawing different things and arrows and stuff, I'm gonna use this. So if I'm gonna go send something I wrote on here to someone, I'm gonna send them the handwritten notes. I'm not gonna change it. I have a real problem because I write in all caps most of the time, 99% of the time, and a lot of these, they pick it up well, but I don't wanna send someone typed all caps writing. So these might be features and settings you can play with and change. I haven't seen them. I haven't looked too hard. I don't know if any of these e-ink tablets can take someone who writes in all caps and make it into regular, not all caps writing. So just my honest review, and you guys can always ask comments or ask questions down in the comments. I just think this honestly is up. Remarkable 2 is my current favorite, but this writing experience takes Remarkable 2 and makes the writing experience better. And so I think I like the larger size with Remarkable 2 and I like the keyboard. This doesn't have a keyboard and it's smaller, but the writing experience is better. This feels way more, I'm sitting down to write out my thoughts on paper than Remarkable, which feels like, let me pick up this electronic stylus and write something out, if that makes sense. It's hard to explain. I like the writing experience better on this. Even though it's weird and rubbery, you get used to that. And then this pin and ceramic tip and the fact that it goes in, this self-healing, you can really press into it and not have to worry about. There's just a lot of things I really like about this device. And I think there's plenty of templates. My biggest template I like to look for is like a dotted, like a bullet journal template. This has that. There's only, let's come in here really quick. I do want to talk quickly. Some things I do. See how minimal this is? There's nothing on the page. I like that. You can hide toolbars, double tap with 2 fingers, double tap down here to get your page numbers. Up here, they're like Kindle. There's only a few different preset options, but unlike Remarkable, is what I meant to say. Unlike Remarkable, you can choose like a 0.5, 0.6, 0.7. You can really dial in the thickness of how thick you want this to be. And that's something that I really liked about the books. Remarkable didn't have it. This has that. You can get as thick, as small as you want, as thin as you want. I will say all you have is a fine liner option, a ballpoint option. It says ink pen is more like a calligraphy pen, fountain pen, or this sort of marker deal, which I've been using as a highlighter, which I feel like that's how they intended it. You've got black, gray, light gray, and white here as well. So those are really your only options. In this, if you get the Atelier, whatever the app is called, you have a couple other options you can choose from as well. I think the swipe gestures features are fine. There's not a ton to do here. There's not a lot to navigate. I will say something I hadn't been doing
but is really nice is if you come back in here, there's certain things you can do. Hello, right? Say that's my header. I'm starting like a new paragraph or something. You can come in here. I wish there was a shortcut like the 2-finger erase. I wish there was a shortcut for the lasso, because if you lasso this, you can choose it as a heading or as a keyword. And what that will do, and you can set it as, I think, a calendar event or a task, which is also super cool. If you're sitting in a meeting and it's for this one thing and someone's, hey, I need you to do this, and you're like, I don't want to swipe over to my tasks, you can do it within the note. That's super cool. If you click this, you can make it into a header, for instance, and then if I look here, not there, keep clicking the wrong thing. If I look here, it shows up in the headings. You can have your keywords. You can come over here and make a star, and it'll turn into a digital star. And then as you can see, it will be part of your starred pages as well. It stars the whole page. A lot of that functionality is unique and a little bit different in my opinion. And I think if you're putting a lot of time and effort into creating pages and pages of notes with this thing, which I hope that you would if you were to buy one of these, they're not inexpensive, but they do a great amount of intentional tooling for your life, if that makes sense. So if you're like me and you were to buy this with your own money, you'd want to be using it a lot. And if you're pouring a lot into notes and stuff, you want to keep navigation and organization up. There's a lot of great on-page features like those I just showed you with the lasso that help keep you organized and things like that. You can also go like a file within a notebook or whatever. So I don't know how deep that goes, but there's a lot of organization there you can play with. I haven't played a lot around with the quick access stuff. There's a digest too, so if you're looking at PDFs, EPUBs, stuff like that, you can add brackets around stuff that you want to highlight, and it'll throw it into this digest section. So I can see if you read a lot of online articles, you're porting them over to this to read them, and then you're like, ooh, that's a good point, and you're like highlighting with the brackets. You can come back at the end of the day and digest that information, write your article or something that you were doing the research for, whatever. I think that's a really cool feature. I haven't necessarily played around with it, but I do think that's pretty cool. Kindle's great. I've read a few chapters of a book, or a few pages, I should say, of a book. You can read comics. It's gonna be black and white. Anyway, that's gonna do it for the Supernote A6 X2 Nomad. I really like this. I think this is up there as one of my favorites. I'm very excited for them to come out with their larger, regular sized paper model, their 10.3 inch. I hope I can work with them on a review of that as well. But as always, link in the description. My dog is scratching himself. There he is. As always, leave questions down in the comments below. I'd love to answer them for you or find the answers for you. There's a link in the description if you'd like to pick yours up today, and it will help the channel, which is always super helpful. Memberships are starting up on the channel soon. Subscribe and to be aware of that. Like this video if you enjoyed. Subscribe if you're new. Watch this video next. I think you're gonna love it. Let me know what you think of this new 45-degree lighting setup I've got going here. It's a little different and a little not me, but we'll see. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you all in the next one. Okay, so dumb phones. There's so many of them hitting the market these days. I'm very excited about all the different companies, how they're going about doing things. One that I was able to find out about recently, and I was actually able to connect with one of their founders, is called Balance Phone. Something that they've done is they've actually created a launcher for Android devices, which gives you sort of a sneak, if you have Android, it gives you a sneak peek into how their operating system is gonna work. It's not the complete final version of that, but as you all may or may not know, I recently bought a Google Pixel 4a, which I literally bought after talking to the founder of Balance Phone, because he's been testing their operating system on a Google Pixel 4a, pretty inexpensive on Amazon. And I figured since there's a lot of launchers that are coming out with the goal of being more minimal with your phone usage, I had never used an Android before, but I was super excited to get my hands on one finally. So here's the Google Pixel 4a. I'm brand new to Android, and something that I've always thought was interesting is how customized you could be with these products, even to the extent of running a complete sort of launcher operating system on top of the Android itself. So we're going to walk through the app here so you can get an idea of what it looks like, and then I'll also walk through the Kickstarter page as well and just talk through that with you all. But I do think it's interesting that if you have an Android device, you're actually able to sort of get your hands on the device early,
before the actual product comes out in the next few months or so, after they get what I assume will be a completely successful Kickstarter campaign. So I do have the Balance Phone app here. We're going to go ahead and get started. Everything you need. Hello. No social media, no streaming services, no games, no betting, no pornography. So I love that. And I think what's cool is it can actually, even if you have Google Chrome on your phone and you try to go to youtube.com, it'll say, hey, that's not supported with Balance Phone and whatever. So not only will it control your phone and how it looks and what you have access to, but it also will anywhere on the internet, if you're trying to access those things I just mentioned, you won't be able to. It puts a blocker on them, which I love. So basically it's taking over my phone and really paring it down. Set your passcode. Set. Okay, recovery email. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. It says we recommend to ask someone you can rely on to set it for you. So not only setting your passcode, but maybe even setting your recovery email. That way, if you really want to access your phone, you have to ask that friend in order to get the passcode, which I think is smart, especially like with kids or something like that. Ready to regain freedom? Let's go. All right, so there is a 7-day trial, €29.99 per year, or $49.99 lifetime access. This is for the launcher itself. Currently, in this current iteration, which is very close to what it will be, here's all of your apps. If I came in here and I tried to access the YouTube app, which I don't even have on this phone, it wouldn't let me. You can search all your apps here. You can come in and really, I mean, they're the stock apps, right? So you can still access all your apps. You can send photos. I can come in here to messages. I can look at my photos, files, Google. Yeah, so it's as simple as this. I've talked to the company a little bit, the owner, and I said, hey, you know, I like something that I found while I was using this is if I need to get to photos, I have to like swipe all the way down. It's all alphabetized to get down to Spotify or photos, which adds a little bit more friction in using your phone in general, which I'm on the fence about what that means with the smart dumb phone setup. But I like that friction, but I also recommended maybe they allow for like top apps to be here and then like more apps, a button for more apps. You can obviously always search as well with this bar, but it's as simple as this. It really is. I think what sets Balance Phone apart, and especially with their own proprietary device as well, is I asked them in my meeting with them, I said, like, how is this different than the Minimalist launcher? Or how is this different from WisePhone or the Light phone? And they said they go off of a blacklist instead of a whitelist. I think a lot of these dumb phone companies are choosing to do a whitelist, meaning we're going to allow you to do messages and YouTube and games. We're going to allow that. Everything else we're not. Whereas then those companies have to then go and find the apps that customers are wanting that don't really break the rules and add them, which takes a lot more time. There's so many apps out there, right? And so many apps that are okay for a dumb phone, like a baby monitor app, right? There's so many of those. So then you have to go and find those and whitelist them, where this company is saying, all right, we're going to start with everything whitelisted, then we're going to blacklist social media. We're going to blacklist YouTube. We're going to blacklist, porn websites. We're going to blacklist all these things that you don't need. And then if things come across that should be blacklisted, we will add them. So they're sort of taking the opposite approach to what most of these companies are doing, which I think that does set them apart. And I do like that. So let's go see if we can pop open their Kickstarter and kind of run through that. All right, cool. So here's their Kickstarter page. They've got, of course, a nice, lovely little video here. Very minimal looking phone. I see that literally, I think this is like a pre-launch almost, and they've already gotten 36,000 of their $11,000 goal. So good on them. Obviously, it's going to be the most inexpensive it will be if you buy it now on their Kickstarter page. So just walking through, it is a smaller size, so it's closer to something like the iPhone mini. Is that what it was called? I think so. Which is nice. I hear a lot of people saying, like, I don't need a huge 6.9 inch display on a dumb phone. So they have gone with the smaller form factor, which I think is great, answering sort of the community's wants as far as size. all essential apps, zero distraction offline is a new luxury. Addictive apps and websites are blocked. So yeah, like I said, you can pick any browser and try to search for something. If it's on their block list, blacklist, whatever, you won't be able to use it. So really they're playing into this whole idea of how much time you'll save by not doom scrolling and stuff like that. You'll have all of your normal apps that you would like. Addictive apps and websites are blocked. I do like their UI and how minimal it is. I think that's great. NFC is great. Okay, so a 5.4 inch screen. So small, which I like that. I mean, it's probably an in-between. I don't know how big the like iPhone 13 Pro's screen is as a comparison. Here's a little bit more stuff. You know, fingerprint ID, dual SIM, 12 megapixel front camera, 128 gigabytes of ROM, 8 gigabytes of RAM, 2500 milliamp hour battery, fast charging, Android 14, 50 megapixel back camera. Here's a few more specs. They did actually send me this demo as well, which I could share. It's just really simple. Here's a few more looks at how sort of their prototype looks. Their first run. Cool, so that's who it's for. There's their journey, design, software development, manufacturing partner, prototype. So you can check all this out. Of course, let's look at, all right, I don't know what euros translates to in dollars, but 279. Oh, there it is, $309 for the device. I don't think there's a subscription plan. Bring your own SIM card, which a lot of people like to hear. I also really love this shirt, and I low-key hope Balance Phone send me one. I would love to rep this. It looks really nice. I'll take that hat too. Cool. So again, I'll have links down in the description for both the Android launcher, if I can find that, but also the Kickstarter page here too. Support these guys. Looks like they're doing great intentional work in the dumb phone space. I'm excited for them. You can see that I'm the one who understands you. Been here all along, so why can't you see? You belong with me. That's what I get for trying to show you. You belong with me. Special thanks to LibreLive for sending me this awesome, fun music tool experience. I've had a lot of fun with it, and if you want to pick yours up, grab it at the link down below for a certain percentage off. So I've been playing around with the LibreLive for a little while now, and the first thing I'll say in my review of this device is it's just fun, right? There's so much that it can do, and I want to say two things about it. First is I think it's very approachable to someone who's never played music before, so there's that aspect. It's approachable to someone like me who has a working knowledge, I guess, of music, but it's also approachable to someone who has a lot of knowledge about music. And I think to that kind of person, it's probably more of like a toy. I think it's more of like a interactive toy or device than an actual instrument, because it's replicating an instrument. And I think like bringing this to a party and being able to play, you know, with your friends or something, popular songs, which we'll get into here in a second, is a huge selling point of this. First of all, I think just the build quality is really nice. I mean, it's hard plastic and then this nice sort of rubbery silicone texture here on the neck, which by the way, it folds up super nice. This comes up like that, and now you have that sort of guitar look. You have spots for a strap here and here, which will go up and around your neck, and you play like you would a normal guitar. So again, the build quality is nice. It feels kind of Guitar Hero-esque in the sort of fun nature of it. The colors that you can find here on the side, which light up when you're supposed to play or with different parts of a song, things like that. You have your different sort of steps here. If you're, see, again, this is kind of what I'm getting into. If you understand music, you understand like, oh, let's go up a whole step, right? Or let's go up an octave, right? Which aren't really things you would know as a beginner. You would just be like, oh, well, the chords get, if I go up, right, the chords go up, right? Like there's not really knowledge there. You just know that it's going up as you're using it. There's that aspect. I think, again, the build quality is nice. You do have kind of a bass sound here. You can plug this in with a line out. It's a 3.5 millimeter jack there, which is interesting. It's fine. I think if they were to add maybe like a 1/4 inch, just for those who like to play live or would want to hook this up to something,
I understand the play for the 3.5 millimeter because most like karaoke machines and stuff will take an input from a line that size. So in the market they're going for, that makes a lot of sense. But like I said, I think the real joy from using this, you can of course play it as is right out of the box, right? But within the app, now you have this, which is sort of your main screen. You can pick your tempo. You can either tap it or select it like that. Sweep pick, right? We can pick the type of guitar. So basic picking, volume there. Let's see. Let's come down here to memory. Right, so you can play around with that. You can play with your piano sounds, right? So we can go, or you can do. I actually don't know what I'm doing. Oh, there we go. Let's try letter. Right, so all these different. Oh, there we go. So anyway, different sounds you can do. You can do bass, which is cool, guitar, all that kind of stuff. You can select which of the two strum pedals, I guess you would call them. These different things here you'd want to hit. Very reminiscent of Guitar Hero, by the way. But they do have this weird, like, they take a second to come back up, which is kind of fun to play around with. There's a certain weight to them. You know, you can really pick how you want this to sound and get in here and play around for hours. Honestly, I played around with this for like 2 hours the other night on the couch. My wife was watching TV, turned it on real quiet, and I was just playing around with it. It's fun to just get lost in this thing, which is cool. You can save that as like a preset, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. Come through here and you can actually find other users who have signed in and added these chord progressions or play along sheets, which again, this is part of the thing that makes this accessible to beginners. You have these lights here on the side and you don't have to know all these like chord progression things here. I will say something that's pretty cool is on each of these pads, which I didn't know this till I got into the app. So you can have your basic mapping, which is each of these is, you can see them light up on the app as I touch them. But you can also do these individual buttons, but then also these side buttons here. So if you want to get like real customized with this thing, you can be doing this while you're playing it, right? Like, it's crazy. And that's why I think like for the advanced person who understands music, you can customize this thing to your liking. Whereas for someone who's never played before, or someone like me, honestly, where I don't know how to read music, I don't know much about music, I just play guitar from ear or whatever it might be. Coming over here, finally, we can pick a song. So let's look at You Belong With Me. So when you come in here, it changes all the settings on the guitar to play the song, how this creator who signed in and put the lyrics down and the chords to go with it, how they have said this song works. So you can see the pink is blinking here. So, right? So it's changed according to the song. Like they picked the settings that sound like the song. So I don't even, the intros always get me because I don't know the songs well enough, but like, you're on the phone with your girlfriend, she's upset, she's going off about something that you said. She doesn't sure you like I do. I'm in the room, it's a typical Tuesday night. I'm listening to the kind of music she doesn't like to know your story like I do. Let's get that chorus, you know. She wears short skirts, I wear t-shirts. She's cheer captain and I'm on the bleacher. Dreaming about the day when you wake up and find that what you're looking for has been here the whole time. If you could see that I'm the one who understands you, been here all along, so why can't you see? You belong with me. That's what I get for trying to show you belong with me. I was trying to show you that like they do light up with where you're supposed to hit. Then you complete the song, you can replay it, whatever you get. I think you get like a little awards for it. But like I said, it's an interesting device because I don't, you know, talking with the brand, it's not really positioned at like live performers or people who do this for a living or anything like that. However, I think you can do that. So another thing too is like if you hold down, so you can tap here for your tempo and set your tempo. Right, but if I go, wow. Oh, you can do this. I think maybe I've turned this off. This is like a simple strumming area. This is how you mute everything. So like, right? So yeah, anyway, there's just a lot of customization. You can play on this thing for hours. I'm still figuring it out, which is good. I think it has a lot of replayability. Like I said, you can simplify it and take it to a party, play with friends, do some karaoke with it, whatever you might want to do. But it allows someone to be able to play an instrument while they're singing, which hasn't really been able to be done before. Like you can definitely play a song on the radio and sing along or play it on the karaoke machine. But I see this as one, someone who's getting into music. And as you're playing it, I mean, you're learning like, you know, as I'm holding this down, I can see that's a B, right? So you can use this as a learning instrument or a learning tool as well. You can have all these little settings. There's just a lot here. And I think this is fun. I think, again, if you have kids, this could be fun for them. It's a little too complicated, I think, for my daughter who's 3 because she just wants to be able to push this button and hear a sound. She doesn't understand that you need to push and hold, then strum. So it's fun to play with her. Like I'll strum while she's doing things or whatever. But definitely if you're a little bit older than 3, maybe like 5 and up, this could be fun for your kids. I personally think it's fun myself, so I'm gonna keep playing and exploring this device. But that's gonna do it. As always, if you have any questions, leave them down in the comments. I'll try to answer the best I can. I'll also encourage the company to answer questions as well. If you enjoyed this video, watch this one next. I think you're gonna love it. Subscribe if you're new, like this video for more, and I'll see you all in the next one. So let's review the Bigme B751C. I'm gonna quickly run through like the tech specs here off a list just because, as you all know, I don't care too much for this as long as the thing works. But for those of you interested, we've got a Kaleido 3 color e-ink screen. Take notes while reading, hand draw or highlight text. Enjoy the lifetime free speech to text transcription feature. I think that's really great for meetings and note taking. Support for layers, canvas, lasso tools, and more than 100 practical note templates. 300 ppi black and white screen, 150 ppi color screen. Comes with the case and the pen. 4 gigabytes of RAM, 64 gigabytes internal storage, and you can expand upon that with an SD card, micro SD card slot, up to 1 terabyte, 2300 milliamp hour battery capacity, open Android 11 operating system, front light, and the big things that I want to hit on personally in my review, we're gonna get into now. Here's the thing, all of these different e-note, e-reader products, they all have their own unique thing they're going after. I think the big things that set this product apart from others and the use case of it is, one, the size. It's teeny, so it's a good sort of reader size. Like that's so small, so comfortable to use. The fact that it has the page turn buttons is huge because you can just sit like this in your chair, in your bed, flip through pages. Let me actually turn it on. It's actually off right now, so there's that. A lot of you will love that there is the front light on this screen. It allows you to read while my wife's sleeping. I can be reading a comic book or something. The whole open Android system is very nice. I don't think you're going to be taking heavy notes on this. The writing experience isn't great, and it's such a small, cramped space that I don't know that you'd want to be like sitting through hours of meetings taking notes on this thing. Maybe, and you can, and there's access to all of these apps through the open Android system here. I personally, for the past week and a half, have been using this specifically to read comic books. I've been rereading Watchmen. It's been an absolute blast. Reading on an e-ink comic books in general, including this device, just the colors and everything just feel like you're actually reading through an old comic book. Like it feels like the color, I don't know how to explain it. It's just nice and it just feels very comic book-esque. The whole Kindle way they do the different panels, as you can see here that I'm scrolling through, that's super nice and fun to look through this and just go panel to panel and really just be immersed in the story. I have literally solely been using it for that. In terms of other things, yes, I've tested them, but honestly, I think Remarkable or Supernote or many other options out there are good for the focused note taking. This to me seems very much doing a little bit of productivity, maybe reading through emails, but really just reading books. And for me, comics, I think that has been the absolute best way to use this device. Now, the other thing is pricing, right? So it's $229 for just the device, and it's $269 for the case and stylus. Honestly, I prefer using it without the case, and I don't use the stylus much. However, it is nice to have this, the fact that they've included the capability, because you can be in Kindle, maybe reading an educational book or productivity book or something and be able to highlight things with an actual stylus. I think that's very nice, and that's probably the use case I would use this for most, just annotating things like that while I'm reading through a book. However, if you go device only, $229 with, there's gonna be a discount down below in the description as well, is a really good price. Now, that said, some of you might think that's a great price, some of you might not, but I will say I think it's a great price just because of, if you buy a Supernote, you're gonna be paying quite a bit more for something like that, and you don't even get the color, for instance. This is just a nice lightweight thing. However, actually it's gotten better. So it's all plastic, the whole thing. I'm assuming the front screen is not plastic, which stretches across the entire front, but the buttons are a little like finicky and loose, and you can feel that. It's actually like a fidget spinner. While I'm sitting reading a page, I play around with the button a little bit. That shouldn't be a feature, but it's there. They still work. I don't know how long they would work, but they're nice. The fact that they're there is what's nice. The fact that they're loose, not that great. It makes it feel a little bit cheaper. Just the fact that it's all plastic makes it feel cheaper. However, if you think of like most Kindles out there, those are plasticky and cheap feeling as well. I do this grip here on the back when holding it like this. I do like that you can have the auto rotate. I think I might have it turned off. Yeah, you can have it auto rotate, or you can turn that on or off. The next biggest thing I've enjoyed, because I've been reading comics, is this, what do they call it? What's the brand? Rapid refresh technology. So it really just takes that ghosting and removes it. You can see here there's ghosting, but you can turn on in some of your e-ink center settings here. You've got default magazine, comic, video, custom, anti-shake, auto clean. So like this idea of you're reading a color comic, you swipe to the next page and you don't see the ghosting. That's really nice. Now it does blink and there's a whole experience there with any sort of e-ink tablet, but it's nice to not have ghosting, especially while reading colorful graphic novels, if you will. So I've enjoyed that. Honestly, I think for the price, this is really nice. If you want an e-ink reader in color, Kaleido 3, it's all the normal stuff across the board, but at that price range, it's really nice. The fact that it's got completely open, you've got the whole Google Play Store here in the palm of your hand. I haven't even used it because, like I said, I've been using more Kindle and I've messed around with notes and stuff as well. I do think that the text, or the voice to text, is really nice too. I think if you are in meetings, it does have speakers too. So if you wanted to listen to a Kindle book and read a Kindle book and listen while you read, that's an option here too. I heard someone mention the other day they didn't like how some other device wasn't able to do that. So that should be available here. I haven't tested it, but the fact that you can have Kindle and I'm assuming Audible on here, you can have that whisper sync or whatever it's called too, which is nice. So yeah, I've really enjoyed it. The other thing I'll mention is just like the ability to mess with color here and make it more yellowed when you're reading at night, or more blue if you're a heathen and you would want to do that for some reason. I really love just dialing in, and then they even do have some of these like presets here that you can play around with too. Yeah, I don't know. I like the way that looks. I like that it's there, the front light. With color e-ink readers, as you probably know, the screen itself is dimmer, so the fact that there is the front light is super helpful. With something like Remarkable or even the Pinstar that I'm currently playing around with, there's less layers between the screen itself and like the front glass. Therefore, it's not as dim. Whereas this, there's got the whole color situation going on, and I know that Remarkable has done that a little bit of a different way too. So the industry's changing and growing, and new products are coming out. I think this is a good one. I think it's one that'll probably last you for a while. I have yet to charge it. So if that tells you anything, yes, I'm at 12% battery, but I've had it for a week and a half now, reading comics, probably less than an hour a day. But still, it's pretty crazy how well this thing works. It's snappy enough. It's running Android 11, I believe. So if you want to find out more, of course, there's going to be a link in the description. You can get a certain percentage off your order. Gives kickback to the channel, as always, which I just really appreciate. But thank you so much to BigMe for sending this out to me. I've really enjoyed it. Anyway, that's going to do it for my review of the BigMe B751C. I've loved using this. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep reading comics. If you know any good comics I should read, I just read Batman. I don't remember which one I just read. That's terrible. No, The Killing Joke. I'm really into Alan Moore, so not really, but I used to be, and I'm getting back into it. Watchmen, The Killing Joke, Invincible is another one I'm reading. If you know of any other, it doesn't have to be superhero, just any graphic novels you think I would enjoy, drop them down in the comments down below. Okay, no lie. This is not a paid ad. The TKO2 by Terra Cafe is one of my favorite products I've ever reviewed on this channel, and maybe one of my favorite products ever created that I've gotten the pleasure of using. Hey, very excited for this. I'm hoping this will help me rediscover my love for great coffee. This is a really cool one from Terra Cafe, I believe is how you say it. I just wanted to start with the actual box here because they have taken great care to, even in the packaged box, include some interesting things around the edge here. So the coffee bean is discovered by a goat, look it up, circa 800. They're giving us a bit of a history here. I discovered this brand, and this machine is absolutely gorgeous, and I'm excited to have one, and thank you to Terra Cafe for sending this out to me. If at any time during this video you want to pick yours up, link in the description down below. Basically, this is going to replace all of my coffee stuff that I own. This gorgeously designed and purposeful and intentional designed product is going to replace all those, but you guys are just looking at a box. Let's actually get into this thing and see what it looks like. So, for those of you who care about such things, all right, here is the inner box. Cool, so pinch and pull to open. Okay, this is an interesting experience here. I can slide this off. All right, so they do have two models. They have a black and white version, and then they have the full black version. I think the black and white actually looks the best, but just knowing how coffee can splatter on the white, with kids running around, we try to keep things clean, but if you can hide some of that dirtiness. All right, accessories. This is all packaged really nice. Please store with care. Okay, I'm gonna put that there. Make every coffee a perfect one. Shop artfully roasted coffees curated just for your TKO2. I think I will definitely be doing that. All right. So I think the coolest thing about this, maybe not the coolest, but a cool thing about this coffee machine is there's an app, and I can put a coffee mug on this thing before I go to bed, and in the morning, wake up, get the app out on my phone, be brewing a delicious cortado or something while I'm in the shower, or before I even get out of bed. All right, here's the machine. So I'm going to unbox it down here, and then I will actually move upstairs and get this set up in my kitchen and then figure it out. Let's do the grand reveal here. Wow. Wow. Hey, nice place you got here. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Here's the TK02 in all of its glory. It does have a knob for your milk steam. I don't know everything about this yet, so I will have to go get it set up. But you've got your tray. You do have your water reservoir here, which is a very interesting, I can't see what it does. Very interesting and intentional design. Ooh, there's more accessories in here too that I'll have to get set up, but easy to pull it out just from the front. So if you have appliances on either side of these on your table, you can just pull it out from the front, and you can see your water level right here on the side. Place for your beans, a hopper, or if you already have ground beans, you can drop them down in this smaller hole here, which is a nice touch. These are magnetic, which is cool. Here's your grounds storage. I know it's really dark. I don't know if you all can see all this, but ground storage right there. So you empty those out really easily. I do like the intentionality of everything being accessible right here in the front. And then you do have your adjustable height on the piece that actually drops your coffee out for you. All right, let's put this over to the side and we'll get into these accessories. This is your milk reservoir to put your milk in here, and then that sits in the front. Power cable here, which plugs into the back. That looks like everything. I will say this is all plastic material. If you're curious, this isn't like a metal. Down here is obviously metal, and then of course, tons of the components inside are metal. But it's just so nicely designed. It's gonna look really good against our white backdrop on our kitchen upstairs, on our kitchen counters. You do have your on and off switch, a place to plug in the power cable. So that's gonna do it for the unboxing. Give me a little bit to get this set up in the kitchen upstairs, and once I've figured it all out, I'll come back to you all with my full review of the product. What I think of this thing, as you can tell, I'm very excited. Again, special thanks to Terra Cafe for sending this over to review. So yeah, I'll see y'all in a bit.
In the world of design, some products simply fulfill a need, while others go beyond function to create an experience, one that resonates with our daily rituals. The TK02 by Terra Cafe is a testament to this philosophy. Terra Cafe has carefully crafted the TK02 with both beauty and purpose in mind. Its design speaks of elegance, but more importantly, it's about enhancing the ritual of making coffee. Every material, every curve, and every touch point is intentional, creating a product that is as pleasing to use as it is to look at. What makes the TK02 truly stand out is the harmony between design and functionality. The precision of its components, the smoothness of its operations, and the intuitive nature of its interface all come together to make brewing coffee a seamless, enjoyable experience. The TK02 is designed to integrate effortlessly into your daily routine. From the easily accessible water reservoir to the compact bean hopper, every element is engineered with thoughtful consideration of how it will be used. At its core, the TK02 is about more than just making coffee. It's about elevating the entire experience. In a world filled with products that prioritize function over form, it stands out as a reminder that the best designs are those that bring joy to our everyday moments. This is the TK02 by Terra Cafe, a product of intentional design, crafted for those who appreciate the finer details.
A little bit of a background. I saw the product and said, whoa, that looks fantastic. I don't know if it was Instagram, YouTube, an ad, something. And I said, you know what? Let's reach out and see. Let's just see. I mean, this product, keep in mind, it's $1,500. Okay, so you might run away. Don't. I reached out and said, you know, hey, I'd love to review this on the channel. They were absolutely fantastic to talk to. They were like, sure, we'd love to send you one. We asked that you make a short or a reel for Instagram. How's that sound? And I was like, okay, but how about I make you a full-length video? And at the time I was like, cause you know, I think it looks like a nice product. I'd love to review it. I think you guys would enjoy a review of the product. I got the product. I've been using it every single day, multiple times a day since I got the product. And it is so good. because this is what it does. You might have a coffee pot at home. You might have an espresso at home. You might have an espresso machine at home. It does all of it. And I don't just mean like it makes an Americano, meaning it does espresso and then puts water in it. You can do that. That's an option. But you can also brew an actual like drip. You can have an espresso, you can have a double shot, you can have a flat white, you can do a latte, you can do iced coffees, you can literally do an iced coffee. Like it will do low temperature so that you can brew it over ice and it doesn't melt the ice as fast. You can make it so that in the morning, 10 minutes before your alarm goes off, the machine turns on and brews you a drink. And you get downstairs and there's your drink waiting for you. You can use the app to do all of this. You can dial in any and all settings via the app on the machine's touchscreen. This is the all-in-one coffee machine that I didn't know was possible, and Terra Cafe has made it possible. Again, they didn't pay me to say this. Yes, they sent me the machine. Yes, it's expensive. Thank you so very much for that. Take that as you will. This thing is awesome. And so much so that not only did I want to create like a full-on video review of it instead of just the short that they asked me for, but I wanted to like make a film about the thing. I mean, it's beautiful. It's designed so well. The day I got it, I set it up in the kitchen. My wife got home and said, "Ooh, she's pretty." And I was like, I know. Like it just elevated our kitchen experience for anyone stopping by. It looks amazing. And I'm kind of flipping out a little bit, and I kind of have been flipping out. Let's talk about the cons. I wish the water reservoir was bigger so that I could make more coffee. A huge con that I thought I was gonna have was I had a buddy, and I'll warn you with this so you don't make the same mistake when you pick yours up, which you should, link it in the description. A buddy came over and I was like, hey, I don't have any whole beans, so I'm just gonna put some ground beans in, and there's a ground section. I filled it all the way up to the top without reading the directions, found out you're only supposed to put enough in for the drink that you're making. Whoopsie daisy. So what happened is it like used as much grounds as it could for the drink, and then it kind of like dumped the rest of the grounds into the tray, but it was a lot of grounds that wouldn't normally go in there. The system, how the tray works, is really nice. It catches water and extra grounds. And I know in the past with the TK01, they had some issues with grounds just ending up in the machine. Now they all go out the bottom. Great design. But anyway, there was a lot of grounds. I had to clean it up. It was kind of weird. User error. I have had no problems with this machine. The only con is I want a bigger water reservoir, and I'm pretty sure, I should know this, but I think there's even a place in the back where you can hook up water to this. It could be a drain, but it also could be a way to get water into it if you're literally using this in like a restaurant or something. That said, if you're an espresso drinker, my wife loves the iced coffee. I love drip coffee on most days. So we're using a lot of water, but most espresso based drinks don't use a ton of water. So if you're doing espresso based drinks, this water reservoir is great. It lasts for a while. However, if you're doing more coffee, pour over, drip, iced coffee that uses a ton of water, and we're doing double amount, we drink way too much coffee is obviously what I'm hearing myself say here. But okay, water reservoir I wish was bigger. 2, I wish it wasn't so expensive. But like, it does everything. Literally everything. Every coffee. Now it's not gonna have latte art because it's just putting in the milk and the coffee, but like, you can change the temperature, you can change the pressure, you can change the time of the draw, you can change the amounts. And here's another thing, and I'm so sorry, like if this is not your kind of video and like you don't want to hear someone just super excited about something, but the community itself is cool and they can talk to the company and the company listens. And like the other day I saw like the company post something somewhere and they were like, hey, a lot of you agreed that the espresso like default temperature is too high or too low, so we put out an update over the air and now it's fixed for everyone. What? Like you don't even have to like, I don't know. This thing is fantastic. Seriously, maybe this video was too much, but from the start I've been thinking, how am I going to review this? Because it's so good. And I think just, you know what? It's not a review, it's a love letter. Thank you, Terra Cafe, for sending me the TK02. It's expensive, but coffee, dude. And also like, maybe it seems I've had too much coffee today, which I haven't. I haven't had that much today. But so long, Starbucks. Buy yourself some flavored pumpkin spice, something from Starbucks if you want, but make your own drinks at home. It looks gorgeous. I literally started a newsletter called Form and Function, which you can check out, a link in the description, about products that I think are both beautiful and have great function. I started that newsletter based off this machine. They gave me talking points that I could discuss. Convenience, it is convenient. All of the intentional, like when you open a door to fill the water, it's like, uh-oh, the water door's open. Uh-oh, you need to throw out your grounds because they're full. Uh-oh, the drip tray is full. So many sensors and like, man, the magnetic part on the top that you put the beans in, user-friendly. You can make a cup in bed from your phone. Beautiful design, yes. Customizable drinks, over 100,000 total combinations of drink. Espresso, lattes, iced coffee, drip coffee, more. This is literally one of my favorite products ever. If you have the money to spend, literally save up, don't go on vacation one year, whatever you need to do. I think this is worth it. I can't recommend it enough. I just want to say again, thanks to Terra Cafe for sending me the TKO2. I can't say enough good things about it. So that's gonna do it for today's video. Today's video is short and sweet. Special thanks to Mech DIY for sending me the TrimUI Smart Pro retro gaming handheld. A lot of you may or may not know, I'm not a huge gamer. I love games, I do, but it's this constant balance between how much time and effort games take to be involved with them and actually like get immersed in them, and the fact that I'm a dad and I have a lot of responsibilities and no time for games. So I'm constantly in this battle of like, I don't really want to own a console. I like watching the Rad Brad on YouTube play some of the AAA titles and stuff like that. I do love story-driven games, a lot of that kind of stuff. But when I was a kid, I had a Game Boy Color, a PlayStation 2. I played the Sega Genesis on my grandparents' Sega Genesis NES system in our basement. So I did play some games when I was younger, and the biggest thing is there's a whole community out there, as you may or may not know. You know what, we're just gonna roll with it. My backlight turned off, but we're gonna be okay. It needs to charge. There's a whole community around retro gaming. There's different handhelds. In fact, my channel producer Ben just sent me one, the Miu Mini V4, which is super cool. It reminds me a lot of my old Game Boy Color, but I was really pumped for Mech DIY to send me this, because what they've done here, in my opinion, if you're someone like me and you're not really well versed in the whole retro gaming, handheld ROMs, emulators, you know, the real geeky stuff, if you want that nostalgia and you want to be able to play some of the old games that you played growing up, this is the way to go. First of all, sub $100. They also run deals. Also at any time during this video, if you want to grab one of these, link in the description and use the code down there for 16% off, I think. So sub $100, you're looking more like 80 some dollars, maybe even less. And this comes with so many, all right, I've got my overhead camera here, so many emulators preloaded. Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, Game & Watch, Game Boy, you've got Sega Genesis games, you have Nintendo 64, NES, PlayStation 1. You even got like arcade games, there's ports, there's SNES. There's so much on here preloaded. And the cool thing is there's a lot of places around. I think you can get this on like AliExpress and all these different places, like this TrimUI Smart Pro handheld specifically. But what Mech DIY has done is they preload your card with Crossix OS, which allows for all of this to happen. Basically, like all these games are loaded on here. You have all these different emulators. If you get into this stuff, it's as easy as putting the micro SD card into your computer and loading up more ROMs that you might own, something like that. But the thing that I think I liked most about this is I don't have to think about it, right? It's got literally hundreds, maybe thousands of games on here. I mean, it's like a 256 gigabyte SD card. So pick up and play, you know, and there's really interesting save states. Like, you know, back in the day, you'd be playing like SpongeBob on Game Boy Color and you'd have to remember a code or write it down in order to get back to that place in the game when you turn the game off. All that's done away with. It will have save states, which will save wherever you are in the game. You can come right back to it. There's a sleep and wake button. And even I had Pokemon Emerald loaded up on here, and I turned the whole system completely off, picked it up just before starting this video, turned it back on. It booted the system up, which doesn't take too long, by the way. And it was right back in the game where I left off. So not only just like does it have this sort of like sleep mode, but it will literally pick back up in the game where you were after you turn it back on. But yeah, there's just so much here. You can favorite games. So like I've gone through all of the little libraries as much as I could. I mean, I've had this for about a week and sort of favorited a bunch of games that I want to go back and play, and they're all easily accessible there. There's way more stuff you can get into as well. Like if you come over here to apps, what is it? Portmaster is another one where like you can play like legit like Cuphead and Stardew Valley and like recent games on this system as well. So my point here is, if you're geeky and hacky and you want to get in here and really mess around with things, add your own ROMs, add your own hacks and cheat codes and blah, 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 you can, and it's great for that. If you're someone like me who doesn't have time for that, even if you really wanted to get into that stuff, I can't recommend this enough, because I just think, first of all, that access to all the games, and also just the form factor. I never had a PlayStation Vita, but I had the PlayStation Portable, and to be honest with you, this is a lot smaller than I thought it was going to be when I saw it on the website and stuff, and it actually even looks a little bit bigger on screen now that I'm looking at it. But you can watch other reviews online that talk about like how nice these buttons are and stuff. They're clicky, they work. The D-pad is clicky and works. These are like the PS Vita little joysticks. They work. It's not like they don't work. There's just like some people are like, they're not tall enough, and they get real into the detail with stuff, especially people who play a ton of these retro handhelds. They have their own opinions and whatnot. You know, I'm not making this video for you guys. I love you guys, and like the community is really cool there, but this is for the average person like myself, maybe a dad who, when you're taking a crap on the toilet and you've got a few minutes and you want to just load up some Super Mario World and play it really quick, some Pokemon. I think this is great, and I think it's almost like the perfect little powerhouse. It plays up to, like I said, PlayStation 1. There's PSP games on here too. So like God of War, Chains of Olympia was one I played on the PSP, and it runs. It's not the best, most smoothest thing, but I mean, most of the stuff I'm playing on here are Game Boy Advance games. I love the Game Boy Advance system. I thought the games that came out there, I love 8-bit like artwork and stuff too, and the fact that this is a 16:9 is a little bit wider than Game Boy Advance, but it really blows up that screen. It just looks good. Let's just like boot up Castlevania here, and I'll kind of show you sort of the main way it does it. It puts these kind of like nostalgic little bars on the side to sort of frame in the game itself, but it blows the screen up really big. You can change this stuff in the settings. So much you can do. That's gonna do it. I really appreciate Mech DIY for sending this out. Like I said, non-technical review. I'm just been calling this like nostalgia in my pocket, because it can fit in your pocket. It's a little bit bigger than like, here's my iPhone 13 Pro. So it is a little bit bigger, and there are some smaller handhelds out there, but I really like just the way this feels in the hand. Screen looks amazing. Audio's fine. There's a headphone jack, USB-C charging. You can even connect controllers to this if you want through this USB-C port. Lots of functionality, lots of fun. I could talk about it for a long time. This should have been a quicker video than it was. Again, link in the description for 16% off, and it's already sub $100. So to me, it's a bargain. You never have to add any new games if you don't want to. There's plenty on here, like main titles too. Thanks again, Mech DIY, the TrimUI Smart Pro with Crossix. That's like the operating system that they have loaded on this card, along with a ton of games. Tons of value here, tons of playtime. Let me know what you think of this system, if you have one, if you're interested, if you like the retro gaming community, if you're in it. Hopefully I did it okay justice. I probably said a lot of incorrect terminology and stuff, but anyway, that's gonna do it for this video. Big day. iPhone 16s are finally here. UPS was super late and delivered them at like 7 p.m. So finally getting around to recording this. We'll see how quickly we can get this video out to you all. Last time I recorded an iPhone unboxing, it was like 2015 or before. Maybe 2016. I've always loved tech, so this is a kind of a special video for me because I've never actually unboxed an iPhone on this channel. I have been rocking the iPhone 13 Pro since it came out in 2021. So this should be a pretty big upgrade. I'll make a couple videos around these products today. For this video, I'm just going to be unboxing the iPhone 16 Pro in black and in desert. I got my wife the desert color this year. She wanted the gold look, so I don't know which one's which, but for this video specifically, we're just going to go ahead and do our unboxing and first impressions, maybe lightly compare it to my iPhone 13 Pro, but that will be a separate video. So here is the desert, which will be most people's favorite this year, I think. My buddy Hunter, who helps out on the channel, was showing me, there's my dog, was showing me the color it was supposed to be. It was like brown color. It was kind of gross looking, but here they are. So we are gonna do probably my wife's first, because I think that's probably what you all are most excited for, or the general population. Really excited for this. Cool thing about Apple products, I always say, is you don't actually need a knife to get into them. So here is the 16 Pro in that gold color. Ooh, wow. Okay. Ooh. So it's actually interestingly kind of like, I think it's lighter than I thought it was going to be. If you can see that from above too. Definitely a kind of pinkish almost, which I think is really, well, it's good for my wife. She's gonna love that. This is my first time seeing this camera button here. It is clickable. Something I do want to point out, I was going to mention this in a later video. Here's the iPhone 13 Pro, and I don't know if you see that, but apparently that's an antenna band. To me, it almost feels like a scratched version of this. I could be wrong, or maybe one day someone, developer, was sitting around and was like, hey, you know what? That could be a button, right? Who knows? I just thought that was interesting, that the 13 Pro actually had this same sort of button placement, but it wasn't a button. So maybe we'll talk about that in another video. Here's that color. Let's go ahead and put that aside. Something I'll say, and something I've seen other YouTubers commenting on, they went with a different sort of way of wrapping up this cord. I don't think it looks as nice as like the circular that they used to do. It doesn't really matter. It is braided. It would be nice if it color matched, but that's okay. Pill-shaped documents, and of course, not of course, but no stickers this go around. So that might disappoint quite a few of you, but that's all you get in the box, which is crazy. All right, let's go ahead, move that to the side, and open up mine. Like I said, I did go with the black. So I had the 13 Pro in white or silver, I guess it was. I think ever since then, I kind of wish I had gone space gray, so I'm excited to kind of switch back to that black color, which, ooh, that looks really nice, actually. Wow, that's a really cool look. Do like these side rails. I mean, I'm already, like, I know I'm getting fingerprints on them, and that's gonna be a thing. But I've got the sort of, wow, I'm excited. Like, coming from the 13, this is quite a bit different. Let's go ahead and, that's always nice and fun to do. So I want to talk quickly about something that I don't think I heard many people talking about when the 14 came out. I think the 14 had this exact design, right? Or the 15 maybe. The squared off look of the 13 was very square, like flat all the way to the edge. This is squared off, but also rounded, and the screen itself, like, I guess the screen isn't rounded, but the screen sits within that rounded edge, which makes for holding it so much more comfortable than with the 13 Pro, which was so flat. So that's something I was most interested in when they released this new updated like form factor for these phones on the, I think it was the 14 they did it on. This is a really cool look, very stealthy. It is titanium. It doesn't even really look brushed, which is interesting. It just kind of looks, it's not shiny, it's just kind of matte. I mean, this is as close to matte black everything on an iPhone Pro that I've ever seen. So same thing here with what you get in the box, of course. We'll move that to the side. And here are our two devices. I guess what I'd want to do is just Here, I can take, I'll let my wife take that off. You guys don't need me to do that twice. I do kind of want to boot it up and just see what this experience is like here. Never had the function button, and I'm very excited about the camera button. For the functionality, I think the placement is a little weird. I think when you think of like holding a camera or a device, you think of holding it like this, and you see where my finger is resting. It's definitely not there. This reach has to happen. And I guess that's fine, this sort of look, but it doesn't feel as comfortable as this for sure. And I think, like, you know, we're used to holding our phones kind of like this to take pictures, pushing the button. That's gonna kind of change now, where you're gonna hold it like this maybe, and then move it with your pointer finger. Or maybe a lot of people just won't really use this button and will just, again, take pictures how they used to. So I don't know, I have a lot of thoughts about this. Excited for the action button. I'm probably gonna leave it as what it was, the sleep wake, but I'll have to get into all of that. Being a photographer, I do like the idea of a 2-stop shutter, which is going to come later, I've heard, in a software update, but I don't know if on iPhone that matters as much. Unless you can like make it so the focus is centered, like center focus, like on a camera, that would be nice to be able to boop, you know, focus and then recompose, right? I mean, that's how I usually shoot photography and street photography and stuff, is the half shutter on what I want to focus on and then recompose. I mean, that's how most people do it, but that's interesting to me. I don't know if it really applies to iPhone in that way, but yeah, anyway, I do wish this button was a little bit closer over here on first impression. Other than that, this looks so sick and I'm so excited. Before I, you know, start diving into the phone, I did get, you know, these 2 cases. Here is the black silicone with the black phone. That looks cool. You can access the button here, of course. And then for my wife, I got the clear case, which has this strangely white. I don't understand that really. I guess it kind of goes with this white, that makes sense. But that's a good look too. That looks nice. That's nice. Let's just go ahead. I wanna keep the case off for starting up this video, but let's get in here. Swipe up, English, United States. Really what I'm trying to see is these bezels. The bezels look really thin, especially when you have the black phone. It kind of, the bezels disappear into the side rails. So I think that's an even better look than on a lighter phone like this. I think, honestly, I gotta say the dark iPhones have been my favorite. I like the lighter ones in theory, like the white and even something like gold. Yeah, I love the bezels. You know, this is my first phone with the dynamic island, which is cool. I'm excited to explore that. Yeah, that's gonna do it. You know, I'm really, really excited for me, you know, with this phone, but also for my wife. My wife loves taking pictures. So I know with these, she's never had a Pro model phone, so I think she's going to love having the zoom feature, the 5x zoom especially. And with kids and stuff, I mean, it's just nice to be able to zoom and have more camera functionality on our smartphones is pretty important. So I'm excited for her to have better cameras and more options there. But that's gonna do it for my unboxing and first impressions. It feels amazing in the hand. I think they look awesome. I'm actually more excited for these phones than I thought I was gonna be. I think my wife's really gonna like it. It does look kind of pinkish in the light, which is cool. I think she's gonna love that. It's kind of a rose gold kind of look to it. So anyway, I'm excited to give that to her. In the next video, I'm gonna be comparing more so just the physical appearance of the 16 Pro to the iPhone 13 Pro. I'll also say 16 is my favorite number. So this was the phone that I felt I needed to get, the upgrade I needed to get because of the number. Kind of silly, but anyway, next video I'm going to be comparing this to the 13 Pro, so make sure to subscribe for that. And yeah, that's going to do it. I appreciate you guys so very much. Today we are checking out the iPhone 16 Pro versus the iPhone 13 Pro. I've been rocking the silver iPhone 13 Pro since it came out in 2021, and 16 is my favorite number. I felt it was time to upgrade. This phone has been paid off for a while as this channel is growing and tech is becoming more a part of our life and our family. I wanted to pick up the iPhone 16 Pro, and I did get my wife the iPhone 16 Pro in the desert color. So I'm excited to give that to her, have better camera functionality, all that kind of stuff that matters to us as parents. And without getting into like the software upgrades and stuff, I just wanted to compare the 13 Pro to the 16 Pro. Maybe you're like me and you've had the 13 for a while and you're thinking about upgrading this year. Let's just kind of look at some things here. So first and foremost, got the contrasting colors. I had, you know, the white, which I liked, but after having it for 3 years, I think ultimately I just love the dark colored iPhones, like the Pros, even the regular like 16s that came out, they have a black color that looks really nice. So I decided to go back to that. I think some of the biggest things here are, it might be kind of hard to tell, the 16 Pro is actually a teensy bit taller than 13 Pro. If you can see that, you can kind of see how much taller the 16 is than the 13. You've obviously have a bigger camera modules and a bigger camera bump. Ever so slightly, I don't really know the best way of showing you that. It's just a little bit wider, eats into this space a bit more, and then even comes down a bit more. I think thickness wise, the 16 is a bit thicker. You know, doing this test, whatever kind of test that is, rubbing my finger across, I can tell it goes down. Thickness wise, you know, unless you're like holding both like I am, you wouldn't really be able to tell. This was the stainless steel with the glass. Titanium is lighter. I wouldn't say it's insanely lighter, which is something I was curious about. It's not like this is weighing down my pocket, so I'm gonna buy the 16 Pro in case you were curious. So there's that. I think the biggest thing, and I mentioned it in my first impressions video, I didn't hear a lot of people when they came out with the design that had basically this design with the dynamic island and the sort of rounded, squared off look. I didn't hear a lot of people talking about how nice this roundedness is. On the Pro here, or on the 13, it is like almost sharp. I mean, it's not, it is rounded, but the degree of roundedness is, it's not super nice to hold. It's kind of like uncomfortable. And it's, I mean, you can definitely tell this is way more comfortable to hold. And now that I'm doing this a lot, I can tell it's lighter and it's more comfortable in the hand. I was super curious about this design because of how rounded it is and how it would feel in the hand. So that's something I wanted to point out because I've noticed it even in just like the promo stuff when the 14 came out. So I definitely think this is a little bit more comfortable to hold for those of you who care about such thing and maybe don't use a case. If you're using a case, it doesn't really matter. As you can see here, the Apple logo is slightly bigger. There's that too. The camera modules are a lot bigger. I mean, you have this 5 times telephoto compared to the 3 times on the 13 Pro. 48 megapixel cameras, like, we could get into all that in another video. Something I pointed out in my last video, and I want to do it this video too. Something interesting. So obviously with 13 Pro, you still had a SIM card tray, which you don't have. Everything's eSIM now. So, and then of course you had the mute and silent switch here, silent, whatever the switch is, and now you have the function button. Something interesting that I mentioned in the last video, I want to mention it here too, is the new 16 Pro, as you know, and 16 has this new camera button. Something I wanted to point out is look at the 13 Pro from above. What is that? Well, that's not a camera function. It's apparently for the antennas, but you know, maybe that's just what they said it was. Maybe it was a scratched version of this back on the 13 Pro where they're like, maybe they were playing around with this design and this idea and they were like, not yet, or we'll do that in a few years. So let's just, maybe it got really close and they were like, you know what, we need to call that something else. It's possible that that's truly an antenna area, but I always thought it was weird that it was just like this little pill cutout. I don't know. Some of you probably actually know the answer to this and I'm completely wrong, but who knows, maybe they were actually planning on this switch early on in the development or late in the development of the 13 Pro and then decided to scratch it. Or maybe, you know, a product developer one day was holding this and they were like, you know what if like this was a little like camera button, you know, that feels really comfortable. So anyway, I thought that was interesting, something I noticed. So I think that the final thing to talk about here, at least in this kind of short comparison video, Again, like we could get into software if we really wanted to, but I don't think I'm going to do that in this video. Just kind of want to talk about like the feel in the hand, but I still haven't set up the new phone. Is the bezel size and the dynamic island. So you obviously have way more room to work with here on, this is so much more yellow because I haven't set this up yet. So it's not using the ambient light sensor. You can definitely see bezel wise. I mean, Ben, if you'll zoom in on the overhead here, I mean, they're so much thicker here. And I mentioned in the last video, or maybe it was this video, maybe it was the last video, the bezels, because of the black phone too, kind of like disappear in a way. It just kind of feels like the phone kind of goes over instead of the screen having a bezel to it. Whereas like something like Stark, where you have this lighter colored side rail, going into the bezel, I don't think that helps the case of how thick they are. It's cool having this. Again, I'm excited to dive into Dynamic Island. I've never had that. Definitely, I mean, you can see how much bigger the screen is just in general because there's less bezels, but also the phone is a little bit bigger too, which helps with that. And then you get a tiny bit of real estate up here at the very top around that pill-shaped Dynamic Island. So I think that's gonna do it. You know, I'm really excited for this device. Obviously, I'm looking to make a little bit more content about it. Next video, I am going to be seeing if I can turn the iPhone 16 Pro into a dumb phone for the weekend, so I'm not distracted, not doom scrolling, stuff like that. There's just a huge community and like wave of people interested in like dumbing down our tech because of how addicting it has gotten and how these big tech giants are, you know, we're in the attention economy. They're just trying to keep us on platforms and have us scrolling so they can serve us ads and all these distractions while we're trying to work and spend time with the family. And, you know, this is a really great device for creating memories with your family, taking good photos, videos, but also getting notifications from Instagram and from Snapchat and all, you know, TikTok, everything, like even YouTube. So I'm interested to see if I can use some apps and some finicking with the settings here to turn this into a dumb phone for the weekends and weeknights so I can spend that intentional time with my family. So anyway, that'll be the next video. Thanks so much for watching this video. Let me know if you enjoyed. Let me know if you have the iPhone 13 Pro and you're thinking about upgrading. Let me know if this video has helped in your decision. I hope in some minor way that it has helped. Very excited for the new iPhone 16 Pro. This is going to be my daily driver for the foreseeable future. Penstar eNote notebook from Penstar. A very interesting e-note taking device in the e-note taking device space. Before we get into any of this, I've had a lot of people watching these videos who aren't happy with like me being transparent on whether it's like a paid video or whatever. So Penstar sent me this device for free. I do get commission off sales. They did not pay me money for this review. I'll also say they sent me a guide of things I can talk about, things that stand out in the market. I'm not required to talk about those things. And with every review on this channel thus far, these thoughts and opinions are my own. I'm not saying what they're telling me to say. These are my thoughts and opinions on this. So that said, get that out of the way. Yeah, this is an interesting one because I think they have chosen to do things that others haven't and in an intentional way. The first one, which might turn a lot of you off immediately, is it's not a touchscreen. So what they've done here is they have gotten rid of the layer that is touch capacitive, which means like I can't use my finger. I have to use the stylus for everything. That might bother a lot of you. I find it's not that big of a deal. Usually when I'm using my Remarkable, I'm writing. I'm doing note taking. So I have the stylus in my hand already. I haven't felt like a lack of experience because this, in fact, I think in a way, like it fully rejects, I mean, it doesn't even pick up on touch. So like your palm can't do anything accidentally. You can't be like, you know, having your hand hovering, accidentally touching. It's all done by the stylus. Now, let's talk about the stylus. There's a few things I like about it. First off, there's extra pin nibs, whatever, in the stylus itself. I love that. This device comes with a more like felt tippy tip and then a more like harder tip. Felt tippy tip nib makes it feel much more like writing on paper than the other one. The other one feels a bit more like writing on an iPad, for instance. And though it doesn't really look like it, it looks kind of shiny and not like rough. It is rough and it feels nice when writing on it. Also, the back is an eraser, which you can erase. You can set up how you want it to erase. Currently, I have it set up with like the lasso tool, so it will erase in that way. The final thing I like about this is there's actually a button here, so you can be writing. I have it set up to the eraser as well, so then just push the button, hold it down, lasso what I didn't mean to write, and it's gone. The thing I don't like about the stylus is it is cheap feeling plastic. Even this clip here is plastic, and I feel like if I pull, that will break. When you're writing, doing a lot of writing, I think the way the pen or marker, stylus, whatever feels in your hand matters, and it does bother me that this is cheap plastic. That said, I think in a lot of ways they have made this device more affordable, and it is very lightweight. Like really lightweight. And I think because of the technology they've chosen to remove from the device, like the touch capacitive, all that kind of stuff, there's no light layer on here. And the fact that the pen is lighter, like this package right here is very lightweight and very easy to carry around, throw in a bag. 390 grams, it says, and it's as thin as 5.5 millimeters. So it's thin as well. It has this sort of like, I don't know if you all can see, a sort of like drop-off design. Hunter, who's helping out on the channel, held it the other day and said, I like that it just feels cold and like metal in your hand. It just kind of feels like a piece of metal in your hand. That's a good look. You can carry it around like that. Again, you don't have to worry about touching the screen, so the screen protector is nice. Let's talk about that while I have it here. I don't love this thing. It's this, I guess, faux leather. Maybe it's real leather. It actually connects by putting these little pieces into these holes on the side of it. I don't love that. However, it does stick on there really well, and it's not going to come off like this, like I'm pulling really hard right now, because it's actually like physically in those holes. One thing I'll note too is when you flip this around, it doesn't quite go flush on the bottom. Can you see that? So it actually adds, it like picks it up off the table on that side, and then you have to kind of do this to pull the pin out. Just like one of those quality of life, like can you do it quickly kind of things. Next, we'll talk about the screen. So I don't know exactly the like PPI or whatever of this screen, but because they have eliminated some layers like a front light, the touch layer, they've been able to bring the screen really close to the front glass. In fact, it feels like it's almost touching it. And they did want me to compare to something like Remarkable. I'm not sure if we're gonna really be able to tell a difference, but even on Remarkable, maybe you can see there's a little bit of like space here. And when you're writing, you can kind of see that space. This feels way more flush. I really don't know if you're gonna be able to tell, but as they've mentioned and as I've like noticed too, it really does bring it to the surface. You'll see that this, something I don't like so much is it's way more reflective than something like Remarkable is. Remarkable just looks more matte, and that's what I was saying, like it doesn't seem like it would be grippy, but it is. So some of that might bother you. I mentioned this earlier on in my unboxing live stream. This feels very corporate to me. I could see CEOs, CFOs, like higher ups in a company using this. The design, even like I mentioned in the unboxing, this feels very conference table, conference call device-esque to me. What they've done here is they've added 9 buttons that you can program to your liking because there's no touchscreen. And I think this makes for like a really fast working experience as well. You can hit like the back button, there's a home button, there's a refresh button. You can click this top button to see, you know, next and previous, home, draft. So I guess I can hit this to open up just a new note and start writing. All of those things are cool and you can customize them. I think that's great. Something the company says you can do, and forgive me, company Penstar, if you're watching this, it says there's an app store that you can download apps to, but I cannot find the app store. All I can find are these apps preloaded. I was hoping to get Kindle on here maybe and to show that off. I can't find it, and it could be coming in an update or something. If I find out how to access the App Store after this video goes live, I'll put it in the comment section down below or in the description perhaps. Some other things to note too, and why I feel like this is very much like corporate business oriented and less maybe like artistic oriented. Maybe for students as well, I could see that. You can actually record Like it has a microphone and speakers. So you can sit in a meeting, have it record, be taking notes. Let me open up one and show you. Let's create a note. We got I don't want that one. Undo. Let's get just like a pencil. Okay. You can hit record here and you can start recording. I'll do a little bit of a test here. It's either not a great microphone or not great speakers, because when I play it back here, it's super tinny, doesn't sound the best. I haven't like offloaded the recordings to like my computer or anything, so I don't know if the microphone's actually nice. It's just the speakers on here that sound bad, but we'll go ahead and hit done and we'll play it back. Let's turn the volume's almost all the way up. You can start recording. I'll do a little bit of a test here. It's either not a great microphone or not great speakers, because when I play it back here, it's super tinny, doesn't sound the best. That's an idea of what that sounds like. There's a lot of good functionality. I think that I really like the home screen. I think I like the way it's set. I tried to touch it with my finger. Did you see that? I like the way that it's set up. I feel like the UI itself is bigger. It feels like something maybe my dad, I guess, I wouldn't say my dad, like a 60s, 70-year-old would use, because everything's a lot bigger. Like people who have their icons a little bit bigger on their iPhones, that's what the UI kind of reminds me of. Not a bad thing, and I think things are spaced well, but that's the vibe I get. And again, that's why I feel like this sort of office space, easy to use, easily acceptable, seems like the best place for this. I've been using it a little bit, and honestly, it's not much different from something like Remarkable. It does come with the app so that you can, offload files and look at them on your phone and your computer and all that good stuff. It does have Wi-Fi transfer. You can mirror this to your computer. So if you are in a meeting, you can be drawing and showing facts and figures and maybe have it up on a computer screen as well, which is super nice. The battery, I've charged it once and I've had it for a week and a half, and we're at 93%. Now, I haven't been using it like extensively, but there's a 6,000 milliamp hour battery in here, so it lasts a long time. It comes with an integrated office suite. So you do have Word, Excel, other document formats directly on the e-ink screen, which makes it a lightweight office tool. So yeah, in terms of using it, it's been great. I definitely think the screen and what they're calling pure view screen technology, that idea of sort of eliminating layers here so that it brings actual like contrasted e-ink closer to the pen and the writing experience, I think it does stand out. I don't think it would be noticeable to like someone who's never used the Remarkable before. They won't be able to tell that difference, but I do think if you put them next to each other, the BOOX that I've reviewed in the past, the BOOX Note Air 3C has also like a front light and a color display, and it's touch capacitive. So all of those are layers they have to add on top. It really sets the e-ink lower in the device, and you can really tell on that BOOX and any sort of color tablet. But I do think Penstar has done a good job here, and I can definitely see they're kind of like focusing and cornering on a certain part of the market. And this is something I would recommend to, my VP or a boss, or really anyone like within a sort of collaborative workspace. I think if you had multiple people with multiples of these, it could be a good way of collaborating sort of on the same playing field. Yeah, so a lot here. You can definitely check out more at the link down in the description. And again, you can get a certain percentage off your order if you use the link down below. Thank you so very much to Penstar for sending this out to me. It's been a joy using this. Today we are reviewing a very expensive yet very cool piece of tech that I think fits really well in the household. And I'm sure you've seen it around the internet before, and I'm sure you've looked at the price and thought, holy cow. But today I'm going to dive into if you're able to afford something like this, I think it's a really cool sort of centerpiece, a good talking piece, and it's a functional piece of art that I think belongs in a kitchen or in a living room, but we'll get to that in a second. Special thanks to Vestaboard for sending me out the board itself, and I do make commission on sales at the link down below, but also you can use that link to get $300 off your order. Take that as you may. All of my thoughts and opinions are my own. Vestaboard didn't ask me to say anything, so as always, honest reviews on this channel are what you can expect. I don't know. Whoa. Whoa. Look at this thing. Wow, this is cool. Look at that. That is, whoa, that is so sick. So these, where are you guys? These individually, and I don't really want them
mess with them right now, but each individual block is called a bit, I think they call them. If it's not called a bit, Ben's gonna put up the right term right here. And so if any one of these like breaks, you can just swap them out. But like, so sick. You've got colors, letters, numbers, maybe even some special characters. Charging cable. I'll say though, as complicated as this looks, I know that it's heavily tested, and for what I have here, I have the board, I have a charging cable, not charging, but the cable to plug it into an outlet, some screws, the faceplate, and like the thing you hang it on. So like, I mean, setting this up is going to be hard in terms of like getting it centered on the wall. But if I do that well, there's not much here to set up. It's like hang it on the wall, plug it in. So, yeah, first look, super cool. Like, I'm just so excited for this. Look at that. That's so cool. Anyway, that's going to do it for the unboxing. Let me just say this. Experience-wise, I mean, I kind of just gave you the idea of like, it seems simple to set up. But all metal materials, I mean, not all metal, but mostly metal, robust. Like, I mean, it's a premium item, but you know, this is super cool. I'm really excited for this. If you couldn't tell, I think build quality, the intentionality behind it, use cases, like there's just a lot of really cool stuff going on here. And I'm excited to play around with this and see what it's all about. So that does it for the unboxing. I'll catch you guys after a week or two of, you know, playing around with this, getting it set up. I'm gonna kind of just see how this looks. Like, here's our messy kitchen. I think because it's so contrasted, it's like really, it seems a lot bigger, honestly, than I thought. I mean, it takes up quite a bit of that wall. Well, I have to see what my wife thinks. I don't know if I love this situation, but I'm not really sure how to. Please disregard our fridge. It's an atrocity. I'm not really sure how to get around that. I mean, I could use a white cable probably, like a tiny 6-inch or whatever extension cord. Because it would be cool if this was just floating with no visible wires. I think that's the best look for it. I went to buy some camouflage pants. But I couldn't find any. Wow, okay. Here's the deal. I'm going to, as always, play around with this for a week or two. Figure out what works best for my family, show how we're using it, and get back to you all with my full review. I am geeking out. I think this is so cool, but anyway, how exciting. So let's get the price out of the way. $3,295 for this smart mechanical message board. Now, when I first saw Vestaboard on some Instagram ads or around the internet, I thought if I owned a coffee shop, which by the way, I planned on doing that at one point previously in my life. Long story, not really important for today. If I owned a coffee shop, I would have these as my menu boards. Like I have 4 of them maybe, which is actually a lot of money, but I would have a bunch of them and be displaying the types of coffee, the specials of today, some artwork, have maybe the weather on one of them. These things are so cool and functional, and of course they're smart boards, so it's connected to an app, which we'll get to here in a second. But I never really envisioned how it could sit in a household. And when I got in contact with Vestaboard, they said, hey, you know, we're really trying to see if these will fit into the home. So see if you can find somewhere in the house you could place it and see, you know, how it works with your family and things like that. And I immediately started thinking, my daughter's 4, my son is 1.5. They are going to love this thing. And my nieces and nephew, they're all going to love this thing. So I definitely think this is an interesting device for family connectivity. There's lots of different things you can do within the app itself to send messages to the board, and you don't have to be close to the board, Bluetooth wise, or even on the same Wi-Fi. The app works with, across their network or whatever, however that works. I know very little about that stuff. But I started thinking, business trips are a way that business trips take me away from my family and more connectivity with them, FaceTime, all that good stuff too. But like, what if I could send my daughter special little messages or write her name on the board while I'm in a hotel somewhere, right? I immediately started thinking about that. I started thinking about, even just me at the office during the summertime when she's home and like sending her messages and making even like some art that I could send to her. I thought that would be really fun. And I've actually been doing that, which has been super fun and super cute. I only wish I could see her face when those things pop up on the board, but I usually have my wife read them to her. That's been a really fun way we do this. My daughter also just loves scrolling through like the art of the day feed and like picking some and like just watching it get sent to the board, and she goes like, ready, set, go, and then it sends it to the board. So anyway, and that kind of leads us into Vestaboard Plus. So there is a pro subscription you can buy, which I know a lot of people hate subscriptions. But that said, without the subscription, there's still a lot of things you can do. You can still send messages to the board from afar. You can still do fun things, interactive things with the board. But Vestaboard Plus has a lot of these channels, which people like me, I can create a type of channel and then even submit it to Vestaboard to be uploaded to the community to use. And these channels are really interesting because you can do things like someone has created the office quotes, and it just has all of these office quotes. You can cycle through them at different intervals throughout the day. We've been using Daily Bread, I think is the channel, and it's just random Bible verses that get played. We have that running every hour. And you can even sort of mash up those things into one channel so that every 15 minutes it either does a Bible verse or, The Office or Parks and Rec quote or Elf, like the Christmas movie quote. But there's like a ton of these channels, and they range in functionality. There's some that are like, they display the weather currently. There are some that will show the sports score of a game that's going on. I have it set whenever my team where I went to school, Virginia Tech, is playing. Whenever there's a game on, it will update live whenever there's a scoring play. So you can see the score and the time during the game in real time on the board, which that's super fun. So I think it's not just a way to interact with your family, but also like we had a friend come over the other day and I had Lena tell me a message she wanted to write to welcome my wife's friend, to welcome her to our house. So like there's interesting stuff you can do when, hosting guests and stuff like that too. It's not just this random, like, let's put a message up on the smart TV, which is fine. It's the whole experience. It's this mechanical board that has these little flaps that flip, and each one of these little modules is called a blip, and you can actually replace those. So if one breaks or something, you don't have to replace this whole expensive board. You just replace the little blip. And when you really start to think about like all of the pieces and the like precision that has to go into something like this, the price starts to make more sense. I think the same thing can kind of be said for like a Ferrari. Like, it's priced expensively because it is well made and there's a lot to it, and there's a lot of engineering and tech and everything and whatever that goes into a car. I'm not a huge car person, but the price tag makes sense because of how amazing it is. And it's not just like, here's a knife, and because it's got a certain brand on it, now this knife is worth $20,000. This thing is kind of like an engineering masterpiece, in my opinion, and it works every time. It truly does, at least in my experience. And so like the price tag to me, I haven't gone through and added up what I think this thing would cost if I were to get in there and like do all this coding and all that. But there's so much that goes into this, and it's not just like a software or like, a smart TV where like it's become a commodity with the components. Like, this is a very interesting and, like I said, precise thing. And so the price tag to me makes a lot of sense. Now, whether or not it's affordable to you is sort of the thing here. And, if you're able to afford something like this, I definitely think it's great because of, like I said, like the joy it can bring to people, to guests, to your children, to your family, the functionality, and some of the like, hey, you've got a meeting in 15 minutes like I have during the workday when I'm working at home. Before every meeting I have 30 minutes before, it says, hey, this meeting's coming up. There's just so much you can do, especially with Vestaboard Plus, that just really makes this just like one of those pieces of tech, in my opinion, that just kind of has the whole package. It's similar to the Terra Cafe that I reviewed, the coffee machine, where not only does it do a lot, it replaced a lot of machines in my kitchen. It also looks fantastic, and like it's a talking point for guests that come over. Like you can stand around it and watch it do its thing while having a conversation. Like this kind of tech is really, really cool to me. And again, this is another piece of tech that influenced the idea of my new-ish sort of leisurely newsletter called Form and Function, which you can check out at the link down below, where I feature these beautifully designed products that have a good amount of form and function to them. So anyway, I think this is super cool. It's really fun. They've got a black version, which is the one I have. They also have a white version, which also looks really nice, just depending on your vibe, maybe in your house. My kids have loved this. My wife has loved it. We've gotten a lot of use out of it already. This is the kind of like product where, you know, we're thinking about potentially getting a new house in the next year or so. And I'm already thinking like, where would be a cool place we could put this? Like if our kitchen's bigger or our family room is bigger, can we find space on a wall to put something like this? Because I do think like over time, this will be a way that we communicate with one another, like putting up chores on there as the kids get older, or reminders like soccer practice tonight, things like that. Is just, it's really cool to me. And they do have, through Affirm, $83 a month, 0% APR, which is pretty cool. I'm just noticing that now. So with most products these days, you can do things that way, but a little bit more affordable way to pay for it over time. So anyway, that's just a quick look at Vestaboard and how, you know, we've been using it at our house, the experience that we've had with it. Again, I feel if you have like a business or something, this could work really well there too. Like put it in a conference room and you could have some facts and figures on there, or outside the conference room and show who has the conference room coming up for the next hour, or whatever it might be, sales wins. Like there's so much cool functionality and cool stuff you can do with this. And I could talk about it all day. I've already been going for way too long. So again, thanks to Vestaboard for sending this out.
What's going on? Welcome back to the channel. So Anker is a brand that I've always wanted to work with in the tech space because they're just like the forefront of tech charging devices. I feel like they own it. They continue to innovate and create new products. This one here is a recent one that I am most excited about. It is the smart, ultra powerful desktop charging station. It's got 250 watt total output, 4 USB-C chargers, 2 USB-A ports, I should say, not chargers, smart power control. It's got a screen on here and even can sort of like moonlight as just a clock. Like you can actually have just the time on here when you're not charging anything. There's a lot of control that you can have with the knob here, and I do believe there's even an app to be able to see all this kind of stuff. So we're gonna quickly unbox and see what all is in here, and then I'm going to sort of put it through the motions for a week and give you all my full review. I need to start by saying that Anker did send me this product for free, and if you click the link down below, you can get a discount on this product, but I will also get some kickback there as well. However, I need to also mention that all of my thoughts on this product and any product on this channel are my own. All right, so here it is, the Anker Smart Ultra Powerful Desktop Charging Station. It's a nice hefty box here, a nice little picture of what it could look like on your desk. I do like the 24-month hassle-free warranty. I think that's really nice. 250 watt max output, power up laptops, tablets, phones, 250 watt split across 4 USB-C and 2 USB-A ports. The USB-C 1 port can deliver up to 140 watts for quick and reliable charging. That's wild. Smart power control featuring a 2.2-inch LCD display and a control dial. This charger enables precise monitoring and adjustments of power allocation to ports, improving usability and efficiency in charging. This stuff is all like new to me and very interesting. So universal compatibility, Power IQ 4.0 technology ensures rapid charging for devices such as Apple and Samsung. It also supports wireless updates to enhance compatibility with future devices. Interesting. So this charger is smart. Thank you again to my channel producer Ben for the unboxing knife from the CRKT. So let's put that aside and hop in here. Pull off the lid. Scoop. Put that there for look-sees. Okay, here's the device itself, which is nice and hefty. I like that. What do we have down here? We've got rotate knob, switch cursor, press knob, confirm selection, showing you all the power. Clock screensaver, love that app connection. I might try and set up the app to see what that's all about. And under here, we've just got some safety information and whatnot. Oh, I guess it goes that way. Here we've got the cable that will plug into the back. This of course goes straight into the wall with 2-prong. That's interesting. And there's that. And a nice little way of wrapping it up there when not in use. I do enjoy that. All right, let's see if we can get into... I want to note that I feel like the device is actually smaller than I thought it would be. Guess it doesn't really matter. But there's that look, man, that's cool. Ooh, it's got a nice, like, I know you guys can hear that. Here is the device, a nice screen up here. There's your USB-C ports, 2 USB-A. Ooh, super satisfying. It's like pretty like tactile too. Can really feel those clicks. Rubber feet on the bottom to keep it solid on the desk. To be honest with you all, I need something on this desk. You can't see that, but this would actually be perfect because it's out of the way to charge new devices that come in. So I think this might be, I either use it here or I use it with my full setup. But that looks really nice. Nothing on this side, the Anker branding, and I really like this texture up here. Yeah, I'm gonna play around with this, see what it's like, see if I can charge up my devices, see how quickly it happens, all that kind of stuff, and get back to you all with sort of just my, as you know how we do on this channel, my experiential review of using this, what I think, if it improved my life or not, and yeah, I'll see you in a bit. So I was really excited to be able to work with Anker directly on this product here. So they have this new lineup of advanced multi-device fast charging products here, and this one here was the one I was the most excited about. I'm literally using it right now to charge up my phone, and it's showing me, you know, the output here, 20.8 watts, just pop down to 19.3, 1.3 amp, 14.9 volts. I'm not using the best cable for this, but it's all there, and I'm able to see all of that, right? Which is interesting, and I even can pull up the app on my phone, so I'm able to see now on the phone how much power is going to the phone by way of the device giving. I don't know, that's neither here nor there. This lineup is really cool. It looks amazing. They all have, except for one product, all of these new lineups have some sort of screen that will show you what kind of power are coming out of these things. You know, like I said, they're multi-device, so it's showing you which each port is supplying which power. I've really enjoyed this one, and I think it was my favorite because the screensaver on it has a clock, so you can put it on your desk, and I mean, to the naked eye, maybe it's just a clock, right? It looks really nice. I like the texture on the top. So yeah, I don't know. You know, I'm a tech tuber, if you want to call me that. So I have a lot of devices. I had a lot of devices before I got into this game, but being able to sort of charge them up, prioritize which ones I want to charge first, have one device that can power everything, especially all, you know, everything's going USB-C these days. So there's 4 of those ports, but there's still USB-A as well that you can use. This is just like a hub, like it's perfect. And I you know, I was struggling earlier. I wasn't struggling, to be honest with you, but I was like looking around for devices to charge on this thing. And I had like 2 of my phones, my old phones, getting ready to send them back to Apple. I had, you know, a gaming device. I had my DJ Osmo Pocket 3 charging up. So like, and it was really cool to be able to go into the app, go into the device itself on the screen and see like how much power is each one getting. And you could like, let's prioritize port 3 because I want my phone to charge up faster so I can get out of here. And while I'm gone, the other devices can charge. So anyway, I don't know. There's not a ton to be said for like power charging, but I definitely think Anker is like one of the top dogs in the space. I mean, obviously, their devices look amazing. They continue to create devices that look amazing and have more functionality. And I don't know. I just really appreciate Anker. I think these devices are, truthfully, honestly, really cool. Like I would buy this with my own money, honestly. So anyway, I'm gonna continue to use this. I think I mentioned earlier, I'm gonna keep it on the review desk here. So 1, as I'm doing reviews, I can see what time it is. And 2, if I ever have a device that's not charged up when I unbox it or something, I immediately have a way of plugging it in here. But to be honest with you, I kind of also want to put it over at my editing desk because I'm always charging stuff up over there, and to have the clock, and it looks really cool. Who knows, maybe I'll get another one. So anyway, that's gonna do it for this video. Thanks again so much to Anker for sending me out the Anker Prime charger. I've really been enjoying using it. Special thanks to Nomad for sponsoring today's video. What's going on? Welcome back to the channel. Weird setup you have there, Spencer. Hey, I know, but today we're going to be turning my brand new iPhone 16 Pro into a dumb phone. I wanted to get my overhead camera close to the phone, so as you all can see, it's nice and big and bright, and this is what's gonna matter more than my face, so maybe Hunter or Ben, whoever's editing, can just make my little face in the corner and you can see mostly what I'm doing here. Yeah, so I've done a little bit of pre-work and I think I know kind of what I want to do with today's video, but I'm gonna kind of work through it with you all as well. So the big things you're gonna need is, focus modes. If you have a action button on your phone, that's gonna be sort of a pro tip we'll have here at the end. And then there's actually an app called Dumb Phone, which I actually got to talk to the founder, the creator of the Dumb Phone app. And there is a subscription version, I think. Link it in the description, you'll get 50% off, I think an entire year or something. I don't know how much it is or anything like that, but if you like that app, there's plenty of dumb phone-ish apps out there. You can grab that down in the description for a certain percentage off. So as you all know, if you've been around the channel, I'm really into the idea of dumb phones. I use my phone so much for work. I'm in the digital marketing, advertising space, so I'm constantly using my phone for that, and especially for this YouTube channel. I'm just on my phone a lot, and I think you can go the route of just buying a dumb phone for the weekends and the nights, or you can work to make your current phone a little bit more dumbed down, a little more distraction free. So the idea here is I want to be able to hit one button on my phone and turn it completely dumb. So I'm gonna be doing a few things. Here's my current setup, which you all will probably laugh at me because it's already like really dumbed down, but there's still a lot of colors here. There's all these apps here, which sadly, I don't think there's a way of getting rid of the app drawer or whatever this is called, the app library currently. But again, what we're gonna be using here is an app called Dumb Phone, I believe it's called. So that's gonna be where we're gonna start. Wow, we're diving right in, aren't we? Yes, we are. So we've got here the app itself. I was downloading a wallpaper earlier from there. So if you want the discount, you go into the app, you go into like restore purchases or something, and then put it in there for the app. But basically you're gonna come through, you're going to pick which apps you want to be on your home screen. You can rename and reorder them. You can come in here and rename it, remove it. Like it says, you can reorder them how you want, hit done. Come over here, you can kind of mess with how it looks. You can set it up so that depending on your phone's dark or light mode, it's going to change accordingly. There's that. You can change the actual color. You can download your wallpapers, which will be important here in a second. The wallpapers they have will sort of make your, as you can see, I've already done, make your little bar down here look like it's not there. It's still there. It's just blending in. Just slide back over here. You can change the spacing of these. You can do custom different fonts and things like that. There's plenty of them here. I like this just sort of basic one. You can change the color of your fonts. I have it set there. You can change how big or small it is. I feel like that's a good one. You can set whether you want it to be like that or all caps or all lowercase. I kind of like the all lowercase look. I've gone ahead and put camera messages, Sunsama, Spotify, calendar, and photos. These are things I usually need to access nights and weekends as well. I like to take pictures of my kids, talk to folks, friends and family. Sunsama is basically my to-do list, so if any to-dos come about even on family time, I can throw them in there. Always listening to music or podcasts, things like that. So Spotify is a big one. Calendar, so I know what everybody's up to, and photos. So let's hit the preview button. That's not what I meant to do. Let's hit done. You can add more of these too, so you can add more apps. And I think that's kind of it. So you can upgrade to Pro here. They've also got a distraction blocker, Focused OS from the same developer, as well as Pomodoro timer as well, some more apps.
The app icon, you can change the way that looks. It doesn't really matter. I've seen before, like, something you can do is you can actually add this to your dock right here in the middle if you want to, just to have quick access to this app while you're in dumb mode. All right, and that's about it. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come over here and long press. I'm gonna hit this button here, and I already have it made. Let's just do a new one though. Let's pop here, scroll over, hit edit, add widget. I'm gonna come over, I think it's, yeah, right there at the top. So that's one there, I'm gonna add that. Now, I like to be able to have mine in the middle. Now with the new iOS 18, you can just drop it there in the middle, or you can add, if you're not on iOS 18 and you want it to be in the middle, you can add another widget up here at the top if you'd like to. But already, you can see we have a good look here. The app itself doesn't have the name of the app because what I've done, and by the way, that's how I don't have the app names of these apps, is I come into customize, and you want to pick large, because if you don't, you're going to see the names of the apps. It's not a big deal. I've gotten used to the larger icons. I kind of like it, especially with the non-words. I think that looks really clean. By the way, steal this background layout if you want to. But now you have these two dots here. Now, I'm kind of on the fence about these two dots, because something you can do. Well, first of all, let's hit this. And we've got that selected. I can uncheck that, and now this is, what are we doing here? Oh, it's automatic. So now that's really clean. Something that is optional though. First of all, I would come over here and delete all of these. You can do that as well. I tend to see these as tools, like seeing how much battery things have. Obviously, the weather and then calendar. I think those are helpful. This is still here, and there's not currently a way of getting rid of that. So something you can do, if you don't mind, is adding another page like that, add a widget, come down here to that app again, and just adding, yeah, they have a spacer too. So let's just add the spacer there and hit done. Now your apps are 2 swipes away. So there's a little bit more friction there if that's what you need to not be in this world. You can have that. However, these 2 dots are down here. So that part's going to be up to you. I'm just going to go ahead in terms of aesthetic for this video, just have this one page. So already we have a really clean aesthetic dumb phone setup look. Nomad is one of those brands that has been around for a while, and I've always just been in love with their design. So I was super stoked when they said they would be open to sponsoring today's video. I said, hey guys, I just got the iPhone 16 Pro if you want to send out some iPhone 16 stuff, as well as I love your chargers. I think they look amazing. So this is the stand one, which is really, really nice. As I could already tell, I mean, that has really nice heft to it. I mean, like, it's nice because this is going to happen, right? You're going to pop that on there, and then you're going to be able to pull it off without having to, like, put a hand on it and pull it off like that. Overall design, I think this thing is absolutely gorgeous. I love, like, this is glass here on the front, like, kind of like with a white color behind it. This is nice and silicone textured, so it's not gonna like hurt your device to put it on there. Just this sort of single body design, nice rubber padding on the bottom, and then USB-C plug there. So here's the unboxing experience for this guy here. It comes in a nice little wrapping. That's pretty premium feeling. All right, and there is the back. That looks pretty nice, nice and slim. It's not going to add a lot of bulk or weight, I can tell. So it does attach via strong magnets, but then also has this like re-stickable kind of situation here too. So that looks really nice. You still get, you know, those edges and sides that, oh, that feels really nice. I'm trying to hold it up here so you all can see on the overhead camera. So that's a good look, right? You still get access to the whole ports and buttons as they exist on the phone, but like I said, it does add a little bit of protection for the back of your phone and does have the raised camera area, so you're protecting your cameras as well. Again, thanks to Nomad for sending out these products. I'm going to be enjoying them for a while. I said I want to be able to hit one button and switch to dumb phone mode. So what I thought about doing is coming over here to settings, Let's pop back into focus mode. I've already sort of pre-set up a dumb mode. I have the apps I want to be able to use, which are basically the ones that are on, or apps that give me notifications are on my home screen. The people I want to be able to talk to. And now I want to be able to set up a new lock screen. Now, for me, I think when I think of a dumb phone, I don't want it to have color. I don't want it to be enticing at all. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come in here, swipe over to new, hit the plus button. We're going to do, can I just do color? Where are colors? Color. We're going to just pick black. We're not going to do gradient. Is there just a way? How do I just get nothing? Solid. There we go. All right. We're going to be as simple as possible. I think, there we go. Hit add. Customize home screen, and this is where I'm going to go back in and add again this one. Hit done. Hit done. Boom. So that's going to be my lock screen, and then this is going to be my home screen. I need to come back in here and edit, customize again, make these large, and then the little, I mean, the icon for the app is just a little degree symbol, so it's nothing crazy. But this is what my phone looks like now, right? Super minimal. I think the final thing that I like to do is grayscale. Now I have this currently set up where I triple click the lock button, and now everything's in grayscale. If I come into messages, my messages are going to be in grayscale. Again, just making the phone less enticing to use, right? To make it into a dumb phone. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to come over to Siri shortcut. I should have just typed in shortcut. Let's do that. Shortcuts. Boom. I have set color filters, but I want to change the name to dumb. All right. Now I want to search an action. Focus mode. Set focus. Okay. Turn do not disturb. No, turn dumb on until turned off. All right. So what this is going to do, it's going to put my phone into focus mode. We're going to hit done. We're actually going to come back to our focus modes, because something I need to do is say I want to choose this background. I want to choose only, I think that's the new one. So we're only going to show the one page of apps on the home screen. All right, so there's my focus mode. Now my phone is in not dumb mode, right? We're in not dumb mode. I have my usual lock screen. I've got all my apps in their glorious color here going on. Now what I want to do is I want to hit this action button. I'm going to come over here to choose a shortcut, and I'm going to pick, where is it? Dumb. All right. Let's see if this works, right? So 5 o'clock just hit for the day. I want to just be in dumb phone mode. I'm going to click and hold. Boom. Grayscale's turned on. I have my apps. My home screen has been turned here. The thing I haven't figured out yet, and maybe you can, is how to then hit that again and make it undumb phone the phone. I don't really know how to do that, but that's it for this video. This is how you do a one-click dumb phone on the iPhone 16 Pro. I know it sounds silly. I got the Pro model. It's brand new, and I'm trying to dumb it down into a dumb phone. But like I said, as a dad, you know, and as a friend, and as someone who does other things than work and be on the internet all day, I want to be able to disconnect when I need to. So that's my solution for that. I hope you all enjoyed. I hope this is interesting and at least sparks some ideas and creativity on your end. I'm excited to have an action button. I had the iPhone 13 before this, so I didn't even have that option. So that's super cool. Today we've got a special package from Nothing. If you've never heard of Nothing, it's a tech company, and they make really nicely designed products. I think they just have a certain aesthetic and appeal that is the kind of thing I love and hope to do more of on this channel. I would love to work with Nothing more.
Nothing, I would love to work with nothing more. No, but they did just release their ear opens, which is basically an open ear earbud situation, which we're going to get into. We're going to unbox, go through the design and sort of first impressions, and then as always, I'll come back to you all after about a few days to a week and let you know sort of my full review on the product. So I need to add that I actually bought these with my own money. Nothing did not send these to me. I do have an Amazon link down below, which I'll get a tiny bit of kickback. I don't even know how much I'll get from that, but if at any time during this video, if you want to pick up some of these, you can check the Amazon link down below and grab yours there. So let's get into it. I've seen some other unboxings and other people got this really nice box that this box sat within, which I'm a little sad I didn't get that. I bought them right from the company website, so a little bummed about that. But let's check out the unboxing experience that we have here. All right, so that's all for that box. Here are the buds themselves. So let's go ahead and pull those out. Nice and small. We'll get into that in a second. Not the best unboxing experience, I'll say. So you have some paperwork here with a QR code on the front, scan, QR code to install. I do like that. The Nothing app, which I did get on my phone. Safety information, warranty information is in there, as well as like kind of a quick guide. And then here you have USB-C to USB-C. Looks like a very, very short cable, but should be good there. So get all that out of the way and we'll actually get into the earbuds themselves here. So again, a Nothing app QR code to scan there. The app's just gonna give you a little bit more functionality. I'm gonna be honest with you, this unboxing experience hasn't been as great as I kind of thought it might be. And I honestly don't even know how to get, that little pull tab didn't work very well. All right, and here are the buds themselves. An interesting design, and they went for this sort of like dragonfly kind of theme with this thing because it kind of does look like that. But those are the buds themselves. The case, nice and light, USB-C charging. There's a little indent right there to sort of help the back parts stay. I've heard these kind of flop around a little bit, but actually not really. I wonder if this indentation here on the front piece is something they added so that wouldn't happen as much. But nice magnetic enclosure, which does have a little LED light that pops up there so you can see when they're charging. But here are the buds themselves. Wow, nice and light. You can see we have a color code here, red for right and white for left. Sort of fits in with their theme. This is gonna take some getting used to. I've never had an open ear earbud before, just so you know. Looks like a pairing button here. Just so you can get an idea of the design. Nice silicone area that'll sort of wrap around the top of my ear. Battery's probably sitting right there, some extra battery. And as you can see, these don't have a bud that actually goes in your ear. They go over the top of your ear and then sit right in the little canal there. I think I'm putting these on right. Like I said, I've never owned any open ear headphones before, so I'm excited for this experience. Honestly, already doesn't feel like I have anything. I mean, I can feel them on because they're cold, but like weight wise, there's nothing in my ear. That was probably awesome. If we can get that in slow-mo. Actually, don't do that. Very, very comfortable. Wow. So yeah, first impression in terms of like the feel, you know, I had some concerns about the charging case. Also, this is sick. Watch this. Ready to go. Whereas like AirPods, I don't have them down here, but you open, put one in, maybe even switch hands to put the other one in. That's a whole thing. I just did that in sort of one swift movement. Put it on the table. Boop. Boop. I'll get faster at that. That's nice. That's a lot faster, which is something maybe a lot of people haven't thought about with things like this. The design is fantastic. You probably all know that I love good design with technology. I love form and function, hence my newsletter. Check it out in the description down below. Form and function. I love tech that looks amazing and also has a good amount of functionality. So this is a brand, like I said, I want to learn more about. Okay, so it does kind of, I'm sure you guys can hear that. Nothing crazy. I think the thing that was sort of concerning me before I had these in hand was like pocketability, and I do think they're smaller than I thought. And I was thinking, you know, like that's kind of a wide footprint to slide into your pocket, but honestly, it's really nice to hold, slide it in your pocket like that, which is cool too. But let me go ahead and get them paired up to my phone here. Bluetooth. So the light here is blinking, which tells me it's ready to go. There it is, nothing ear open. Yeah, but I just can't talk enough about the brand and the design and the view of these things. All right, so they should be paired. Let's go ahead and slap them on my ears. So let's play some music here, which obviously you all won't be able to. It literally feels like they're not on my ears because I'm used to like shoving a bud into my ear. Whoa, the bass. Bon Iver's new Space Side is fantastic. Wow. And I can obviously hear everything around me because they're open. Just give me a second. I hear those vocals. All right, there's touch controls on these two. I'm not gonna get into that too much. I know that you can like kind of customize them. You can hop into the app here as well, which I haven't set up. So when I come back for the full review, I'll definitely go through the app, how I've sort of customized these to my liking. I am kind of blown away at the audio quality. It's, wow. That's cool. Nothing. Let's be friends. Send me your phones and your watches and all your products from now until the end of time. I want to dive into what it looks like to be a part of the Nothing family. I'm pumped on these. I'm gonna go on a run later today. I'm gonna try them then. I'm gonna try them around the house, try them in the work environment, see how loud it truly is to others around me. Ask my wife if she can hear it. I'll let my wife try them. Anyway, I'm pumped, excited for this. Again, link in the description. I'll be back to you all in a few days after I've had a chance to try them out. I've been using the Nothing, what are they called again? Nothing Ear Opens. That's right. For quite a few days now, I've been running with them. I've been wearing them around the house with the kids and family around. I've been wearing them a little bit at work. My sort of first impressions is, I think I mentioned earlier, this is my first open headphone ever, whether it's a headphone or earbud, my first open concept headphone. And for those of you who aren't familiar, it's basically just putting a speaker like right here and pointing it into your ear instead of having an actual tip in your ear blasting the music right in. It's just a speaker that's right around the outside of your ear. That way you can hear ambient noise and sounds. There's no noise canceling on these because it kind of defeats the purpose. The idea here is they're unobtrusive. They don't feel like you're wearing anything, yet you have music and phone calls and stuff and podcasts and audiobooks playing almost magically. I say almost because there's a lot I love about these. As I mentioned before, the design, fantastic. I mean, everything from like the way they designed things to have this sort of like open concept with see-through design and kind of this like teenage engineering-esque vibe. I'm not super in the design world to know what like that type of design is called or anything, but the design is cool. Even like the way it wraps around, it's weighted nicely between like this back here, which is I think some extra battery. It sort of just sits, I mean, it looks like an ear if you think about it. I have found actually that sometimes I forget I'm wearing them. Other times I can feel them. It's almost like a fatigue, if I'm being completely honest. I think just anything sitting on any part of your body where there usually isn't anything, a ring for instance, you're gonna notice it. And I think maybe over time, wearing these a lot, I would start to not realize that I'm wearing them. But I have found if I wear these for a couple hours, I actually do feel almost like this back metal piece, like squeezing in on my ear a little. Just the added weight. I mean, they're very light, but the added weight that's not usually there, sitting and pulling on my ear, you do notice it. As for like walking around the house, listening to music and being able to hear and talk to my kids and my wife, you got to keep the music down low. And I feel like usually when I'm listening to music, I want it kind of loud and like pumping me up or whatever it might be, or fitting the vibe of my mood. And so you really have to be kind of listening to the music in the background to even hear like my daughter coming up to me and trying to talk to me. If I have the music where I would like it to be, I still need to turn it down to hear her. So there's that, which is interesting. I think overall the experience is cool. I'm gonna keep these. I think they're really cool, especially for for running, like with cars and stuff. Like being able to hear your surroundings while you're running is super important, and having like AirPods on and running and everything's blocked out, not ideal. So I like running with these. I will say, because they aren't like in your ear, I constantly have felt like they're like falling off or they're not in the right place, but they are. I mean, this design right here keeps them in the right place. There's not really a way that these would like come off. I don't know. It's a strange experience for someone who's never worn something like this. The final thing I'll say that was a con, like a major con, is I let my daughter put these on for a few minutes just to see like if they would fit her little ears, which they kind of didn't. They were like hanging out like this, which is kind of cute. But then I went to take them off her and give them to my wife, and this piece was like 200 degrees, like really hot. And I don't know why. I think it was just this right one, like the red one. It was so hot, like really hot. And I put it on my wife and she was like, ow. And like, that was weird. It's only happened once, that one time. And I don't know why that happened. I don't think it was a matter of like, it was getting hot while it was charging, because I had taken it off and giving it to my daughter. So I'm not really sure what happened there, but that is of concern. And I don't know if that's something other users have found as well, or if it's just a fluke thing that happened one time to me, hasn't happened since, but just something to be aware of. That was kind of wild. Let's get into some other stuff here. So I really have enjoyed them as music playing. What I'm missing being an iPhone user is being able to use Siri. You can't, as far as I can tell, like they don't pick up Siri and stuff. So I'm missing out on that. However, they do have ChatGPT integration, but only if you're using a Nothing or maybe CMF phone. So I think to get the full experience of these, you have to be a Nothing phone user. And I really hope to have one day. I would love to continue to dive into Nothing products. And like I said, the design, like I'm in love with their designs. Even like the CMF lineup, I'd love to test out a watch, a phone, all of that stuff. I just like what they're doing. It's fun. It's like fun technology. Like they're trying to do things well and intentionally and professionally, but there's also a certain amount of fun mixed in with everything that kind of goes beyond like tech giant Apple, right? Like tech giant Apple is going to be good and easy to use and professional, well made, but like, and try to be, I don't know. I don't really know how to explain it. Like there's just more fun to be had in watching this company do things than I feel like someone like Apple, for instance. I don't know. So I want to be a part of this and I want to explore their other products. So Nothing, if you're watching this, I'd love to work with you all some more. Yeah, but that's my review of the Nothing Ear Opens. So I do have a link in the description, affiliate link to the Amazon page if you want to pick yours up from Amazon. Otherwise, just check out the Nothing website to order yours. And I'd get a little bit of a kickback to help the channel, so I'd appreciate that. I will say, as an iPhone user and these, they pair really well. The touch controls where you're like pinching and stuff and turning up the music, turning down the music. On here, by the way, you can do that all from the headphone. All of those features are super nice. USB-C charging. The size hasn't bothered me at all. I love the fact that I can just go like this, whoop, and I'm ready to go, right? Like that's so fast, which I mentioned earlier as well. Yeah, I don't know. If you have any other questions about these, let me know in the comments and I will answer you. I've enjoyed them. They have some quirks. I think the biggest problems, again, is that I have an iPhone and not a Nothing phone. So would be interested in like almost reviewing these again if I'm able to get a Nothing phone. I think that would be an interesting like sort of comparison there, how much better these actually work when paired with a Nothing phone. But anyway, that's gonna do it for this video. Unboxing and testing out this really cool tool set from Black Zero. Black Zero reached out, asked if I could review this for them. I was like, yes. My tool set is like real old school and kind of janky. I'd love to have something a little more minimal, sleek, well-designed, all that. So they actually sent out like kind of the full kit here. It comes with the drill, comes with some tools here, you know, wrench, all that kind of stuff. There's a screwdriver, hammer, fun stuff. And then actually like a sort of section here to keep screws, things like that, just organize some bits and bobs here, and then they all stack in a really cool way too. So I'm going to check all these out. There's a lot to get through here, so I'll try to go quickly. I think I'm gonna first start with the drill. Special thanks to Black Zero for sending this out for me. They did send it for free, and I do make commission off sales, but I think there is a code at the link in the description where you can get a certain percentage off if you'd like to buy that. But I have made a note to always lead with that kind of stuff when I'm doing these reviews, just so you can take it as you will. As always, open and honest reviews here. They haven't told me what to say. All of these thoughts are my own. So let's pop this one open first. We'll move these out to the sides here. Cool. All right, let's slide this out. So I really liked these because of how well and intentionally they were designed. So each of these sections comes with its own little box with a handle, and then you can actually stack them and have it as a full tool set, which is super exciting. So let's pull this around. It's got a little icon here to show you which tool is in which section. A little open button. Let's see what that's like. Do I need to unlock? I'm not sure how this all works. Okay. Then the open button, that opens. I'm gonna leave that. Designed for ultimate creativity. Okay. All right, a little crazy in here, but that's okay. To be expected with shipping. Wow, there's a lot more in here than I thought there would be actually. We've got drill bits. Hopefully you all can see that up top. We've got different, let's get the actual drill out. Wow, there's a lot in here. Okay, here's the charging cable. What's cool is this drill charges with USB-C. The thing I would be most concerned about, like, is if it's as powerful as, you know, a regular drill. I don't like build stuff for a living. I occasionally have to put a hole in the wall to hang something. Some technology needs to be screwed, or like the back of a toy taken off. So in terms of like my use case, wow, that's really cool. What? Okay, weird, it has to like start up. Do you hear that in sound? My dog's coming. Literally sounds like an alien ship taking off. This is neat. So there's an actual like screen kind of deal back here. And ooh, wow, you can pick. So this is automatic. I don't know how you switch from forward to back. Okay, so you just tap this button here. All right, so when it's not automatic, let's see if that changes. All right, so yeah, different power levels according to what you're putting in there. Something I did notice, like if you're pushing on this, you don't want it to be changing on you, but that actually doesn't seem to be a concern. Like as you're pushing into a wall or something. So there's that. This battery pack can come out and charge. That's actually super helpful. Or if you were to buy some backups, that would be nice too. Ooh, that just feels, you know those videos of like people acting like first person shooter, but they have like random tools? Listen to that. It's like pumped for that. That is fantastic. So that's what comes in here. You got different drill bits, different means of holding on to screws and stuff. That has magnetic like abilities there to hold screws. Lots of different sizes here, extenders. That does it for the drill, which I probably should have saved that for last because that's like really exciting. All right, there is the, I'm gonna put that off to the side. That's the drill, which is exciting. Let's, before we get into the tools, we're gonna use just like the storage unit here and unbox that. I love how they all stack and can be just like one big toolbox, or maybe you just need a drill. You can just pop that right off the top, leave this stuff in the basement or, you know, in your tool shed, whatever, if you don't actually need it for the job. But again, each of these also is kind of its own little thing. What I don't know with this one is what all comes in it. All right, so tool storage box. Okay, we'll throw that over there. Oh wow, it actually comes like fully loaded with screws. These are like little rubber tubes, wall anchors, more screws there. This is actually really helpful. These things, you know, to hang photos with, some more electrical kind of stuff in here. Again, more wall anchors and screws. Lots of wall anchors and screws, which is super helpful. Different various sizes, but you know, you can obviously use these if you want, or just take all this out. I also see you can kind of adjust these sections however you want to. So you just kind of like slide them out. You can make spaces bigger, smaller, just use it to fit your needs, which I think that looks amazing. Wow, that's so nice, dude. All right, let's see how this works. Can I? Okay. Whoa. Okay, so instead of just doing like this, you just pull it up and push it in. And now look. Huh? Huh? Wow, what? I'm such a nerd and also such an adult. Like, why do I enjoy this so much? All right, let's see what tools we can get into here. Last one, last but not least. And again, on Amazon at the link down in the description, you can buy any of these like individually. Like you can just buy this, or you can buy them all as a set. There's just a lot here. This is ultimately just gonna replace my whole toolkit upstairs. I keep forgetting this little button on the front. Just super nice, just boop. That's super cool. All right, little more packaging stuff here. Little manual. All right, so we get a box cutter, which is cool. This hammer's nice. It's got, I keep seeing a lot of videos online about this, but like you can put a nail here on the top and get it started by just doot and then hammer it the rest of the way. So it does have that. There's a little magnet up there to hold the nail in place when you start to hit it into the wall. That just looks really nice, huh? It's more like an pickaxe Thor hammer than a regular working hammer. Ooh, okay. Bit of a mallet situation. That's cool. A little mallet extension piece for the hammer. You've got your long screwdriver. You've also got a very short one in case you're working in tighter spaces. You can fit. Again, more bits to choose from. You have a really well-designed tape measure as well. Doesn't seem to hold very well. Yeah, I don't know about that. There we go. Maybe you just need to work it a little bit to get that to hold. So that's nice. Just a little one on the go if you need it. Pliers, nice. These are all standard tools, right? They feel really nice. They feel well made, feel solid. As you guys know on this channel, I'm all about that intersection between form and function, and I don't think I've seen many tools that fit the whole form side of things. Obviously, tools are very functional, but a toolkit that looks as nice as it is functional, that's what I'm talking about. So, all right, let's see. Let's add the final piece here. We'll also get a weight check on this. Not too bad. Not too bad. That's so sick. Come on. Everything you'd need right here. Again, let's talk really quickly. I don't know that this is for like the guy who his 9-to-5 job is construction, right? I think, but as a homeowner, as a minimalist, someone who wants to be able to put this on a shelf and it not be like falling all over the place with screws falling out of it, like really good look, really functional. The design is great. This is a nice hard plastic. Let me pull this off just to get the drill out to take it to what I need to take it to. This is just, it's well done. And I do like, I was actually confused as to why there's a button, but now think about this. I just took that off. What if I go to pick this up and I haven't latched these? The button protects that from just falling all over the place. Well thought out. Great design. Thank you, Black Zero, for sending this. I literally am gonna be using this tomorrow. Actually, I think I might be hanging something. And then we're hopefully planning to get a new house in the next year or so. And there's gonna be a lot of bits and pieces of projects that I'll need to work through there. So yeah, again, link in the description, pick yours up. I'm gonna be playing around with these. I don't know that I need to do much more in terms of a review. I mean, it works or it doesn't. I think the biggest question y'all will probably have is like, how powerful is the drill? It's cool, you can charge it via USB-C and you can take the battery out and just charge the battery. That's cool too. If you have any questions about this product, let me know in the comments down below and I'll try to get you an answer. Thanks again to Black Zero for sending this out. If you'd like to pick yours up, there's one at the link in the description. So I've been using the QCY Mellow Buds for a few weeks now, and thanks to QCY for sending these out for review. Here's the overlying thing. Build quality is cheap. The plastic's cheap, okay? But that said, the price is cheap. So sometimes you have to make certain sacrifices to get the price down. That being said, and that's kind of negative, but the idea of how affordable they are, and that being said, how much functionality they have. I mean, active noise cancellation, pass-through mode, tap controls, like they feel really comfortable in your ear. I don't know. I mean, I think this might be one of the best value earbuds products that I've definitely reviewed on the channel, maybe out there right now, maybe I'll say. I mean, they're great. USB-C, the pairing is instantaneous. Like, I have had very little problems with these. So the trade-off here is cheaper materials, which you can't really tell like from afar. I mean, that looks like an AirPods Pro, but cheaper plastic for sure. But like there's multiple microphones, like speakers. I don't know. I think if you're someone who might want to just have like gym headphones that you can just like keep in your bag, maybe have different headphones for work or something, or vice versa, to have like a second pair of headphones as a backup, that makes a lot of sense. Or if you're just trying to ball on a budget, like this value, like bang for buck, the functionality here, let's just forget build quality for a second. The functionality is worth way more than what they're charging for these. So that is my review. I think they look great. They feel great. They're super light because of the plastics they've used. And I don't know. It's a nice experience. They look great. QCY Mellow Buds might just be the way to go for you. So if you want to pick yours up, QCY Mellow Buds, link in the description, grab yours today. I honestly recommend these as a budget earbud set with tons of functionality. So I've enjoyed them. I think you will too. Thanks so much for watching this video, and thanks to QCY for sending these out for review. Open ear audio is very weird. There was really no reason for me to make this video other than I've had the chance recently to review some open ear earbuds and headphones, and the idea of an open ear headphone is this. And you'll see why I have this little Bluetooth speaker here in a second. To be able to listen to your music or podcasts or playlists and not shut out the rest of the world, right? That's like the marketing, the branding of open ear audio. We're so used to this world of like noise cancellation where you block out everything around you so that you can be focused and do your work or work out or whatever it needs to be. Well, some people are like, hey, I don't want my wife to come up to me and start talking to me and then me to be like, huh, what? Oh, someone's talking to me, have to pull out an earbud. So the idea of open ear is you can listen to your audiobooks, your podcasts, your music, but then if someone talks to you, you can hear that. Or if you're on a run down the street and you hear a car coming, you can actually hear them and not have that blocked out from your listening area. For those of you who don't know what open ear audio is, it's basically if you take a speaker and put it near your ear and position it in a way that it fires into your ear. Now, I'm not plugging up my ear with an earpod that is blocking out the rest of the world. In fact, a lot of earpods nowadays have active noise cancellation, which means not only is it physically blocking out sound, but it's also listening with microphones to hear the rest of the world and then actively canceling out that sound as well. So you're in a true sort of silent zone where all you hear is what's coming out of your earbud. Open ear is like this. So I'm able to hear myself talking, I'm able to hear noise around me, and there is music, a speaker, whatever, firing into my ear. Now that concept is interesting. If you can imagine just having two Bluetooth headsets like this. So that's cool, right, in theory. But my problem is when I listen to music and I want to listen to the music, I want to be focused on that music. So say I take an open ear headphone to Starbucks and I'm going to do some work. Well, now I'm hearing people talking around me. I can hear the music they're playing in Starbucks, and now I'm trying to hear my music. So two options here. Don't wear that type of a headphone to Starbucks.
wear active noise cancellation or something if that's what I want. Or I can turn my music up loud enough where I can still hear the babble of people and maybe hear a little bit of the music, but my music is loud. But now, if someone comes up to talk to me from my left side, I can't hear them because my music's too loud. I think the only real use case for open ear headphones is background noise, static noise, white noise. So I want to do some work, but I need just some chill hop in the background that I don't have to focus on. This is for people who like to study with the TV on because they like to have some sound in their environment. I can never do that. If the TV's on, I'm trying to work, no, can't do it. Another use case would be if you're going on a run and you do want to hear cars, but you're not listening to the music. If I'm going on a run with my open ear earbuds and I want to really feel the music while I'm running to motivate me, I'm going to turn it up to feel the music. And therefore, in a sense, I'm canceling out the sound around me that the open ear audio is supposed to be letting in. So the only real way I can see using open ear audio is light background music while you're doing things, which means if you're going after one headset or one earbud or one headphone to do everything for you, I don't think open ear headphones are for you. So what's going to happen is you're going to need open ear headphones and some other kind of earbud for those times you want to be focused, for those times you want to hear the music, for those times you want to concentrate on the podcast you're listening to, right? So open ear is really cool. In fact, some open ear brands, like something's really cool that Nothing has done, right? I reviewed their Nothing ear opens. They actually have, I think, what they call reverse noise cancellation. So the earbuds aren't working to cancel out sound around me. It's working to cancel out the music or the sound I'm playing so that the person sitting next to me doesn't hear it, which is really interesting. And I think if you're going to be using a device like this, that makes a lot of sense. And I think the technology is super cool there. I don't know if this is a rant or what. More than anything, I want to hear your thoughts and comments down below. Maybe you have some other use cases, but I just find that these open ear audio devices are sort of niche. Like I've said, you have to only be wanting to listen to something in the background in order to get the purpose of what they're there for, to be able to hear your surroundings while also listening to music. So anyway, I'm eager to hear your thoughts. I think there's definitely a place in the market for them. I just think the use case is very slim, at least in my opinion. Eager to hear what you think in the comments down below. Today we're unboxing a special package from my new friend over at Unfinished. Abdel has sent me a monitor riser, which is super exciting. I've been on the hunt for one for a while. The company is called Unfinished because they make their products very much finished. In fact, I'm not going to do anything to mine, but they leave them unfinished so you can stain them whatever color you want, you can paint them whatever color you want, you can add your creativity to the creativity that's already here. So special thanks to Unfinished for sending me this. I'm excited to get into it, to put it together, which you'll see takes 10 seconds, he said. This is just a really exciting company and a really exciting product, and I'm excited to dive in. So let's get into it. Before we do though, on this channel, we talk about tech from a minimalist and intentional living perspective. Obviously, a monitor stand isn't necessarily tech, but it fits the vibe of what you all enjoy. So if that sounds interesting to you, please consider subscribing and like this video for more. When I found this company, I was just super pumped. I like what they're doing. Everything's handmade in San Diego, I believe. Yes, San Diego, California, which is super cool. Wow, look at that. Thank you for the support. I don't know if you guys can see that. That's cool. Right. So he has actually sent it to me already put together, which is nice. So let's slide that there. So here is the monitor stand. You've got a couple different, this is like the longer one, I believe. Wow, it feels really nice. This one's the oval version. There's also a squared off version. There's also a version that comes with an extra shelf here as well. So a few different configurations you can use. You can see that he shipped it put together already, but really this is, I don't know if yours would come put together, but it's as simple as 3 parts, right? And if I think you get the one with the shelf, I think it's 4 parts. So
Really simple, and all of their products are like this. They don't just make monitor stands, they also make bookshelves, they make end tables, coffee tables. All of them are super, super duper easy to put together, like so. And again, as you can see, it is a sort of unfinished wood texture, nicely sanded. It's nice and smooth here, but if I wanted to add primer to this and paint it, if I wanted to stain it to perfectly match, whether it's this bamboo top of this desk, or if maybe I had a maple desk or something, I could stain it a sort of dark maple color. So you can really work with this to finish it in a way that fits your space. There's not much here, which you all know I love. Very minimal. It's going to get the job done. A few other features here, of course, with any sort of desktop riser, it not only gets your screen up higher so you're not looking down, you're more ergonomically working throughout the day. It also gives you under storage space, so you could put your keyboard under there while you're not using it. If you have any sort of dock or something, you could slide those under there. Gives you more space back on your desk. I like the wooden, not wooden, the oval design. I think that looks really cool actually, but like I said, they do have squared off versions as well. Yeah, so before we go any further, if you want to pick yours up, link in the description, you'll get a certain percentage off, and of course it helps the channel as well. I did receive this product for free, thanks Abdel, so take that as you may. I was just really excited to find this company, and I actually reached out to them. I personally want to become best friends with the company and have them send me any new product they make in this unfinished look, and just have this look be like my look. I think this looks so nice how it is. Now, obviously, you know, it's not really protected how it is. You know, we got to put a coaster on there if we're going to put a drink on there or not, and let it sort of build character over time with the use that it gets. But I don't know. I mean, this, I don't know why. Just the simplicity. And maybe you could go out and make this yourself, but not with the love and dedication that this company has, I can guarantee that. So last thing I want to do. So obviously it helps with your productiveness. They've got other products here, which by the way, something I did want to do. I have pulled up, because like I said, I was looking for a laptop or monitor stand like this for a while, but they are so dang expensive. So Ugmonk sells cards and stuff. They have a stand that I thought looked nice. It's metal, I think, $329. Setup Cockpit from Balolo is a new company I've started to learn more about, $219. Which isn't bad actually. The desk shelf from Grovemade. Grovemade's a big player in this sort of desk setup space. Their stuff looks really nice, don't get me wrong. $390 with no desk tray, large, expensive. And here is the current one you're looking at, 42 inch without shelf, and it's oval, 99 bucks. I mean, it's just fantastic. I mean, look at this. So here's the more squared off one that you're seeing now. Here's it, there's the one with the shelf, which I think also looks super cool. Just 4 pieces of wood. Man, okay. I also, while we're doing this, forgive me, but like, let's come through here. This is their whole idea, right? So here's like the unfinished version of this stool, end table, seat. And then here, you know, the possibilities, people taking it, making it their own, painting it different colors. So it'd be great for like a kid's room. It'd be great for like a meeting space for your colleagues. If you follow them on Instagram, there's a ton of videos of them like putting it together and how simple and easy it is. The coffee table looks fantastic. Bedroom bundle. They got bundles, and I've talked to the founder as well, and he's like, dude, I've got a lot of ideas on the way too, which just has me so excited. I said, dude, if you make a desk, let me be your first customer. Like, I don't know why I'm geeking about this. If you all have been around the channel for a while, you know there are some products that I don't like so much, and there are some products that I rave about, and they're just my honest opinion. Like, I wouldn't be raving if I wasn't actually super excited about this really simple company that makes minimal products. But I don't know. I love it. And I just think it fits, you know, and I think you can make it fit in any space as well. So anyway, oh, this is cool. Order your pieces, style, transform your pieces. They give you some inspiration, and then assemble. I mean, this stool has 3 pieces as well. These like bookshelf end table things have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces. They've got a good mission, you know, sustainability, design. I've talked a lot about potentially getting a new house in the coming months, years. with the family, and I would love to have like an office studio and just be decked out in unfinished stuff. I think that'd be so sick. Anyway, that's gonna do it. Thanks so much again to Unfinished for sending this product out to me. I'm super excited. Should I just leave it here for all my reviews? Like, hey, no, probably not. Maybe, who knows? Thanks so much to Abdel and the team over at Unfinished for sending this out. I'm excited to be working with you guys on videos now and potentially in the future as well. The NWM 1, I've also heard it's pronounced NWM, NWN. Interesting open ear headphone. I've been using them for about a week now. Let's talk about what I think about them. Just a disclaimer, NWM Noom did send me these headphones for free. I am not getting paid for this review. I will potentially make commission off sales, but there is a link in the description if you'd like to pick yours up. Now that that's out of the way, let's talk about these. So first of all, this is the carrying case, I guess. It's just kind of the case it came in. It's like this kind of hard paper material, and it has a nice, kind of looks like a little, you know, purse or something. Interesting. I don't know if this is meant to be immediately thrown away or actually used as a case. I mean, it's technically like a hard shell case, and I have been using it as such. I guess I just wish that it was a little more, I guess, official and made of something other than this paper material, but hey, it's worked for me. It's helped to keep the headphones themselves protected in the bag. So I need to start by saying I first saw these on Instagram, I believe, or maybe I saw them on an ad or something, but the design is just the aesthetic, the way they look, the symmetry, everything about them in that way, I immediately fell in love with. I reached out to the brand and said, hey, I'd love to review these. Can we figure that out? They were kind enough to send them out to me for free to test for you all. The design is fantastic, and I even love the way that the driver's speakers look on the inside. I just love this idea of like a floating speaker. That just looks so nice. And I think in terms of design and how they look, it ends with how they look in your hand and how they look when you wear them sideways. That looks nice. While we're on that topic, let's just talk about this. So you wear them, this sticks out quite a bit, and a great feature that these have is you can actually tilt the actual microphone itself back a little bit. I don't know if you all can see that, back towards your ear more, but when you do that, they stick out even more. So now I look like some kind of Star Wars bartender with these weird antenna things sticking out where my ears should be, which honestly, if that look doesn't bother you, that's one of my biggest problems with this. So if that doesn't bother you, then you're on a good track there. I think something that these have shown me is they might not work for every ear style. I don't know if my ears stick out much, but what I have found is this is how they fit best. And I feel like they're pushed way more forward on my head than most other headphones I would wear. And that's because if I put them where my ear is sort of in the middle of this situation, my ear touches the speakers, which isn't the most comfortable thing. It doesn't necessarily feel wrong. This is just more comfortable where my ear feels open and not touching anything. And then in order to really hear the audio quality well, I have to fire that speaker back towards my ear a little bit. So that's not really like a problem or issue with these. As you all know on this channel, we talk about experiences with tech more so than like how much battery life something has or like the specs and overall, just more the experience. I'm kind of all over the place with this review, but I like these. I think the build quality is nice. I think where they've used plastic, it makes a lot of sense. There's metal in places that it makes sense. They are very light. And that goes into sort of my next point here, which is these are great for like a summer day, because if you like wearing like over ear, round ear, on ear headphones, these breathe. Your ears will not sweat. They won't get like claustrophobic in here because you do have air here that's coming in. And I think for that reason, I really like these. They're so lightweight. This rubbery deal they've chose, silicone, is it's really nice. I think it feels almost like rubber gloves that you would wear. So that's the kind of rubbery feeling, silicone-y, latexy feeling of these, which doesn't sound like it would be that comfortable, but I think when you put it like on your face, it's actually very comfortable. And the fact that there's not a lot of squeezing being done here by this, and the fact that they're not heavy, I think that sort of rubber works well for these. These are open ear. So that means basically, if you can imagine having a speaker that sits right here and just plays music directly towards you. That's the concept with open ear headphones, earbuds, whatever it might be. So you're getting music thrown right into your ear. Others don't hear that. In fact, it's very hard to hear, even at a nice loudish volume, like my wife sitting there, especially if there's like background noise and stuff, can't hear these at all. So that's a good aspect of these. I think, you know, I'm always talking about form and function on this channel, and I'm just interested in that in general when it comes to technology. I think form outweighs function a little bit with this design. I think they look better than they are executed on, if that makes sense. But I'm not saying that they were executed poorly. I think they're great. You get two sort of button interaction features here. First of all, you get a light here. There's microphones here, so if you want to take calls, call quality is not terrible. It's not the most fantastic thing. USB-C charging, which is always nice. You get a volume rocker, so up and down, which is always nice to be able to change volume just on your headset themselves. And then you get a power button. If you press and hold, it turns on and off. If you double click the power button, next song, triple click, back song. So basically all the functions you would technically want. Play pause is also just a simple click on the power button. Some things I guess I wish, which not every headphone has this, I just think like if I had the perfect checklist for these, I wish that you could like maybe turn them or be able to fold them up and place them into something else. Like I said, the carrying case is nice, and I honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, this is all you really need. It's light and this is light. The overall package is very light, which is nice. I think I liked these more than I thought I would, and I was very excited to get them to begin with. The audio quality is great. I love like the amount of bass you can hear with these being open ear. And by the way, so if you're not familiar with open ear, the idea is, like I said, it's like a speaker right here, but also you have access to the outside world. It's not going to be noise canceling. If you're looking for like shut out the outside world and only hear my music or podcast, you need like AirPods or, you know, something that can do active noise cancellation. These are not that. They want you to be able to hear your surroundings. They want you to be able to be walking down the street and hear cars, hear other people. If someone comes up and talks to you, you can hear them in theory, you know, if your music's not too loud, of course. But I think that these are designed really well. I think I will be adding these to my form and function newsletter. Check it out down below. I recommend these. I think the pricing is great. It seems like battery life is great. I haven't charged these since I got them, and I think they got here with like 60% battery. So I've been using them almost daily. I don't know if that checks out with their spec sheet, but that's been my experience with them. So yeah, I like these. I do recommend them. And again, special thanks to NWM, however you say your brand name, for sending these out to me and for the communication that I've had with the brand. Some brands send you something and never talk to you again. I've been able to talk pretty openly via Instagram with the brand, and that has been nice as well. So yeah, if you want to pick yours up, like I said, link in the description. Thanks again to Noom for sending these to me. Interesting one today, the Plod Note Pen AI pen thing. Special thanks to Plod for sending this out to me. AI is the buzzword these days. This one's interesting mostly because of the use case. So this is supposed to be something you wear all the time. You hit a single button, it records the conversations going on around you, summarizes them, puts them into a nice little formatted way in the app. I immediately saw this and thought, okay, there's been a lot of AI devices that have come out. They've kind of flopped. Plod was the one who came out with the thing that you put on the back of your phone, the little card, and then on phone calls, you could hit a button and it would do the same thing. It would sort of summarize the phone calls via AI and format them and stuff like that too. This one's an interesting one to me because of the use case. To me, I want to use this a little bit differently maybe. So there's also an app that has come to my attention. I've been using it for about a week called Clay. And Clay is basically a digital Rolodex. So you can put all your contacts in there. It'll keep track of how you interact with friends, with colleagues, things like that. You can add notes, you can put birthdays in there, all that kind of stuff. I've been kind of using it lately as a means to keep notes on interactions I've had with friends and colleagues. So if I ask my friend, how you doing? And he's like, hey, you know, my dog's not doing too well. I got to take him to a vet. I want to remember that. And I'm not the best at remembering things like that. So I have been trying to put notes into Clay to remember things about friends, to just be a better friend, be a better colleague, remember things in meetings better, stuff like that. I literally haven't even unboxed it yet, and I'm sorry, but I just want to share my use case. I'm eager to use this for that, and then also for work as well. Zoom meetings, in-person meetings, just to really have an assistant, basically a scribe, if you will, to take notes while I'm having important conversations. So when Plod reached out and said, would you like to review this? I was like, heck yeah, let's do it. So I need to mention, they sent me this for free. I do believe I'm getting paid for this review. I also will get kickback at the link in the description. Grab yours down below. There should be a certain percentage off for you. But as always, all thoughts and opinions are my own. Plod hasn't asked me to say anything. I can say whatever I want. So there's that. Super long intro, but that's the angle I'm taking for this device here before we unbox it and start to test it out for a week or two. So this here is the Plod Note Pen Bundle. Your wearable AI memory capsule, device and accessory kit. Comes with a wristband so you can kind of wear it as a watch, a clip so you can wear it on your shirt or, you know, on your blazer if you dress up a little bit more for work and events, or a lanyard. I see myself using the lanyard more, but we'll see. So let's get into the unboxing experience. First of all, really cool packaging. Like, I didn't expect the packaging to look like this, honestly. Ooh, really satisfying pull tab there at the top. Two compartments within the compartment. Here's the pen itself, and here's the accessories. I think we should do accessories first. Wow, I really like the way this looks actually. Here, let's see what we have. My guess is this is the magnetic clip. Pretty heavy and all metal actually. I expected that to be plastic. That's really nice and unexpected. And this is metal mixed with an interesting kind of like a slippery rope. I don't know. So there is that. And then finally, I'm guessing this is the bracelet wrist strap. It's a white design, which is interesting. I'm not sure which one they sent me. It's got the black one on the front, but I'm not sure. Maybe they sent the silver one. Nice silicone, stretchy. How does it work? Oh, it's just magnetic, I think. Yeah, so there's your wrist strap version there. All right, let's get into the pen itself. I've heard this is about the size of like a AA battery, so that's nice. Hopefully nice and light as well. It's interesting, it's magnetically held in the case by some magnets under that there. Wow. Wow, it feels like a little pebble. I don't know why I assumed it was going to be plastic. I guess just for weight purposes, but this seems like an all metal design, which I'm actually really thankful for. I'd rather it be metal than plastic, even if it has to be a little bit heavier. So, all right, showing you how you can use it. So I guess the pen itself comes with a magnetic backing, so you can attach it like behind your shirt kind of thing, like a microphone you would use. You've got the pen version, and then it shows you how to put it in the bracelet as well. Quick start guides. There's obviously an app that goes with all of this as well. USB-C to USB-C charging cable, which is really nice and braided and white. And then here's the actual charging puck itself, which is silicone on the bottom, so that's a good way of keeping it on the desk. Whoa, that is a really strong magnet. All right, let's see. Let's take off the magnetic backing. So this is interesting. You're gonna have to take off the magnetic backing to access the pins here for charging on the charger. Wow, I like the way that sits. I've also seen, you know, some of their marketing materials shows just this sitting on the desk charging during a meeting, in the middle of a conference table, something like that. Yeah, wow, this, I'm gonna be honest with you, pleasantly surprised at the build quality here. It seems to be all metal design. I got the darker one. There's not a clickable button. Oh, I guess it's recording. All right, so that's everything that comes with the Plod, and I think I'm saying that right, the Plod Note Pen. Like I said, I'm excited to use this for a few different scenarios. I guess the big question is always gonna be, are you required to ethically tell everyone around you that you're recording them? I will, but interesting to have devices like these out in the wild where like you could be sitting at McDonald's recording someone's conversation. I mean, you could technically do that with your phone, so there's that too. Not a big deal in my opinion, but yeah, we're gonna play around with this, really get into it, get into the app that comes along with it, see how this works for the next couple of weeks, and I'll be back with you all for my final full review of the Plod Note Pen. Again, special thanks to Plod for sending this out. Links in the description if you want to pick yours up today, and I will see you all in a bit. It's hard to talk about this device without talking about AI, without talking about subscription fees, without talking about like how AI is used in our life. Now, what I'm gonna do is, just to show you how this works, I am going to go ahead and start, it just buzzed, a recording. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna film this review, and then at the end of the review, I'm actually gonna dive into the app and have it transcribe the review that it just heard, have it summarize it, so you guys can get like a real-time view of like everything I've said here compared to how this thing works. So to explain how it works, I think first and foremost, that's where we need to begin. So this one struck me at first because I saw it was announced, and I didn't love it at first because I was in this mindset of like, what are these AI devices? But the more I read into it, and actually when they reached out to me, I was like, okay, hold on, let's take a second look. This one's interesting because it's not trying to be this like companion or run your life for you. I think the main focus of this device, so their focus seems to be more corporate, more meeting focused, creative meetings or professional meetings. And I like that idea. And I don't think it's trying to be, you know, a companion or like, is this real life or not? It's just a tool that's helping you, you know, basically be your scribe that you wear around your neck. It's listening, it's writing down notes and summarizing them, coming up with to-do lists. That said, I think, you know, it's using a couple different AI models. I know ChatGPT-4 is kind of the one that I use most. There's another one they use as well, but it's using that AI model to basically, like I said, summarize what it's hearing. Now, this in and of itself, from what I can tell, is just basically a microphone with a battery. It's all the computing happens via the app. So once you move the data that it's recorded from here over to the app, that's where the magic happens. So there's nothing super special about this device. I will say battery life has been fantastic. It's an all metal design, which also I don't feel is necessary for them, but I love that they did it. I think so many devices coming out now try to come in cheap and, you know, ride down the cost, which makes a lot of sense. But I think like a full metal design, it's got a certain heft, a certain weight to it. You can wear it around your neck like this. They have sort of a wrist strap that you can put it on. You can attach this and use it more of like a clip onto a lapel or something like that. And then also the device itself comes standard with this like little magnet too. So you can kind of wear it pinned to your shirt. It's a pin. I think something I was really interested in, and I wanted to kind of, this is kind of a sidestep away from just the review here, but not only in business meetings and stuff was I interested in maybe getting my meetings summarized, but also like intentional time with friends. Like many of you all may or may not know, I have a thing called Fire Pit Bros, which I do with a couple guys from my church. Every Tuesday night or whenever we can, we make a fire pit, we talk deep, we talk intentionally about one another, we pray for one another. And like, you know, a lot of times I have trouble remembering things that people have going on and whatnot. So I started to bring like a notebook to those meetings and like write down stuff, but then that's clunky because they're like talking to you maybe about something really hard or really exciting. And I'm just like taking notes. I was like, that doesn't really work, but I don't want to forget these things. So I thought it'd be cool to have something like this that's also listening, and that can sort of regurgitate the most important pieces of conversations I've had with, you know, just friends and family. So I was excited to try it out like that, which I'll get into here in a minute. As a review, I think build quality, the battery is great. I've used it for meetings that run over an hour and a half, multiple meetings like that during the week, and it's been fine. Really quick, while we're here, I'm gonna say something about my dog, which is he just got a haircut. And later on, I'm gonna use the Ask AI feature and see if it can remember that I said that. Amidst all of this talk of reviews and technology, my dog got a haircut. We'll see. I'll also say, anytime during this review, link in the description. Thanks again to Plot AI Note for sending this out. And if you buy through the link, it helps the channel. Now, I've been testing this for quite a bit. I've used it in those social situations. I've used it in meetings with clients. I've used it in meetings with my internal team at work. And I have to say, it does a decent job. I think one of my favorite aspects is like putting it in the middle of the table where we're having like an internal meeting, for instance, and it's able to pick up on different voices. And when it transcribes, it'll say like speaker 1, speaker 2, speaker 3. Then you can label those people. Oh, that was Vicky. Oh, that was Sheree. Oh, that was Jeff. And it'll know when those people are talking, that's who it was. And it'll be able to summarize those notes based on who was speaking, maybe who was given a certain task. Jeff, can you get this form filled out for us? It will remember that and add it to the bottom. And I've used it to, I think what's interesting is you can wear it under your shirt and it still picks up. I used it on a client meeting the other day, which ethics are strange with listening devices and AI and blah, blah, blah. And you can make the case that our phones are always listening, that Alexa's always listening, whatever. But that being said, it's probably always good to ask like permission if you can record things, which I didn't do the other day. But I'm not using that for anything. I just wanted to test it. So don't come after me. Let's go ahead and start recording my phone screen here because I kind of want to just dive into the app because again, this is where the magic is happening. I'll also say they have a desktop, I guess, web browser version of the app too, which just allows for better, like, I don't know. You guys know working on the computer has sort of different perks. I'd say the biggest thing is being able to create files and organize these recordings a little bit better. You can see it's currently recording up here at the top what I'm saying, which is cool, and that's happening kind of live. You can see all these different recordings that I've done. But yeah, I wanted to kind of walk through a couple of things. So the next thing I want to talk about, because we've talked about AI, and I think where this product sits, I think it is definitely a tool and it has sort of a specific and good use case. Excuse me. I'm making a video. The next thing with AI, the next thing with just apps, software, tech in general, so many people are mad at how many subscriptions there are these days. Everything tends to be like, hey, you buy the device for this much and then there's a subscription fee. I also don't love that, but it's becoming the way of the world, and as frustrating as it is, I know there are still companies out there who don't ask for subscription fees, but I still don't know how I feel about it. I don't love it. So here's the deal. When you get this device, you have a free plan, which let's hop in here. Your starter plan gets you 300 monthly transcription minutes, right? So you can use this to record all day long, blah, blah, blah. But when it comes to actually subscribing, which I'll show you all in a few minutes, and like summarizing the text and stuff, that's where they're gonna sort of count up your hours, or minutes, I should say. I do have the Pro plan. Again, thanks Plod for sending me a code for that, which gives me 1,200 minutes. It also gives access to this brand new Ask AI feature, which I actually haven't even tried. I wanted to try it with you all. Again, I'll try that here in a few minutes. As you can see, annual $79 or $658 a month for the Pro plan. You still get all these amazing features outside of the Pro plan, but again, it's gonna come down to how often are you using the device. I have some meetings that last 90 minutes, and that's basically a third of that monthly minutes already used up. I could even argue like 1,200 is still a little low, but the good news is you can pick and choose, and also you can always buy more minutes, which is interesting. Take that as you may. That's how the company's choosing to make a little bit more money on this, and obviously it costs money to do all these crazy AI features, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, so that's sort of the subscription membership plan there. All of this can be backed up to the cloud, which is nice. Like I said, there's a desktop version, so you can come in here. You can do different sorts of folders or where it's coming from and import different things. You can also just import audio. So like if I recorded a meeting on my phone, I could also throw it in here as well. Anyway, if we hop in here, you can see it's recording, and in a few minutes, I'll turn this off. But you can see I've used it for 8 different days, 16 files, 9.6 hours, just some fun little stats, I guess you could share if you wanted to. But so before I end the recording, I can honestly say, like, I recommend this. I think it's great. I'm going to continue to use it at work. I literally have happily and excitedly been using it at work. I've used it at church. I've recorded sermons while I'm taking notes and been able to go back and like let AI pick out what it thought was the best parts of the sermon. Like I said, I've used it with friends, and just as a side note, there's an app, this is not sponsored or anything, but there's an app called Clay, which is kind of like a CRM database for your like relationships and friends and colleagues and stuff like that. It's like a personal thing. You can use it with teams as well. I've been using it to try and keep notes on my friends. So like I meet with a guy named Ben and I know what he's got going on and I take notes on him. And the next time I see him, I can open up his notes and remember, oh, he, you know, his daughter just graduated or whatever. Having those notes, and I thought it would be a really cool way to integrate this too. I meet with the Fire Pit Bros. It picks up on the most important parts. I copy paste those into their little files on Clay, and then I have this sort of almost automatic updated version of, you know, how my friends are doing and things like that too, which come at me. I don't have the best memory. And, you know, again, AI is in this weird space where it's like, should I be relying on AI to remember what my friends have going on, or should I just be better at remembering what they have going on? I would say probably. But anyway, just some ideas of how you can use this device as well too. So I recommend it. I think it's fantastic. I think the pricing, it is what it is. I think the device itself is $179. I'll have my editor put it up here if that's correct or not, which I think is a decent price too, especially since the all metal design. I think it's designed intentionally well. I like the way the charger works. You just kind of slap it on there and then USB-C plugs in the bottom. I think the bracelet's interesting. I think the pin is very interesting. I think this is just the most natural way to wear it, and you can even just throw it under your shirt and it'll still pick up on things like that. So in fact, I don't know if it really makes sense to, but no, it doesn't make sense to. I was gonna put it in my shirt so you guys can get an idea for that. But all this said, I'm gonna go ahead and stop recording on here. Thank you, Plot AI Note Pen. So again, just a simple double vibrate means it's done recording. And as you can see, it is already, because I had the app open, it sort of transfers while it's going on. Another great feature I have found is you can actually have it connect to the phone's Wi-Fi, and then the file transfer happens way faster. You can do it via Bluetooth, or you can do it that way. It's like maybe 5 seconds, even if it's a super long meeting, to transfer to the phone if you use the Wi-Fi version. Right when it's done transferring, it goes back onto your regular Wi-Fi, kind of thing like that. So use that if you want to. I've found it to be super nice and a super nice touch and super helpful. So here it is.
A recording. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to film this review, and then at the end.
So it's obviously not the best microphone, but it doesn't really need to be. It just needs to hear well enough for the AI to pick up on who's speaking, what's being said, and things like that. So
I'm actually going to dive into the app and have it.
So you can get an idea of what that sounds like. Transcription. So I'm going to go ahead and click generate. So here's the thing that's cool too. So you can have autopilot, which it'll just listen to the audio and kind of make a summary based on what it thinks is important and sort of structure in a way that it thinks important. If a speaker's speaking, it might pick up on, oh, this was a keynote, or if it's a quick business meeting where you list out the issues and then you want your to-do list, it'll pick up on that. But you can also pick from different templates as well. So you've got meeting note, call note, dictation note, consulting, task management, reporting, a class, a lecture, a training, a call, an interview, medical discussions, things like that. But you can also create your own. So if I created my own level 10 meeting note, which is a specific kind of agenda, a way that I do my internal meeting with my team at work. We have like a segue, we have a scorecard review, rock review our to-do list. Then we go into issues and we talk about what's going on, what's wrong, what do we need to fix, what do we need to solve and discuss. Then we conclude, we have a to-do list, and then we all rate the meeting. So because I've set this up in this way, AI will try and listen to that meeting and then put it in these different sections that I've labeled here, which I think that's super nice. If you have a very specific way how you do meetings and maybe they look a little bit different than one of these templates here, you can do it that way. What I'll do, and what I usually do outside of that meeting, if it's a client meeting or something, I'll just do autopilot, and it says adaptive structure, all scene adaptation. We'll use this template. Speaker labels. So again, you can say who's speaking at what time. It's in English. You can pick your AI model, so Claude 3.5 or GPT-4o, which that's just what I've been using as the default. And so it will go ahead now and transcribe this review, and then we'll be able to see, you know, what the transcription looks like. It also comes up with a mind map, which is really interesting, especially if you have like creative teams. It'll kind of put everything that we've talked about into these like weird sections and tangents and stuff like that too, which is kind of cool. But I'm gonna let this do its thing. It usually takes a few minutes. All right, cool, so it has transcribed it. Speaker number 1, I'm gonna say is me, save. So there we go, I was the only one speaking, so that one's easy. Let's come over to our summary. All right, theme: this lecture focused on AI device design for corporate and professional meetings. Here are the takeaways. All right, chapters and topics, key points, considerations. I think what's cool too, and this one's short, but what I'm really excited for is this Ask AI feature, which again, I haven't tried yet. If you're doing YouTube reviews, here's another idea. Have it create a blog post for you. Like I could just take that and post it as a blog post after I post the video, which is super nice too. So in terms of content creation, you can kind of double your content efforts live, real time, right in the app here too, which I know you can do with ChatGPT and stuff as well. But this is just sort of a streamlined version of this, I think. So let's go ahead and ask AI. Let's say, all right, so add to-dos, rewrite format, that's cool. What did I say about my dog? I said I was gonna do that earlier. Let's see if it remembers. All right. You mentioned that your dog just got a haircut. There you go. I can insert this, which is cool. So put it right there in this like script section. I could also say, let's see if it'll do this. Rewrite format, report email scheme. I wonder if I could just say, make this a blog post. Okay, let's try that. There we go. Review of Claude AI Note Pen. So there we go. There's a blog post right there, which is cool. So anyway, that's cool. I haven't tried that. Here's our mind map. We're gonna discard that. Here's our mind map, right? So takeaways, theme, chapters, topics, which is kind of cool too. I love that. And again, transcriptions here, summaries here, extract conclusions. Let's do that. Device purpose, build quality, battery life. Excellent, yep. Ease of use, social and professional use. So there you go. There's my review. If you'd rather read it, there you go. But yeah, I have enjoyed this. I think it's a good intentional take on AI, and it's not trying to do too much. It's not trying to be your best friend. It's not trying to do your chores and order groceries for you. It is in sort of one package deal, summarizing, you know, meeting notes, things like that, picking up on what's most important. And again, I think one of my favorite features is that you can add your own template, right? You can say, I want you to hear this review I just did and put it in this, you know, sort of structure, right? And I think that's really helpful. That's the device. I recommend it. I think it's cool. I think it's priced well. Again, thanks to Claude for sending this out for review. I have appreciated it. I appreciate working with the company as well. I'm excited to see what they do next with their software, with their hardware as well. But that's gonna do it for this review. Today we have a very special smart ring powered by AI, which I'm excited to dive into. The ring itself is called Lunar Ring. I was really excited when the company reached out and asked if I wanted to review it. I actually got a chance to talk to some people on their team about the device, how it stands out in the market. But first and foremost, we got to dive into the unboxing here. They did not pay me for this review, I have to note, but if you use the link down below, I will get commission. And there's also should be a discount down there as well. You know, I've reviewed now the Raycon, the UltraHuman. This is sort of a new-ish player, but I'm really interested in the take on the AI features within their app and the way it all works together. Excited to dive into that with you all. First, we're gonna unbox. Then as always, I'll have it for a couple weeks to be testing it out, seeing how it feels in my life. If it works for me, then I'll come back and give my full review. I did get the Lunar Black color. Again, if you wanna pick yours up, link in the description. And please consider subscribing. I did get the Lunar Black version and I got it to fit on my forefinger. I haven't had a smart ring that fits there yet, so figured I would try out that look. Very minimal packaging and unboxing experience. That is very nice and small. I do really like that. That's all that comes in the box. Went with the size 13, which is actually the largest size, which says a lot about my hands if you've ever wondered how chunky I am. All right, cool. So the brand itself is called Noise, I believe, or Noise owns Lunar Ring, something like that. I'm not entirely sure how that works out, but Lunar Black, product size 13. So let's put that down and open up. Ooh, Rise to Brilliance, it says. I don't know if you guys can see that above, but that's cool. You're sort of met with the ring. pull that. Ooh, look at that. That's neat. It's like a perforated design there. Okay, here's the ring. It's very nice. It comes with a little bit of wrapping here to keep it protected. So it looks like, it's almost like a dark gray matte texture, which I actually like that. I do like that there's like this interesting ridge design going on at the top. I think that's pretty cool. That might also help you sort of feel if that's ever on the bottom, you need to flip the ring over. Yeah, that's nice. Feels good. Like that. We'll leave that on my finger. Here's the dock, which looks very familiar to some others. There is, looks like an LED right on the top, which is nice. And then USB-C charging, and then a rubber little puck area here so it can sit on the desk and not move very much. Slide that out. And that's how we're gonna get to our accessories. Wow, this is an experience, huh? How cool. That like feels like kind of like a fancy watch box. All right, here's our accessories. Okay. And then some paperwork as well. Quick start guide. This, I'm not too pumped about, to be honest. The cables looks really short, which I know that my charging cables for my rings, yeah, that's what, a meter? No, not a meter. What would you call this? I don't know. A meter's like, I don't know, that's like 1.5 feet maybe. I don't love that size. I know that with my rings, I have them run down the back of my nightstand into like a outlet near the ground. So, but if it's on a desk or something, that works. All right, so there's the unboxing experience. Let's see, dropping it down on the charger there. That's a really nice fit. It says 5 to 7 days of battery life, I believe, but that's gonna do it for the unboxing. I'm going to, again, like I said, I'll get this set up in the app. Should be pretty straightforward. Spend a few weeks with this and then get back to you all with my full review. Cool, so I will put the ring on the charger. Yeah, a little light indicator. I'll open up the Luna Ring app here and we'll just kind of go through setup, see how simple it is. Hello from the Luna fam. Ooh. Fitness and health to work and style. Luna helps you stay on top of everything. Connect your Luna Ring. Search now. Allow. There we go. Cool. Pairing. Pairing successful. Get started. All right, let's see what this is all about. You should call me Spencer. All right, my birthday is, don't do that, September 16th. Show my age here, just turned 31, 1993. I'm a man. How tall are you? 73 inches? Is that 6'1"? I think so. How much do I weigh? I'll show this off as well. A lot. Need to lose weight. Maybe this ring can help me, huh? 212 pounds. Checking for firmware update. I mean, these animations are really nice. Setting up your device. Okay, do it. All right, yeah, let's let it use my location. All right, let's do Apple Health Sync. Give me all the data. Welcome to Luna, caring for your ring, understanding your sleep score, tracking your activity score, using your readiness score. These look like all like little videos. So that's nice. I'll dive into those, check those out. All right, this is what I think is interesting. This health coach, this AI health coach. You can just ask it questions conversationally and it will give you insights into how your health is through what the ring is able to pick up and decipher. Let's see what their workout looks like. I know with some other rings, they're in like beta mode. This doesn't say beta anywhere. We have walking, running, yoga, treadmill, bike, badminton. Wow, they have a pretty good list here. Of course, not everything, but cool. So you can sort of manually add things as well. All right, well, that was an easy setup. Like I said, gonna be wearing this for the next week or two and come back to you all with what the app and what the ring has been able to pick up. So yeah, I'll come back to you all in a couple weeks with my final review of the Luna ring. You know, it's interesting when a piece of technology like this, which I still, if you've watched any of the other videos on the channel about smart ring reviews, this right here has so much tech packed into it. Like it still baffles me. And you've heard me say it before if you've seen any of the other reviews. Luna Ring is an interesting one. I have gotten to talk at length via Zoom, via messaging with the head of the Luna Ring, and his name's Swapnil. Awesome guy. Love talking with him. You know, one of the things I asked him early on when they asked if they could send me this, which by the way, before we go any further, this ring was sent to me for free and I will make commission off the link down below. Check the link down below. Buy yours today if you like anything that I say about this thing. I think you will like it, and we'll get into that in a second. I love it, by the way. I love this ring. It's up there, okay, with the other big players. Biggest thing I need to mention, because I know Aura did this, and people don't like Aura for doing this, but there's no subscription with this. You buy the ring, you get everything that comes with it, with the software. You get to see your data for free and all that fun stuff. So no subscription with this ring. I need to mention that right out of the gate. But link in the description. I was sent this for free. Take that as you will. I've talked with the company. I have a pretty cool relationship with them. Take that as you will. But I do want to be honest with this, and I told Luna I was going to be honest with this review, and I will be. I asked Swapno early on, why this ring? Why not UltraHuman? Why not Raycon? Why not Aura? Because I'm finding, you know, it's kind of like with these smartphones, like what makes them different, honestly? And the thing that I quickly picked up on, especially after using it, was the AI integration. Now I know everything's got AI these days, everything's integrated with AI, everybody slaps AI on their product name and, you know, views go wild. But I think what's most interesting about Luna Ring is, first of all, and we'll get into this in a minute, product, design, everything, app, great, fine. Cool. There's lots of sensors in here, lots of data trackers, which you can check down below. I don't really want to focus on like the sensors and stuff. I want to focus on how Luna makes use of the data that is tracked. So I've talked before, UltraHuman's app is super like comprehensive. There's so many data points, so many informational sections you can open up. Raycon, I have found, is more just bare bones. Here's your data, pretty simple, which is fine too. I talked a little bit before about, you know, I'm not really sure where I sit on that. Luna, I feel, is kind of an in-between. I think they lean a little bit more towards Raycon. Their app, which I'll dive into here in a second, is a little more, it's less comprehensive, meaning like there's not all these thousands of data points they're trying to hand you. But that's not to say those data points aren't being tracked by your ring. But what Luna does and what sets it apart, and what I've realized and what I've asked Swapno and he told me he thinks sets it apart as well, is the AI. It uses an AI integration and this Luna AI so that you can talk to it freely about your data, about how was my sleep last night, about what workout should I do to burn fat, you know, how is my stress level, how can I lower my stress level. There's more of an interaction with the device and less of just a tracking data point, if that makes sense to you. So in a sense, these devices are highly personalized, right? You're not going to get the same kind of instruction that another ring might give you by saying, oh, your sleep's down, you should sleep better, right? This might give you a more in-depth view based on all of your data points, and do it in a user-friendly way. You can just chat with the app and it will tell you how it's perceiving your health and your body and your awareness and your readiness and your sleep and your stress and all that kind of stuff. That's first and foremost what sets this ring apart. And we're gonna dive into, I'm gonna do a little bit of testing on camera for you in just a second. I think what's exciting with that and the power of software and just in general is talking with Swapno. I know they're working on updates in the future that are going to add to this functionality. There's some things he could tell me about, like updates to AI, updates to customer support, which has already been great, but I know that they're trying to be like one of the top dogs when it comes to customer support with these devices. But also just like he told me about some things that, you know, he's not able to really share with me, but things like that are exciting that they're coming down the pipe that aren't currently on this, because the last thing you want is a company who creates a product and abandons it, right? And I think getting to talk to them and understanding the company, where they're headed, where they want to head, they're far from abandoning this product and, you know, making more iterations, refining the technology, the software is all part of what they're trying to do here. So all that said, I want to dive into the app here. Like one of the fun updates that Swapno actually was able to share was he said the AI coach will revamp significantly in the coming updates, personalized exercise and nutrition plans for improving specific metrics, which would range from sleep, HRV, weight management, marathon training, etc. Depending on what your goals are, AI will be able to use your data and suggest things and then monitor that data to see how you're going on, you know, on the tracking side of things. Next, let's just talk about build quality. Titanium, it looks fantastic. I will say it's a little bit thicker than some of the other options on the market right now. I think it's a little pretty close to UltraHuman. I'll say, like, I know you can't really tell from this far away, but compared to Raycon's on their Gen 2, so they're naturally going to be a little bit smaller, thinner, better battery life. But in terms of the design, it's a little bit thicker. I say it's comfortable. There's 3 little bumps here for the sensors. One of my favorite things is this little design element, which I don't know if you can see right here, but it's got this little, like, just very minimal design of a raised edge, which also helps you be like, okay, this needs to be on the top of my finger. So if I look down and I don't see that, I need to spin it just to make sure that sensor is where it needs to be. I've been wearing it mostly on my middle finger. I've been wearing it on my first finger too. It just depends on like how swollen my hand is throughout the day. Pretty comfortable to wear, honestly. And I have found battery life to be in between UltraHuman and Raycon. Raycon is like 10 to 12 days, maybe even more. This is like, I feel like it's like 5 to 7 days potentially. And then UltraHuman's like 3 to 4 days or something. But you know, I haven't had any fatigue or like, I'm so scared the battery's gonna run out or whatever like that. I will say a gripe that I have before we hop into the software here. A gripe that I have is you have to have the software running in the background. You can't close out the app, which I don't know why. It's not a huge deal. It's just I, you know, close my apps. A good thing that it does though is when you close the app, it will actually drop down a notification saying like, hey, it's best to keep this app running in the background. I don't know the ins and outs of why, or if you could like not have it running and then just open it and then it resyncs, whatever. I'm not entirely sure, but at least it gives you that notification like, hey, you might want to open the app back up in the background. So that's really one of the only problems, maybe the only problem I have with the Ring is that. Now we're gonna hop into, I'm gonna record my screen here and just kind of show you the app. Like I said, it's very simple. So here is sort of your main dashboard when you open the app. You've got settings over here, profile, learn more, help and support. Up here in the top right shows you when it was last synced, the percentage of battery, about device, you can find my Ring, things like that. In order to sync, you just kind of pull down, you'll see it says syncing. Little bar goes across the top and things will update here. There we go. I've got my active calories, which you can hop into here just like that, which you can also see along the bottom here. I'll just start there. You've got home, sleep data, readiness data, and activity. Very simple. And then of course on your homepage, you get like basically peeks into each of those. So sleep, for those interested, it does this sort of score like these fitness devices are doing these days, where it tells me how much sleep I probably needed because of everything that I did yesterday, for instance, and then what I actually got. So it's sort of basing those metrics off of that, if it's good sleep or not. You can slide down here and see their different stages, your REM sleep, deep sleep, awake sleep, light sleep, sleep performance over time, hours versus needed. It's clear I need to be getting more sleep. Restorative sleep, sleep time. You've got your health monitor here while you're sleeping. So all my readings were in the typical range. Usually you'll find with these things, if you're feeling sick, skin temperature will change. And you might even find like resting heart rate and stuff is a little increased. So that's always cool to see. I haven't been sick since having this Ring, but I have seen it work on other smart rings as well. And I would assume the same thing would happen here. All of these things you can kind of hop into. And I love apps that do this. I used to design websites like for a living. Keeping it simple and then allowing people to dive in more and more if they want to, I think is a fantastic way of doing just software in general. And I think they've done that well here. You can come home and kind of see, okay, everything looks like it's kind of in range. Good. Go about your day. But if you want to dive into, all right, here's my goals here in terms of day, week, month, in terms of activity levels, total calories, am I hitting my goal, steps, distance, right? So you can dive in here and check these out. Move every hour. It's similar to Apple's like time to stand kind of deal. Calorie goals, training frequency, training volume. So yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff. I think readiness is always interesting just because it kind of shows you, like, you might feel groggy, but looking at your data, you might be like, you know what though, this is saying like my readiness score is pretty good. Maybe I could go on that run today, or maybe push another mile into my run, which is interesting. Or sometimes it'll be like, hey, today's a good day for you to take it easy. So the app, like I said, it's here. The information that you probably would want is here. Stress is always an interesting one. It's just the amount of stress that the ring is saying it perceives your body to be under. There's a certain amount of stress. This may or may not be like, I'm stressed and I have so much work to do, but also just like your body in general and how it's perceiving that stress on your body. I'll be honest, I don't really know how this is calculated. Overall stress measures your body's physiological stress throughout the day, including while exercising or sleeping. Most of these smart rings have this kind of information. They've all got very similar sensors. But again, what's interesting here is the AI aspect. So here's some suggested options, right? Analyze my sleep. How do I improve? How do I train for a marathon? Any nutritional changes that can help improve my resting heart rate? That's an interesting one. Let's try that. All right, we'll see how long it takes here. I don't know if this is ChatGPT or what system this is using. For someone like me, I don't really care. I just want it to work and we'll see how it goes. Increase omega-3 fatty acids, reduce processed foods. Cool. Let's say, how'd I sleep last night? Really? Let's see what it says here. So this is Luna AI version 1.5. Summary of my sleep. Your sleep efficiency was excellent. Consider maintaining a consistent sleep schedule. Fine. Yeah, and it just gives me a quick rundown. I wonder if there's like something more complex I could ask it. Like, how should I prep for a marathon? Sure, we'll go with that one. I don't really know what else I would ask it at this point. I've asked it a few different things. All right, so these are short. I wonder if this will work. Wow, cool. So it does have that more like conversational back and forth, which is cool. Wow, it's race day, cool. Yeah, so I'm excited to see this get improved over time. And I do wonder if it will have aspects of like, now it remembers I'm trying to prepare for a marathon. So each day it might give me some tips of like, hey, maybe there would be a way to set up like, I want to run a marathon in 6 weeks. And so over that 6-week period, I could log in and be like, hey, what do I need to be doing this week to train for the marathon? And it will know. I'm not sure, I'm just assuming, but it'd be interesting. And obviously companies like this who are getting started and building things, they want to hear from you all as well. So being a part of that and being a part of suggesting different things that the software and hardware can do is super fun to be a part of. But that said, I'm not saying with that this ring's like not ready for prime time. It's great. It works well, it tracks well. This AI aspect of it, I think, is really smart, and I think it's a good idea. And again, I'm excited to see where this company takes this ring. I talked to Swapno actually today, and he said they'll be at CES in 2025. So if you're going, make sure to stop by their display, their booth, and check out the rings, as well as some other products for yourself. But that's gonna do it. Yeah, I think, you know, in terms of smart rings, I like the direction that Luna is taking. Obviously, you can check out the website down below for more ins and outs of battery life and sort of their marketing and what they're pushing in terms of what kind of target market they're going after with this. See if it's right for you. Like I said, link in the description. You can pick up yours today for a certain percentage off. Thanks again to Luna for sending out the ring. I have highly enjoyed wearing this, and I think you will too.
Today we're checking out the Poseidon E40 from Ultimea. Housekeeping stuff out of the way. I was sent this for free. I will make a commission off the link down below, but you will also get a 10% discount off that link or code. I'm not quite sure which it is. 10% off for you. So take that as you may. On this channel, we have open and honest reviews, and that's what I'm going to do here today. Right, so let's get into it. First and foremost, let's talk about design, because I think this thing looks pretty dang cool. It's got this big, huge projector glass right there. And from what I've read and seen on their site, there's this interesting sort of fully enclosed optical engine. So fully enclosed optics versus open optics. It seems like things are brighter and crisper. I can attest to that. I think that the image on this is absolutely fantastic. I'll also say extremely bright. So I know this isn't really design, but I guess we're bouncing all over the place. 1000 ANSI lumens on this thing. And I have noticed, I have another projector that I'll leave it up here that I've tested in the past. It's a different type of projector, but this thing is super bright, super crisp, and super clear. But let's get back into the design here. So something
you know, it's hard to talk about design without the aspects that come with it. Audio coming out of this thing is one, really good and really loud, but also there's this weird like throwing of sound, which is strange to me. You have your sub here and you have these, I guess they're tweeters here, which make for a really great sound, but for some reason it literally feels like the sound is coming from the screen and not from this thing. I don't know how that works. I don't know if it's just my mind sort of convincing myself the sound is coming from the wall that this is being displayed on, but it truly sounds amazing, and I think that's really interesting. And I've really enjoyed this Ultimea sound, as they're calling it. They literally have a sub right here. You can see that moving. This thing sounds awesome. Some more about the design. I think this whole handle deal, whoever came up with it first, props to you. I've seen a few different projectors do this. The handle also becomes the means at which you can sort of tilt the angle. You can even, as you'll see upstairs where we watch it, I have it on top of a bookshelf, so actually angling it down is important. So that's pretty cool there too. In terms of ports here, on the back, you do have your power in, which let's talk about that really quick, because that's my first qualm with this device. So I do have the power brick here, which by the way, this thing is pretty big, so take that as you may. But it plugs in up here at the top, which is strange to me. That doesn't seem very well designed. I think I would prefer it be down here, but I guess I understand. We've got vents and stuff here. They needed to move all the IO up here to the top, so take that as you may. USB-A, HDMI in, headphones in as well, which obviously you could run that to like a speaker or something too. It doesn't have to be headphones. That'd be kind of silly. And then it looks like some IR deal here with indicator light as well. So I don't know. I think the overall design is really nice. It's plastic, a nice plastic, I'll say. This handle seems to be metal though. And I will say this is very sort of like nice and rigid. It's not super easy to move, which is good when it is used as a stand. On top, single power button. I like this sort of, I think you can kind of pick it up on camera, this bluish, kind of dark blue metallic look it's got going. I think the thing looks amazing. Weighty, I mean, it's not light, it's pretty hefty, pretty heavy, but I think for what it puts out, the package is still very small, and being able to take this to a party or out camping if you have a generator, that's pretty fantastic there, because this doesn't run on battery power. It has to be plugged into the wall, so that's sort of interesting as well. I know there's a lot of projectors out there that are using battery power. They don't, you know, claim that it has battery power or sort of put it into the market as such or try to convince you that it does. But just something to note, if you're hoping to pick up something with battery power, you might look elsewhere on their site. I haven't actually looked elsewhere on their site, or you might look elsewhere online. As far as design, we do have 4 little rubber feet here too, and you can see there is a screw here if you wanted to put it on something like a tripod for a camera. That would fit there too, which that's always nice. In fact, I was thinking it didn't have this when I thought about doing the review today, and I'm glad it does, because I think that's really nice to be able to get it up on a stand, propped up, and get it more put intentionally in space to get the perfect sort of projection there. So picture quality, fantastic. We've really enjoyed it. I mean, here we're using it to watch Bluey mostly in the kids' playroom, which we'll show some footage of that throughout this video, but it does a great job. Even with the windows open in the playroom upstairs, like, the image is bright enough that it does a great job. With another projector that I reviewed on the channel, it can be a little washed out when the windows are open, and this has had no problem displaying a clear image even in the daytime with the windows open. So that's pretty cool too. This does come with Android TV 11. Yeah, it's got Netflix, of course, Disney Plus, basically all the apps you can access there. I will say it's cool that you can access the focus buttons here, so you can actually refocus it in real time. A button that I haven't figured out yet, and this is a qualm of mine, is you have to go deep, and I don't even know if you can do it in the settings. It has really cool ability to autofocus, 1, and 2, it can display the image according to what's around it, so it can fit to a projector screen. Something that's really great for the playroom upstairs is there's stuff on the walls, there's a window, and where it is back, the image is a lot wider, so it's actually able to focus and fit. Object avoidance is what it's called, but there's not a button to redo that. You have to turn, from what I've found, I could be wrong here, you have to turn the system off, then back on for it to do that object avoidance again. I couldn't even figure out how to do it in the settings. So that's something that on another projector, there's a single button that would redo the focus and object avoidance settings. This doesn't seem to have that. Again, I could be wrong, but that's just nice to have. So say like we're watching something on the wall and the kids build a fort and it covers up half of the wall. We want to readjust where the screen's actually playing. We have to then turn it off and back on for that to happen. Not a huge deal, but just something I've noticed. Something else I want to point out is it says 4K decoding because the native resolution on this is actually 1080 by 1920. So you're not getting, but I don't think you're getting a 4K display. You're just getting 4K decoding, whatever that means. Maybe they're chopping a 4K resolution down to 1080. It's still nice and crisp and clear, but it's not displaying a 4K resolution from what I can tell. You can get up to 150-inch screen size, which is massive. I know a lot of other competitors on the market are around 120 inches, so that gives you an extra 30 inches for your screen size. This is something great you could take over to a backyard party and throw it up on a wall with an extension cord running to it, something like that. A nice, big, clear image, which I think is fantastic. So for those of you who know this stuff and are interested, the throw distance is 1.23 to 1 throw ratio. That basically, for those of you who don't understand, if I put the projector here and the wall is here, how big is this image going to be? And then if I move it back here, how big is that image going to be? Does it have a very like shallow throw, or does it have a very wide throw where you don't have to have a ton of space between the projector and the wall to still get a large image? I can say upstairs in our playroom, it's a pretty massive TV or screen size, very short throw distance. It feels really nice. So you get that big screen feel with not a huge area of distance that it has to cover to create that experience. The final thing I'll say is it does actually kind of have a fan sound and you can hear it. It's not something that's like, I can't hear the show because the fan's too loud. It's something like you notice when you turn it on and then after 1 minute, you don't even care anymore. But just something to note there too, I know with some other projectors, maybe smaller pocketable projectors, they don't have that sound to them, but this does have a cooling fan system, so you will hear that and it is audible. Other than that though, we have really enjoyed this projector and I can't recommend it enough. Now it does come right now, it's on sale it seems, it's $4.99 usually. It's $4.29 on their site, and again, an extra 10% off with the link down below. I highly recommend this. I think even if you wanted to go in halvesies with a neighbor or something and have some backyard fun with this, watch some sports if you're into that. Huge movie night opportunity here, especially with the built-in sound system. That's honestly fantastic. I've really enjoyed it. At least indoors, it's been great. But you can also pair this with a sound bar, or you can do that headphone out port and, you know, use some sort of like Bluetooth speaker or something as well. So there's lots of opportunities there. But honestly, I think this is the whole package. If you're able to get it connected to some sort of power source via extension cord or whatever you have, I can't recommend this enough. I think this is great. Special thanks to Ultimea for sending this out. I've enjoyed working with you all, and I really enjoy this projector as well. All right, holidays are coming up. You're thinking about what you can get your friends, loved ones, family members, or just any time throughout the year. If you want to gift something to someone, I think something that I really love, my wife hates video games. That's beside the point. If you have people in your life who love video games or used to love video games, Mech DIY has sent over a few devices for me, mainly this one here, which we'll get into here in a second, but this is an amazing site that plays retro games. There's many different handhelds, many different options depending on what types of games that you like to play or used to like to play. I, for one, don't have time to play video games, so when it comes to playing like Harry Potter or Spider-Man or any of these new AAA titles, you know, The Last of Us, I don't have time to sit for 40 hours and play through a story. I would love to, don't have the time. However, back in the old days, games used to be this like, you know, Game Boy, you know, you had these pocketable consoles that you could just pick up and play for 5 minutes, have some fun, and get back to whatever you were doing, or waste hours away if you wanted to as a kid on these devices. But Mech DIY is a company that has all of these different handhelds from different companies like Miu or Anbernic or Powkitty, and I think this stuff is fantastic. My favorite handheld console, I think, is the Game Boy Advance. I had the Game Boy Advance SP. I just think those games, there's something about like the graphics on those consoles and the stories that were sort of there, sort of not there. I don't know. I really love playing those. However, in the past, you might have seen on the channel, I reviewed the TrimUI Smart Pro, which is more of a PS Vita kind of handheld here, especially for those harder like platformer-ish games, I feel. And I've really enjoyed this. It can play up to like PlayStation 1 games, I think. For this video, MechDIY did send over the Miyoo Mini Plus, which I think is just a great form factor, very similar to something like the Game Boy in the past. And I think this form factor, it fits my larger hands. Something like the Miyoo Mini is something that's way more pocketable and you can sort of pick it up and play really quickly like that. Tons of retro games on here, all of the classics, all of the obscure ones. There's like arcade games and stuff on here as well. This has Onion, which is a different sort of launcher. I think for those of you who aren't into this retro kind of thing, this retro community, the thing about MechDIY is they come with lots of games on them. Take that as you may. Very easy just to pick up and play. You don't have to do any work on your end with ROMs and putting old games on here and understanding how to load stuff onto an SD card. There's plenty here to play, and I think for the average sort of consumer who isn't super nerdy and into games, this is a great gift because it's like, hey, here's 5 minutes off the toilet, you know, that you can just pick up and play these games. Escape a little bit from the world that you're in if that's something you need. But I don't know a ton about this stuff. So I'm actually gonna pass this over to my channel producer, Ben Farmer, who actually sent me as a gift for my birthday, the Miyoo Mini. And I have played this on the couch while my wife watches her reality TV a lot. And I've really enjoyed playing Game Boy Color games on this, as well as Game Boy Advance games on this, Castlevania, Metroid, Pokemon, Mario. Like I've just really enjoyed diving into games that I played when I was little. It's just this hit of nostalgia that's really nice, and it's really fun too. So thanks to Ben for sending me this, and thanks to MechDIY for sending me these two devices. Anytime during this video, if you'd like to pick up this as a gift for a friend or for yourself, link down in the description, you'll get a certain percentage off from MechDIY. I will say, take it with a grain of salt. They did send these two devices to me. I do really love them, and I like MechDIY. They've been really great to work with. That said, I'm gonna pass this over to my channel producer, Ben, so he can talk you through a little bit more about what devices you might want, depending on what types of games you wanna play. He knows a little bit more about this stuff than I do, so I felt he would be a great resource for you all.
What's up everyone, my name is Ben. Welcome to this holiday gift guide, and today I'm gonna be talking about some of the different options that MechDIY offers and who they are specifically for. So let's get started with the Miyoo Mini Plus. I love this device. I got this right when it came out because I grew up with the Game Boys, Game Boy Colors. So like, you know, if you ever played the Game Boy Advanced, the Game Boy Color, the Game Boy Pocket, or just the OG Game Boy, this is the device for you. So with the Miyoo Mini Plus, it really feels like that retro gaming experience. In terms of size, it's almost exactly the same size as a Game Boy Pocket, which is great, but it has a bigger screen. If you're looking for this device, you're probably wanting to play most of those handheld devices. So anything from the Game Boy all the way up to the Nintendo DS. Little word of caution though, for the Nintendo DS, because it has two screens, you wanna play games that don't really require that bottom screen, but there is the ability, if you press one of the shoulder buttons, it will switch the screen. And even though this doesn't have touchscreen, there is a really cool way to interact with a screen through a pencil that you can activate using another shoulder button. But my personal thing is I'm playing Pokemon games, so I don't really need that bottom screen, because all you use that bottom screen for in a Pokemon game is really to select your moves, and I can quickly switch the screen, memorize where that move is that I need to use, and then use that. So just a caveat there. Another great thing about the Miyoo Mini Plus is that it supports Wi-Fi, so you are able to unlock something called Retro Achievements. And if you've never heard of Retro Achievements, definitely look it up. It's really, really cool. You can actually earn achievements playing your old retro games. It's a really, really cool community. Now, if you're looking for something a bit more powerful, let's say you're into handheld gaming, but you want to go a little bit further, the perfect device for that would be the Anbernic RG556. Now the 556 is a lot like the Miyoo Mini Plus, except it has a larger screen, it has a controller type feel, almost like a Steam Deck kind of feel, and it plays anything all the way up to GameCube. Now a slight caveat to that is that it won't play every single game flawlessly. There are some games that are just too powerful for this device, However, there are numerous games that will run on this device. So if you want to know what compatibility is like, then be sure to check out their website for more information. Another fantastic device, if this is not quite hitting everything you want to hit, and you want a little bit more power and a little bit more flexibility in what systems you can play, then I would recommend going up to the Anbernic RG353V or VS. Because it has the ability to have joysticks on it, you are able to have that analog type experience with this device. So if for games that are on the PSP or the N64, you will have that control that you're used to if you played the original systems. Again, not every game will run flawlessly on these devices, so you need to check a compatibility list to make sure that your game that you want to play is able to be played on your device before you purchase. Now, if you're wondering where to find your games, I can't tell you that on this video, but doing a quick search on Google could probably lead you in the right direction. I think you know what I'm talking about. But to get your games on these devices, you will need to have your legally obtained copies of your games on your computer, and then you will transfer them over to your SD card. It's a really simple process, and there are loads of tutorials out there on YouTube, so I won't spend time doing that on here. But one place I will recommend is Retro Game Core. If you go on his website and you search one of these devices, you're likely gonna find a full tutorial that teaches you how to set up the device and how to organize all of your files. So definitely check him out. I will link him in the description down below. The last device I'm gonna talk about is the Powkitty RK2023. Now, this is a good hybrid mix. If you want that handheld experience, but you don't want something that's really big and you want to hold something horizontally, this is the perfect device for you. Now, this one will also play anything up to the Nintendo DS with a little bit of PlayStation 1 in there. So again, check your game compatibility before you purchase to make sure your games will work on this device. But it is a really unique system that is in that 4:3 aspect ratio. So some of those PSP games that were designed for 16:9 may look a little squished on a 4:3 screen. So just keep that in mind as well. All right, that is it for my part in this video. Hey, if you like comic books, check out my channel. I'll link it down below as well, called Fresh Start Comics. If you're a fan of comic books and you're just getting started, or you're a seasoned collector, be sure to check out my channel on Fresh Start Comics. We'll see you next time.
Yeah, please subscribe to Ben's new channel. I have thoroughly enjoyed it, and if you're into comic books at all, or even like the idea of comic books, follow his new channel, Fresh Start Comics. He's got a lot of good stuff planned, which I can't talk about, but it's gonna be great over there. So I'm excited about it, and you should be too. But that's gonna do it for today's video. Thanks again to Mech DIY for sending out these devices for us to play. I have been loving playing these games and just even being in the system and figuring out, like, this is a interesting theme they have, which kind of looks a little retro and different. Just being able to get in here and tinker around a little bit. Nothing crazy. I'm not super into this world, but being able to play like a lot of the classics here, Pokemon, Metroid, like I said, Castlevania, Zelda is a huge one, Golden Sun. Like, there's a lot of really cool stuff in here and way more functionality as well, which you can check out again at Mech DIY's website down below. Today, we are checking out a very special and fun product, the Insta360 GO 3S, which is super exciting. I've been watching reviews and stuff on Insta360 for a while now, and I've always thought that their products were pretty innovative and exciting. I was really excited when they reached out about doing a review on this channel because, like I said, I've been watching them for a long time. And honestly, this product here was super interesting to me for a few reasons. One, it's got this action camera vibe. It's also got this vlogging camera vibe. It's also got this POV camera vibe. Like, it's doing a lot here, and there's a lot that it can do. And there's plenty of functional use cases, whether you're into sort of like riding bikes or skiing or actually doing action camera stuff. If you just want to have a nice vlog camera for Disney World the next time you go, this is a small, unique, interesting device as well. And so, yeah, I wanted to talk about this and I wanted to review it, but you know, here on the channel, we've grown this year, and it's not just me anymore. I have a channel producer, Ben. I have a social media manager, Hunter. I recently hired a guy named Joshua who's helping with communications. So we're growing, and it's been a lot of fun, and I love these guys and I love their perspectives, and not just on what we're doing here, but also their perspectives on tech. And my good friend, Hunter, actually, you know, he works on editing some of these videos. He works on the social media side of things as well, but he's also a wedding photographer. He's also a comms director at our church that we go to. But I actually gave him this device and I said, hey, you've got a wedding to shoot this weekend. Why don't you go take this, use it for footage, use it as a POV camera, try to put it through its tests in terms of being a wedding photographer. So if you're a wedding photographer, or wedding videographer, this might be for you. I think his perspective is really interesting on this. And then I'll have him come back, and talk about what he thought of this camera. Before we dive into opening, unboxing, and putting it through the tests, I did want to say special thanks to Insta360 for sending us this device. Take that as you may. We were sent this for free. We will make commission at the link down below. So anyway, without further ado, let's go ahead and unbox this and get into my first sample footage with the Insta360 GO 3S, your tiny mighty 4K cam.
This is a first test of the Insta360 GO 3S. Just vlog style. I don't know. This seems pretty cool. This vlogging deal where I can see myself up here, it's nice. I like that. And also I can do this. And now you can see like remote shooting, which is super cool. Pop that back in there. Awesome. And I like how you can just do that while it's recording. This thing is neat. Excited to see how we'll use this on the channel. But anyway, from here, take it away, Hunter.
What's up, guys? Right, so my name's Hunter, and not only do I work for Spencer for his channel, but I also am a wedding photographer and videographer, and I thought that the Insta360 GO 3S would be a great product to bring to a wedding shoot. So that's what I did, and now I have some thoughts for you guys. First, the size, the Insta360 GO 3S. This was a great size. Like, just being able to put it in your pocket, it's so much smaller than what I thought it would be, and it's just really cool how easy it is to actually use this device. It comes with a lot of magnetic accessories. That's been also very helpful. Like, it's got a clip hat, this little dock right here that just clips right in, which is so satisfying. And it also has a magnetic necklace that it holds onto, and a couple other little accessories that go well with that. And on that same note, it being magnetic is also really helpful. Like, the versatility and just being able to snap onto anything that you want to snap it onto has been really cool, just to be able to use it in that way. It also records internally, which is really helpful. You never have to worry about forgetting your SD card or your micro SD card, and that's just a nice peace of mind, especially with something this small. Just being able to take it out, record 4K 30, 4K 25 or 24, 2K 1080p, being able to have all those options and not have to worry about an SD card. It's got plenty of storage on it. I recorded for almost a whole day and didn't have any issues with filling up the storage. And also the microphone on it was pretty decent. Obviously it's really small, so it's not going to be the highest quality of microphones, but it's still pretty good. It's about what I would say close to your phone in terms of microphone, so it's totally doable. There's a lot of use cases I could see this product with. For me, I used it at a wedding, so at one point I gave it to a little kid who during the reception was running around with it, just kind of getting a kid's point of view, which was really interesting and fun. Another perspective that was good for it was just like BTS stuff, right? So I just had it hanging with the little necklace that it came with, and I was just taking B-roll of the wedding, and it was capturing all the behind the scenes. It was a really cool perspective that I haven't been able to get with anything else before. Another use case that I could see for it is that of a kind of a mini blogging setup. On the case, there's a flip out screen, and it's really cool because you can see yourself, and it's such a small package. Like, this is a great little vlog setup. The quality is okay enough. We'll get to that here in a little bit. And so yeah, it's got a good use for a lot of different things. It also comes with an app, which I didn't test a ton, but there's a lot of functionality with it. You can record and have it automatically send to the app and do like an AI edit, which is definitely interesting. I like to edit my own videos, so I didn't use that a ton, but if you're not wanting to edit your videos or just to increase your workflow a little bit quicker, that's a really efficient and cool way to just have a final product that's basically ready to go right off of recording. All right, so that's a lot of pros. There are a few cons with this camera that I found when I was using it. One, the camera quality wasn't necessarily the best. I would say it's a little bit worse than like a newer phone's quality, but also with its versatility, I could see why they made some of the sacrifices with the quality, because you still get such cool and unique shots. It really fell apart though in low light. Like when it got dark out, it was super grainy. That really wasn't the most usable footage. It was still fine, like it worked fine. The intended use was not for something that was going to be super professional or sent to someone that they paid for. So it really worked well for what I was using it for, but I will say the quality wasn't the best. And another con was that the battery life outside of the little dock that it comes with the screen wasn't super great. I was shooting at 4K 30, so the highest resolution they had. But I was outside shooting for about 30 minutes before the battery died. For some people that might be fine, but for me, when I was filming a wedding, having to take it off, charge it, put it back on the little necklace that I was wearing, and continue to film that way, it was kind of a hindrance for me, and it made me not want to use it all the time. The times I did use it, it was fine. And in the dock, like this kind of setup when you're vlogging, the battery for me lasted several hours. I only had to recharge this throughout the day once, so I was filming for about 8 hours, so it got 4 hours or so altogether, which isn't too bad actually for most people. And the other con I had was actually the price of it. The standard bundle that you get on their website is $399, which is kind of a lot for an action camera. But I will say, for the versatility, it is really nice. So I understand like there's a lot of functionality. They put a lot of thought in the design and how it works, so I understand why it's priced at that. But for a lot of people, if you're just vlogging, for example, then your phone is probably a better quality and you've already bought your phone. And so that might actually be a better option for you, not this. However, if you're in the market for something that has the magnets that you can just stick wherever, you want a cool action camera, some point of view shots for behind the scenes or whatever you might use that for, then this is definitely a great option. And I mean, I would recommend it. I kind of want to use it on every wedding I film, to be honest. And yeah, I like this product a lot. So if you're looking for something that specifically does all those things that I talked about earlier, this would be a great product for you, and I definitely recommend it. So I'm gonna kick it back to Spencer.
All right, so special thanks to Hunter for taking the time to review this. I thought his thoughts on the device were pretty spot on. I had a similar feel and overall idea of, you know, this is a brand new-ish device. It's got a lot going for it. There's a ton of functionality, a ton of different and innovative and fun ways to use a camera system. That being said, it does have its limitations. Like Hunter said, in low light, it falls apart a little bit. And but I feel like the majority of people aren't gonna be using this in movie theaters. They're gonna be out, like I said, on a trip with the family, going to Disney World, shooting weddings. Maybe you're, you know, a creative and you just want to sort of vlog or POV, you know, your process of shooting content for a client or something like that. There's a ton of different ways to use this. And as Hunter said, like, we didn't really go in depth with the app, but I had a chance the other day to look through the app, and there is so much going on in the app. It has social aspects. You can have a profile, you can share content there. You can do AI video editing, and just, you know, if you're not a video editor, if you're not super into video, use this. Super simple and easy to use. Record something fun with your family over the weekend, throw it into the AI video editor, pick the kind of mood and music that you want. It edits it all for you, and I think that's super fantastic as well. Lots of functionality in the app, lots of functionality with this device. Honestly, this is fun. We're gonna be using it around the studio, I think, more and more. If we can, you know, find interesting ways of using it, we might be using it as a vlog camera on a third channel we're thinking about starting up. Anyway, we've really enjoyed this. Thanks again to Insta360 for sending this out. Again, links in the description if you want to pick yours up today. They've got other great products as well. You don't have to just buy this. You can go look at everything else they got going on over there. So that's going to do it for today's video. iFlyTech has created this very interesting e-note tablet. And to be completely honest with you, when they first reached out to me, I was like, okay, another tablet. To be honest, I mean, it's way smaller than I thought. I thought it was going to be about the size of the Remarkable. So when it showed up, I was like, wow, that's actually really small. I don't know how I feel about that. But that's all part of this bigger picture of, I thought just another tablet, and pleasantly surprised at the angle they've taken with this and the functionality that's in this little tiny thing here. And we're going to get into that
today. Special thanks to iFlyTech for sending this product out for free. I'm also getting paid for this review, but as always on this channel, and I will always promise this, honest reviews on this channel. So take all that as you may. Link in the description if you want to pick yours up. And yeah, let's get into this. I try not to script things. I just kind of want to give sort of my feel about products and sort of just kind of chat with you all about how I feel about this. Now, as I mentioned before, when I first was reached out to by iFlyTech, which by the way, it's a company that specializes in like devices, like recording devices like you see a reporter use, but also in devices that translate. They create these really cool and well designed, I might add, you know, nice materials, they look great products, but more so for that position of like translation. So when they reached out to me, I was like, I don't really have like a use case for translation. But then they recommended this device. And of course, you all like e-ink tablets, note-taking tablets, stuff like that. I do as well. I said, sure, why not? And after using this for a few days, I get it. And it's a little bit different than something like Remarkable or BOOX or Bigme or Supernote or any of those other guys out there. They have sort of a different approach to this. So first and foremost, I don't think this is a note-taking device. Yes, you take notes. Yes, it has a pen. Yes, it's got a screen for writing and for reading. But as you can see up here at the top are, I think, speakers and microphones. I think there's also microphones down here, these little tiny cutouts, which is interesting. But the thing I see this for, and in the past I reviewed the Penstar. This is in that sort of same vein of if you're an employee somewhere, if you're a manager somewhere, if you're executive somewhere and you're doing a lot of meetings and you want to have notes from those meetings, this is the perfect device for that. I think any sort of like professional, you've got notes, scheduling, reading of PDFs, you've got back here, you've got a document scanner. So like this is very much geared towards the professional workplace person who's doing a lot of meetings, scanning documents, reading documents, editing documents, needs, you know, summarization of meetings, things like that. And I think what they've done here is really interesting. So the first thing I'm gonna note is down here on this little hot bar, as I'll call it. Over here on the left is basically ChatGPT integration. This is, so my biggest qualm was this. You have to use a ChatGPT, I think, at least the last time I tried this, you have to use an API key from your ChatGPT, which is this long key Chat will create for you. And then you have to manually type it all in, which took me 5 minutes, 10 minutes to type it all in. Note on an e-ink tablet. That was my biggest qualm. It was saying it wasn't working. I gave up and it looks like maybe it did work. So like, how far away is the moon? Which, before we dive into this, typing on this has been not hit or miss. It's been hit. And I know if you've ever typed on an e-ink tablet, it's a little clunky, a little slow. It's still in that vein, and maybe because I know that, I type a lot more intentionally, but you saw how I just typed really quickly. How far away is the moon? It picked all of that up. So that's a huge plus for this thing. Like, the typing experience is great. Let's just see what this does here. So here's the deal. It still might not have gotten my API token key code, whatever it's called, right? Which that's my biggest qualm. But if you take the time to actually type it in, technically this should link up to AI, and this might block a lot of you from purchasing this, but AI is a big part of this, and I hope they come up with a way you can just log into ChatGPT or something with this. But let's pull back a few steps here and talk about this bottom bar. So as you could see, if you push the button and swipe over, it's gonna open up ChatGPT, and you can just use it as generate to answer questions. If you swipe over here from the right side, it's going to open up a quick note. This is a test of me. I don't know who wrote that. It was probably me. So this hotbar is actually not a screen. It does have touch elements, and it can be lit up by the front light, which that's another big plus of this. There is a front light with warm and cold features, so you can get it dialed in just right for taking notes at nighttime, reading at night. There's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to talk about in this review, so hang in there with me. So there's your hotbar down here, and there's also a few different features, I think, swiping in this middle section. If you swipe up from the bottom, you have all of your open apps and things, so you can quickly, you know, multitask, if you will. Swiping down from the top gives you your sort of quick menu. You've got your date, as well as like Wi-Fi and airplane mode, and you can refresh the screen. Here's your different, you know, lighting that you can have with that front light. You can customize your own as well. There is sound, so you can crank that up and maybe get more out of the speaker if you're listening back to a meeting that was recorded, for instance. You can also write on pretty much anything here. So a PDF, Word doc, if you're reading something in the book section, which I'll show you in a second, you can write on and make notes and stuff too, which is pretty cool. You've got a few different options here. I think the main ones, pen, fountain pen, pencil, and then paintbrush, which I guess could double up as a highlighter if you want to. But there's sort of your quick navigation workaround stuff here. But this here that you're seeing is kind of like your home screen. So let's go across this bar here. So you have notes, which you can either write a note or record a note. We'll get back to that in a second. You have a scheduling system here, which is really nice. You have a calendar, you have a to-do list, you have a focus star, which we'll get to here in a second as well. Some kids like yelling outside. And then your weekly view here as well. Then you have reading, which you can import books. You can use this bookstore, which I think a lot of these books are free. I got The Great Gatsby on here to show you kind of what that looks like. Let's see if we can open it up here, just so you can get an idea. I don't think there's anything special going. You can see here, I wrote, you can write on a book, which is super cool. I don't know if you'd want to do that. Draw a ticket, notes, you can turn touch off. Lots of opportunities and options here if you want to be reading through PDFs. There's also a whole entire like Microsoft Office suite. It's not Microsoft, it's called like, an Office Center. I don't even really know what all this is. If you click here, we'll find out what it's called. This is your sort of application section, WPS Office, whatever that is. There's more apps. I'm assuming you can sideload apps onto this, like Kindle. I'm still not entirely sure what that means or how to do that, but it is an option, I would think. Not really something I would really use this for. I think the fact, we haven't even talked about build quality. This thing is thin. It is, I think it's appropriately weighted. Like, it's not like a piece of paper that's gonna fly off the desk, but it's also not heavy. It's super thin. You got this little bit of a bump out here, if you can see that on the overhead camera. It's basically a camera bump. One button here, which is a fingerprint reader, which is cool. Sleep and wake button, and then you have your USB-C. And other than that, you can get a little folio for this. They didn't send it out to me, but it sort of locks in with these clips here, which is nice as well. So build quality, amazing. Full metal, aluminum, it feels, design. A small bezel, if you think about it. I mean, for something like this. The pen is kind of my same qualm that I had with the Pen Star. It's this like plastic feel, which keeps it light, which is nice. You do have an eraser tip here. You have this, you know, replaceable nib here, which I don't think this actually came with any extra nibs. I could have like missed them in the unboxing, but then you do have a button here. And the button is actually used for something really interesting, which is this like special function zone. So anyway, let's come back to that special button here in a second. You can actually connect to like OneDrive, which is interesting for a lot of you. You can have different folders and things like that. You know, so you have your reading schedule notes, right? Let's check out our bookshelf. So I have the user manual, which I read this morning, and it got me really excited, even more so for this thing. Great Gatsby's on there, I'm reading it. You can go ahead and click here and scan in a document, which is cool. I actually haven't tried that, but it does a great job of, in the user manual. You can take a picture of a document, you can change the points around the document so you want to frame it up correctly. Then you can go straight into like annotating, marking it up. There's also email functionality here. Email is not something I would ever like heavily use on a device like this, but to be able to mark up a document and then shoot it off via email right here on the system, I think that's the biggest use case. Gmail or other inboxes as well to sign in on. And then obviously you have your gear icon to get in here with all the settings. You can update to the device here. Security, again, you can have a passcode or your finger ID. Here's your OpenAI API key settings. Here's another, just bringing up your app switching, and then you have this drop down menu. So let's come back over to notes. So you can either just write notes, which we can hit write plus, and you have just this, you can write in a title. Pretty cool, blah, blah, blah. I mean, the writing experience is nothing amazing, but it works, right? But again, I don't think this is a note-taking device as much as a recording and using AI to summarize, right? So we're gonna hit record. I think it goes ahead and starts. Yeah, so you can just immediately do that. You can see in real time, it's going to start transferring the recording to text, whatever that's called. Talk to text, there you go. You can hit tags whenever an important part of the meeting comes up that you want to remember. You can also hit this button here. So warm tips, the multiplayer mode is still being optimized and the current version is only for fresh experience. Okay, that's the second thing I want to say about this device and the user manual. Obviously, probably not written in English, but translated to English, and there's a lot of funny language here. I think iFlyTech, if you get more money, if you sell a lot of these, I would invest in just making sure that translation is better. At least in the user manual, I don't know what that really was alluding at, but you can actually have it detect, as you can see this little area right here, it calls it radar recognition or something. So if you're sitting at a meeting and it hears someone over there talking, it will actually show them over there on the grid. It'll show someone there over there on the grid. And it will actually be able to, as well, this little button that I pushed is gonna be able to actually, you can label who was talking when, which is fantastic. And once this is all done, I can be taking notes here too, taking notes. And as I'm going, blah, 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 we're sitting, we're talking, we're eating, we're talking about important business matters. This is important. I write that here, and it doesn't have to be said. I'm doing this to show you a feature here, okay? So we're gonna go ahead and say finish, and we're done. Transcriber recording, continue recording, text editing. Now, I think what you can do here is if I touch taking notes, is this gonna work? Double tap. Okay, so you can click on what I wrote. Blah, 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 we're sitting. And it will actually show you when in the conversation you took that note, right? So if you said like, client seems really warm to this idea, and that was your note, you can click on it and it'll show you in the conversation where they were getting warm to an idea. That feature, fantastic. And again, this is where this starts to get exciting for me. You can also click this here. Again, I don't know if this is gonna work, but let's go ahead and hit this meeting summary, quickly summarize, continue. Let's see if it's able to do it. Let's just do this 3.5 turbo and see if it works. Yeah, validate fail. Okay. So again, warm tips, like what does that even mean? But in the user guide, if I had this set up correctly, which I just need to take the time and go back in and try that key again. Again, it's like this long of a passcode that you have to type in manually. There is a feature where you can actually use the document scanner to take a picture of the key and then it puts it into the type in bar, but it wasn't doing that for me. So there's some roadblocks here, obviously things they can easily fix with software. I would think it would be an easy fix with software, but being able to take this long meeting, you might have an hour long, all the various notes you took at time-stamped areas, be able to see that, being able to see when you took those notes, being able to see who was speaking and when, have it summarized, send out via email, add in some images it looks like this is really, really cool for the idea, like I said before, for the professional in a business setting. There's well thought out things here, and it's not, let's create a tablet where people can take notes and be intentional, and then we can add in some like cool features for meeting notes. This is like, let's create a device for meetings in the workplace. And what would that look like with the technology we currently have, with a more focused approach, a more natural writing experience like it's paper, but there's a lot going on here. ChatGPT is integrated in, so you can do everything right here on platform. I don't know. I just think this is super cool. Now, okay. Another thing I need to point out, this little button here is going to allow us, I don't even know if this is gonna work. Let's go back to like a note that I wrote, for instance. somewhere where I was playing around, testing. Okay, here we go. So this little button you press is going to allow you to do you have to hold it? Yeah, you have to hold it down. If you make a circle, it's gonna add a to-do list, which will put it back over on your to-do list in the schedule section. If you make a triangle, it will allow you to make a title. If I make a star, this is called, what was it called? A focus star. So have you ever been in a meeting or something, taking notes, and you're like, ooh, I need to remember this point for later, or maybe right after this meeting, to go talk to Brad about a task I need him to do, right? That's not like a task, that's not. So if you make these focus stars, it will put it on your, let's see if I can pull it up over here, schedule focus star, right? So I didn't actually write anything here. It's right there. So this is a section where, like, if there's little important nuggets you need to remember from an hour-long meeting, and you have the summary and you have the recording and you have all the notes you took and they're all time-stamped, but there's like little things that are super important that you need to focus on, this is where that goes. I think that is a fantastic idea. I'll also say you can search across text and handwritten in the search, universal search. So it's just like they've been intentional and they've thought this thing out fully. I'm all over the place with what I do for work and YouTube and family and stuff, and I don't know if this is perfect for me, but I definitely think someone who is in a lot of meetings, making decisions, executive position, this is like, this is the cream of the crop. Just the way, I can't say it enough. I know I'm rambling on, and I'm gonna wrap it up here. This is for that person, that executive, that employee who's in a lot of meetings, who needs to take notes, who needs to record meetings, not miss important things, to be able to mark when important things were said in a meeting, to know when that was said in a meeting, to have ChatGPT come in and make task lists off that meeting, to make summaries of that meeting, send it off to various employees depending on who said what. There's just a lot here. There's a lot of functionality. There's a few things iFly techniques to work on. I think being able to just log into ChatGPT instead of doing this API thing would be a plus, or just make that API thing a little bit easier for people to do. That's my biggest qualm. Build quality is amazing. The experience is amazing. That's gonna do it for my review of the iFly Tech note-taking, conference recording, meeting recording, personal assistant device here. It's fantastic. I recommend it. Again, links in the description. Thanks again to iFly Tech for sending this out. It's been 3 months now that I've had the Even Realities G1 AR smart glasses, and I have some thoughts about them and an update as well. And today we're gonna get into it. I also wanna give a special thanks to Even Realities for sending these out in the first place. And full disclosure, I was thinking about doing this update video because I have more thoughts about these, and I think you all are interested in hearing how I've been using them as well. So let's dive in. This is gonna be more of a casual conversation today. They've come a long way with what these are able to do. It's still mind-blowing even now putting these on, how much, if you've ever used like VR goggles and you've done the pass-through mode and there's like screens floating in front of you, compared to maybe a more virtual reality where everything's closed off and it's dark and you're seeing like a video or something, the experience of looking out into space and seeing dashboards floating is wild. And if you think of the size of Meta Quest or the Apple Vision Pro, it's clunky, right? And you've got this big thing on your face. I don't know if 9 out of 10 people would know that there's anything special about these glasses if I were to wear them in public. And the fact that these are able to give the experience of a dashboard literally floating like right here, like I feel like I can grab it. It's super cool. Now, granted, it's green, it's monochrome, right? It's just green text. It's pixelated in a way, but I think that's the font choice they chose as well. But the experience is really cool. I think what sort of got me to put these back in their case and put them on the shelf for so long was there's only so much they can do. And after a 2 or 3 week span of using them, asking AI some fun, quirky things and making little notes here and there gets old. in a way. It doesn't get old, but it's not as exciting. So something I said in my first review of these was I felt like answering text messages would be a very easy thing for these to do because there are microphones, it's able to take notes, you're able to ask AI questions. Why can't I get a text message that comes in? Why can't I read it, tap and hold, and answer that text message? I think that would be like the biggest way I would use these, right? And I think most people would probably use them that way, but they just don't have that functionality. And so there was a lack of functionality there with these. All that said, Even Realities just made an announcement in October that they are actually opening these up to be open source for app developers. Now, many of you are probably like me and you don't know or care what it means that the software is now open source to developers, and you don't know how that benefits you as a use case. So I'm actually going to kick this over to my buddy Mike, who works here in the studio with us, and let him explain what it means that these are now open source for app developers to make use of them.
My name is Mike Childress. I'm a developer, and I've actually developed a lot of apps. That's why I was pretty excited to hear about this really cool thing that they're doing with these glasses. The fact that they're opening up and making the code open source, which basically means they're making it available to anyone who wants it. So a lot of times companies will be like gatekeepers with their code and their software, and you're only limited to what the company wants to develop and what they think is a good idea, which oftentimes can be fine. I think it's a very innovative and cool idea that they have decided to make this open source, meaning developers, people like me, nerds, not you, have to do that. But people like me can have a great idea and create something that these glasses can do. And they've built so much additional stuff into the hardware of these. There's microphones, there's antennas, there's a bunch of really cool stuff that somebody like me can take advantage of to make these glasses do so much more than maybe a company would normally do. But something else that's really smart that they've done is they've made it so that they work off of iOS, so like Apple phones or Android apps, so that these developments have to go through the app development store. And having developed a number of apps myself, I know how incredibly serious it is and how many things you have to do to be able to pass through all the checks and the balances and the security of those things. I think it's really cool how they've opened up innovation for anybody to do something with these glasses, but at the same time, they have put a lot of checks and balances to make sure that it's being used responsibly and appropriately. And aside from that, I just think these are some of the best looking versions of these glasses that I've seen around. I've seen a lot, and I don't know, I think they're doing a lot of things right. I'll kick it back to Spencer.
So big thanks to Mike. Hopefully he was able to explain it a little bit better to you all. I think from like an experiential perspective, it just means that these are going to, in theory, be able to do more, because we're going to have app developers be able to add apps. It's possible these could have games in them at some point, or you can respond to texts or see more detailed views of what the weather is like. In theory, it's not going to solely rely on the company, Even Realities, who have limited resources, to create software updates for these. There's going to be just more possibility when you open it up to these app developers and let them get their hands on it, let them test it, let them use the different features and controls and sensors and microphones like Mike was saying. That, to me, is very exciting, and it should be very exciting to you as well. Even if you don't understand what all it means to have something open source, just know that it's going to add functionality to these in a quicker pace than the company could probably do on their own. It also creates a community around these and what they're able to do, which is also super exciting, because then there's just more interest in the product and what it's able to do. And as Even Realities innovates on the hardware, there can also be a community alongside them innovating on the software. So super exciting stuff. I think what's most impressive is how Even Realities is listening to its consumer base. It's understanding like, wow, people really wanted this to be open source. Let's figure out how to do that and do that the right way, so it's not super messy as well, which is super cool. And also on the hardware side, they actually just released a brand new style of the G1s, which is the G1B, I think, which is more of a rectangular style. These are obviously more circular, and they don't fit everyone's faces like with this style. So they're working on coming out with different styles and shapes for their glasses as well. So there's going to be more options for people to use these. But that's the gist and what I wanted to make a video about today on Even Realities G1 and just the company in general. I think it's exciting, these updates. I think it's got me excited for the company again. I can't wait for app developers to start releasing apps for this and get to try this stuff out. I'm super excited for it. So yeah, special thanks to Mike for giving a little bit more insight into this open source deal that's going on with these glasses. Special thanks to Even Realities for working with me on this video and videos in the past and hopefully videos in the future. Special thanks to you all for watching this video. And if you want to pick your Even Realities G1A or B up, you can down in the description down below. You may or may not know it, but I'm currently watching a YouTube video right now, literally, but I didn't know if you all would be able to hear it. In fact, this is a test to see if you can hear it. Volume's all the way up. It's on whisper mode. So this is the Ray Neo Air 2S. As you can see, it's got that sort of sunglasses look, Wayfarer design, but actually these are two screens that shine into your eyes in a way. All the computers housed up here shines down onto this glass, which is then reflected into your eyes. Some of you may have seen a video I did on the channel reviewing a competitor to these, and I had a lot to say about AR and this style of computing experience in general, how I felt the promise of the theory of the idea of it let me down. And I had some things to say about that product, but now after testing the Ray Neo Air 2S's, I think it's just the way of this technology. And I'll stop sort of skirting around it and get to the point here in a second. Special thanks to Ray Neo for sending out both the Air 2S's as well as this, which is called a Pocket TV. I have a lot to say about this as well, which we'll get into here in a second. But first, I wanted to start with these. So special thanks again to Ray Neo for sending these out. If you want to pick yours up at any time during this video, links in the description, and I will try to get you all some kind of discount if I can. Let's get into it. Right, so something I've noticed is my eyes, personally, are a little messed up. In a recent review of a different product very similar to this one, I mentioned in the bottom left corner things were blurry and I thought it was a product defunct. It's something wrong with my eyes, and I've read the comments about products like these and on my channel about IPD and things like that, how not everyone's eyes are the same, of course, the same width, the same narrowness, forward, backwards, they might be different a little bit this way as well, and I think my eyes are definitely a little more funky than usual. I've had other friends around the studio try these and they didn't have the same problem I did, so that's a me problem. And I just want to again talk about this technology in general. So the idea here is XR, AR, like this idea of a screen floating in front of you. I reviewed on the channel something like the Even Realities, which is very much like, feels like something's out in front of you. These are a little bit different. These are kind of an in-between something like the Apple Vision Pro and something like Even Realities with like a heads-up display in front of you that you're walking around your natural world, but you have a screen or some sort of display floating in front of you. This to me feels more like virtual reality to me than something like augmented reality. You're not gonna wear this around watching a YouTube video because really, when I started the intro to this video, I couldn't see you all. I just saw the video playing in front of me. And that sort of has me thinking about how to explain the experience of wearing these. First and foremost, I think anyone who's interested in this type of AR experience should try them first, because the problem I had was when I think about AR, I think heads-up display, walk around the world, see a map overlaid of what you're doing kind of thing. This is very much more like entertaining. It's entertainment focused. It's slapping a screen over your eyes and allowing you to get fully immersed in a movie or a video game, and it's less about wearing them around the house or down the street, being able to interact with stuff around you, yet having a video playing or something, if that makes sense. So just to sort of put this line of products in perspective, that's what I think it's more for. So I can run through some of the specs here, which are pretty cool. For instance, and I'll just read some of these because I do think it's helpful. A 100,000 to 1 contrast ratio. The PPD is 49. The display is Sony low power 0.55 inch micro OLED display. Resolution 1920 by 1080 or 3840 by 1080 in 3D. The field of vision is 46%. 108% color gamut, 201-inch screen, to give a perspective of like how big it feels, kind of. 201-inch screen about 6 meters away. 120 hertz refresh, the default 60 hertz. You can access that on the little button settings here. So the audio is customized super linear speakers, acoustic phase cancellation, which is whisper mode, which I think is how it sort of cuts out the sound, because it has these sort of downward firing speakers on the over ear thing here that sort of shoots down, and it shoots right into your ear, but the whisper sync I think sort of cancels out noise for those sitting around you, so you probably won't be able to hear, even when I have the volume up like I just did, you probably won't be able to hear it if you're sitting next to me, or it'll be very quiet. And I think that's a really cool thing. You know, this is sort of personal computing or personal entertainment, and you don't want others around you to be distracted. USB-C to USB-C, you can plug this right into an iPhone, I think starting with iPhone 14, maybe 15. I have the iPhone 16, it works, it mirrors your phone, which sort of leads me into my next point, which this is basically just a monitor, if that makes sense. So it acts as a monitor. So if I plug this into my phone, it thinks it's an external monitor. It's just gonna, you know, mirror my phone screen. If I plug it into my Mac, it's gonna mirror my Mac screen, which is cool too. But that's just sort of how these work. And I think that sort of also puts into perspective what these are. So to me, it feels less like I'm looking at the room and I'm seeing a projector floating out in front of me. To me, it feels more like I'm putting on goggles, and inside the goggles is a screen that's close to my eyes. So I think, you know, in marketing materials and stuff, these companies sort of show like someone sitting on a couch playing, you know, Nintendo Switch, and there's a screen floating out in front of them, but it doesn't quite feel like that, if I'm being honest. Now, that said, the way this has been built, it's very light. There's nice plastics here. I think the design is incredible. These pieces here, which actually show the projection, are big and wide. In terms of if you set your mind on, I want a personalized entertainment experience to lay on my couch and watch and, you know, play my Nintendo Switch with this plugged in, or to use this to watch YouTube videos or other entertainment, which we'll get into in just a second, or to use my phone, right? That is the way to go. You know, this is going to be, as much as like you're still able to hear people around you, as much as you're able to kind of see through these sunglass parts, it is closing you off in a way, and it is very much a personalized experience. So if that's something you're interested in, this build quality and the way that they have executed on these is great. Like, I have no problems with sound quality, with the way the screens look. They're super sharp, they look really nice. So, you know, if you're someone who, you know, maybe your family member watches a lot of TV and they like you to be in the room with them, you can sit over on the other couch and maybe play some games or watch your own videos, your own TV, but still be able to hear them if they talk to you, kind of thing like that. So I think that is all implemented really well. You have up and down for your light modes, you have volume up and down, and then you have this really small menu, which is how you flip between 60 hertz, 120 hertz, and whisper mode with the audio as well. So in terms of implementation, design, form, function, you know, it's all here, but you do have to sort of come at it with the perspective of, I want a personal computing unit which allows me to get immersed into some content without others having to be bothered by that. I think that is the angle at which these will best be used. Some other points: 600 maximum nits of brightness, which is actually kind of wild. I mean, if you think of like a phone, they're like up in like the 1,000 area, but that's because it's a display here that has to fight sunlight and stuff. This is sort of like a closed in area that's already kind of dark. So 600 nits is actually really bright. I guess there's 10 levels of brightness, it says. I'm usually in like the 7 or 8 notch area of brightness is most comfortable for me, so it can go even brighter. Something else that I think affects me more than some others is the edges of the screen are blurry to me, and it's almost like the screen is too big for the viewing area. But you know, reading some comments on a previous review that I made, a lot of people don't have that problem. So I think that's also a problem with my eyes. And again, I think that might be a reason why you would want to test these out before getting them, or if you just sort of take that with a grain of salt. I think the best type of content to view here is, you know, videos, movies and stuff, where most of the action is happening near the middle of the frame, and the outside can be blurry. In fact, a lot of movies automatically blur that. I've seen more and more movies using like tilt shift lenses and like sort of dirtying up the edges of the frame to sort of draw your attention to center. I also think like first person shooters where your focus is mostly down the barrel is a good way of using these, especially with 120 hertz refresh rate. You know, gaming on these is probably super excellent. I haven't gotten to try it, but just, you know, the specs of the thing make that sound pretty cool on these. Where I don't see these being as functional, which is kind of what I wanted to use this type of product for, is like, you know, productivity, like actually plugging it into my computer and working in that way and sort of having a big screen in front of me. Again, it's not quite like having a big screen in front of me, and because the edges are blurred for me in a way, which I do think these edges look better than some competitors out there, just saying that, but you know, going up to hit the X or like, you know, certain things that you would want to access on like your Mac and you're used to accessing sort of peripheral area, they're not as bright and it's kind of hard to like see where you're clicking, and you know, so and that might not be the case for everyone. That's just how it's been for me. So I definitely think using these as a personalized entertainment first device is the proper way of looking at it, in my opinion. Which brings us to this part, because I think this is really interesting in and of itself. So this is the Pocket TV, and basically this allows, so this right here is basically a monitor. It doesn't have any like computing power within it. It's just screens. So you want to be able to plug this into a Mac or your computer or your phone, or this is basically, I don't know if I should compare it to this, but it's like an Apple TV in your pocket. It has access to the Google Play Store. It's even got, you know, Google here. It runs on battery power. There's internal storage, but there's also micro SD card slots. So you could even increase that more if you wanted to, like, you know, if you fly a lot, if you want to keep a bunch of episodes of something on here, you can do that. It's got a YouTube button, a Prime Video button, volume button here too, which is cool. And then you have, it's not a scrolly wheel, but a clicky directional wheel to be able to select stuff. I think this is really cool, and I think it makes this whole setup better. You know, you could use your phone, but you could also use this, which gives you that more sort of immersive full TV-like experience. But another thing I think would be interesting to use this for is if you are traveling, like going to Airbnbs and stuff. Have you ever been to an Airbnb and like you want to watch Netflix on the TV, but you have to log into yours and like, like I'm gonna forget to log out and then someone will have access to my account. You can just log into everything on here. This has USB-C, like I said, in for power and out for, it's set up for this, but I do wonder if you could do, you know, an HDMI dongle off of this and just plug this into whatever TV you come across or whatever monitor you come across. All your data and logins and personalized stuff is here, but you sort of carry this with you. And I think that's a really cool aspect. You know, you're on a plane flying, watching all the Office episodes you have downloaded here. You get to your hotel room and you just unplug it from their Roku or whatever, plug it in here and continue watching the Office there. So I think this is a really interesting device as well. And I think these paired together definitely make a lot of sense. So my perspective on this type of device has changed. I definitely see the use case more now, so which I hope I've explained well in this video. But as always, you know, you can check out specs and stuff on their website down below if you want to get into the nitty-gritty of all that. But that's sort of been my experience using the Ray Neo Air 2S's. I definitely think it's interesting. The fact that they're light, the fact that it's super portable, this adds a lot to it. I will say there's nothing fancy in terms of like being able to place the screen here and look around the room and place the screen here, which you might find with a lot of virtual reality headsets these days. There's literally a Meta Quest sitting over there that one of my team members uses. It's not that, it's just a screen that is just pasted basically to the inside of these glasses. So there's not like any sort of like productivity hacks or anything like that, or like picture in picture so you can be doing dishes and have a video up here in the corner. It is what it is, and I think I've tried my best to explain the use case that I think it's best for. But again, links in the description. Hopefully there will be some sort of discount for this, and Black Friday's coming up. I'm sure they'll be gonna be running deals as well. So pick yours up if you think this could be cool for you, or maybe you have a kid who's getting older who, you know, loves watching YouTube or something. You could grab these. don't give them too much screen time, but it's an interesting device and definitely cool for, you know, travel, things like that, where you can't lug around your TV with you, can't lug around your computer monitor with you. And I would say maybe the occasional like coffee shop, email hop, maybe, you know, if you want to do some emails on this or something in a way that people can't read over your shoulder, it's something you can do as well. Special thanks to Ray Neo for sending these out. I truly appreciate working with you all, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys come up with in the future. That's gonna do it for this video. Today we're reviewing this. No, not actually, but this is part of what we're reviewing. FlexiSpot. As you all know, we have a love for on this channel. This is a FlexiSpot desk. We have 2 other FlexiSpot desks that they were super gracious to send us for review and to use in our new studio here. They sell many other items on their store as well. They've got office stuff, house stuff, all sorts of stuff. I shouldn't say stuff, it's really nice stuff, but I said stuff again. Stuff. How many times can I say stuff? We need a stuff counter right here. No, this one's interesting because it is a 2-in-1 treadmill from FlexiSpot. So I weigh more than I should, and I'm not the best at personal health and physical fitness, all that kind of stuff. So the idea of being able to work with a treadmill under you is super interesting. 2 birds with 1 stone. And I know there's this market right now for these smaller treadmills that can fit under your desk and allow you to walk while working. So when FlexiSpot asked if we would review this, I was kind of like, selfishly, yes, let's do it. Because it's something that I had been thinking about purchasing myself. The good news is, this is pretty inexpensive if you think about it, and there's some really interesting features with this treadmill. So we're gonna get into that today. So it's kind of funny, I don't have the treadmill here. I usually am able to like hold the product while I talk about it, but hopefully we'll have some nice B-roll to lay over top of this as I'm going along. But let's first talk about this here, which I can hold, which is actually a remote that can control the treadmill. So if it's under your desk and you want to be able to, for instance, turn off the beep, there's a turn on and off button for that. You can reset settings. There's play and pause. You can go faster speed, slower speed with this remote. You also have some different settings and programmable settings here too, which that's a really interesting thing about this treadmill is it does have a screen on it down near the base where you can set different things. So you can say, I want to walk a mile. You can say, I want to walk for 30 minutes. You can say, I want to burn 50 calories. And once you get to that point, it'll have a countdown timer depending on what you want, or a count up ticker depending on what you want. And when you hit that mode, it'll turn off, which is pretty cool. You can say like, hey, I just ate lunch. Let's get rid of 100 calories while I work through these emails this afternoon. I think that's fantastic. But it's called a 2-in-1 treadmill because you can actually run on this treadmill. It is small. You're able to sort of store it away in a closet, under a bed, something like that, but you can actually run on this. In fact, it has really nice legs on it, which allow for a lot of support when you're running or walking on it, which they're calling a shock absorbing running belt. It's also really quiet. If you think about like a treadmill at the gym, they're pretty loud. And of course, if you're running on this thing, you're gonna hear your feet hitting it. Like you can't get away from some of that, especially if you're running on it like an elephant. But the fact that you can run on this and can walk on it and it's able to support up to 264 pounds is kind of fantastic. And it's not just something you can use under your desk too. There's also a bar that can lift up so you can put an iPad on there. Like if you want to keep this in your home gym, it's great for that as well. Or if you live in an apartment with not a lot of space, you can fold this up, store it in a closet, and when you're ready to work out or under bed, whatever, pull it out, lift up the handlebars and go from there. It's got wheels on the front, so it's easy to wheel around. It's not that heavy, to be honest. You could probably pick it up. I wouldn't recommend it. Use the wheels, they're there for that reason, but it's easy to wheel around, maneuver. It's convenient to hide it away when you're not using it. And not to mention the price. It's just a little over $200, and I'm sure with Black Friday deals running around, you might be able to find it even cheaper, but also links in the description and I'll see if I can get you all a discount as well. It's actually got a nice little magnetic area for this remote so you don't lose it. It goes right there in the slot at the front of the treadmill, which is nice. If that's not there, I'm the type that's like, oh, I'll put this over there and I'll totally forget it's over there. So just to have that magnetically there is a super nice little touch as well. The bar that raises up is nothing fancy. There's no buttons on it or anything, but it does have that magnetic tag that you can, whatever it's called, the thing that connects to like your pants. So if you fall off or like move or something and it pulls that, the treadmill will shut down, which is just a nice safety measure to have. And that is connected to the handlebars. The handlebar is there really just to hold you steady. Obviously you can put that down when it's under your desk, especially since you'll be having your hands on your desk, you'll have more stability there. But there is a nice iPad or phone stand on the handlebars as well. The other thing I love about FlexiSpot in general are their great warranties. And even with this treadmill, you do get a 2-year warranty on this, which I think just shows a confidence in their products and willingness to work with the customer to leave them satisfied. If you've been looking to get in more exercise during your week, this could be the solution for you. I think that what FlexiSpot has done with this is make it affordable and small and allow more people to be able to get in more steps during the day. Again, check out the links down in the description. Special thanks to FlexiSpot for sending this out to us. They have tons of great products on their websites. Pick up a desk if you'd like. We love them here. But that's gonna do it for this video. Today we have an interesting gifting collaboration between Pitaka and Aries. Aries is kind of like this fashion brand. Pitaka, as many of you all may know, make these really cool aramid fiber phone cases, and this one's weird. You can see it's got this weird kind of colorway with green and black going on. There's a second box here, so we're gonna see what we get into here. I'm excited about this, interested to see what they have going. Before we begin here, sort of housekeeping, Pitaka did send this out for free for us to review, so take that as you may, but as always, honest opinions here on the channel. So thank you, Pitaka, for sending this out. Thanks so much for watching this video. Let's dive into it. So I want to start with this smaller box here because these are kind of like little bits and bobs. So the first thing we're going to check out is this, I guess, MagSafe phone ring holder, which seems interesting. So there it is. It's a nice weight to it. Let's see how this kind of, okay, so it kind of folds out. As many of you all know, rocking the new iPhone 16 Pro in black. Let's just see what that looks like. I mean, that's kind of a cool look already. I will say I kind of wish the Apple logo was centered in there, but obviously that doesn't work because of how it's offset. So this is kind of, you know, can be used as a stand for your phone, which is nice. It can be used as sort of one of these kind of ring situations. Seems like it's made of really nice stuff. There's some of that fiber, aramid fiber. I think that's what it's called. Hopefully I'm getting that right. There with a little Pitaka branding there as well, but that's kind of a cool look in general, and that's like that's a strong magnet there too, and I'm sure it'll be enhanced with the actual cases they've included. So we'll set that aside and let's see what's in here. I'm not quite sure. And a flashlight. Interesting. Ooh, it's got a black light too. Is that interesting? Whoa, that's kind of wild. I don't know if you all can see. I don't know why there's a flashlight in here. I think I know why, but we'll get into it in a second. All right, let's go ahead and open the main event here. Oh, cool. Check this out. It says glowing. Pitaka Aries No Problemo collaborative gift box. I've actually seen quite a few of these like phone case gift boxes around the internet, which is kind of cool. I think it just kind of, you know, phone cases are phone cases. They go on your phone, but to display them nicely and maybe add in some other bits and bobs is a cool thing to do, for sure. I don't know why I keep saying bits and bobs, but it's the way it is. Got some elastic here. This is kind of like a cardboardy kind of texture. Yeah, let's see what we have inside. We get our first look at the phone cases here. This one's No Problemo. Interesting colorway. Yeah, so you can actually put these on here to hold it onto your phone even more, but I feel like it's not gonna have a problem there. But those will go here, here, and here to kind of hold onto your phone a bit more. I like this inside color. You can see there, Pitaka X Aries No Problemo, authorized by Aries Arise Limited, Mag Easy Case 6. So as you can see, these things are super light, super thin, but super strong. These fibers are like insanely strong. It's almost like Kevlar. Something I did notice that they talk about, and I even saw on their FAQ on their website, is these designs aren't printed on here. They're literally woven into the weave here of the case itself. So that's an interesting thing, and you'll notice like it's not quite like, look at this O, see how it's a little bit rounded at the top and at the bottom? I think because the weave isn't like perfectly like straight on. Ooh, this is a good example. This is like a little alien face, which is interesting. Look, see how it's not exactly symmetrical? It's almost got this like flavor to it, right? And I have a feeling every case will be different. I think if you were to lay two of these alien face ones side by side, they wouldn't line up exactly, which to me, if I'm being honest, I don't like that. I like things to be very symmetrical, but because of how it's made, I get it. And for those of you who like to have like your own customized thing or like your individualized thing, like no one else has a case like this because of how the process works, right? Like this is woven in here. So that's, I mean, that's cool. And there's a certain amount of novelty to that. So use the sticker to improve the fit of the case if necessary. Okay, interesting. So those would go in the corners, like I said, just to hold it more snugly to the phone. But that's an interesting look, the alien face. I think this one's my favorite. You've got the Aries logo there. You've got this nice blue color. And again, this is all woven into the fabric of the phone, if you will, and then these nice straight lines. I think that looks really cool. I'll be completely honest with you all, this isn't so much my style, but I like what they've done here. And I also like, which by the way, links in the description, if you want to pick these up for yourself, or they have other just sort of plain black versions of this, kind of like this. They have some other designs, which I think look really cool as well. And this might be for you. And honestly, I'm probably gonna rock this one for a little bit because I do like that. Might switch them out, we'll see. You know what? Let's go ahead and do this. I don't know why I haven't done this yet. Let's go ahead and slap a case on here and see what that feels like. So yeah, it keeps the phone just super thin, if you see that. A nice raised area here for the cameras as well. Obviously, you have easy access to the camera button. Let's try on the other ones. All right, there's your alien. No problemo. There we go. I do like the little pataka there, which that pataka actually is printed on, if you can see that. So I feel like in previous versions, this part here was open, and I feel like this whole bottom was open, and I like that they have extended protection around the speakers and across the whole top. I actually really do like that. It does stick off of the table a little bit, so you do have some amount of protection there. I don't know if you're able to see that. So that if you put it face down, it's not actually touching the table. I know a lot of people they don't like the Apple phone case and stuff because it kind of wraps around the bottom, and when you're swiping up, you kind of miss that sometimes, especially with the new Siri double tap down here. It can be hard to reach, but they've left this kind of open. Do you see that? So you can kind of take advantage of that curve of the glass there and swipe up a lot easier. That's a good point, and I really like that they've improved upon that. Let's see what else we've got. Collaborative t-shirt. Oh, snap. They threw in a t-shirt for me, huh? Oh, that's wild, huh? I don't think I understand the no problemo with an alien. I don't. That's pretty dope, though. I don't know what size this is. What do we have here? A phone strap. We'll start with that. Interesting. Oh, wow. So how does this work? Please attach this side. All right, so like that, and then, oh, cool. All right, so if you want to wear your phone like a strap, that's a thing that you can do. Cool. Not really my style, but I could see, you know, especially like if you're like in a bathing suit that doesn't have pockets or something, that's a cool look. I think for the ladies out there who don't have huge pockets in their pants, that's an option as well. Just kind of wear it as a lanyard, and that's pretty darn tight in there, which is cool. All right, so what's this? I don't know what a phone bag is, but I'm excited to find out. Okay, so just a bag for your phone? That's kind of cool. It looks kind of waterproof. Oh my. All right, so let's look at this strap. So again, there's another way of putting that in to the bag. This is interesting, this Aries carabiner. It's kind of really cool, actually. It's got like a pillar. It's kind of dope. All right, all of these are adjustable, which is cool. I don't exactly know how this works, but let's say I wanted to do this style, throw the phone in the bag and then wear the bag. This is like high fashion stuff, man. I don't really know how all this is supposed to look. Again, it's not, I don't know that it's really for me per se, but I don't know. It's kind of dope. I've seen a lot of really cool styles around the internet that would probably, this would really fit that kind of vibe. So yeah, this does seem waterproof. I'm not sure if the zipper is, but the zipper's kind of enclosed there. You can see that. So if you want to keep your phone in a no problemo pataka bag, that's an option too. All right, the gift that keeps on giving. All right, so here we have a flashlight. Ooh, look at this. This is weird. Whoa, whoa. You pop that open, it charges USB-C. Clamp it down. Ooh, there it's on. Ooh, cool. You can turn, okay, off, low, high. Oh, that's cool. Off, low, high. I don't know if you can tell the difference between low and high. That's low. And then high, that's cool. I love how you charge this. That's so sick. There's not a battery, there's a USB-C. Do you see that? That's cool, man. The reason they've included a flashlight is kind of cool. In fact, I'm gonna keep that on that case for a few minutes. You can probably already guess. Oh wow, okay. Comes with a carabiner. And then also they've included a USB-C charger. Super cool. So this is the Aries keychain. You do have, this is like a full-on collaboration. You have the fibers back there, which is cool. Pitaka on the back. All right, let's see what kind of stickers we got here. Nice, lots of stickers. Aries, Pitaka, no problemo, Aries, Aries. There's the alien. Sick, all these stickers. Whew, wow. That was a journey. Yeah, so here's our cases. If you can go ahead and guess already, these cases glow in the dark. Let's see if I can turn off the lights in here. All right, so here's our phone cases. Super cool, man. Yeah, that's awesome. Here's the no problemo one. Just super cool. And then finally, here's just the stripes Aries one, which is super cool too. So yeah, that gives you an idea of what this looks like when they glow in the dark, which is super cool. When you use the black light, you can kind of see, oh wow, can you guys see that? How it like, when you use the black light on it, it immediately shows up. Wow, I don't think this comes in the gift set, but this does, and that's gonna do it for this video. I'm gonna be rocking a few of these. I definitely like these two the best, no problemo in this one. This is really cool. I don't know if you can get the gift set on their website. I'm assuming you can, but if not, you can definitely pick up pieces of this, right? And like I said, they have other phone designs as well, which I like. There's like some cool scenery ones, which again, it's all woven into the fabric of the case. That's gonna do it for this video. Thanks so very much for watching, and thanks to Pitaka and Aries, I guess, for sending this out for us to review. All right, the Eureka E20 Plus. I have always had this weird affinity for like robot vacuums. Ever since I saw like my first competitor brand that hit the market first, I was like, whoa, sick. And I don't vacuum a lot, but the idea of someone cleaning your house every day on your behalf is cool. Special thanks to Eureka for reaching out and offering to send us the Eureka E20 Plus. This, in my opinion, with the 4 vacuums we've had, robot vacuums, is the best bar none. Eureka has a whole lineup of vacuums and mopping robots that you can purchase. This is the one they've sent us. It does a great job. A little bit of backstory. I have a dog, an Aussie Doodle, who's not supposed to shed. I have 2 kids, and we have a very busy life. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of perspective of what our house probably looks like on any given day. There's toys lying around, there's dog hair in places. He doesn't shed a ton, but like you'll see in the B-roll we show like how much hair this thing picks up. But we're gonna dive into a full review on the Eureka E20 Plus. So I think what I'm gonna do on this video is there are a lot of talking points Eureka has given me, which I think I will talk about in a minute. But before that, I just want to talk about the overall like experience of using this vacuum compared to the vacuums I've had before. So I'll mention, I've had an iRobot or Roomba or whatever they're called. I've had a Shark, which is my most recent before this one. I've had a Eufy as well, and they're all different models. As we've made more money as a family, it's funny, like we've been able to pay more for our robot vacuum over the years, but all the way from our apartment to the house we're in now, we've had a robot vacuum, and I think everyone should have one, honestly. It's just, again, a no-brainer when it comes to like someone is working on cleaning your house every day. Even if it's not as good as you would vacuum, someone's doing it for you every day. So my biggest talking points with this vacuum is this. It's incredibly smart. It is very efficient. It has a lot of suction power. It mops in air quotes, which we'll get to here in a second. And we have all hardwood floors in the downstairs space where we use this, and we have some rugs here and there, like small door rugs and stuff, but mostly hardwood floors. So I think the thing that most impressed me about this was its like mapping functionality. And Eureka told me, hey, make sure you let it vacuum a few times before you say, okay, it's good and in working condition, because it does take a few laps around your house to like really map out the house. But it is fascinating to watch, even on that first time where it starts with no map, as it goes around your house, like it starts projecting like where it thinks walls are and stuff, and then it builds that map as it goes. Super fascinating. Much like my robot lawnmower, I could just sit and watch it like for hours. But that's my second point. It doesn't take hours. Whereas in the past, namely the Shark vacuum, takes 2 whole like cycles to clean the downstairs, which our house in total is like 1,500 square feet. So it would go around and do as much as it could, and then go back and charge, and then start again and do as much as it could. It just took forever. This one finishes in 15 minutes, 20 minutes. And the reason that is the way it works is it'll go around the outside of the perimeter of your space, our downstairs, for instance. It goes around the outside and gets all the corners and edges very good. And then it goes in these very like perfectly spaced lines where it's covering every square inch of the floor, but not like redundant. It's not like going back over itself 100 times. So like this thing finishes its cycle in 15 to 20 minutes. So that's super cool. Another great thing about it is like you can zone out or map out your rooms or different zones that maybe you have a lot of foot traffic or stuff like that where you want it to clean more often. And you can map those out and send it to a specific area if you want to. It's not necessarily loud, and we usually keep the suction power on the medium. There's like a low, medium, and high. The medium I think is really great. And the fact that it mops is awesome too, because I've never had a robot vacuum that mops. And when I say mops, I mean you put water in the container in the vacuum, and then it has like a carpet kind of mop thing under it, and then the water trickles into it. So basically what you're doing is just wetting the floor and sort of like rubbing off that top layer of filth or film or whatever, which is fine. It's not like you're actually mopping. I think it's more like pushing water around. But if this is doing that every single day, I think that over time that kind of mopping would actually clean quite a bit. I'll leave that up to you. I've been enjoying it. I do know that Eureka makes other more pro models that actually, when it gets back to the base station, it'll cycle the water and like way more like high-tech stuff, which is cool. And hopefully maybe we could review one of their higher models on the channel one day. The other thing I've noticed is like the bin itself, there's no like bag or anything, and it can hold up to, I think it says 45 days of like debris can be in this huge vacuum tank thing before you have to empty it, which is super awesome too. Before I was having to empty it like once a week, twice a week with the Shark vacuum. So yeah, it just feels like the next step to me, and it's just intelligent. It has a really great like camera system. Every vacuum I've had before this one, like it has that front bumper, so if it runs into something it recognizes that and then it'll turn around. All the other vacuums I've had will just like straight run into a wall or run into a table leg and then be like, whoops, and then turn and go around. This one, the cameras are so good, I don't even think I've seen it bump into anything. So in terms of having to replace the front bumper or it getting all scuffed and scratched, it hasn't touched anything. So the vacuum also keeps its like clean lookingness. It like keeps itself clean because it's not running into stuff. It's got great obstacle avoidance. If my son walks in front of it, it's like whoop, and then turns. Like it's what it should be. And I think in terms of the amount of cleaning that it does, I'm in a second here just gonna run through some of their talking points, because I think these are pretty interesting and things that I haven't necessarily experienced as an experiential review, but are good things to have in a machine. And as sort of a segue into that, I'll say that the brush that it uses to pick up debris is rubber. So like in the past, I've had actual brushes on all of the vacuums, and it just gets hair wound in there and it gets really gross, and you have to go in there and cut it off. And like I can see that happening with the rubber one, and they do include a tool to sort of like slice that hair off. But I think because it's rubber, it's a little bit different. I think it picks up better as well as like a brush, which just kind of like scoops in a way up into the vacuum portion. But it's just been working, and it's been working really well. And like I said, it's quicker, it's more efficient. It does a great job picking stuff up. The fact that there is some amount of mopping feature, I think is fantastic. You can choose not to use it as well. If you have a home where like you have hardwood and then there's carpet, the mop actually like lifts up so it's not dragging along your carpet and like getting your carpet wet. I think it goes up to 10 millimeters of lift, and I think I captured some of that on B-roll, which I can show you as well. But all right, so I'm gonna kind of read through this because I think some of this stuff is actually really cool. Yeah, the transparent bag-free base station, multi-cyclonic dust collection, whatever that means, 45 days hands-free cleaning. Yeah, so the thing that holds all the debris can last 45 days, 10 millimeter mop lifting function, which I mentioned, 8,000 PA powerful suction. Don't know really what to compare that to. Duo detect AI 3D obstacle avoidance. Yeah, the cameras on this thing are really cool, and they actually like spin around in the little unit. It feels like radar to me. It's cool. Enhanced night vision capabilities. So if you wanted to run this at night, that's pretty cool. You just run it at night and wake up to a clean floor every morning. Anti-hair tangling brush design. Yeah, the fact that it's rubber, I think definitely helps. Vacuum mop at the same time, 180-minute max runtime, which again, like I'm barely scratching that with how small our house is, but that's quite a long time off of one battery charge, which is pretty cool. 5-stage filtration system, 20 millimeter threshold climbing. So if you have thresholds in your doors and stuff, it can head up over those, which is cool. Yeah, the handle design on top of the vacuum is pretty interesting and super easy to use, and there's a lock on that too. Enhanced edge cleaning. I don't know how, I guess the little spiky things. You can set this up with Alexa and Google and Siri as well. Forgive me if I set off all of your stuff, but you can be like, hey, start vacuuming, and set that up if you want. Multi-level cleaning, which is cool. You can take it upstairs and have a different map, I'm assuming. Cleaning schedules, no-go zone, low water level notification for your mop, which is cool too. So anyway, that's gonna do it for this video. I love this thing. I'm gonna continue to keep using it, but Eureka, thanks very much for sending this out for free for us to use. If you'd like to pick yours up, links in the description down below. Pick yours up in time for Black Friday or buy one for your friends or family. I recommend it. I think it's pretty awesome. Stubble & Co. Need I say more? I mean, look at these. This brand got me with an Instagram ad, and the thing I think I was most excited about is the colorways they have for their bags. They sent out this, which I'm calling the perfect sort of creator edition bag. Many of you all may or may not know, I have been on the hunt for the perfect book bag like forever. It's just been the thing that's always not quite there and just out of reach of what I need perfectly. And this is probably very close. Stubble & Co. I'm gonna get into the review. Very fortunate Stubble & Co sent out this, what I'm calling the creator package here. A few things here, which we'll get into here in a second. So thanks for that. We did receive these for free. Not getting paid for this review. Will receive commission if you click the links down below to pick yours up, which I recommend doing. So Stubble & Co. No, it's not a razor company or a beard shaper upper device, which my channel producer Ben thought it might have been on first listen of the brand name Stubble & Co. They make these beautiful bags. I don't know much about the brand, how long they've been around, but what I can tell you is they've done a lot right with these bags. This has the makings of being a super long review, which I don't want it to. We're just gonna go through these products here. This is the roll top bag. This is the sort of tech bag here, and then this is the crossbody as well. We're gonna start with the roll top. I think it's probably the most exciting for everyone. It is for me. First of all, like I said before, the colorways on these are amazing. They have interesting looking blues and grays and like yellows, and like when they asked me what color I wanted, I had a very hard time deciding because I really like the blue, I really like the concrete color. They ended up sending me the green version, which I love. I'm a huge fan of this kind of green. The material here is very interesting. It's like full on kind of like a rubbery waterproof material. I think it looks fantastic. It's definitely like super waterproof. It's like rubber almost, which is interesting. I think sometimes you have this spot with materials where maybe if it's made of rubber, it doesn't look very nice. As you all know, we love form and function here on the channel, so I think it looks nice and it has a great function to it, which is hard to find. Just in my opinion, super comfy straps here. I love the way this sort of wraps around the neck up here. Easy handle here, a nice chest clip here to carry some of that weight spread across the chest. The straps are nice and easy, they work well. They're plastic, which is fine. They do have a pass-through here for luggage if you want to put it through your luggage handle. And this is just an overall really comfortable experience on your back. With a roll top, it does create this strange kind of squared off aspect compared to the usual strap setup of a book bag, which doesn't really matter much, but just something I noticed. I will say too that when you're thinking of like a tech book bag, something like a little bit of a checklist that I like to have is one, laptop sleeve, of course, but also like camera. Can I put my camera in here? Which you can, and your camera will be fairly safe, but it is still loose and rumbling around, which I think you could definitely fix with a camera cube, slipping it in here. Something that doesn't seem very functional to me with a electronics bag is the roll top, because you have to unroll it every time to get in, right? So the idea of a roll top with electronics seems cumbersome to me. However, 90% of the time when I'm getting something out of my book bag, it's my laptop, and there is a separate zipper here, laptop sleeve. And so that's fantastic, and I think it solves the problem of the roll top. I love the way the roll top looks. It's just, it didn't seem that functional to me, but because of this separation, it makes 100% more sense now. To get in here, I have to be going for something that I don't usually go for, and it's not super cumbersome to get in here. I mean, it's just this nice little hook situation here is fantastic. This loop and how it works, it's super simple. You see how that works? Just makes it easy to like, whoop, and you're already closed up, ready to go. It doesn't take a lot of time. So I feel like they've fixed my concerns with the functionality of a roll top, and it just makes a lot of sense. It looks amazing. The fact that the laptop sleeve here is great. I will say, a blunder on my part. This morning I didn't zip this up, and I went and I threw the book bag on my shoulder, and my laptop just flew out onto the floor and scared me. Didn't crack, super thankful for that, but something to keep in mind if you do leave this open compared to something up top that you slide your laptop into. That was more on me, not really on this bag company or anything like that. I just wanted to share that happened this morning. I got really scared there for a second because that MacBook is my livelihood. Anyway, I do love that you have the external access to the Mac sleeve or the computer, notebook, laptop sleeve. Another big thing I'll mention, the inside is orange, and I think most of their bags have the brighter color on the inside. Not all of them are orange, but I think that's a fantastic move because if you have black wires and stuff, which we normally have, it's harder to find in a black inside book bag. And so I think that's a great move on their part. There's plenty of space in here. I believe this is the 20-liter bag. They make a smaller 15-liter too, which I actually thought at first I would rather have the 15, but I've actually been packing this pretty full with stuff, and I'm glad I got this size. I can fit a ton of stuff in here. There's a lot of inside pouches. There's an inside sleeve, which I've been putting my iPad into as well, which is super nice. And just overall build quality, intentional design. I can't say enough good things about this company and this bag specifically. I just think it's made really well. You've got minimal branding right here, just says Stubble & Co, but I do like that they added their logo here on the bottom. This is nice and padded, it's great, and I do keep a few things here in this front pouch, which I think, again, quick access. So the things like headphones or like my UGG Monk day cards, I like to keep in here just so that they're super easy to pull that out, pull out the MacBook, and I'm usually ready to go with that. Another huge thing, water pouches or tripod, if that's the way you're rolling. I always have a water on me, and just having the ability to put that here, I don't know why there are bags that don't have a water sleeve. I think it's just a no-brainer at this point, at least in my life. So anyway, there's the roll top bag. Fantastic, great colorways. Let's move on. This is sort of like the tech bag, which is great for wires. I have the Plod Note AI in here. Again, the orange inside, same material here on the outside, super waterproof. I have my Mac charger in here. Yeah, the Plod Note AI in here if I want to record some meetings. Plenty of pockets, spaces. I like that it sits like that on the table. It doesn't fall over. That makes a lot of sense to me. There's an outside pouch here too, which I usually keep my SSD in. A nice little touch of orange here, Stubble & Co. branding. I think that's great. And that's just a nice little way of adding a few more pockets and holding in your tech securely. That you usually just slide in there and it sits at the bottom of the roll top bag. The only problem I have with this is the strap to hold it is here, which doesn't matter a ton, but let me explain. These pockets don't go all the way up to the top. So technically if I'm holding it this way, then they can fall out of their pockets a little bit. So that's a little strange. I just wish that the handle was here, especially when it's down in the bag. I usually just reach down and grab it like that. But if I reach down and grab the handle here, that would make more sense to me. I understand the zippers here. They would probably have to do a double handle or something. But that would be the only thing I would change on this, is not having it be here, which I'm just glad there's a handle on it, but I do wish it was on the top here. So anyway, this is super nice. I've been loving using that as well, especially for some like tech that I need to take with me, but I don't need all the time, right? Final thing here is for all you crossbody lovers out there. I don't really love crossbody, fanny pack, whatever you want to call it, but this one's really nice. Same material. It's got this really interesting front pouch almost, which is interesting, which I think is cool. Like you could probably drop in like a tripod in this space here or something, maybe like an umbrella, slide it through, which is cool. There's a zipper here in the front, again, orange on the inside of this one. Keep smaller things, wallet, phone, things like that. There's one here on the back, which I think is nice for maybe an actual, I would probably put the wallet here because it's close and tight to your body. That's the good thing about crossbodies, especially if you're traveling in a different country, you don't want stuff being taken. You can really strap it against your chest and it's hard for people to grab that off of you. Waterproof zippers on all this stuff, which is fantastic. They're like super tight too, so I don't think any water can really get in there, which is nice. Just functional, right? This can get super wet, I'm sure, and be fine. I've got my Fuji X-T4 in here. There's extra pouches here for whatever you might need. I think this has it's a little underwhelming in there. That's about all you get, these two mesh pouches, and that's it, which is fine. There's plenty of space for something like a camera, as you saw. But the fact that they have this front pouch area and a back, and then this kind of pouch is almost expandable. It's a really interesting, I don't know like the most used use case of this, but I think it's interesting, and I definitely think umbrella or something sliding that through makes a lot of sense for me. But anyway, there's the crossbody. Again, I'm calling this sort of like the creator setup because I do think like if you're someone who has a camera on you a lot and you don't need like your full book bag, take the crossbody, put your phone and stuff in there. If you're traveling, you want to get your phone and stuff in your wallet out of your back pocket, put it somewhere closer to you. That makes a lot of sense. It's also just stylish these days to have a crossbody. This is super fantastic for a creator as well, just having all your cords, your cables, your small pieces of tech, your chargers, all that kind of stuff in this bag here. And then of course the full-on roll top bag here, which I love this thing. I think the color's amazing, but it's hard to explain. I just feel like this brand has been intentional with their products, and they have other great backpacks, crossbodies, little cubes, packing cubes, duffel bags. They have really nice products across the board, and I think they're really intentionally thought out. This doesn't feel floppy or like they could have done this better or anything like that. It feels like well created. Everything here seems tight but expandable. I'm really in love with these products, and I'm really in love with the brand, and I hope I can continue to work with them in the future. But check it out. Links in the description for these products, and if you want to pick anything up from the brand as well, honestly, I would pay full price for these. I think having this now in hand, I can get behind them. I think these are really nice products, really nice bags. We don't always review bags and stuff on the channel, but I figured because it has this sort of tie into tech, it would make a lot of sense. I've been using these daily, using this occasionally. It's just been fantastic. So again, thanks so much to Stubble & Co. for sending out these products for review. Right, so I wanted to quickly come on here and say, if you made it this far, you've watched 12 hours of tech reviews. You've listened to me speak to you for 12 hours, and that's insane. If you've made it this far, I want you to comment down below. I'm just a chill dude, and we'll see who the true fans are out there. No one's gonna do that. Thanks so much for watching the Mega Review Volume 1 2024. Make sure to subscribe and like this video for more, and we'll see you in 2025.